Therefore, the half-guild establishment order fragment in Alicia's possession could be traded. This senior was very well informed and managed to find her so quickly. Alicia thought for a moment. Unsure if Hebrew Adam had any plans for the War Realm resources she decided to ask him and Hua Deli how to handle the matter by returning to the private message. Hua Fishin replied, "If you don't have any family or friends who need it, you can use it to exchange for resources or gold coins. Imperial Highness, at least 20,000 gold coins." Hebrew Adam's attitude was clear. She should handle her own things. But he provided a confirmed price, likely because he was concerned she might not know the value. 20,000 gold coins made Alicia's heart skip a beat. If a threefold gold coin card were effective for this, she would have 60,000 gold coins. Currently, the exchange rate for gold coins to credit points in the War Realm was 1 to 2, which meant selling this half-guild establishment order fragment could earn her 120,000 credit points. With only 20,000 credit points in her account, Alicia's eyes lit up. Alicia maintained her composure with some difficulty for 2 minutes before responding to "Please call me senior." "Senior, the friendly price is 20,000 gold coins." She wasn't greedy. Since Hebrew Adam mentioned a minimum of 20,000 gold coins, she decided to stick with that amount. After all, the other party was a senior, and she wanted to show some goodwill. "Thank you, Junior. However, could you delay the payment for 15 days? The senior player didn't seem to be bargaining, and clearly the offered price was much lower than his expected value. Without a gold coin card or using credit points to exchange for gold coins, this senior really couldn't afford the payment right now. Additionally, establishing a guild would undoubtedly require a significant amount of gold coins. However, this was only a temporary situation. Once they started clearing dungeons, their gold coin income would increase substantially. With the full support of the guild, repaying the 20,000 gold coins would not be difficult. Signing a system contract is fine. Alicia agreed. Alicia had no intention of pressuring the senior. Currently, she is stuck at school, and all her expenses are covered by credits. At most, she needed credit points for online shopping, but even that was subject to inspection by the campus security office. Unless absolutely necessary, she rarely needed to spend credit points. Since the other party was her senior, and with a system contract guaranteeing repayment, Alicia agreed to let him delay the payment for half a month. The two of them quickly signed the contract. Alicia spent 1 gold coin to mail the item to the senior through the War Realm system. Within less than a second, the senior received it. Feeling ecstatic after earning a large sum of gold coins, Alicia was on cloud 9 but realized she had no one to share her joy with. She regretted that Sheila hadn't reached level 10 yet, so she couldn't add her as a friend or see her envious face. This made her happiness somewhat diminished. At that moment, the War Realm World Channel announced again, the first guild in the Imperial capital has been established. It is the first guild established in the youth group. As a reward, they receive a guild base in the central area, 50,000 gold coins for guild establishment funds, 20 green equipment pieces, 20 green robes, and 20 mecha components. The first guild in the Imperial capital has been established, becoming the first guild in the youth group. The first guild in the Imperial capital has been established, becoming the first guild in the youth group. Alicia's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing about the 20 mecha components. She immediately asked in the group chat with the 3 people, "Guild Master, where is the guild base located?" The system announcement had mentioned that they would receive a guild base in the central area, and it should have arrived by now. After asking, Alicia eagerly waited for Hebrew Adam's reply and even opened the mall to check out the teleportation items. However, after 5 seconds, there was still no response from the Imperial Highness. Just as Alicia was about to send another message, she suddenly felt as though she was being pulled by some force and was instantly teleported. When she looked around, she found herself on a city street. Looking around, she saw Hebrew Adam and Hua Deli standing about 10 meters away, intently looking at one side of the street. Chapter 168, Guild Base. This was Alicia's first time seeing Hebrew Adam and Hua Deli in the War Realm. Their appearances have not changed at all and looked almost identical to how they were in reality. Having been friends for a while, Alicia knew that these two boys were quite straightforward. Hua Deli, with Mina Oli by his side, showed no romantic interest in other girls. As for Hebrew Adam, she wasn't sure if it was because of excessive influence from the Crown Prince, but he was definitely an arrogant and indifferent type, quite different from the charming second prince in the novel. He was more impatient with the persistent advances from girls. Alicia thought these two were currently focused solely on strength and did not care much about appearances. Even if they knew they were good-looking, they had no interest in showing off. "What are you doing? Where am I? How did I end up here?" Alicia asked the two boys, bewildered about how she had been teleported there. "This is the central street of Imperial Star City. This will be our guild base. I used a teleportation symbol to bring you here. You should quickly apply to change cities," Hebrew Adam said, turning to Alicia. Following his direction, Alicia looked to the side of the street and saw a sizable construction site. A building was rapidly being assembled there, gradually forming a 3-story structure. Alicia looked on in astonishment. "Do we set up and build the guild base ourselves?" I remember the strategy guide mentioned something about an official configuration. Yes, as long as we have enough gold coins. There are many options available. As the top guild, of course, we should choose the best, Hebrew Adam said with a blank expression. Alicia knew without asking that according to Hebrew Adam's standards, the best would certainly be the most expensive. Alicia opened the interface to check the gold coins required for upgrading the base. The highest tier required 10,000 gold coins, which would provide the base with an automatic defense array. The defense array was a valuable asset during future large-scale guild battles. If other guilds wanted to attack their top guild's base, they would have to break through this defense array. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get in. Such an expensive array wouldn't be easy to breach. It would require at least 20,000 gold coins worth of items to break through. So the saying that the most expensive is the best was indeed correct. For Alicia, spending 10,000 gold coins felt like cutting off a piece of her flesh. But for these two wealthy young men, gold coins in the game were just numbers. Given their wealth and demeanor, they likely didn't even notice that game gold could be exchanged for credit points. If they didn't have enough, converting credit points to game gold wouldn't be an issue for them. While she was calculating how to cash out game gold, Alicia kept quiet and didn't ask how much gold would be needed in total to upgrade the guild base. We are currently only a level 1 guild, and the base can only cover 500 square meters and accommodate up to 50 members. But a level 2 guild base can cover 1,500 square meters, accommodate 200 members, and offer various other benefits. We need to level up as soon as possible, Hebrew Adam said with great ambition, eager to make his mark. To upgrade to a level 2 guild, we need to complete 3 dungeons to gain enough experience. However, the smallest dungeons require at least 5 people, and we only have 3 right now, Huadeli said while he was also excited. His nature was more cautious, and he wasn't easily carried away. I already have clues for 3 5-person dungeons. I want to get the first kill for these dungeons, Hebrew Adam said confidently. As the first guild to establish a base in Imperial Star City, if they could be the first to achieve a first kill on dungeon clearing tasks, the top guild would not only gain prestige but also receive substantial rewards. The 9th ranked planetary king is Dean Atchison. He should reach level 10 today, Hua Fishan said. The 10th ranked dream come true is Gao Hiaitao, and the 11th ranked sword master at the world is Su-43. They should also be able to reach level 10 in the next couple of days. I'll send them a message to hurry up. Once we set up the guild base and finalize the guild rules today, we can start dungeon clearing tomorrow when we have all 5 people, Hebrew Adam said. Could the 8th ranked player, Amuk-Sixi, be a Samu? Ever since discovering a Samu during the training, Alicia had been curious. The player ID was quite suggestive and immediately brought him to mind. It's very likely. I haven't asked him. After Cousin Lee logs off, you should send him a message to ask, Hebrew Adam said. Alicia was surprised to find that they hadn't thought of this themselves. With nothing else to do for now, the 3 of them gathered together, pulled up the standard guild rules and benefits from the game, and then modified them according to their own preferences. This was a bit troublesome, but since all 3 of them were top students with clear ideas, they worked quickly together, though they hadn't finished everything yet when their guild base was already renovated. From the front, the base was a 3-story building with white walls and golden decorations, giving it a noble and elegant appearance with a royal flair. However, Alicia couldn't help but twitch at the sight of the large golden characters in the center of the building. Imperial Star City First Guild. These characters completely diminish the building's noble elegance, making Alicia reluctant to look directly at them. She couldn't believe that the second prince had a taste for such flashy golden fonts. Alicia glanced at the 5 street-facing shops on the first floor of the guild building and felt their promising potential. In the mid-stage of the novel, shops on Central Street in Imperial Star City were rare and could hardly be obtained even with millions of gold coins. It was clear that these 3 shops would surely become the most profitable assets for their top guild in the future. Even though it's the Imperial capital city, there are currently very few players on Central Street. Instead, NPCs are wandering around, and the shops on both sides of the street are closed, creating a chilly, deserted atmosphere. However, in the novel, once most players reach level 10 and obtain various equipment, potions, and techniques from dungeons, those they don't need will naturally be traded. At that time, Imperial Capital City will become the busiest city in the game, and the shops within it will become the Golden Geese. The guild hall of the first guild, set up by Hebrew Adam on the second floor, was not designed with his personal taste but rather maintained the game's characteristic bright, comfortable, and practical style. The large floor-to-ceiling window offers a view of the garden outside, which is still barren, with not even a single blade of grass in sight. However, the outside light is ample and bright, which brings a sense of joy. This large floor-to-ceiling window reminds her of the conference hall from her past life. Hebrew Adam turned around and saw the girl leaning against the window. Not knowing what she was thinking, her face unexpectedly showed a profound sadness. Chapter 169. The male lead begins to suspect. The sorrow on the girl's face was so intense that it weighed heavily on the observer's mood. prompting Hebrew Adam to instinctively want to interrupt her and prevent her from continuing to dwell on it. "Manny, what are you doing?" Hebrew Adam asked, his voice a bit louder. Startled by Hebrew Adam's sharp tone, Alicia realized she had unexpectedly slipped into past memories. She closed her eyes and made a conscious effort to suppress the emotion. Alicia was extremely reluctant to show her vulnerable side in front of Hebrew Adam and Wadeli, but memories came like a tide, overwhelming her before she could react. Some deeply buried feelings, which didn't seem significant until touched, revealed themselves to be painfully profound. Hebrew Adam and Wadeli saw Alicia close her eyes, and when she opened them again, the fragile sadness in her eyes quickly vanished. The girl they were familiar with had returned. Wadeli silently watched the scene and felt a strange heaviness in his heart. Why was there such profound sadness from a 15-year-old girl? What could have happened to her to cause such deep sorrow? "Manny, you can handle the garden design. This kind of detailed work is not something we're good at," Hebrew Adam said to Alicia, deciding to give her something to do, hoping it would keep her mind occupied. Since Alicia never shared personal matters with them, Hebrew Adam didn't dare to ask what she had been thinking or if something sad had happened. He knew without asking that even if he did, he wouldn't get an answer. The prince clearly wasn't incapable but simply found it troublesome and didn't want to handle it. Though Alicia managed to maintain a faint smile on her face, only she knew that she hadn't fully recovered. She was still immersed in that hidden pain, and having something to do might help her heal. Moreover, since His Highness has spoken, what else could she do? She turned round and smiled. "As long as your highness doesn't mind my commoner's perspective, I have no objections. There are specific templates. You just need to assemble them," Hebrew Adam said with a stern face. He didn't like Alicia referring to herself as a commoner and was even less pleased to see the lingering sadness in her eyes. "Okay," Alicia replied, accepting Hebrew Adam's directive. She then opened the panel to begin the setup. Though Alicia claimed to have a commoner's perspective on garden design, she wasn't actually worried. With the templates provided, she felt more confident. This confidence stemmed from her experience. Alicia had been on Imperial Star for over 3 months. During this time, she had either been training at the island base or at Xuangu's first military academy. Even when they went on training exercises, they were on the island, so she hadn't had a chance to explore the world of Imperial Star. However, that doesn't mean she's unfamiliar with the central planet of the Gus Empire. Alicia firmly believed that opportunities are for those who are prepared. She knew that coming from the peripheral stars was her weakness and could easily be used against her. While she didn't let it make her feel inferior, she didn't want others to think she was inexperienced or unrefined. But with her original status and position, she needed a certain level of confidence to be presentable. Alicia considered status and wealth as one source of confidence, personal ability as another, and knowledge as a third. Since she lacked the first source or chose not to pursue it, she identified herself as a commoner. As for personal ability, with her training potential and current skill, no one would dare to underestimate her. Knowledge was the easiest for Alicia to gain through effort. After all, she could almost be described as having a photographic memory. With time dedicated to learning, she could acquire a vast amount of knowledge. Since deciding to attend Xuangu's first military academy, Alicia created a comprehensive study schedule for herself and invested a lot of effort. She used the powerful feature of the Dan Wang system to search for relevant knowledge in study materials. Over the past few months, Alicia had been dedicating time to understanding the economic and cultural background of the capital planet, its customs, preferences, taboos, and various information about the noble families of the Gus Empire. With a solid foundation of information and knowledge, Alicia not only gained a basic understanding of the general preferences for architecture on the capital planet but also became well acquainted with the common taboos and likes of the noble and influential families. Armed with this knowledge, Alicia was able to calmly tell Hebrew Adam that her aesthetic perspective was that of a commoner. She could confidently and efficiently choose from dozens of landscape templates with only a bit of thought, and quickly create a garden design that most people on the capital planet would enjoy. Wadeli watched as Alicia worked on her own, without hesitation or indecision, and without even asking for their opinions. She effectively set up the landscape design for the guild's garden. Wadeli walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked outside. The garden landscape wasn't extravagant or wildly imaginative. It resembled the gardens of most nobles. It wasn't outstanding but definitely acceptable and impeccable. Wadeli's expression was complex as he looked back at Alicia. This was typical of Alicia. She often claimed to be a commoner from the Edge Planet, but her actions never aligned with her claims. What nobility could there be on the Edge Planet? He had seen such garden designs a few times, but this girl who claimed to be from the commoner district with little knowledge had created a noble-style garden. Not bad, very elegant, Hebrew Adam nodded, also surprised. He didn't think as deeply as Wadeli. He was simply impressed that Alicia's design skills exceeded his expectations. She had a good eye for design. This pleased Hebrew Adam and he enjoyed admiring the garden view outside. Hebrew Adam expressed his praise, and Wadeli also added a few kind words, which were sincere because Alicia truly deserved commendation. Upon hearing the praise from the two boys, Alicia merely smiled politely. This was a skill she had gained through hard work. She had no reason to be overconfident or insecure. Her composure and confidence, remaining unflappable even in the presence of princes and noble scions, made Huadeli question again whether she was truly just an orphan from the Edge Planet. Huadeli was no fool. After Alicia encountered danger during the last training exercise and he learned that his cousin Chi had personally brought Dr. Paul to the island, he had sown a seed of doubt in his mind. Cousin Chi and Dr. Paul are significant figures. Even if Alicia's potential for cultivation is extraordinary, it wouldn't make sense for Cousin Chi to rush over so urgently before she was fully developed, especially with clear support from the Crown Prince. From this point of doubt, Huadeli concluded that there must be a special reason behind it, one that Cousin Chi is keeping tightly under wraps and hasn't revealed to him. Further suspicion arose during the break after the training. Huadeli heard that his mother had suddenly returned. When he came back from the Oli family, he happened to see his mother, who was covering her face, crying in distress and choked up as she said, "I lost my daughter, and she ended up on the Edge Planet." Chapter 170. Looking gloomy. Since he could remember, Huadeli had always seen his mother as distant and indifferent towards him and his father. He had never witnessed her so visibly distressed, with tears streaming down her face, nor had he seen his father looking so regretful. The conflict between his parents seemed to have erupted suddenly, leading to their argument in the living room, during which Huadeli had overheard a vague comment. When they noticed him, his mother stopped speaking and went into a room, with his father following her in a state of agitation. Huadeli was left alone in the living room, feeling as though he had been forgotten. Recalling the unclear words he had heard and seeing how much the young Alicia resembled his mother, along with the many jokes about him and Alicia being like twin siblings, Huadeli couldn't help but entertain a wild guess in his mind. If this is true, then, seeing Huadeli staring blankly at Alicia, Ibrahim frowned slightly. His cousin was already engaged. It was inappropriate for him to look at another girl like that. Ibrahim had heard that Huadeli and Alicia resembled each other as a married couple, but he hadn't paid much attention to it before. Now, observing the similarities in their black hair, black eyes, and somewhat similar facial features, as well as their similar cool demeanor, he felt a sudden unease. It's more appropriate to describe resembling boys and girls as siblings rather than a married couple. Calling them husband and wife is simply absurd. Ibrahim took a couple of steps forward to block Huadeli's gaze, deciding to keep these two apart in the future. He didn't want his cousin to make any mistakes in his thoughts. Ibrahim's sudden action made Alicia look up in confusion. Wondering what was going on, Ibrahim said calmly, "You have a good eye. Several places in the guild residence need manual adjustments. I'm a bit troubled, so I'll leave them all to you. Just do it according to your own preferences." "All right, no problem." As long as the tasks assigned by Ibrahim were reasonable, Alicia wouldn't refuse. She began setting things up quietly. Huadeli reconfirmed that Alicia had clearly defined her role. She was Ibrahim's subordinate, and whenever Ibrahim asked her to do something, she acted as if she was following orders. When they first met, Huadeli had suspected that Alicia was just putting on an act, but now, he was convinced that she was genuinely trying to maintain an appropriate distance from Ibrahim. Growing up with Ibrahim, Huadeli had seen more of the ambitious glints in the eyes of noble ladies when they encountered the second prince, especially after Ibrahim changed. Those noble ladies often lost their noble demeanor in their pursuit of ambition, and some of their actions could be quite uncomfortable to witness. However, Alicia had never shown such ambition. From the beginning, her attitude was clear. Ibrahim was just her classmate and her team leader, nothing more. During training and exercises, Alicia was very cooperative with Ibrahim, but once they were in a private setting, she would revert to her usual calm demeanor. In fact, aside from her special relationship with Dean Atchison, Alicia treated everyone similarly. Even though she became particularly close to Mina due to their shared gender and background during the island's special training, she returned to her usual reserved self once back at school, showing no intention of maintaining that close friendship. Among the 12 people, Huadeli felt that Alicia maintained a kind of respectful distance from him. In the 3 months they had been classmates, they had spoken fewer than 10 sentences to each other. Initially, Huadeli thought Alicia was calculating and had ulterior motives. After all, he had seen this kind of thing often. Commoner women who could get close to noble students often hoped to become their loved ones as a way to marry into a wealthy family. However, he knew that many times, noble students couldn't even control their own marriages, unless they had the ability to achieve their desires on their own. They often had to choose partners from their own social class to maintain their status. After learning more about certain matters, Huadeli began to suspect that Alicia never intended to integrate with them. Instead, she seemed to be keeping a deliberate distance, maintaining a polite demeanor, and planning to separate easily in the future. Senior members of the guild can apply for personal rooms, which cost just 1 gold coin per month. Would you like one? Ibrahim asked Alicia. Alicia also reviewed the relevant information. This benefit is really good. Of course, I want it. Such a straightforward and especially cost-saving privilege is not something a fool would refuse. And Alicia is no fool. What position would you like to take? How about the vice president? There are 2 vice president positions. You and Quadeli can take them. Ibrahim continued. All right, Alicia said. Being a vice president is fine even if she can't be the president. Ibrahim said no more and made the arrangements on the screen. Quadeli glanced at his good cousin. It seemed like his opinions didn't matter, as if he wasn't even present. The titles were assigned without asking for his input. The tall, handsome boy and the slim, delicate girl stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The sunlight streaming in enveloped them in a soft glow. They occasionally exchanged a few words, speaking in a soft tone, and then each focused on their own tasks. They didn't appear particularly close, yet Quadeli had a distinct feeling of being superfluous. Lately, why does he keep feeling like he's unnecessary? Quadeli suddenly missed Mina, believing that in her eyes, he would never be seen as unnecessary. What level is your mecha manufacturing skill now? Ibrahim continued to ask. Last month, I passed the level 3 mecha manufacturing certification at school and received the badge, Alicia replied. Ibrahim and Quadeli looked at Alicia in surprise. They hadn't expected that she had already achieved level 3 mecha manufacturing certification while only taking it as a secondary skill. This level was comparable to a third-year mecha manufacturing student, and she was only taking it as a secondary skill, with her main focus being the time-consuming mesh combat discipline. Ibrahim looked at Alicia in surprise. No wonder you wanted to major in mesh manufacturing before. Since entering Xuanku's first military academy, Alicia had been reluctant to discuss such topics. She doubted that these people hadn't thoroughly investigated her background. However, honestly speaking, she felt that her previous self couldn't match up to her current abilities in mesh manufacturing. Her past experience and the sense of connection she felt every time she handled mesh parts deeply immersed her, making her imagination feel like it was on overdrive. Starting from level 10, players can wear equipment, and the best equipment in War Realm is mesh. How many mesh parts did you get from the upgrade rewards while completing missions before? Ibrahim asked his 2 teammates. I only have a head, left arm, and right leg parts, Alicia said. Ibrahim and Quadeli both looked at her with faces full of frustration. Chapter 171. Direct Senior. Seeing the 2 young masters staring at her with such gloomy expressions, Alicia asked curiously. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there a problem? We don't know what kind of parts we got, Quadeli said. I only know that I received 8 mesh fragments, and 2 of them are exactly the same. I got 9 mesh fragments, but 3 of them are identical, Ibrahim said helplessly. These 2 guys really have bad luck. Alicia suddenly remembered something. Show me the mesh fragments you got when you leveled up. Hearing this, Ibrahim and Quadeli put all their mesh fragments into the guild's storage. Alicia opened the guild storage and looked for a while, then exclaimed in amazement. The repetition rate of the mesh fragments you got is really high. Even if you combine both of your fragments, they're not as useful as mine alone. None of my fragments are duplicates. Your luck is terrible. So, you're saying you have good luck, Quadeli remarked, thinking that Alicia's smug expression was rather cute. Thinking about her triple coin badge, Alicia smiled and said, I'm a lucky koi, of course I'm luckier than you guys. Koi? The 2 boys looked puzzled. Yes, haven't you heard of the legend of the koi? Alicia, realizing she had accidentally mentioned a symbol of luck from Earth, explained casually. Koi are believed to be incarnations of the luck god in legends. They are beautiful and harmless fish in the water, and people who obtain them and raise them well will be very lucky in whatever they do. The 2 boys had never heard of this legend, but with Alicia's explanation, they understood. They thought about it and felt that what she said wasn't just a joke. This girl really seemed luckier than most people. In the next few days, we should run some dungeons. The most important thing is to get mesh equipment, and when the time comes, we'll let you loot the boss corpses, Ibrahim suggested immediately. Quadeli agreed, and Alicia had no objections either. She felt that her luck was indeed better than theirs. It would be frustrating to go through all the effort of defeating a boss, only to have nothing to show for it because of bad luck. Perhaps because Alicia was straightforward and didn't make things difficult. She handed the half-piece of the guild creation order to the senior. As Alicia's online time was about to end, she heard a system announcement in the War World game. The Whirlwind Guild has applied to establish a guild. This is the second guild established by the youth group, with the following rewards. A guild base in the second ring area of the city, 30,000 gold coins as starting funds, 10 pieces of green equipment, and 10 green robes. The Whirlwind Guild has applied to establish a guild. Youth group. The Whirlwind Guild has applied to establish a guild. Youth group. As usual, the announcement was made 3 times before Alicia could marvel at how fast the senior moved or how closely he was following their pace. She received an invitation from him, stating that if she joined the Whirlwind Squad, she would be made vice president. This player, the senior, doesn't know who I am, right? And yet, he's inviting me to join the Whirlwind Squad, Alicia said with a smile. Ibrahim and Quadeli didn't receive such an invitation. It was clear that the player the senior knew their true identities, so he didn't bother inviting them. Hebrew Adam glanced at Alicia and said, "Reject him right away." Hebrew Adam was a bit displeased. Someone was trying to poach from his turf. Since the situation didn't allow Alicia to wander outside, she didn't need Hebrew Adam to tell her to refuse. She was going to do it anyway. She replied to "I am the senior" via instant message, informing him that a few hours ago she had already joined the guild formed by His Imperial Highness as promised. "I am the senior" almost immediately responded with a message, "Add Alicia. Are you a freshman in year 1 at Xuanku?" "Add I am the senior." "Yes, I am the senior," first replied to Alicia with a string of exclamation marks, and then added, "Today, every student in the year 1 freshman elite class of Xuanku is truly an elite among elites, especially the top few, who almost left us seniors with no room to breathe in front of the instructors." "Add Alicia. Which one are you?" Alicia smiled lightly and replied with a playful message, "I'm not telling you, senior." Guess. Actually, her avatar already showed her appearance among the 3 girls in the year 1 elite class. She was the only one with black hair and black eyes. If the seniors wanted to find out, they could easily check. After thinking for a moment, Alicia added, "To reach such heights, senior, you're being too modest and overestimating us in the year 1 elite class." Alicia's words came from the heart. She firmly believed that there is always someone better out there. These seniors didn't spend those years at the academy for nothing. Although their cultivation levels might not be higher than those of the first-year elite military students, their overall combat capabilities were definitely not low and were enough to crush freshmen like her, whose real combat experience was still quite weak. In the War World game, the reason these senior students were leveling up slower than the freshmen was not because they were weaker, but because they had less time to play. They probably only logged in once every day or two, certainly having much less free time than the freshmen. Alicia now understood that the training tasks for upperclassmen military cadets were much more demanding than for freshmen. When upperclassmen went out for field training, it primarily involved mesh battles and usually took place outside the Imperial capital planet, on planets with harsh climates. Take the 4th-year seniors in the mesh combat department, for example. It had been nearly 2 months since the semester started, but not a single 4th-year cadet had been seen in their classroom. According to Dean Atchison, who was well informed, the 4th-year students had gone out for field training when they were still in their 3rd year and hadn't shown any signs of returning. Apparently, they were currently on a particularly desolate planet, mining and fighting star pirates, with no set date for their return. It seemed likely they wouldn't be back until graduation. As for the 3rd-year students, they went out for field training right at the beginning of the semester and only returned 10 days ago. All the freshmen had seen them. Every one of them was noticeably darker and thinner. It was said that they had gone to Cheyenne Star, a famously scorching hot planet in the Gus Empire, where the heat from the sunlight was nearly enough to melt a person. Alicia had searched for information on Cheyenne Star on the galactic net. The temperature there remained around 40 to 50 degrees Celsius year-round, which was almost unbearable for ordinary humans. However, the humans living on that planet were quite accustomed to such a hot environment and even tended to be plump and fair-skinned. 2nd-year students had it a bit easier. They went out for field training at about the same time as the 1st-year students, but they had been gone for so long that they still hadn't returned. It was said that they would be back next month. Under such circumstances, the fact that these 2 3rd-year seniors were still ranked in the top 10 showed just how strong they were. Alicia had also done some research on the current students and knew who the most outstanding seniors were. These were individuals renowned in novels for their bravery and combat skills, having made significant contributions in battles against the Yunkai people. Although not all of them were lost in the war, only 2 survived. Knowing that these were her direct seniors, Alicia felt a deep sense of admiration for them. Chapter 172, The Hardships of Youth. Hearing that the seniors were trying to poach his teammates, Hebrew Adam frowned deeply. Seeing Alicia smiling as she exchanged messages with the seniors, he instinctively called out to her, "Manny, did you learn a new martial skill today?" "Yes, I got a really good sword technique," Alicia said excitedly. Then, she remembered something and tentatively asked, "Did you two also get some kind of martial skill?" "We did, but they're not as good as the ones I'm already practicing, so I didn't learn them. I'm planning to put them in the guild storage to exchange for supplies," Hebrew Adam replied. "I'm doing the same," Quadeli added. Alicia pouted. Well, these young masters already have access to all kinds of martial skills. How could they be as easily excited as she was, relying on free techniques from War World to train? That's why it isn't easy for ordinary people to stand out. If it weren't for this special period and some special treatment, being given top-tier cultivation methods, no matter how good her potential was, she wouldn't have been able to advance so quickly. Hebrew Adam and Quadeli had a more or less learned to read her expressions, and she was making it quite obvious this time. Hebrew Adam quickly changed the topic and said, "War World actually tends to favor people with your great cultivation potential. The skills you get are bound to be the best." He looked at her meaningfully as he spoke. Alicia looked up at Hebrew Adam in surprise. What did he mean by that? My brother put quite a few heaven-tier techniques in there, Ibrahim hinted. Since Alicia was his friend and also benefited from these special privileges, he didn't mind sharing a bit to make her feel better. Alicia took a deep breath. This wasn't mentioned in the novel. She had thought she was the only one receiving this kind of special treatment. But the Crown Prince truly lived up to his reputation as the #1 male deity in the Gumra Star region in the novel. His vision and generosity were far beyond her own narrow-mindedness. His actions were always focused on the overall development of the Gus Empire. Now that you've got a good technique, hurry up and train. Instructor Dudley was very displeased with me yesterday, saying that I hadn't been tough enough on you and that it's not helping to improve your combat skills. If this continues, I'm afraid he'll personally step in to train you, Ibrahim said. Hearing this long string of words from Ibrahim, Alicia lost all interest in the polite exchanges with the senior. Her face wrinkled up. Oh my gosh. Personal training from Instructor Dudley would mean getting beaten up like a dog, an elaborate form of dog beating. The incident during their field training seemed to have hit a sore spot for Instructor Dudley, causing him to fly into a rage. His face dark as the night sky. Not only did he push them to their limits during every training session, but he also demanded that when Ibrahim and Alicia sparred, apart from life-threatening moves, he should not hesitate to go all out. Instructor Dudley made it sound so easy. Bullying them was effortless for him, but Ibrahim and Alicia were not like him. They weren't ruthless or hardened, they were still young, like small, tender saplings. They couldn't bring themselves to go hard on their friends. So, whenever Alicia and Ibrahim sparred, they tried their best. But they could never really bring themselves to be ruthless. As a result, they would at most inflict minor injuries on each other. I'm almost out of time to log off, Alicia said, ignoring the flashing messages from her friends and focusing on this matter. Captain, when we spar tonight, go a bit harder on me. Alicia would rather be beaten by Ibrahim than be personally trained by Instructor Dudley, as that would be a truly unbearable experience. She didn't want to look back on her days at Xuangu First Military Academy and have most of her memories filled with all sorts of torturous training by Instructor Dudley. Talking about this, Ibrahim was also a bit worried. When facing an enemy, he could strike mercilessly without hesitation, but when the opponent was his teammate, a delicate young girl, he instinctively held back whenever it came to drawing blood. However, Ibrahim also understood that Instructor Dudley was right. If he didn't go harder today and failed to train Alicia to have strong combat skills, then when she faced real enemies in the future, she would likely be even more seriously injured, repeating the events of the last field training incident. If it weren't for the fact that only he could be Alicia's sparring partner within their team, Ibrahim would have really preferred someone else to practice with her. It was just too heart-wrenching. But after Alicia leveled up, her cultivation was a whole tier higher than Su-43, who was the second strongest in their team. Even though her combat skills were still poor, her mental power strongly suppressed Su-43, making it impossible for him to win in sparring matches against her now. Stimulated by this, Alicia was eager to train her swordsmanship and logged off early. Although Ibrahim succeeded in interrupting Alicia's chat with the seniors, he wasn't pleased. Instead, he rubbed his forehead in frustration and turned to Huadeli, asking, "When you spar with Mina, can you go a bit harder on her?" Huadeli, who had been listening to their conversation, immediately understood what Ibrahim meant. He shook his head and said, "I can't do that. My sword can't strike her. Most of the time, it's Dean and Hayatao who spar with Mina." Ibrahim looked at Huadeli and suddenly came up with an idea. "How about you spar with Mani in the future? You should be evenly matched with her, so it would be more effective." Huadeli immediately shook his head and, with a look of fear as if he was trying to avoid something, said, "That's not possible. I can't go hard on her either." Ibrahim immediately looked at Huadeli with suspicion. Why had his cousin suddenly become so soft on girls? He used to be very tough, and he never held back when sparring with Sheila. Huadeli knew Ibrahim was doubting whether he had any special feelings for Alicia. He bitterly smiled to himself. It might be very special indeed, but the situation was unclear, and he couldn't say anything. Alicia didn't know about Ibrahim's concerns. When she sparred with him, she never held back except when targeting his head. However, her combat skills were too weak to inflict any real damage on Ibrahim. As Alicia began to practice the new techniques she learned from War World, she realized that the Flowing Cloud Whip technique and Flowing Cloud Flying Blade technique were just enhancements of her original skills with some new elements. Once she mastered them, their lethality would be significantly improved. However, the new Flowing Cloud Sword technique was entirely different from her previous basic sword skills. This was a completely new swordsmanship. The Flowing Cloud Sword technique wasn't just a set of moves but comprised 10 layers. The first layer alone had 28 moves, which were nimble and tricky, aimed at winning with speed. Perfect for a mentalist like Alicia. After only practicing it twice, Alicia already understood how excellent this sword technique was. It seemed almost tailor-made for her. Chapter 173. Xuan level techniques. With the mentalist meditation technique she had previously learned from War World, which was an advanced form of heavenly level meditation, Alicia found that after learning the flowing cloud sword technique, she could appreciate its subtlety. She began to suspect that this sword technique might also be of a similar or even higher level. Above heavenly level techniques are the Regs Yuan level techniques, which are passed down by powerful beings and are only found in the great ancient families with centuries-old lineages. If such techniques were leaked to the outside world, they would undoubtedly trigger fierce competition and conflict. Thus, it was highly unlikely that these benefits were originally part of War World's offerings. Even if the Crown Prince was generous, he couldn't allow everyone to learn them, as Xuan-level techniques are strictly controlled. So Alicia reasonably suspected that these benefits were specially given to her. The Crown Prince must have gone to great lengths to deliver such top-tier techniques to her without alarming the outside world. Alicia decided that, aside from her intense training, she should ignore everything else for now to not disappoint the Crown Prince's thoughtful efforts. After logging off, Alicia immersed herself in practicing the flowing cloud sword technique in the Jade Pendant space, almost making her late for her morning classes. Practicing the sword technique didn't require any special venue, just enough space, and in such times, the Jade Pendant space became her greatest aid. Because she suspected that the sword techniques she obtained were of a very high level, Alicia didn't dare to reveal them in front of others until she had perfected the moves, fearing that someone might notice something unusual. Therefore, she chose not to practice in the training room and planned to enter the Jade Pendant space to train after returning to her dormitory in the evening. At 10 p.m., after finishing their training, the group of friends exited the training room. Hebrew Adam asked, "Who among you can reach level 10 tonight? I've already established the guild, so apply to join once you reach level 10. Captain, you're the first to advance to level 10 and establish the guild. You're amazing," Sheila said with genuine admiration. Her admiration was sincere and not feigned. It seemed Sheila had given up on forcing herself to please Hebrew Adam. "The guild is named First Guild of Imperial Star City. Hurry up. We need to be the first to get the first kill in the new dungeon," Hebrew Adam said with a somewhat proud expression, clearly enjoying the genuine praise. Su-43 said, "I only have the final leveling task left. I should be able to complete it within an hour after logging in." Tamaki Kezia said, "I have 4 more leveling tasks. It will probably take me 2 to 3 more days to reach level 10. Sheila added, "Captain, I'll need about 2 to 3 days as well. I'm about the same." Tina Venamoin said, "Indeed, everyone's strength and progress was similar." And after a few days, their guild's strength increased significantly. Sheila glanced at the silent Alicia and asked, "Manny, why aren't you speaking? What level are you now? Is your main profession an armorer?" "My main profession is combat master, and my IP name is Alicia," Alicia replied lightly. "So Alicia is you, Wu-Oh." "As expected of you, Wu-Oh." Ranking 3rd in the youth group leaderboard, Alicia, a player who had never shown up before, suddenly appeared yesterday and immediately replaced the anonymous players who had been in 2nd and 3rd places. This led everyone to speculate that the anonymous player might be Alicia. "Is that anonymous player you?" Tamaki Kezia asked excitedly. "Yes," Alicia said. Since it was already public, she saw no reason to hide it. Alicia always likes to keep a low profile. Everyone had been guessing the identity of the anonymous player. "I had some suspicion it was you because only you have that level of strength," Su-43 remarked. "The nail that sticks up gets hammered down. People like you who aren't afraid of trouble have a lot more confidence than I do. Even if my guardian can handle it, I don't want to add trouble for them," Alicia said lightly. This was a very practical issue, and the group fell silent, shifting their discussion to their expectations for the guild. Before parting ways, the group of friends agreed on a time to log into the game and then went their separate ways. When Alicia returned to her dorm, she noticed there was still time left, so she followed her plan and spent an hour and a half practicing swordsmanship in the Jade Pendant space before taking a shower and heading to the game pod for sleep. At the preset time, Alicia logged into the game. This time, she didn't appear in Hallen City but directly entered the guild headquarters hall in Imperial Star City. When she arrived, she saw Hebrew Adam and Huadeli already talking in the hall, suggesting they had arrived a few minutes earlier. Yesterday, they had set up the guild's designated areas, so today they could quietly review information and strategies while waiting for the other members to level up. Alicia checked the forum world and found that the 3rd guild had not yet been established. Currently, the guild leaderboard in the youth world of the game only listed their Imperial Star City First Guild and the Whirlwind Guild. The Imperial Star City First Guild had 3 members, while the Whirlwind Guild had 2 members, making them rather small. "We need to hurry, or others might beat us to it," Huadeli said with a frown. "We need 5 people to start the dungeon quest. Contact Dean Atchison, Gao Haitao, and Su-43 to see how they're doing. Let's go help them speed things up," Hebrew Adam said. The 2 young masters were very eager to get the first kill in the dungeon and couldn't sit still. "You go ahead." "But I have something to discuss," Alicia said, and both boys turned to look at her. "Put the mesh parts you have into the guild warehouse. I'll see if I can assemble a mesh." With the captain's strength, having a mesh would make taking down the dungeon boss a piece of cake. This was a very good idea. Having a teammate who could both fight and assemble meshes was great. After the two boys put their mesh parts into the guild warehouse, they went out to find the other members, leaving Alicia alone in the guild to assemble the mesh. Half an hour later, Alicia heard the Youth World channel in the game announce, "Congratulations to Player Planet King for being the 7th to reach level 10. Reward: an upgrade gift pack. Congratulations to Player Planet King. Congratulations to Player Planet King." After 3 consecutive World channel announcements, Alicia then heard the guild channel, "Huafishan invites Planet King to join the Imperial City's first guild." Dean Acheson had reached level 10, so now they had 4 members. Soon after, Huadeli and Dean Acheson, whose player ID was Planet King, returned to the guild headquarters. There were teleportation items in the game, but the cost of 50 gold per use was steep, and not everyone was willing to spend that. "Warm welcome to our guild. We still need 5 more mesh parts. Dean, quickly give me the mesh parts you have," Alicia said briefly, eager to get the parts. Chapter 174, Mesh Number 1. For a mesh manufacturer, being unable to complete assembly due to missing parts is nearly unbearable, akin to how someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder would feel under similar circumstances. Once immersed in this state, it's the same for Alicia. Although many mesh manufacturers are known to suffer from obsessive-compulsive tendencies, they had never seen Alicia in such a state before, assuming she was not like that. However, Dean Acheson soon realized he was mistaken and did not dare to protest. After Dean Acheson placed all the mesh fragments he had collected while leveling up into the warehouse, Alicia immediately checked them over and frowned again. "We're still missing 2 pieces. The 2 boys, seeing Alicia, who was usually calm, now agitated because of the missing parts, did not dare to speak up. They felt uncomfortable with this side of her and didn't want to see her so distressed. Dean Acheson, feeling uneasy about Alicia's agitation, finally said, "How about I buy the missing parts from the shop for you?" What does he mean? Does he think she can't afford it? It's not that she can't buy them. She just doesn't want to spend the money. Alicia furrowed her brows, about to respond to Dean Acheson, when the World Channel chimed in. "Congratulations to player Yuan Miu Miu for being the 8th to reach level 10. Reward: an upgrade gift pack." "Who is this Yuan Miu Miu?" Huadeli asked with a worried frown. According to the rankings and experience points, it should have been Su-43 who leveled up next. How did a completely unfamiliar player suddenly appear? Hebrew Adam went to help Su-43 personally, so why hasn't he leveled up yet? Their first guild is just 1 person short, and they don't want to be beaten by the Whirlwind Guild. The urgency of wanting to seize every second, while feeling that the control is out of their hands, left the 3 partners in the guild hall feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. Fortunately, at this moment, the guild channel announced that His Highness the Emperor had invited Yuan Miu Miu into the guild, and the 3 partners breathed a sigh of relief. No matter who this player was, he was now one of their own, and they finally had 5 people to start their dungeon exploration. The 3 of them looked at the avatar, and the newly joined player turned out to be Su-43. Su-43's new ID is Yuan Miu Miu. "What a strange name," Dean Acheson remarked with a laugh. "Hey, wasn't his name Tanxia Swordmaster yesterday? Why did he change it to Yuan Miu Miu today?" Alicia asked in surprise. "Must have paid to change it," Huadeli said. "Must have too much money and no place to spend it," Alicia said, puzzled, as Su-43 usually didn't have any particularly eccentric traits. Tanxia Swordmaster was cooler. It sounded so impressive. Dean Acheson commented. "That would indeed have been more flamboyant." "Well, one wants to become an immortal and the other wants to become a king. Both have lofty goals." "Dean, how can you laugh at someone else?" Alicia criticized Dean Acheson for his audacity in mocking others. As soon as Alicia finished speaking, Hebrew Adam entered the guild hall with Su-43. Dean Acheson's retort was just about to come out. "So tell me, who are you trying to be the sweetheart of?" "My own sweetheart." Alicia rolled her eyes at Dean Acheson, disregarding her image. "You're just a minor, thinking too much, as if you're an adult," Dean Acheson retorted playfully. With the arrival of a new member, there were new parts available. Alicia had no interest in continuing the banter with Dean Acheson. She approached Su-43 with an authoritative demeanor, demanding the mesh parts. Faced with such a commanding partner, Su-43, without any rebellious attitude, handed over the parts obediently. 15 minutes later, Alicia, excited, emerged from the mesh assembly room and handed Hebrew Adam a mesh component. "Since everyone's mesh parts are different models, I made some data adjustments and assembled a low config mesh with 100 points each in defense and damage, but with negative agility. Try to see if it works for you." With both defense and damage each at 100 points, Hebrew Adam, who already had high damage output, found it to be a significant boost. He eagerly headed to the mesh room to test it out. "Alicia, you can't be biased. You assembled the meshes and only gave them to your team leader," Dean Acheson said, a bit envious and resentful. Alicia glanced at him and said, "Later, when we go to the dungeon, you should pray for some good luck and collect more mesh parts. Based on your stats, I'll assemble a mesh that's more suitable for you." Dean Acheson's eyes lit up. "You can do that too?" "Didn't you know that Rick Amber, the head of the mesh manufacturing department, is my senior, so it's not surprising that I know this, Alicia thought, trying to resist rolling her eyes at Dean Acheson. It would be too impolite. Then make mine second. If you don't have enough parts, just let me know. Dean Acheson immediately put himself in line, realizing that his earlier questions were actually aimed at this. Third comes after me, and I definitely prioritize myself first, Alicia said firmly. She had no intention of self-sacrifice. I'll be fourth, Sue 43 said, not holding back. Being polite would just lead to delays. As for Quadeli, whose face was not as thick-skinned as Dean Acheson's and who didn't have the same connections as Sue 43, he ended up in fifth place without contesting with the two. The boys all went to the mesh room to check out the meshes. Alicia continued assembling meshes with the remaining parts. Soon, Hebrew Adam came out and gathered everyone together. He first spoke to Alicia. It's acceptable. It's much stronger than relying on physical strength when fighting the boss. We now have 5 people, and it's still early. Let's go out and start clearing dungeons. Hebrew Adam generously allowed everyone to choose suitable equipment from the warehouse and used guild funds to purchase potions and other supplies needed for dungeon clearing from the shop. Alicia was surprised when Hebrew Adam bought a piece of blue equipment from the game shop, a long sword with a 50+ damage bonus, and gave it to her as payment for assembling the mesh. Seeing that the other 3 boys had no objections, Alicia accepted it without hesitation. With this long sword, her sword skill damage reached 350 points, ensuring her contribution in the dungeon wouldn't be at the bottom. Under Hebrew Adam's lead, the 5 of them used the teleportation array and arrived at a forest. Although Alicia had the profitability from the novel perspective, there wasn't much description of dungeon clearing in the novels. Especially when it came to dungeon battles, the depiction was often fragmented and focused more on emotional conflicts, with little coherent detail, and with emphasis on the romantic entanglements of the main characters. In the real world, Mina Ollie had her ranking drop due to injury, and her role in the initial dungeon clearing was non-existent, and Sheila no longer clung to Huadeli. It can be said that the dungeon clearing scenarios involving the male and female leads in the novels have little reference value in the real world. Since the emergence of Hebrew Adam, a major variable, many things have changed, with Huadeli being the most significantly affected. Chapter 175, Dull and Dismal. From Alicia's perspective, in the current world, Huadeli's cultivation is even stronger and more impressive than in the novel. However, because of the presence of Hebrew Adam, who surpasses him both in identity and cultivation, his protagonist's halo seems dim and lackluster. Both are in the same place and the same tier, but Hebrew Adam completely overshadows Huadeli. Whether it's forming the guild or clearing dungeons, there's no doubt that Hebrew Adam is the leader. Hebrew Adam is nothing like the debauched young master described in the novel. Not only does he have exceptional combat abilities, but his intelligence is also on par with Huadeli's. Since the start of the school year, Alicia has never seen Huadeli show any sign of discontent. Alicia is quite surprised at how much a person can change. Hebrew Adam hasn't been reborn or transported. It's puzzling how he seems to be a completely different person from the one in the novel. While changes in cultivation potential might just be due to physical changes, how could intelligence change? Alicia speculates that Hebrew Adam's intelligence might have always been high. It's just that his mediocre cultivation potential might have prevented him from being recognized as a genius, leading him to adopt a frivolous lifestyle instead. Alicia thinks about it and realizes that the novel's second prince is a jerk, but it never describes him as foolish. Looking at the dungeon locations and strategies that Hebrew Adam obtained, Alicia can't help but admire him. Despite everyone leveling up to level 10 within half an hour, Hebrew Adam not only established the guild but also acquired the dungeon strategies. She didn't even know where Hebrew Adam found the dungeon strategy, and even Huadeli looked impressed. Alicia glanced at the approximate location of the dungeon and confirmed that it wasn't the same one the novel's main characters first explored. The novel described the dungeon as being located in a wilderness, while this one was on the edge of a forest. Hebrew Adam looked at the trees on the forest's edge for a moment, then suddenly ordered, "Everyone, come over here immediately." The other 4, who had been watching him, quickly gathered round. Hebrew Adam drew his long knife and struck it against the trunk of a tree. At the base of the tree, which was large enough for 3 people to embrace, a black hole suddenly appeared. A strong suction force pulled them inside. The method of entry looked quite frightening if there were others present, but in reality, Alicia and the others only felt the space around them shift before they found themselves standing firmly at the edge of a large square, with no danger or excitement. Alicia looked out at the square, where 200 or 300 small monsters were walking around aimlessly. Her task panel displayed Square Altar Dungeon with the objective being Pandora's Necklace. "How should we tackle this, guild leader?" Huadeli asked. "I don't have detailed strategy instructions," Hebrew Adam replied. "It just says we need to kill the boss and retrieve the necklace from her neck to complete the task." "Well then, let's take out these small monsters and push straight to the center of the square," Dean Acheson said with a seasoned tone. Clearly an experienced player, Right, the square is filled with level 5 and 6 small monsters. With our damage output, we can almost eliminate them with a single hit. We'll push straight into the inner square and then assess the situation. Hebrew Adam responded after a moment of thought. We'll advance in a line, Hebrew Adam added. The 5 of them were top-tier players in the youth group, known for their high damage output. Taking down level 5 and 6 monsters was a trivial task. Alicia had no objections. Those monsters had around 500 health points and low agility, so they could be dealt with in 2 or 3 hits, making them perfect for practicing her newly learned flowing cloud sword technique. Meanwhile, at the Whirlwind Guild, the player Ryan the Senior was setting up the guild's base. His teammate had invited the newly ranked 10th player to join the guild. This year's freshmen are really impressive. The 9th place player is also from their guild. Now their guild has 6 members. They're probably already starting to farm dungeons, while we still don't have enough members. It seems we won't be able to secure the first kill of the dungeon, said I am the Senior's teammate. When has the second prince ever been content to be overshadowed? Even if he was a playboy before, he wouldn't allow others to underestimate him. Now that he has both ability and luck, not only is he strong himself, but his teammates are also formidable. How could he let others get ahead of him? I am the Senior said. That black-haired girl we traded with yesterday, is she really the Roma genius telekinetic? It's a pity we couldn't recruit her. Are we going to end up being a guild with only single members? I am the Senior's teammate asked. As long as you have the ability to recruit capable girls into the guild, I won't oppose it. I am the Senior replied with a glance. I don't have that ability. In our mesh combat department, if there's even one girl, there would be at least 5 or 6 protectors. I can't beat so many of them, his teammate exaggeratedly said. The girls in other departments are too delicate. None of them are strong enough. How can we be friends with them? It's said that there are even fewer women in the military. At this rate, we're bound to be single. Looking for a girlfriend isn't the same as looking for an opponent. With this mindset, it's no wonder he's always talking about wanting a relationship but only ends up talking empty words. I am the Senior thought disdainfully. The boys in this year's elite class are indeed lucky. The elite class has never had so many girls, and 3 of them are beauties. We're the most unlucky ones, with not a single girl in our class. Among the 4 elite classes, we're the only single class. I am the Senior's teammate expressed various feelings of envy and jealousy toward the boys in this year's elite class. Even having just one girl would be better. Although the chances of him making a move are slim, at least it would be a relief to have something pleasant to look at. Seeing only rough boys every day is really nauseating. I am the Senior's teammate looked disdainful, completely unaware that he himself was the roughest of the rough boys. Dreaming is more realistic, I am the Senior said mercilessly. Hurry up and get to work. Stop wasting time. Our team should be complete tomorrow as well, so don't delay our dungeon run. I am the Senior's teammate continued to think, then suddenly chuckled. Captain, the genius telekinetic girl seems really impressive. Now that you have her contact information, if you don't mind that she's a commoner, you could pursue her. She's beautiful, has a good personality, and more importantly, her cultivation potential is definitely above E grade. To be honest, a genius like her being a commoner might even be better. Fewer family constraints and complicated social connections. As long as her family supports her, she's bound to lean towards them. I am the Senior paused, looking thoughtful. His teammate's eyes suddenly lit up. No way, you're actually interested? You haven't even met her yet. Aren't you usually so cold-hearted? You even pushed away a junior who threw herself at you. I am the Senior gave him a disdainful look, thinking how some people just can't stop causing trouble. Chapter 176, Strategy Guide for Dungeons. I'm the Senior said, you can list out all the good things about that girl yourself, but do you think others are blind and only you have good taste? It's unlikely that we outsiders will have a chance with her. True, the boys in the elite class of their first year are probably not all idiots. They wouldn't let others steal what's in their own bowl, his teammate said with a hint of regret. Although he was rough around the edges, after several years of working together, he had come to understand his captain quite well. Seeing his captain's puzzled expression when he mentioned pursuing that girl was something he had never seen before. Unfortunately, no matter what plans they had, they didn't have time. Pursuing a girl requires time. If you can't even see her, who would be interested in you? Even if there was temporary interest, after not seeing you for a while, they might forget about you entirely, let alone remain interested. So, apart from the girls around them, unless it's a family alliance, they would have to wait until they reach a certain status in the military and gain some freedom before they could pursue their desired partners. Alicia, however, was unaware that the Senior was daydreaming about her while she was happily playing dungeons with her friends. It was unclear whether it was due to their strong abilities or the weakness of the small monsters in the dungeons, but whenever Alicia and her team encountered small monsters, they defeated them easily. When they faced small bosses, they also defeated them smoothly, steadily advancing through the dungeon and collecting many mecha fragments from the small bosses. Alicia, using Dean Acheson as a contrast, truly showcased her luck as a little red hand or lucky fish, managing to gather quite a few mecha fragments from the rarely dropping small bosses. This was in sharp contrast to Dean Acheson, who, despite his attempts, had come up empty-handed twice. Naturally, the team members were no longer willing to let Dean Acheson loot the small boss corpses. Go away. Your luck is better kept out of sight. You're just wasting our chances. Dean Acheson, who was very fond of looting boss corpses, felt quite disappointed. In the past, his luck had been better. Since they had been progressing smoothly, within less than 10 minutes, they found themselves in front of the big boss, which was almost unbelievable. Why was this dungeon map so simple? There were no winding, convoluted paths, no various levels of obstacles. The small monsters were only level 5 or 6, and the small bosses were around level 10, making it easy for them to advance. How could the small monsters in the dungeon be easier than the monsters they usually faced for leveling up? But once they saw the big boss clearly, all their disbelief vanished. They understood why now. With such a powerful big boss, there was no need for any schemes or tricks in the face of absolute strength. This big boss was a level 15 boss. The leap from level 5 to level 15 was significant, and the big boss had a clear level advantage over them. Boss, how do we fight it? Su-43's tone changed, and his natural pressure was evident. Let alone the suppression from levels, Hebrew Adam pondered for a moment. The strategy he had obtained did not include any information about the boss, so there was no strategy for how to fight it. Pandora's necklace. Look at that necklace the boss named Pandora is wearing. That's our target. It means we need to take her down to get the necklace from around her neck, Alicia analyzed. Hebrew Adam considered for a moment and then said, Manny, you have the most health and the fastest movement. You go first to pull the boss. Don't engage her in combat. Just draw her out and let her use her skills. We'll observe her data first and then formulate our attack strategy. Without knowing the boss's strength, they couldn't just rush in and start attacking. They needed to assess the boss's situation first. Alicia nodded. This was definitely the right approach. Alicia ran ahead, distancing herself from her teammates, and then used her telekinetic daggers to attack the big boss. Alicia expected the boss to dodge, but to her surprise, both telekinetic daggers hit. However, Alicia couldn't be pleased because the damage value that appeared from the boss was only 170 points. Compared to the boss's nearly 50,000 health, the damage from Alicia's skills was hopelessly low. After entering the dungeon, Alicia and her team noticed an additional health bar on their attribute panels. Alicia had 9,000 health points and thought it was quite high. It was the highest among her team, with Hebrew Adam having only 8,200 health points. But compared to this big boss, their health was utterly insignificant. After being hit by Alicia's daggers, the boss clearly became enraged and used a halo skill from her staff against Alicia. Although Alicia tried to dodge, the attack was incredibly fast, and she couldn't avoid it in time, resulting in an immediate loss of 500 health points. The boss's damage output was 3 times higher than hers. Alicia's daggers circled above the boss's head and then struck again. This time, the damage from the daggers was even lower, only 120 points. After attacking, Alicia immediately retreated. Despite her quick evasion, she still couldn't avoid the halo attack, losing 235 health points instantly. Let's all attack it together, Hebrew Adam said, recognizing the dire situation, and ordered everyone to launch a group assault. If Alicia continued to attack like this, her health would quickly deplete, and they would be teleported out with insufficient numbers to continue the fight. Hebrew Adam slashed with his sword, dealing 210 damage to the boss. The boss's attention immediately shifted to Hebrew Adam, who then lost 371 health points. The other team members also attacked desperately, dealing over 100 damage points with each hit. The combined efforts soon began to make the boss's health bar show blank spots. The boss's health bar decreased slowly, but Alicia and her team's health bars were dropping rapidly. Even when the boss's health was still at 40,000, it stood firm, trading blows with them. Alicia and her team couldn't hold out, as within half an hour, their health was reduced to only half. This approach won't work. We'll definitely be the ones who die first. You all retreat to the edge of the attack range. I'll put on the mesh and attack the boss, Hebrew Adam said. Alicia knew her self-assembled mesh well. It added at most an extra 100 points to defense and 100 points to damage, which wouldn't make a decisive difference. However, once Hebrew Adam donned the mesh, Alicia discovered that he had equipped it with thermal weapons bought from the store. One shell hit the boss and caused the boss to lose over 2,000 health points immediately. Alicia said, somewhat dumbfounded. Aren't we supposed to hone our combat skills? Using thermal weapons like this, no boss can withstand it. How are we supposed to practice? Dean Acheson looked at Alicia with a hint of disdain and said, do you think anyone can afford these shells? Each one costs 1,000 gold coins. Besides him, none of us can afford them. It's a money burner, Alicia thought. She fell silent. It was no surprise that the privileged class had money. If the situation weren't so dire and Hebrew Adam wasn't so eager to get the first kill of the dungeon, he probably wouldn't have used them like this. Chapter 177, Torture of Body and Soul. Alicia was busy with her studies during the day, practicing in the afternoon and evening, and once she had free time at night, she would engage in battles in the war realm, contributing to the top guild of Imperial Star City. She was truly overwhelmed with tasks. One afternoon, exhausted, Alicia sat next to Sheila, watching their teammates being relentlessly drilled by the instructors on a sports field. Sheila suddenly murmured, "It's been almost 3 months since our last training session. How come we haven't started the second one yet, huh?" Alicia was momentarily taken aback. Stuck in school every day, being tormented by instructors while studying and practicing. "I'm getting fed up. I really want to go out and have some fun." Alicia then realized that when the school year had just begun, she had heard seniors mention that the Xuangu Military Academy had a tradition spanning hundreds of years. First-year students were supposed to go out for training at the end of every month. But now, 4 months into the school year, their class of first-year students had only gone out for training once. The centuries-old tradition had been broken without any announcement from the school. Since Alicia had obtained the flowing cloud sword technique, she had become somewhat obsessed with her training, neglecting other matters and not even noticing such an obvious issue. If Sheila hadn't complained, she might have forgotten about it altogether. This was another difference between the real world and the novel's plot. Alicia couldn't remember if the main characters in the novel went out for training every month during their first year. However, she did recall that their second training session took place on a desert-covered barren planet. The third training session seemed to be in a tropical forest. Yes, it was likely the barren planet, the same one where Teresa Du had gone missing. On that barren planet, the main characters were attacked by puppet assassins, and 2 or 3 of their disposable classmates died. Alicia couldn't remember their names, but she was sure they were students from the elite class. Of course, the main characters survived. If they had died, they wouldn't be the main characters anymore. However, the female protagonist was seriously injured, which provided the male protagonist with many heroic rescue moments. This became a catalyst for their relationship, transforming it from a family alliance to genuine romantic feelings. However, Alicia felt that in the real world, the relationship between Huadeli and Mina Oli wasn't as indifferent as described in the novel. At least Mina Oli had romantic feelings for Huadeli, while Huadeli seemed entirely focused on his training, appearing somewhat oblivious. Still, he did show some difference in his attitude toward Mina Oli. "Do you think it's possible that the reason we haven't had another training session might be related to the ambush we encountered last time, and the captain and Mina Oli's subsequent assassination attempt? Maybe the school is afraid to send us out?" Sheila whispered. "Quite likely." Alicia considered and nodded in agreement. Alicia only realized after joining the Xuangu Military Academy that there were no ordinary people in this school. Even a simple instructor was a level 5 warrior, and the academy's security team was incredibly strong, comparable to top experts in regular military units. This showed how much they valued the safety of their young trainees. With such strength, even if a large group of first-year students went out for training, the protective forces ensuring their safety would not be weak. So the reason the school hasn't allowed them to go out must be due to a threat to their safety from the outside. The Xuangu Military Academy made a strong impression on Alicia, particularly in how much they emphasized training. Although she had encountered danger during her first training session, not only did her combat skills improve significantly, but she also gained immense benefits. Thus, Alicia felt that going out for practical experience was the true way to train, while staying in school was merely like nurturing plants in a greenhouse. Only by going outside could one develop real combat ability. From this, it could be inferred that the force capable of threatening their safety must be extremely powerful, given the school's decision to keep them confined to campus rather than letting them go out for training. However, apart from Sheila privately discussing this with her, the other teammates didn't seem to find this situation unusual. Alicia hadn't seen anyone else discussing it, likely because they were well informed and already knew the details, so they had set the matter aside. Although Alicia was somewhat curious, she didn't ask about it. It was fine to wait. She wasn't in a hurry. Alicia had gained so much from the previous training session that her warrior level and telekinesis level had advanced one after the other, and she had soon acquired new martial skills. These needed to be consolidated. Her swordsmanship had only reached the second stage, and she also needed more practice with her dagger technique, aiming to master the thought-guided skill taught by her master. As for improving combat strength, Alicia didn't feel that she would stagnate at all. For the past month, Instructor Dudley and Chief Instructor Han Zhengbing had been helping them, the young trainees, enhance their practical combat skills every night. Every 2 days, it would be Alicia's turn to improve her combat skills, so almost every other night, Alicia spent in the recovery pod, and her teammates also took turns receiving this treatment. This was true tough love education. During each practice session with the instructors, Alicia was beaten to the point of excruciating pain. It was a far cry from the ease of practicing with her teammates before. She had to use all her strength to resist and avoid getting hurt. Getting beaten so much made her fear the pain. Not only did her body react instinctively, but her mind also involuntarily replayed the battles, trying to figure out how to avoid the instructor's killing blows. No one wanted to experience that kind of pain again. At first, everyone thought the instructors had gone mad for being so harsh on them before and after the school started. Although Instructor Dudley had been tough on them during the special training, he had never caused such severe injuries. He had only pushed them to their physical limits. So, despite the obvious intention to quickly improve their combat skills, the harshness of Instructor Dudley and Han Zengbing made the elite class students fearful and somewhat resentful. However, the elite class soon noticed that whenever they were severely injured and sent to the recovery pod, the instructors' faces were grave, and their moods were visibly poor. Everyone wasn't naive. It was clear that Han Zengbing and Instructor Dudley didn't want to inflict such severe injuries, but they had compelling reasons that necessitated this approach. After all, they were the instructors' students, and the instructors weren't truly cold-hearted. The harshness they imposed must have pained them as well. So while they were suffering physical torture, the instructors were suffering emotionally. With this in mind, the elite class students felt more balanced. However, even with such devilish training, Alicia still sensed the hidden pressure on Instructor Dudley and Han Zengbing. They seemed extremely eager to rapidly enhance their group's combat capabilities, wishing they could become strong all at once. Nevertheless, the effectiveness of this approach was very clear. Alicia and her teammates' combat skills were rapidly improving. In particular, Alicia, who had switched from the mecha system to the combat system midway, showed the greatest progress, moving from being notoriously poor in practical combat to making significant strides. Chapter 178 The Return of Conspiracy. In the eyes of the elite class, Alicia was a peculiar extreme. Her demeanor was unlike anything they had seen from an ordinary person. Her cultivation and combat abilities were also extremes. Her cultivation was very high, and like Hebrew Adam, she had the highest telekinesis level among the 4 grades of students at the Xiuangu Military Academy. However, her combat strength did not match her level of cultivation at all, falling far short and making people shake their heads in frustration. The instructors were disappointed, with Instructor Dudley especially seeing her as a thorn in his side, eager to push her combat skills to the limit. So, when the instructors decided to intensify the training to improve their practical combat skills, Alicia ended up bearing the brunt of it, getting beaten the most and spending the most time in the recovery pod. At first, the elite students sympathized with her pitiful condition and felt very sorry for her. However, it quickly became apparent that sympathy was a joke. Although Alicia's cultivation was high, her combat skills were initially poor, which gave her teammates some advantage in battles. But after a month of training, Alicia's combat abilities surged, and the misfortune fell on the others. Previously, Alicia and Su-43 would usually end up in a draw, or occasionally Su-43 would win. But now, Su-43 would lose within an hour of fighting her, and the others fared even worse, crying from the torment of her elusive and unpredictable flying daggers. Alicia's cultivation level was higher than theirs, so losing to her wasn't too disheartening for her teammates, but the instructors' reactions made their losses quite difficult to bear. Thus, their sympathy had clearly been misplaced. Alicia originally would not have been able to last more than 100 moves against Hebrew Adam. However, now, under Hebrew Adam's full attack, Alicia could endure for up to 2 hours without being defeated, until her physical and telekinetic energy were exhausted, leading to her eventual loss. This demonstrates that under the instructor's tough love training, Alicia's practical combat skills have advanced remarkably, showing a significant leap in improvement. In a luxurious mansion somewhere in the imperial capital, a middle-aged man was anxiously receiving a transmission from someone, his face a mix of urgency and fear. "It's not that I don't want to act, but it seems the last operation was discovered, and now those people are heavily guarded. They're not coming out for training as usual, so we can't find an opportunity to act, and our people can't infiltrate." The person on the other end of the transmission said only one sentence in a mechanical voice before hanging up. The middle-aged man sat there with a deathly pale face, sweating profusely, and regretted once again being controlled by his own greed. That night, the Adam squad once again sent the severely injured Alicia into the recovery pod. Since there were dedicated medical assistants on night duty, the 5 of them did not need to stay behind for a guard duty. This was a familiar routine for them, and they left without any worries, knowing they would see their lively and energetic teammate again the next day. They did not return to their dormitory but went up to their personal rest area on the upper floor. Over the past month, due to the heavy training, the elite class students were almost incapable of moving by the end of each day. Given this situation, the instructor's special permission to skip dormitory curfews had allowed them to sleep in the team's training room's personal rest area for the past month. Hebrew Adam thought he had been prudent, having arranged for the rest area to be made very comfortable at the start of the school year. Now, it was proving useful. Although they mostly slept in the game pods, the comfortable environment was a welcome respite, and he didn't mind using credits for it. Due to the intensive training, their plans in the War Realm were progressing slower than anticipated. Although they had achieved first kills in the first and second dungeons, they had struggled for several days without completing the first kill in the third dungeon. Fortunately, the team from the Whirlwind Squad was also facing difficulties and had only managed one first kill as well. They had been busy for over 10 days and had yet to secure a second first kill, reportedly also being extremely busy. As for other players, more than 20 players had already reached level 10. Some player teams had completed the first kills in 2 dungeons, but so far, no third guild had been established, likely because those players had not yet obtained the guild establishment orders. The half-guild establishment order in Huadeli's hands was originally agreed to be kept, and despite high offers in the combat realm world, he remained unmoved. He wasn't interested in the gold, and others had no way to acquire it. If it weren't for the fact that Alicia was the direct junior and that she needed some credit coins, Hebrew Adam wouldn't have allowed her to sell that half-guild establishment order. After finishing his medicinal bath, Hebrew Adam thought about how Alicia, the main force of the team, had been sent to the recovery pod again today. It seemed unlikely they would be able to complete the dungeon today. The main force for this dungeon had to be telekinetic masters, but Mina Oli should be able to reach level 10 today. With her and Alicia working together, they should be able to clear it in one go. Fortunately, there was no death setting in the dungeon. When mana and health dropped to 100, players would automatically be teleported out. Otherwise, they would all be reduced to level 0. As Hebrew Adam was thinking, he opened his holographic computer. He had received a message from his mother during training but hadn't had time to respond. Now, he planned to reply to her. To his surprise, as soon as he sent the message, the Queen personally sent a communication. Hebrew Adam hadn't returned to the palace for over 2 months. He could no longer accommodate his mother's wishes as he used to, and their relationship had become somewhat strained. Moreover, his training schedule was so packed that he hadn't been in touch with her for a long time. Seeing his mother's smiling face so suddenly felt a bit out of place, but he was happy. He enjoyed seeing his mother in a good mood with a broad smile. Hebrew, in 10 days. It will be my 60th birthday. I am planning a formal banquet, and I would like you to bring your friends along. I am eager to meet the comrades who fight alongside you, Queen Amber said with a joyful expression. Hebrew Adam hadn't seen his mother this happy in a long time, and she was also very kind to him. Naturally, he had no reason to refuse. Although the situation outside was tense, the security in the palace was stricter, so as long as he was careful, there shouldn't be any problems. Hebrew Adam thought it over carefully and still felt that the biggest security concern if they went to the banquet would be the journey there. The Queen's birthday party at the palace would surely invite many people, and the news would inevitably spread. Even if no one disclosed his whereabouts, others could easily guess that he would attend. For the past 2 months, they had been staying at the school, and those with ulterior motives had tried every possible means but still couldn't find an opportunity to enter the school. In this situation, once those people learned that they would be attending the banquet, it was only natural that they would take advantage of the opportunity. Chapter 179. What kind of monster? Since the Queen has said this, it means that the King has already agreed. As for whether the elder brother knows about it, Hebrew Adam is unsure, although Hebrew Adam is strongly opposed to the Queen hosting a birthday party during such tense times, since the invitations have already been sent out. As her son, he cannot ask her to cancel and embarrass her. He also cannot stop the Queen from inviting his friends. After all, attending a birthday party at the royal palace is a great honor for most of his friends, particularly for noble families. Unable to refuse his mother's request and unwilling to let anything happen to his friends, Hebrew Adam must plan how to ensure their safety. While he may not have as much power as his elder brother, after the last training session, the King secretly entrusted him with some covert forces that he could utilize. On the surface, he will mobilize his entire royal guard to protect himself and his friends. With both overt and covert protective measures, their safety during the journey should be well secured. However, having experienced many events and several brushes with death, Hebrew Adam's previous arrogance has been worn away. Although he believes his arrangements are solid, he acknowledges that his youth and inexperience mean he should not be complacent and needs to carefully review his plan for any potential flaws. After further contemplation and listing detailed protective measures, he finally felt relieved when he found no apparent flaws. However, Hebrew Adam thought again about what he and his friends represent to the Gus Empire, and the importance of not making any mistakes. Fearing that his own power might still be insufficient and his plans might not be comprehensive enough, and unsure whether his elder brother knows about the matter, he sent a message to his elder brother to inform him of the situation. Although it was already late at night, his elder brother, who is diligent in state affairs during the day and trains late into the night, was likely still training and had not yet rested. Having first served in the military before transitioning to politics, the elder brother is not only more experienced in these matters but also sharper and more thorough in his thinking. Hebrew Adam thought about this as he sent the message. After receiving the message from his younger brother, the Crown Prince pondered for a while before messaging Huadeki and then replied to Hebrew Adam, "We will discuss this tomorrow." This indicates that his elder brother does not currently know about the Queen's planned banquet. If he did, he would be more assured and not simply pondering in silence. The elder brother rarely returns to the palace and does not concern himself with the Queen's affairs. It is therefore normal that he is unaware of the Queen's plans if she wishes to keep them hidden from him. Hebrew Adam could only follow his brother's advice. go to bed, and wait for news the next day. Early the next morning, Huadeki arrived at the Crown Prince's office and reported. What's the plan here? Holding a banquet at this time? Does she want to make it easier for others to scheme against her son? The queen's motives are indeed suspicious. Even the king wasn't informed beforehand, but since she sent out the invitations yesterday, we have to go through with it for the palace's reputation, the Crown Prince said, clearly irritated. She also invited all of Hebrew Adam's elite classmates. What? Huadeki exclaimed. Like a wolf whose tail had been stepped on, the bounty list issue hasn't been resolved yet. We can't let Hebrew and Manny leave the school. The bounty list issue must be resolved as soon as possible. However, since they have been hiding at the school, others have been lurking without finding an opportunity, and we have no clues either, the Crown Prince replied. I don't want them to take any risks, not even a little. If anything happens to them, I would definitely be beaten up by the elders, Huadeki said candidly. If they stay inside, those people will put pressure on the school, and over time, the school may not be safe either. It might be better to turn this situation to our advantage and see if we can eliminate the threat. Also, the Queen's decision to hold the banquet might have been influenced by someone behind the scenes, who used her to lure Hebrew and his friends out of the school. She is Hebrew's mother, and it's important for her to be aware of some things. I'm afraid she might inadvertently put Hebrew in danger by not knowing anything. Telling her directly might not work, but this could be a good opportunity, the Crown Prince said thoughtfully. The Crown Prince rarely spoke so much. His detailed analysis indicated that his decision was well thought out, not made on a whim. In fact, Huadeki knew that the Crown Prince's approach was the most appropriate. Once he accepted that he couldn't prevent the situation, he calmed down, realizing that if he couldn't stop it, he had to do his best, which was his strength. The two of them spent a full hour in the office finalizing the security measures. As Huadeki was about to leave to put the plan into action, he hesitated and turned back. The Crown Prince looked at him with an emotionless expression. If this guy turned back, it usually meant there was a troubling issue. Can we acknowledge our sister now? Uncle and aunt know about her, and aunt has already contacted her privately. Our sister is aware of the situation. If we continue to ignore her, she might think we don't value her at all. Huadeki asked. We previously avoided acknowledging her to prevent her identity from attracting dangerous attention from certain organizations, but now that she's being targeted with a bounty, it might be better for her to return to our family. There is that possibility. The bounty could even double, and it is very likely, the Crown Prince replied with a glance. Huadeki sighed, feeling frustrated. The elders in our family are also aware of Manny's existence. They are pressuring me. Given her current situation, it would be better for her to return to the Huada family. This way, we can station family guards around her openly, protecting her and deterring any threats. With our cousin returning, what about Xiaoli? Do you have a proper arrangement? If cousin's identity is exposed and not handled well, Xiaoli's position will be very awkward. We can't ruin Xiaoli's future. Twins. Uncle and aunt have agreed that Xiaoli and Manny are to be considered as twins. Although aunt's mistakes are considerable, she has really suffered over the years. I was also planning to suggest this approach. The Crown Prince nodded, acknowledging it as the best solution available. This is really the fault of the Amber family. Fortunately, aunt and her family are different, or Xiaoli wouldn't be in such a good position today, Huadeki said with a cold smile. Although today's situation was 80% due to the mistakes of Huadeli's biological mother and the Amber family's direct line, 10% was due to the current queen, and the remaining 10% was due to the mistakes of Huadiu and his spouse. The only innocent party was Manny. Fortunately, the woman who took Manny from the Amber family was a good one, taking care of Manny diligently over the years. Otherwise, our Huada family would never have let the Amber family off the hook, Huadeki said firmly. As if you would let them off, the Crown Prince said with a sidelong glance, implying he knew well enough. Chapter 180, Troublesome Matters. The Crown Prince was already aware of the schemes against the Amber family, and Huadeki had no qualms about it. He even said to the Crown Prince, just act like you don't know anything. See through it but don't say anything. Regarding the issue with the Amber family, the Huada family and the Crown Prince had always been aligned in their stance, and this would not change in the future. Therefore, Huadeki had no intention of hiding his actions from the Crown Prince. The reason he did not discuss it with him was simply to avoid dragging the Crown Prince into the mess. The matter was sensitive and involved the Crown Prince, which could be problematic. The Step Queen was eager to seize any opportunity to fault the Crown Prince, and if she got wind of it, she would undoubtedly blow things out of proportion. Over the years, the Step Queen had been relentless in her efforts to undermine the Crown Prince to make way for the second prince. Fortunately, King Adam was not easily swayed by the stepmother's schemes. No matter what she did, it did not diminish his regard for the Crown Prince. Now even the second prince was aligned with his older brother, which only fueled the Step Queen's animosity. She would do everything in her power to make things difficult for the Crown Prince. In this situation, the Step Queen was unlikely to remember to consider Huadeli's interests, let alone the step aunt from the Amber family. The Huada family did not want to uncover everything and risk provoking her. Don't go overboard. Clean up your traces and avoid harming those who shouldn't be harmed. The Crown Prince had no intention of stopping him, he only wanted to remind him to be more restrained. I'm aware of that, Huadeki replied. In truth, thinking about the things the Step Queen had done made Huadeki extremely frustrated, wishing everyone could know the truth. However, due to Lixayamba and Huadeki could not leave traces or go too far. Otherwise, with his current power, he could certainly make things difficult for the Amber family. Unable to fully avenge his sister, Huadeki felt somewhat stifled. Although he knew his cousin Alicia for only a short time, he and the Crown Prince had followed her progress closely and had inadvertently come to care for her. While his concern for Alicia might not be as great as for Huadeli, whom he had known since childhood, Alicia was the most innocent. Huadeli, on the other hand, carried original guilt. As an elder brother, he had to act fairly and set an example. They did not intend to keep this matter hidden forever. Some secrets could not be concealed indefinitely. They only planned to let Huadeli know the truth once he was old enough to handle it. Revealing the truth now and exposing the matter in the open might ruin the child. Everything should be based on my cousin's wishes. If she wants to recognize you, then let her. If she doesn't, don't force her, the Crown Prince said after a moment of contemplation. Even though he could provide all the resources Alicia needed, he could not give her parental love or a sense of belonging to the family. Since Alicia already knew about her background, she should be allowed to make her own decisions. Huadeki took another half-hour to leave after this exchange. The Crown Prince stayed behind, organized his thoughts, and then replied to his younger brother, "Send me the security plan." Seeing the message from his brother, Hebrew Adam felt a sense of relief. With his brother's approval, the safety of his friends was ensured. He quickly sent over his security plan. Upon receiving the plan, the Crown Prince smiled with satisfaction. It was gratifying to see his younger brother mature and become more composed, without those contrary little tantrums. With the brothers united and his younger brother's cooperation, future actions would be much smoother, and many things could be put into motion. Alicia and her friends were surprised to receive an invitation written personally by Hebrew Adam, inviting them to the Queen's birthday party at the palace. This plot twist was not in the novel. As an ordinary person, being able to attend the Queen's birthday party thanks to Hebrew Adam, a prince, was quite an achievement. It showed just how important connections were. With the right capabilities and connections, even ordinary people could make their way into noble circles. Alicia reflected. However, Alicia reconsidered and realized that her thoughts were somewhat one-sided. If it weren't for the fact that her dramatic background had been known in advance by the Crown Prince and Huadeki, would she have reached such heights? Could she have maintained such a calm demeanor and gained their respect? If she were truly an ordinary girl from the Outer Rim planets, even if she had achieved her current level, it wouldn't have happened so quickly. With Hebrew Adam sending such a formal invitation, the elite class had no choice but to show respect. Furthermore, with his promise to arrange for the royal prince's guard to escort them, their safety was assured, making it unnecessary for them to worry. The elite class, who had been cooped up in school for so long, immediately expressed their eagerness to attend. The Queen's birthday party was one of the highest-level events in the Gus Empire. Since they were attending as classmates of the second prince, no one would publicly look down on them regardless of their backgrounds. Alicia was excited and looked forward to the opportunity to broaden her horizons. Previously, Alicia might have worried about what to wear and the proper etiquette. However, after the recent trip to Sirius, where Mrs. Lee gifted her a large assortment of clothes covering various styles, she no longer needed to worry about her wardrobe. Alicia only needed to choose a suitable gown from the 20 or so options she had. The common feature of these gowns was that they were all very expensive, ensuring that she would not appear out of place. Additionally, since Mrs. Lee was a frequent attendee of such high society events, Alicia simply sent a message, and a pile of relevant etiquette information was promptly sent back. For a top student, studying was the easiest task, and she quickly read through and organized all the information, ensuring she was well prepared. Of course, for the elite class to attend, they had to go through a required procedure, applying to their instructor. Given the Queen's invitation and the fact that she was Hebrew Adam's mother, Instructor Dudley had no choice but to approve their outing, despite his reluctance. As the person fully responsible for their safety during this special period, Instructor Dudley found himself in great distress upon receiving the application. It took him a long time to issue an approval note to Hebrew Adam. The school leaders were equally troubled when they heard about the matter, but after reporting up the chain, they quickly received the Crown Prince's personal approval. There was nothing more they could do. To be honest, these 12 troublemakers had been secluded for over 2 months, and each of them had become somewhat irritable. Everyone agreed that letting them out to get some fresh air would be beneficial, as it might help them regain their focus on their training. However, letting these troublemakers out wasn't as simple as just allowing them to go. They had to make numerous private arrangements, which, of course, they wouldn't disclose to the students. They only emphasized the key points to them repeatedly, advising them to pay attention to their own safety, avoid wandering off or causing trouble, and to be especially cautious of those around them. Chapter 181. Seeing the instructors and mentors acting as if they were facing a major threat because of their outing, and hearing the repeated emphasis on being cautious of people around them, Alicia guessed that the situation with the puppet people had been confirmed and spread, which is why the school was so nervous and advised extra caution. However, Alicia still found this level of tension unusual and wondered if there was something else, a serious threat to them, that was making the instructors so anxious. Normally, the night before the banquet, Alicia would have had a practice session with the instructor. After completing her basic training, she went to the training room to wait for the instructor. According to usual practice, it should have been Instructor Dudley who came to train with her. After waiting for a while without Instructor Dudley appearing, she received a text message asking her to come to his office. Although puzzled, Alicia thought that Instructor Dudley likely had something to discuss privately, especially with the outing scheduled for the next day. Reporting in, Alicia greeted formally. Instructor Dudley, however, was dressed in casual clothes, and his demeanor was relaxed rather than stern. He waved her over calmly. "Come here." Having been taught by Instructor Dudley for 6 months, the elite students held him in high regard, and Alicia felt the same way. In fact, recent intense training had left her with a psychological shadow. Seeing the instructor in such a relaxed state made her even more cautious, tightening her nerves. "Don't be so tense. I'm just here to give you something on someone's behalf," Instructor Dudley said with a hint of amusement. It seemed that the recent training had made a deep impression on her, and though it was intense, such deep lessons were necessary for her significant progress. "Is it Uncle Lin?" Alicia asked. Her first instinct was that it was Captain Lin. Since Instructor Dudley and Captain Lin were former comrades and had reconnected through her, and Dudley had previously delivered items from Captain Lin twice, she expected it to be Captain Lin. However, Dudley had always handed things over directly before, unlike the mysterious way today. "No, it's Colonel Huada." He said his position is special and he couldn't come to see you in person, so he asked me to pass this on to you, Instructor Dudley explained. To be honest, after the last time when Alicia was seriously injured during training and Colonel Huada and Dr. Paul suddenly appeared, Dudley had already started to have doubts about Huada's true intentions. This time, Huada's sudden involvement regarding Alicia's outing the next day only confirmed Dudley's suspicions. Dudley noticed that when Alicia heard that Huadeki was sending her something, she only showed a slight surprise but no real astonishment, indicating she wasn't surprised by Huadeki's actions. "This is a newly developed microelectroencephalograph. After you get back, read the user manual carefully. Colonel Huada instructed that you need to be cautious tomorrow. If anyone approaches you and this device shows any abnormalities, you can immediately press this alarm button, and guards will appear. Additionally, this alarm button also serves as a shield, capable of automatically deflecting up to 3 attacks from thermal weapons. Make sure to carry it with you at all times." Instructor Dudley handed Alicia 2 white, earring-shaped devices and said, "Colonel Huada also instructed that you stay as close to the second prince as possible on your way to and from the event. His security is the strongest." Alicia immediately put on the 2 earring devices without hesitation. This was the ultimate protection. With this shield, she no longer had to worry about someone hiding and taking a shot from the dark. Although her current skill level meant she would not be instantly defeated in a direct confrontation with an enemy, and at least could hold out until the guards arrived, no amount of skill could compare to the threat of thermal weapons. Her greatest fear was being ambushed and assassinated from hiding, which was nearly impossible to defend against. Many had met their end this way. With this protection, Alicia felt secure about her safety for the next day. But it wasn't over yet. After giving her the defensive gear, Instructor Dudley took out a cold light gun and said, "This is also from Colonel Huada. It has many functions and is very powerful. Be cautious when using it." Alicia already had one, but given the immense destructive power of such a weapon, having another one was advantageous. Moreover, since it was a gift from her cousin, she accepted it gratefully. With 2 cold light guns, she was well equipped for both offense and defense, and wouldn't have to worry about running out of energy. Just when Alicia thought that was the end of it, Instructor Dudley took out a large box and said, "This is also from Colonel Huada. It contains 2 evening gowns and matching jewelry for the banquet. It's said that they were selected by Huadeli's mother." He mentioned that these gowns are not ordinary. Even laser beams can't penetrate them. The jewelry also has protective functions. Take them back and examine them carefully, and decide how to use them yourself. As Instructor Dudley spoke, he thought to himself that with these items, he no longer needed to worry about Alicia's safety. In the past, Dudley had marveled at how, despite being a commoner, Alicia looked like a member of one of the top 10 noble families, and ended up as a classmate of Huadeli. Life seemed so full of coincidences. Now, he realized he was still young and naive. With Huada's extensive resources, these coincidences were unlikely to be mere coincidences. Otherwise, it would be too implausible. When he heard that the items in the box were prepared by the second Mrs. Huada, Alicia was momentarily stunned. After recognizing Huadeki, Alicia had mentally prepared herself for the possibility of meeting her biological parents in the future, but she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Even with preparation, it felt inadequate. Hearing that the items were prepared by the lady herself, Alicia felt a pang of discomfort. These were meant for the lady's own daughter, while she was just an imposter. Holding them in her hands felt uncomfortable, as if they were too hot to touch. At the Queen's birthday banquet, would she meet her? What's wrong? Instructor Dudley asked softly. Having known the child for so long, he was aware that she was well-mannered, open-hearted, and intelligent. It was the first time he had seen such a conflicted expression on her face, and it seemed her ties were with the Huada family. It's nothing. My cousin was indeed very considerate in his preparations, Alicia said, regaining her composure and masking her feelings. Her thoughts were a bit disordered, and she trusted Dudley a lot. She was worried she might inadvertently reveal something. Instructor Dudley was surprised. If Alicia referred to Huadeki as her cousin, then his suspicions were indeed correct. It seemed that Lin Qingfeng had unexpectedly gained such substantial protection from the Huada family, which explained his rapid rise in the past 6 months. Clearly, this guy was fortunate beyond belief. Dudley felt relieved for Lin Qingfeng, as aligning himself with Huadeki and the Crown Prince meant he no longer needed to fear suppression from the Lin family's direct line. Alicia composed herself, put away the items given by Huadeki, and said to Instructor Dudley, "Instructor, there must be some major event happening outside concerning us. Could you explain the current situation in detail? I feel it's not good for us to be entirely unaware. As quasi-soldiers, it's important for us to be aware of our own dangers. You understand the consequences better than we do." Chapter 182, Assassination Bounty. Instructor Dudley was well aware of the consequences of concealing the source of danger from those caught in a storm. His oversight had nearly led to incomplete information for Alicia, which could have put her at risk. Dudley had initially assumed that Alicia might have already received some information from Huadeki, which is why he hadn't mentioned it earlier. However, seeing that she had not been informed, he now needed to explain the situation thoroughly and be cautious not to make such mistakes in the future. After a moment of thought, Dudley composed his thoughts and spoke directly. 2 months ago, we received very reliable information that all the elite students from our school, including you and the second prince, Huadeli, and Mina, were placed on an assassination bounty list. Among them, you and the second prince are especially targeted, with Huadeli and Mina being in the top 10. Specifically, you, Alicia, are ranked first, Mina is third, the second prince is sixth, and Huadeli is ninth. Alicia was surprised to find herself in such a prominent position, but she did not want this kind of attention at all. She said with frustration, "I'm just a first-year student at a military academy. Why would I be so feared by those issuing the bounties? Instructor, how much are they offering for me as the number 1 target?" 100 million credit coins. Dudley replied with a heavy tone. Even they were extremely surprised. This was the highest bounty amount in nearly 100 years. What? 100 million credit coins? Alicia felt like she had been struck by lightning. She couldn't believe it. This couldn't be real, could it? Oh my goodness. Alicia could hardly believe it. Was her life really worth that much? 100 million credit coins was an astronomical sum, making her feel dizzy. Even though Alicia didn't fully understand this world, she could easily guess that in this force-dominated interstellar society, there would be more people willing to kill for food or money than in the old Earth era. This trouble was beyond enormous. Feeling deeply distressed, Alicia murmured, "I only have 100,000 credit coins to my name. Why would they offer so much to put a bounty on me?" Instructor Dudley, despite the heavy burden he was carrying, was almost amused by her comment. It sounded as though the dark organization was offering 100 million credit coins for her because they were targeting her modest 100,000 credit coins. How much is the bounty for the second place, and what about Mina, Hebrew and Huadeli? Alicia asked. The second place on the bounty list is a young telekinetic from the 2nd Legion, with an 80 million credit coin bounty. Mina has 70 million credit coins, Hebrew 30 million credit coins, and Huadeli 10 million credit coins. Dudley replied, "Is my value really this high?" Alicia said with a grimace. She wished she didn't have such a high bounty. It was practically harassment to outsiders. She was just a commoner with little power, yet there was such a high bounty on her. It was obvious that assassins would flock to target her. If she didn't have her special advantages and wasn't backed by powerful allies, she would be trembling with fear until the bounty issue was resolved. "You don't need to worry too much. Colonel Huada has already sent undercover guards to protect you, and they are also working to investigate the bounty list," Instructor Dudley reassured Alicia. To be honest, Dudley had been concerned due to Alicia's background as a commoner and her limited power. With Lin Qingfeng being far away and unable to help much, Dudley had been worried. However, now that he knew she was a member of the Huada family, he felt a significant relief. Given Alicia's talent and intelligence, no family would be willing to give her up, and Huadeki had shown his commitment to protecting her with all his might. If the protection was driven by her being a valuable talent, it might change over time. However, since it was about protecting his own cousin, Huadeki would definitely be thorough and patient. "And it's not just your issue. The top 5 on the bounty list are all telekinetics," Dudley continued. Alicia was aware of the Yunkai aliens, and with Dudley's mention, she immediately guessed that the bounties were related to these aliens. In the novels, the Yunkai aliens were particularly wary of telekinetics, and if the second prince was a reincarnate, he would certainly be aware of this. This is a matter of national importance. The Empire cannot bear such losses and is working hard to resolve it. However, although the Empire has sent special agents to handle the assassination bounties, these dark forces are not easily dealt with, and useful leads have been scarce. This situation is unlikely to be resolved quickly. Keeping you all confined to the school is not ideal either, as it would hinder your formal training. Moreover, as soldiers, constantly hiding would dampen morale. Colonel Huada has been working with the school to come up with countermeasures to clear out these hidden threats. It's inevitable that you'll need to venture out and draw them out. This trip to the banquet may just be the beginning. Instructor Dudley said with a serious expression. You must be extremely cautious when you go out. Regardless of who you encounter, if you find anything suspicious about that person, you have the right to act preemptively. Your safety is the top priority, and both Colonel Huada and the school will protect you. Additionally, the first prince personally called me to assure you that, regardless of who you offend, he will vouch for you. The fact that the first prince personally made such a guarantee was meant to reassure Alicia on the surface, but it also had a hidden meaning, to pressure the school and make it clear that Alicia was a highly valued talent in the eyes of the first prince. The school leaders were somewhat puzzled. Why would the first prince place such importance on Alicia? Even though Alicia had extraordinary talent, it seemed excessive. If the first prince had not personally interacted with Alicia and if she were not so young, they might have suspected ulterior motives. Instructor Dudley now understood that Alicia was the first prince's direct cousin. Given her exceptional talent, it was natural for the first prince to value her highly. In his eyes, Alicia's status might be close to that of the first prince himself. To be honest, with over 40 students from the elite class having bounties placed on their heads, the school was under immense pressure. Fortunately, with the first prince personally intervening and Colonel Huada coming to arrange security, they were able to share the heaviest burden. Without the first prince's intervention and Colonel Huada's security arrangements, the school alone could barely manage to protect the elite students temporarily. They lacked the capability to address the root of the problem, and given enough time, an issue was bound to arise. Hearing Instructor Dudley's message from the first prince, Alicia's eyes lit up with excitement. It seemed that having the backing of such a powerful figure made her feel more secure. With this imperial decree, as long as she didn't act recklessly, she had nothing to fear. Alicia had been a die-hard fan of the first prince in her previous life. Since her rebirth into this world, she had been under the first prince's protection and assistance. However, Alicia still hadn't had the chance to meet her idol in person. She wondered if she might get the chance to meet him at the Queen's birthday banquet the next day. The thought made her a bit excited. Chapter 183. No rest. After receiving a lot of information from Instructor Dudley, Alicia felt quite complex and hard to describe emotions, especially regarding matters related to the Huada family. After discussing the main topics, Instructor Dudley also scolded Alicia for her training shortcomings before waving her off. His attitude towards Alicia was always a bit like iron is not steel, and because of this attitude, he most loved to point out Alicia's weaknesses in her training. This made Alicia deeply realize that constant criticism can also lead to progress. At least with Instructor Dudley around, she would never develop the arrogance of thinking she was superior. After leaving the instructor's office, Alicia felt a bit disoriented and suddenly had a strong urge to take a walk, so she deliberately took a longer route back to the team training hall. In the interstellar era where training was part of daily life, there was no saying like 100 steps after a meal. Living to 99. After rebirth, Alicia had been so busy with studying and training that she had never taken a leisurely walk. The campus in the evening was quite bustling, with many students around. With her current cultivation level at the mid-level of the 4th stage, Alicia blended into the crowd without drawing much attention, except for the fact that she was a pretty young woman. Looking at the peaceful and serene campus, with young faces full of youthful exuberance, Alicia thought about how she was of the same age as them and was one of them. Gradually, her mood improved a lot. At that moment, Alicia suddenly received a message from Hebrew Adam. Where are you? Why haven't you returned to the training hall yet? When Alicia left the training hall, she informed Hebrew Adam of her whereabouts. Before leaving, she had no idea about the assassination reward list and thought the team leader was being overly strict. Even now, Alicia couldn't help but roll her eyes a bit. It seemed like even taking a break was not allowed under the watchful eyes of the team leader. Alicia mischievously replied, not in the best of moods. Taking a walk to see some pretty boys is eye candy. The prince, probably not accustomed to Alicia's sharp wit, was at a loss for a moment before replying, come back quickly, don't cause trouble for others. With her interest interrupted by the prince, Alicia thought that, given the tense atmosphere outside and not knowing if any assassins were mingling in the school, it was best not to risk her life. So, she decided to head straight back to the team training hall. The area around the team training hall was sparsely populated, and Alicia suddenly felt the presence of 3 people hiding in the shadows. At first, Alicia was startled but then relaxed, as these three had no murderous intent or signs of attacking her. Her earwear showed no abnormality, and gradually, she felt they were deliberately making their presence known to her. Alicia thought quickly and remembered what Instructor Dudley had conveyed. Hwadeki had sent 3 shadow guards to protect her. So these three must be them, right? They probably wanted her to recognize their presence by letting her discover them deliberately. Alicia continued walking nonchalantly. After she had taken just 5 steps, the 3 hidden figures' presence vanished, and she could no longer sense them, not even with her mental search. This made Alicia's heart tighten. Although she was not arrogant, she had confidence in her mental power. The fact that those 3 shadow guards demonstrated the presence of such skilled individuals made her realize just how weak she truly was in this world. When she returned to the team training hall, her teammates were deeply engrossed in their training and couldn't be disturbed. Naturally, Alicia didn't want to waste time either and went into the skill training room to practice her throwing knife technique. It wasn't until the evening training ended and Alicia was back in her personal restroom, soaking in a medicinal bath, that she remembered her troubles. Tomorrow, she might face a problem. She could very well meet her biological parents at the banquet. The dresses sent by Hwadeki, especially noted by Instructor Dudley as being personally purchased by Hwada's second wife, were a clear indication that Hwadeki was aware of her true identity. By mentioning it, Hwadeki was signaling that Hwadu and his wife already knew about her identity and wanted to acknowledge her. Originally, the Crown Prince had prevented Hwadeki's family from recognizing her out of concern that revealing her identity might bring danger. But now that she had become the #1 target on the assassination reward list, those concerns were no longer necessary. So Hwadeki's family wanted to publicly recognize her. She felt conflicted. After her rebirth, she had been working hard to walk a different path from the original owner. She felt that this was a path she had carved out for herself, a life she had earned through her own efforts. Although it might seem pretentious to say so, since she was reborn into this body and everything was originally the work of the previous owner, rejecting their legacy could be seen as a bit self-righteous. However, everyone has their own principles, she thought to herself. Even though I am reborn in your body, I will create my own path and not just enjoy the advantages you originally had. Therefore, before coming to the Imperial Capital Star, she never considered taking advantage of the Hwada family. She remained firm in her belief. She did not want to become the legitimate daughter of the Hwada family, nor did she wish to enjoy the prestige and wealth of a noble family, because those were meant for the original owner, not for her as an imposter. If she did that, it would be equivalent to completely stealing the original owner's everything. This was different from Alicia's acceptance of the Crown Prince and Hwadeki's support. Their support was used to improve her cultivation, requiring her to work hard to earn it, and it was not given for free. In the future, when her abilities are sufficient, she will need to repay the Empire and the Crown Prince. Returning to the Hwada family and enjoying the privileges of that identity was different. It was based on the bloodline of this body, and she felt that it was a complete theft, something she could not accept. That young girl, so small and unaware, was completely replaced by someone else. No one knew about this, so no one would sigh for her. Even though the person who replaced her was herself, she felt a pang of sadness for that girl. Thus, she always aimed to forge her own path and life through her own efforts, rather than recklessly enjoying the original owner's life. She was aware that she was an imposter. She did not want to return to the Hwada family and steal the original owner's life. Even though in the novel, the original owner never had the chance to learn about any of this, it still was not something she deserved. However, the Hwada family's attitude was so clear, and she was in possession of the original owner's identity. She could not sever ties with the Hwada family or refuse to acknowledge them. Thinking of this, Alicia couldn't help but blame the Step Queen. The root of everything was her selfishness. In the Amber family's view, it was the Step Queen's younger sister, Gina Amber, who harbored a secret crush on Hwadu. However, due to Gina Amber's genetic disease, no one could predict when she might collapse. Even though Gina Amber had excellent potential for cultivation, her frail health prevented her from practicing. Hwadu, unwilling to marry her, chose a girl from the Branch family instead. This caused Gina Amber immense heartbreak, and she passed away within 5 years of being rejected. If she could speak in her ghostly state at the time, she would have shouted, "Ugh, don't put such a stain on Miss Gina's name. Let the pure and noble lady rest in peace." Chapter 184, A Difficult Problem. At the time, when she was occasionally awake and asleep within the jade pendant, she had no idea why the pendant, originally worn around Hwadu's neck, ended up in the hands of the queen. However, when the queen was reported about Hwadu's wedding, her expression as she gently caressed the jade pendant sent shivers down the spine of the soul that had just awakened within it. No one knew better than Alicia, this wandering soul, that the queen's younger sister's supposed infatuation with Hwadu was a cover-up. In reality, it was the queen herself who was secretly in love with Hwadu. The wandering soul, having seen Gina Amber when she was in the pendant around the queen's neck, knew that Gina, due to her health issues, was very graceful and gentle and harbored no special feelings for Hwadu. For her, Hwadu was simply a distant cousin. Then, the wandering soul fell asleep again and, upon waking, was still confused but heard the crucial point. The Queen had instructed her subordinates to use Gina's eggs and Huadu's sperm to create a test tube baby. The wandering soul thought, this Queen seems quite twisted, to secretly create a child like this. It must be for something sinister. But how exactly? Soon after, the wandering soul heard another crucial detail. The Queen had ordered the setup of a plot to replace the child born to Lixiamber with the one created from Gina and Huadu's union. A dangerous and terrifying twist with a person who had money, power, and brains multiplied the horror several times over. The wandering soul wished she could burst out and expose Queen's conspiracy, but she was trapped and fell into an unconscious sleep before she could see the full extent of the plot. When she woke up again, she found that the jade pendant had changed hands once more, this time to a little girl. Later, the eager little girl was deceived into causing her own death, and the wandering soul took over the original's body. What a complex and dramatic series of events. Years ago, the Queen, with her immense power, replaced her sister's child with the original's and had her loyal assassins deal with the original. Such ruthless and cold-blooded actions. If it weren't for the fact that Teresa Du, the Death Soldier, was also secretly in love with Huadu, and because of this affection extended to all related matters, she not only refrained from harming the original but also raised her as if she were her own daughter, the original would have long since vanished without a trace. The Queen Dowager, who had managed to deceive everyone and orchestrate such a grand scheme, possessed capabilities and means far beyond ordinary people. Logically, she should not have allowed that girl from back then to appear, because if the truth were revealed, she would certainly face severe consequences. Alicia had always been on guard against the Queen. She thought that the 4th-level late-stage psychic energy mutation tree that appeared during the island training was a trap set by the Queen, who was cruel enough to use her own son as a pawn. However, according to Instructor Dudley, that trap was set by the Yunkai aliens. This means she was wrong. The Queen had not done anything. Had the Queen, who used to be so shrewd and strategic, become deaf and blind? Why had she not noticed the anomaly of her own appearance? Even if she did not send someone to assassinate her, she should have sent people to clean up any loose ends, ensuring that Huadu's family did not discover her. In the past, for her to have done those things, she must have been a bold and cunning person, and while others might fear the Crown Prince, she should not. However, so far, Alicia has not felt any scheming from the Queen, and the Crown Prince and the Huada family easily learned of her existence. What is going on? Originally, Alicia thought that Queen would not let her identity be exposed, so there was a high likelihood that the Huada family would not discover her. Her plan was to do her best to stay alive, study diligently at the Xuangu First Military Academy, and then return to Topaz Star smoothly after acquiring skills. But the Queen has been completely inactive, and before she even arrived at the Imperial Capital Star, she was already discovered by the Crown Prince and Huadu, and now the problem is right in front of her. The Huada family is a significant problem for her, a very troubling problem. How should she handle it? To walk her own path, avoid acknowledging her kin, and not harm the Huada family. Alicia racked her brain for a long time but had to admit that she couldn't come up with a satisfactory solution. Feeling frustrated, she decided to set this problem aside for now. As she climbed out of the bath, Alicia began to think about the assassination reward list, which was the most pressing issue at the moment. It turns out that such a significant event happened outside, which explains why the school cancelled the usual monthly training exercises for first-year students. No wonder for the past month or so, Instructor Dudley has been training them to the extreme, not allowing them to return to the dormitory, making them sleep in the group training hall, and stationing many skilled guards outside, creating a heavily guarded situation. Initially, Alicia thought the intense protection was due to some hidden issue involving Hebrew Adam during the island training, but it turns out that not only was he in danger, but she was also in great peril. This is a plot twist not found in the novel. In the book, although Huadeli and Mina Oli encountered assassination attempts a few times, there was no mention of an assassination reward list. Being targeted with a bounty of 100 million credit points makes it impossible for Alicia not to feel anxious. Even though she doesn't know how she got this second life or what mysterious power arranged it, she treasures it greatly and doesn't want to lose it easily. Fortunately, the two powerful supporters she has are very reliable. The resources they provided are enough to protect her from head to toe, significantly easing her anxiety. With these resources, as long as Alicia doesn't actively seek danger, even the strongest assassins, unless they are level 8 psychics, won't be able to harm her for a while. Furthermore, since so many resources have been provided, it is clear they won't let her face this alone. If she is attacked, someone will definitely come to her aid. The assassination reward list involves too many elite talents for the Empire to ignore. Therefore, Alicia had no doubts about Instructor Dudley's claim that the Empire had already dispatched special personnel to address this issue. She also believed that the situation would be resolved soon. With these thoughts, Alicia's chaotic emotions finally settled down. In truth, even if she were afraid, it wouldn't help. Fear alone couldn't shield her from danger. She had to rely on her own abilities and the support she could obtain. So, There was no point in worrying too much. Instead, she started to focus on the matter of the Huada family and began examining the gowns. After all, she would need them the next day, so she had to see and plan how to use them. If these clothes and accessories were just ordinary expensive items, Alicia might not have used them, as her teacher's wife had already bought her quite a few gowns. But for the sake of her own life, she couldn't afford to be finicky. When Alicia opened the large box, she discovered that, besides the 2 gowns, there was also a set of combat gear that looked exactly like the one she usually wore. However, Alicia would bet 100 million credit points that this combat gear was definitely different from the special combat gear issued by the school. Sure enough, after reading the instructions in the box, Alicia's fear dissipated. With these clothes and the jade pendant's space as her trump card, if she still couldn't protect her own life, then so be it. Chapter 185, Topaz Star Transformation. With so many defensive items and the powerful cold light gun in hand, Alicia felt 99% confident that she would not lose her life in this major event. No longer feeling panicked, Alicia finally calmed her chaotic emotions, settling into her usual calm demeanor. She used to think she was fearless, but upon hearing of death threats, she found herself a bit scared. After all, being a wandering soul felt terribly unpleasant. She preferred the vividness of being alive. Once she felt at ease, Alicia remembered she had an important task to complete, informing Captain Lin and his wife about the assassination bounty list so they could stay alert. Thinking about this made Alicia anxious. She wasn't sure if Captain Lin, far away on Topaz Star, was aware of the bounty list. The issue had been brewing for over a month, and she feared that it might be too late to tell him now. Given Captain Lin's cultivation, those underhanded assassins would likely avoid targeting him. Alicia was more concerned about the less skilled Mentor Fang and the young Lin Shank, who were prime targets for these criminals. With a bounty of 100 million credit points on the line, all sorts of desperate and dangerous individuals could appear. Although the school and people like Huadeki had provided excellent protection, desperate criminals who could bypass these protections might target places connected to her previous life. Looking for weaknesses, they would likely turn their attention to her guardians. Captain Lin, being a powerful figure in the Topaz Star military, would attract fewer threats. The dangerous individuals would likely focus on Mentor Fang and Lin Shank instead. Alicia grew increasingly anxious as she thought about it and quickly sent a message to Captain Lin. Once Captain Lin answered, she spoke rapidly, quickly summarizing the key points. "We're fine, don't worry." As soon as the assassination bounty list came out, it was immediately noticed by the Empire's Security Bureau. Colonel Huada not only informed us but also sent people to protect Mentor Fang and her child. Over a month ago, there were indeed many assassins infiltrating Topaz Star trying to capture Mentor Fang and Shank, but I caught them all. Captain Lin reassured the anxious Alicia. This was something that couldn't be hidden. It was better for Alicia to know the truth so that incorrect information didn't lead to serious consequences, especially since her situation was more dangerous. Alicia was truly shaken and sweating. These desperate individuals were clearly trying to capture Mentor Fang and her child to lure her. She was immensely relieved that Huadeki had taken effective measures for their protection. "I'm the one who's caused trouble for you all," Alicia said with some guilt. If Mentor Fang and her child had fallen into the hands of those desperate criminals, there was a high chance of a tragic outcome. Captain Lin and his team were truly suffering undeservedly. "You're my adopted daughter. We're family, so no need for formalities. I'm not useless. Whatever comes our way, we'll deal with it. Don't worry too much. You're a child. Overthinking won't help you grow," Captain Lin replied in his usual manner, often reminding her that worrying too much would hinder her growth. Captain Lin did not tell Alicia that the desperate criminals who infiltrated Topaz Star had been covertly facilitated by someone. It wasn't just the bounty hunters that were causing trouble. There were also some opportunists trying to take advantage of the chaos to get rid of him. Mentor Fang and her child were under protection and safe. Any suspicious individuals approaching them were quickly captured. He himself was the one who encountered danger. The day he was attacked was right after he left the military camp, and it took over 40 minutes for reinforcements to arrive. Although he wasn't at the brink of death, he was severely injured and had to lie in the treatment pod for an entire night. These dark and grim aspects were better left unknown to Alicia. She was too young to handle such burdens. In any case, in the world where power struggles exist, assassination is inevitable. Surviving them is a skill, and failing to avoid them is just fate. There's nothing to regret or complain about. He never regrets his actions. Just like when he risked his life to save Teresa Du, he did so because she had once saved his wife. Unexpectedly, that act of saving ended up saving himself. He had tried to repay Teresa Du's kindness by being as good to Alicia as possible, and it turned out he received even greater rewards in return. To gain so much, one must give something in return. He wouldn't complain about the danger that came with it. He wasn't a fool, and sometimes, who can say whether an event is a blessing or a curse? Thanks to your connections and the support of the Crown Prince, I've already achieved my goals ahead of schedule, Captain Lin said with a smile. Because of this attack, We've purged many opposition forces. Now, the military and political power of Topaz Star are all in my hands. In the future, it will be much harder for anyone to infiltrate. Alicia was quite surprised. In the novel, Captain Lin became the commander of Topaz Star under emergency conditions, but she hadn't expected him to have achieved that position years earlier. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. With Captain Lin as the commander, Topaz Star's military could now be developed according to his plans. The Crown Prince personally told me that he would increase Topaz Star's annual military budget and the number of stationed troops each year, Captain Lin said, unable to hide his delight. With these resources, his forces would grow significantly. Congratulations, Uncle Lin. Now you can train your troops according to your own vision, Alicia said cheerfully. The increase in military funding and troop numbers would clearly result in a significant boost to Topaz Star's military strength in the future. When facing the Yunkai Star people, it was unlikely to result in the kind of devastating extinction depicted in the novel. This was one of the changes brought about by her rebirth. By altering Captain Lin's original fate and with the Crown Prince acting as a prophet, there was a clear shift in the military power of Topaz Star. The combined effects of these two variables have led to a significant change. With a few more years of development, Topaz Star, as the frontline planet against the Yunkai Star people, will undoubtedly deliver a severe blow to them. This is undeniably excellent news. In Alicia's reborn life, Captain Lin and his wife can be considered the first family she has genuinely acknowledged in this world. The original owner did not have a strong emotional bond with Captain Lin and his wife. Their relationship was more about a sense of responsibility rather than genuine affection. Real feelings developed after her rebirth, as she gradually built a connection with them through daily video communications. She admired Captain Lin and his wife and sincerely engaged with them, leading them to grow fond of their obedient, intelligent, and clever adopted daughter. Therefore, Captain Lin's family holds significant importance in her heart. She was delighted that Captain Lin had a brighter future, and this happiness swept away all her negative emotions. With her mood uplifted, Alicia decided that if she couldn't come up with a perfect solution, she wouldn't overthink it. Instead, she would adapt to the situation as it unfolds and follow her heart. Chapter 186. Dressing Up. Since obtaining the specially designed gaming pod for War Realm, Alicia has not only had no opportunity to visit the little imp at her bedside but has also forgotten what insomnia even means. All she experiences now is sleep deprivation. She still teams up in War Realm to tackle dungeons. Mina Ollie had 2 delays due to accidents, but today she has finally reached level 10. Her teammates are very happy because the dungeon they're grinding requires 2 psychics to cooperate in order to clear it. The night passed in a hurry, and as Alicia emerged from the gaming pod, a new day began. Today is a special day because she is going to attend the Queen's birthday party and experience the highest echelon of this world. Since it's an evening event, there's no need to start preparations early in the morning. Although this day happens to be a holiday, and everyone doesn't need to prepare for classes on time, the elite class students, who are accustomed to training daily, felt uneasy after not training for a day. They didn't need the instructors to wake them up. They got up in the morning and began their training as usual, only starting their personal preparations afternoon. Mrs. Hua, Lixi prepare 2 colors of evening gowns for Alicia. One is a soft, slightly bright yellow, and the other is a fresh, light green. Both colors are ones that Alicia likes. The 2 evening gowns are similar in style, with only the color differing. After considering it, Alicia chose the yellow one, deciding that she wanted to wear yellow today. The dress has an automatic adjustment feature, so as long as the size is roughly correct, it will automatically adjust to fit properly once worn. The skirt, which is fitted at the top and wide at the bottom, falls just above Alicia's knees. The wide, pleated hem is very practical. She straps a cold light gun to the outer side of her left thigh and a leaf-shaped flying knife to the outer side of her right thigh. With the skirt covering these items, no one can see the weapons on her thighs from the outside, and they do not affect her movement. However, carrying the leaf-shaped long sword and long whip is inconvenient. Alicia puts her 2 most frequently used items into the jade pendant space. Her other cold light gun is always kept in the jade pendant space. She never stores crucial items in a spatial device. In her past life, Alicia watched many fantasy sci-fi films, and she vividly remembers a common plot where, at critical moments, spatial devices or storage bags fail to open, making it impossible to retrieve life-saving items, which would frustrate her as a viewer. In this world, spatial devices do have this flaw. If an enemy targets it with an interference device, the spatial device cannot be opened. Therefore, everyone is accustomed to carrying life-saving weapons with them rather than storing them in spatial devices. Alicia is unsure if her jade pendant space would be affected by interference devices. She never relies on luck and always carries life-saving weapons on her person. Alicia had just put on a pair of earrings yesterday. The earrings can change color, but the range of colors is limited to a few basic ones. Alicia adjusted the earrings to white. The combination of yellow and white looked somewhat charming, while black seemed too somber for a young woman, and plain yellow was too monotonous. For her hairstyle, Alicia referred to the styles used by noble young women at banquets. She decided to add some accessories to her bun to enhance its appeal. Even at a noble banquet in this world, simplicity and understated luxury are valued in both clothing and hairstyles, so it was effortless for Alicia. The accessories given by Mrs. Huaz were very in line with the understated luxury principle. Alicia just needed to fix her bun and attach the accessories. There was no technical difficulty involved. As soon as Alicia finished, Sheila came to knock on the door. Knowing that Sheila occasionally liked to take on a motherly role with her, Alicia went over to open the door. Seeing Alicia's outfit, Sheila's eyes lit up. She looked Alicia up and down, her eyes showing a hint of satisfaction, but she said, "Not bad. I thought you wouldn't dress up. Besides your battle gear, you always wear such plain clothes that hurt our eyes." She had come to help, fearing Alicia wouldn't know how to dress up, but her words were unforgiving. Alicia thought to herself that she would never be the main character. This was the cruel supporting character who always goes against the heroine. Even after just a few months, she had genuinely become her good plastic sister. How could she possibly have the fate of a heroine? "You look great in this dress. It adds at least 3 points to your attractiveness." Alicia complimented Sheila candidly. Sheila hesitated for 3 seconds, checking Alicia's expression twice before she was sure that Alicia's words were genuine praise. She had been misled by Alicia's veiled comments too many times to take her words at face value without careful consideration. "Can't you just say outright that my dress is beautiful and makes me look even more attractive?" Sheila responded with some dissatisfaction. "It's already good enough that I'm giving you a compliment. You shouldn't ask for more," Alicia said, playfully arguing as usual. Alicia glanced at Sheila's form-fitting dress, which had a slit up to the middle of her thigh, showcasing her figure and giving her a rare, youthful sensuality. "With a dress like that, where do you hide your weapons?" Alicia couldn't help but ask. Sheila shook the handbag she was holding. That reminded Alicia that she should also have a handbag. With it, she could store the long whip and life-saving potions inside. At that moment, Mina Ollie came over from the neighboring training hall to find Alicia. After confirming their attendance at the banquet yesterday, she had been even more considerate and attentive than Sheila. She had discreetly messaged Alicia earlier, asking if she wanted to order a dress together. Alicia realized that Mina Ollie was actually a very considerate girl. Her visit now had the same purpose as Sheila's, to see how Alicia was managing things to avoid any mistakes that might cause others to underestimate her. Alicia appreciated her friend's goodwill and did not feel they were underestimating her. She simply felt well cared for. The boys had also taken off their usual battle gear except for Hebrew Adam, who needed to return to the palace to change into the gown prepared by the queen. The other boys were all wearing identical black suits that they had agreed to order together. As elite young men, they all exuded a vibrant energy. Since they were all cultivators, each had an excellent physique and good looks. A group of such young men was truly dazzling. Among them, the most eye-catching were Hebrew Adam, Huadeli, and Dean Acheson. They were notably more handsome than the others, but their most striking feature was their commanding presence. The elite disciples carefully trained by the royal family and prestigious families were inherently different from ordinary families and certainly incomparable to commoners. When Dean Acheson saw the 3 girls from his elite class come out, his eyes lit up. He couldn't help but whistle playfully and exclaimed, "Wow, where did these 3 beautiful women come from?" Dean Acheson's comment was met with agreement from the first-year elite class boys. "We never realized before that such beauties were right beside us." Chapter 187. Staring at her, Alicia, dressed in a soft yellow gown, softened her usual cool demeanor and appeared especially pure and beautiful. If she stayed silent, people who didn't know her might think she was a fairy. Mina Ollie, in her white dress, accentuated her naturally aloof and elegant aura, looking like a noble and aloof beauty, beautiful both inside and out. Sheila, in a red dress, appeared as alluring and fiery as a flame, though it also gave off a somewhat unspoken sharpness. Indeed, the 3 beauties each represented a different type of allure. The boys in the elite class were not oblivious. They knew that many outside were envious of the beauties in their class. They had never felt this strongly before. Today, they realized that others had already noticed that these 3 girls were beauties. It turned out they had been blind to it. Perhaps it was because initially, the girls had seemed just as formidable as the boys. In the bulky battle gear and the daily grind with the instructors, they were indistinguishable from any other girl, making it hard for the boys to recognize their femininity. It was only with their exceptional appearance today that the boys had a revelation, realizing that the 3 girls in their class were indeed rare beauties. The sweet-talking boys naturally received smiles from the girls, though they still didn't get the same level of companionship. As they all walked out together, Sheila had changed her focus. During the collective outing, she no longer sought to be close to Hebrew Adam but habitually walked side by side with Alicia, trailing behind the boys. Mina Ollie, who was neglected, also habitually walked with Huadeli. As they walked out, they encountered some students who gazed at them with astonished looks. Although they were all from the same military academy, their different ranks meant they could only admire from afar. Hebrew Adam's Prince Guard squad had been waiting for their arrival at the school's security office. Hebrew Adam's private airship was parked there steadily. Alicia took a look and noticed that Hebrew Adam's personal airship was not the flashy, imposing type. Instead, it had a simple design and color, with no special symbols or badges, which surprised her with its understatedness. Yet, even understated luxury is still luxury. Once aboard Hebrew Adam's airship, Alicia realized just how much of a bumpkin she was. If Alicia hadn't boarded this airship herself, she would have doubted she was actually in a luxury residence. She had seen airships with lounges before, but she had never seen one with a floor-to-ceiling window, with a view of the deep blue sea. Without guessing, Alicia could tell that the sea view outside the window was fake. However, despite looking left, right, up, and down, she couldn't tell it was artificial at all. The holographic projection was incredibly realistic. The wind, the clouds, the blue sky, the shimmering sea, making Alicia feel as if she was standing in front of a vacation villa's floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the sea. Seeing Alicia standing there, mesmerized by the window view, Hebrew Adam walked over and asked, "Do you really like the sea view?" "Ah, it's not just the sea view. I enjoy any beautiful scenery," Alicia said. "Here's a control panel with many modes. If you want to see other sceneries, you can set it up yourself." Hebrew Adam handed a control panel to Alicia. Naturally, Alicia was interested. Sitting idly was boring, and it seemed foolish not to enjoy the beautiful views. She took the control panel, sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and slowly cycled through various sceneries, discovering how many beautiful views there were in the world. Sheila joined Alicia and enjoyed the view with her. Having more experience than Alicia, Sheila was able to recognize some of the sceneries. Although the lounge on the airship wasn't very spacious, it comfortably seated 12 people and had several functional rooms. Despite flying in the air, the airship was so steady that it felt like being in a vacation villa. Except for Alicia, who was engrossed in the view, and Sheila, who chatted beside her, the others quickly grew bored and could not sit still for even a minute. Young people are the least patient with boredom. The journey from the Xuangu Military Academy to the palace took about half an hour. The energetic young men, unable to sit still for a moment, naturally started exploring the airship as long as their host didn't object. This airship was not something ordinary aristocrats could acquire, so it was a great opportunity to expand their horizons. Dean Atchison led Asimu and Su-43 to play with the manual controls, and Tamaki Kezia and Ninja King Renuayu joined them. Huadeli, since leaving the training hall and seeing Alicia in her little gown, had been somewhat distracted, with his gaze frequently shifting toward her. Alicia knew what he was looking at. Her gown was prepared by Mrs. Huaz, and the collar had an inconspicuous tag. She wasn't sure if it had any significance, but she could tell that Huadeli had glanced at it 3 times already. Huadeli probably had some suspicions, but he was likely only guessing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm or have such a look in his eyes. Once Alicia was sure that Huadeli harbored no hostility toward her, she naturally ignored his gaze. It wasn't worth locking eyes with him. Alicia, who understood her relationship with Huadeli, didn't think much of his intense gaze. She overlooked how Mina Oli, with her keen perception, might feel seeing Huadeli stare at another girl like that. Mina Oli was indeed very perceptive. Before boarding the airship, she had already noticed Huadeli's frequent glances at Alicia and how distracted he seemed when talking to her. At first, Mina Oli couldn't deny feeling a pang of jealousy. The engagement between Mina Oli and Huadeli was known among the upper echelons of the Imperial Capital Stars Society. However, those from other planets or students of lower status were unaware of it. Alicia and Huadeli did share some resemblance, not only in their hair and eyes but also in their cool demeanor. Therefore, when people saw them together and confirmed they were not related, the first thought that came to mind was that they were a perfect match, a natural pair. The students in the elite class were already the center of attention, and with their good looks, almost all the first-year students were discussing them privately. With so many people talking, and since the elite class wasn't completely aloof and did interact with others, some of these rumors inevitably reached the ears of the elite students. As time went on, it became known that Mina Oli and Huadeli were engaged, and since Alicia had never gotten close to Huadeli and rarely spoke to him, instead forming a team with the second prince, the rumors quickly faded. However, the trace of the rumor remained. Although the gossip was short-lived, it was still remembered by those who took note. Chapter 188. Absolutely not. The rumor about Alicia and Huadeli, though brief, was remembered by Mina Oli, especially with her fiancé being the subject of such gossip. Mina, despite knowing it was just a rumor, found it hard to forget. Mina Oli, as a telekinetic, could see clearly that there had been no romantic involvement between Alicia and Huadeli. Although the rumor upset her, she couldn't direct her frustration at Alicia. Alicia had always been very clear-headed and steadfast about her own position, making it obvious to everyone that she wasn't trying to climb the social ladder and was dedicated to returning to the Frontier Stars after graduation. Because of this, Mina Oli had no reason to harbor negative feelings toward Alicia. On the contrary, having shared the grueling training experiences, she developed a favorable impression of her. Girls like Alicia are generally liked by other girls. When they first saw Alicia because of her connection to Huadeli, They only noticed her black hair and eyes that resembled his, without considering whether she was beautiful. Mina Oli was renowned for her beauty in the imperial capital star and had confidence in her own appearance. Although she knew Alicia was attractive, she didn't think Alicia's looks were more outstanding than hers. Alicia wasn't skilled in dressing up. She usually wore oversized training clothes and occasionally simple, inexpensive everyday clothes. While people knew she was good-looking, no one expected her to be stunning. However, with light makeup and wearing a formal evening gown, Alicia looked ethereal and graceful, like a fairy. Her beauty made people instinctively breathe more softly when they saw her. Seeing Alicia like this, it's likely that everyone, except Alicia herself, would be somewhat amazed. Of course, this assumes she doesn't speak. Once she does, the fairy-like impression fades away. Mina Oli was not a narrow-minded person. Seeing Alicia so beautiful still left her feeling a bit uncomfortable. Women generally dislike seeing someone they feel is more beautiful than themselves, especially when it involves their fiancé. Even Sheila felt a pang of discomfort and vented her frustration by pinching Alicia a couple of times, which helped her feel better. After all, Alicia was a close friend, and their clear-headedness meant they wouldn't let such feelings develop into real envy or resentment. However, this didn't mean that Mina Oli could ignore the fact that her fiancé seemed enchanted. Fortunately, Mina Oli was not impulsive and did not immediately make a scene over her discovery. Her upbringing and character prevented her from doing so. Instead, she observed Huadeli quietly, watching how things developed and deciding how to act after the party. But as she continued to observe, Mina Oli gradually realized that things were not as she had initially suspected. Huadeli's gaze at Alicia was not one of affection but rather one of contemplation and puzzlement. This was a gaze with a story behind it, but it was definitely not the gaze of someone who was romantically interested in Alicia. With this crucial matter clarified, Mina Oli felt more at ease. Although Huadeli was clearly preoccupied with something concerning Alicia and was not planning to share it with her, as long as he was not falling for Alicia, she was fine with it. "Why do you keep staring at Alicia?" Mina Oli couldn't help but ask. Leaning close to Huadeli and speaking softly, the group of boys playing manual games were laughing and making noise, so their quiet conversation went unheard. Huadeli glanced at Mina Oli, realizing that she had noticed him staring at Alicia. However, he remained calm. Huadeli gave a bitter smile and said, "I'll tell you once I figure out the details. Right now, it's just speculation, and the evidence isn't complete." Yesterday, his father suddenly mentioned something about Huadeli's birth in a transmission, which gave him some clues. Today, seeing that Alicia was wearing a dress specifically made by the Huada family, with the family's emblem on the collar, made things clearer. This dress is extremely expensive and not something an ordinary Huada family member could wear, let alone an unrelated outsider. The evidence was already quite obvious. Huadeli also had another clear piece of evidence. This morning, his mother personally sent him a message asking him to report the color of Alicia's dress. With so much evidence, it was clear without needing further guesswork, though he hadn't yet received direct confirmation from his parents. The situation today must involve some significant behind-the-scenes details, and he couldn't reveal them without his parents' permission. Since Huadeli had said this and seemed at a loss for words, Mina Oli couldn't press him further. It was better to think positively. At least he wasn't lying to deceive her. Mina Oli was able to accept this calmly because she was certain that Huadeli's scrutiny of Alicia, though likely involved in some secret, had nothing to do with personal affection. Moreover, Mina Oli did not believe that Alicia, being as perceptive as she was, would not have noticed Huadeli's examining gaze. Given Alicia's straightforward nature, if she didn't know what was happening, she would have asked about it. The fact that she hadn't asked meant she was aware of why Huadeli kept staring at her in silence. This was all too strange. How could two classmates, who weren't very familiar with each other and had vastly different backgrounds, have a shared secret? Mina Oli felt that whatever these two were hiding was definitely not a trivial matter. However, as long as Huadeli and Alicia's situation didn't involve personal affection, Mina Oli could accept it. But Mina Oli noticed that while she had accepted this situation, the second prince seemed to be misunderstanding something just as before. His gaze towards Huadeli was as sharp as a blade. Mina Oli was startled. Huadeli was looking at Alicia, and she was his fiancée, so she could understand his displeasure. But why was the second prince, Ibn Adam, looking at Huadeli with such hostility? Mina Oli sensed that something was off. She considered the situation from another angle and realized she might have discovered a significant secret. Could it really be true? No way. This couldn't be happening. If it were true, it would stir up a huge commotion. Although Ibn Adam was now her classmate and his personality had greatly changed, almost unrecognizable from when he was 14, Mina Oli still felt that his ruthless nature hadn't truly disappeared. It was just that due to his elevated status and superior cultivation, no one dared show him disrespect anymore. Mina Oli believed that if Huadeli had truly offended Ibn Adam wouldn't let it go easily, and if it was someone else, the consequences might be even more severe. Mina Oli was genuinely sweating for Huadeli. But under Hebrew Adam's gaze, she couldn't bluntly remind Huadeli to stop looking at Alicia. Therefore, she had to find a topic to discuss with him to redirect Huadeli's attention. Chapter 189, Affected and Pretentious. Huadeli had been absorbed in his own thoughts, mostly focusing his attention on Alicia, and was so distracted that he barely noticed the second prince's gaze. Mina Oli, however, was on edge, not only because of her discovery but also because of the second prince's gaze. Mina had always known that the second prince was not to be trifled with, but from a distance, it wasn't obvious. Today, she found that the second prince was truly intimidating. The second prince, Hebrew Adam, had not said a word initially. When he noticed Huadeli staring at Alicia, there was a fleeting sharpness in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Afterward, he simply watched Huadeli and Alicia quietly, which Mina found even more unsettling. Mina did not dare to remind Huadeli in such a situation, so she tried to find opportunities to speak with him, hoping to draw his attention away from Alicia. Fortunately, after half an hour, the video screen on the wall of the spacecraft, which had been displaying continuously, showed that their spacecraft was flying into the palace. Mina sighed in relief. They had finally arrived, and she could finally relax. She was thinking about how she might talk to Huadeli about it when the chance arose. The second prince finally turned his gaze away, stood up, and walked to the spacecraft's door. After checking the situation outside and confirming it was safe, he opened the door and gestured for his companions to disembark. Hebrew Adam's serious and cautious attitude initially caused the elite class to wait silently and on edge. Once Hebrew Adam signaled that they could disembark, everyone immediately proceeded to the spacecraft door as if nothing was amiss. For Alicia and Sheila, who were eagerly admiring the scenery, the half-hour passed in the blink of an eye. They hadn't finished looking at the view outside the window. They had only seen half of it before they arrived. Mina Oli heard Alicia lamenting to Sheila about how quickly they had arrived and how they hadn't seen all the scenery. "We can still see it on the way back. We'll have time to finish looking," Sheila reassured her. Mina Oli, who had been anxiously waiting the entire time, felt like she might burst with frustration, not wanting to be with these two clueless girls. She quickly disembarked from the spacecraft. Alicia, with Sheila in tow, followed Mina Oli off the spacecraft. Sheila, somewhat belatedly, whispered to Alicia, "Why does Mina seem a bit unhappy?" Alicia's lips curled slightly. Although she had appeared to be focused on the scenery, she was actually aware of Huadeli's gaze and confusion. Alicia thought Huadeli was too blunt and unreserved to stare at a girl in front of his fiancée. She was relieved that Mina Oli had such a good temperament. However, due to reasons she couldn't mention, Alicia didn't mind adding a bit of discomfort for Huadeli. "So," she innocently said. Mina was sitting and talking with Huadeli throughout the flight. Alicia's whisper wasn't very quiet. It was clearly heard by the boys in front and behind them, including Huadeli. Seeing Alicia and Sheila's close interaction, Sheila understood what was going on and spoke a bit louder. It must be that Huadeli said something that offended her. Huadeli can be a bit clueless and doesn't really know how to comfort girls. After all, Mina is his fiancée. Huadeli didn't realize that Alicia was trying to irritate him with her words. He looked at Mina Oli, puzzled. He didn't think he had said anything inappropriate. Should he ask what was going on or apologize to Mina? Seeing Huadeli's worried expression, Mina Oli's mood improved significantly. He might be clueless, but his concern for her had been growing over the past few months. As her mother had said, as long as no romantic rival appeared, their feelings would naturally deepen with time, especially since they were now classmates and teammates spending so much time together. The prince's spacecraft, having privileges within the palace, didn't stop at the designated visitor area but instead flew directly into the inner palace's landing area. Therefore, the elite class disembarked from the spacecraft, walked through a single defensive arch, and entered the flower hall where the banquet was being held. As the name implies, the flower hall was divided into an open hall and a garden. The garden was filled with a variety of blooming, colorful flowers. Then, the Cinderella story of the country bumpkin began. Alicia was absolutely enchanted by the flowers. These exquisite and beautiful blooms, not something an ordinary person could cultivate, were so stunning that she found it difficult to move through the garden, her eyes constantly darting around. Fortunately, she was walking arm in arm with Sheila. Although Sheila maintained her ladylike demeanor, she would give Alicia a nudge if she slowed down, ensuring Alicia didn't lose her composure and stop abruptly. When they reached the open hall, Alicia was even more captivated. She couldn't find the right words to describe the palace hall. It was, in summary, a blend of high-tech and luxurious styles, an opulent beauty that was overwhelming. The luxury and grandeur of the place were built with credit coins. After all, the Gus Empire had only one king and one palace, unique and unmatched. Even ordinary nobles didn't have the opportunity to visit, so Alicia took in the beauty with great appreciation. Alicia was unconditionally in love with beauty. She appreciated the natural beauty of landscapes, but she also adored the opulent and luxurious splendor, recognizing it as a different kind of beauty. Although Hebrew Adam returned with his companions, he had responsibilities to attend to and couldn't stay with them for the entire time. The other companions were fine, even if they hadn't attended such high-level banquets before. They had been to smaller ones. Only Alicia, who was unfamiliar with such events, concerned Hebrew Adam, so he turned around to give her a few instructions. However, he found his companion admiring the palace scenery with such obvious appreciation and delight that he momentarily forgot what he wanted to say. The thought that crossed his mind was that Alicia was truly an unpretentious girl, consistent inside and out. His mother was notorious for her love of luxury and extravagance, so her banquets always featured various opulent items. Many people privately criticized her for this, and there were numerous comments online. Hebrew Adam had seen many girls attending his mother's banquet for the first time. When these girls saw the various luxury items, they showed clear desire but acted pretentiously aloof and disdainful, and some even used subtle sarcasm to display their supposed high moral standing. In the past, Hebrew Adam's potential for cultivation was mediocre and overshadowed by his older brother's brilliance. As a result, many people did not think highly of him or his mother, so he often overheard disparaging remarks unintentionally. Those girls actually desired this luxurious lifestyle just as much. They went to great lengths to try and attract his older brother, aiming to become the crown princess, and even stooped to flatter him in hopes of using him to get closer to his brother. Yet, they insisted on putting on a pretentious, high and mighty facade, which Hebrew Adam found extremely distasteful. Chapter 190. There are problems. Hebrew Adam, who deeply despises pretentious and superficial women despite their vanity, felt very pleased seeing his friend marveling at the beautiful scenery and luxurious items around them. His friend's genuine admiration, marked by a look of awe and appreciation, was refreshing compared to the typical affectations he usually encountered. "It's time for me to go see my mother. I can't stay with you. You can join the others and look around. I'll arrange things for you later. If anyone offends you, don't be afraid. Feel free to deal with them as you see fit. Whether it's a punch or a scolding, I'll take care of it for you," Hebrew Adam whispered. It was the first time Alicia had seen Hebrew Adam with such a gentle expression. It seemed that being back in his own territory made him quite happy, especially since it was his mother's birthday party. He must be feeling good. Alicia was naturally pleased to accept his offer of protection. She wasn't foolish enough to reject a beneficial ally. Over time, Alicia had come to understand that Hebrew Adam was a man of his word, and he always followed through on his promises. However, Alicia was uncertain how he would handle any difficulties that arose, especially since it was likely that his mother's people might be the ones causing trouble. But they were in the real world, and she hoped that the kind of people who usually appear in novels with poor judgment would not be present. After Hebrew Adam gave his final instructions to the others, he headed to the back of the hall to prepare. The banquet was about to begin, and he still needed to change into formal attire. Once Hebrew Adam had left, Dean Acheson, Huadeli, and Mina Oli began searching for their family members, as their respective family lineages would have representatives attending the event. Only Sheila remained standing there, making no effort to find her family. "Aren't you going to look for your family?" Alicia asked softly. Sheila responded with a hint of coldness in her voice. "My stepmother and her daughter wouldn't be happy to see me here." "Ah, a stepmother." Alicia blinked and began to understand why Sheila had such a mercurial and sharp-tongued nature. "Don't you think you should be happier when others are unhappy? You're probably on a different level from them now," Alicia said with a smile. Sheila paused at Alicia's words, the dark expression on her face fading, replaced by a pleasant smile. "I suppose you're right. You're not such a bad person after all." "Likewise. It's good to have a superficial friendship with you. We're all about the same," Alicia replied. After their pleasant exchange, and since Sheila didn't have to engage in any social obligations, Alicia comfortably linked arms with her, continuing to enjoy the rare and opulent sights of the palace. Sheila took another look at her companion, clearly certain that Alicia was not paying attention at all. Sheila had noticed how gentle the second prince's demeanor was when he spoke quietly with her and how surprised the onlookers were. She wondered how this might affect her. "Today has truly been an eye-opener and a great experience," Alicia said enthusiastically, continuing to wander through the garden and enjoy the scenery. "Only you have the mood to appreciate these things," Sheila said, feeling powerless as she was dragged along as a companion. While they were talking, more guests arrived, and many of their eyes were subtly drawn toward them, especially toward Alicia. However, Manny was completely indifferent. Sheila felt that it was odd for her superficial friend to behave so differently, so she dragged Alicia back to her side. Sheila didn't believe Alicia couldn't act like a refined lady. Alicia was quite skilled at putting on airs, but right now, she simply didn't want to. "I'm just a commoner, and my future social focus isn't here. I don't have the ambition to marry a rich husband, so of course I'm in the mood to appreciate the beauty," Alicia said casually. She didn't want to force herself into such a high society scene in the future, so why should she pretend and make things difficult for herself? Enjoying the beauty of the scenery wasn't rude. It only made her stand out as somewhat different among the pretentious ladies. Sheila really wanted to say, "Do you know that your future is already planned out? You've been placed next to the second prince, which means you're his partner now, unless the second prince decides not to use you in the future. Do you really think you can just walk away freely and return to where you want to be?" But looking at Alicia's clear eyes and indifferent smile, Sheila suddenly felt she had nothing more to say. If Alicia was content with not pursuing wealth and glory and preferred to focus on her own path, then it was fine for her to maintain such a pure mindset for her cultivation. At least for these few years. She wouldn't have to face those things. The second prince would only be her classmate during this time. Perhaps Alicia's thoughts would change on their own in the future, and there was no need to discourage her now. Besides, if Alicia still didn't know by the time she should, Sheila could always tell her then. Sheila's attention was drawn back to Alicia's sudden distraction. What was she thinking? Had she forgotten her refined demeanor? Alicia lightly tugged at Sheila, who was trying to act like a lady after arriving at the palace, and whispered, "Don't be so pretentious. You don't need to worry too much about your stepmother right now. After all, this place isn't where your crush is it?" Sheila glanced at Alicia, puzzled over what kind of information she had given her to make Alicia think of this. But as for a crush, Sheila's eyes showed a hint of sadness. She didn't have a crush. There is indeed a story, but looking at Sheila's expression, it's probably a tragedy. TSK, poor girl. Her past must have been quite eventful. No wonder she ended up turning dark in the novels. Although the two were not genuine friends, Alicia didn't want to hurt her feelings, so she changed the subject and asked Dean Acheson, who was standing not far away. "Dean, are your parents attending the banquet?" Dean Acheson was somewhat puzzled as to why the topic had suddenly shifted to him and why Alicia was asking about his parents, especially since she didn't know them. He felt it was odd and suspected she might have some ulterior motive. "My father can't come back from the base on Kepler, but my mother and aunt will be coming. They should arrive soon," Dean Acheson replied, and couldn't help but ask, "You don't happen to know my mother, do you? Do you think it's possible?" Alicia smiled and glanced at Huadeli, who was paying attention to their conversation. She didn't reveal that she was a commoner. It would have been too deliberate. Dean Acheson found her smile rather meaningful. "My parents will both be coming. They'll arrive in 2 minutes," Huadeli said to Alicia with a gentle expression. "Oh." Alicia replied indifferently, as if she didn't care at all. Her question to Dean Acheson earlier was actually to draw out Huadeli's response. From Huadeli's expression, it seemed like he already knew something. She was curious about what they were planning. Dean Acheson looked at the two of them, not with suspicion, but with certainty that something was amiss. Both of them seemed to have issues. Chapter 191, Too obvious. Not only does our cousin have strong cultivation potential, but she's also very intelligent. Even if she were of common birth, she would still earn the admiration and respect of those around her, the Crown Prince said softly, watching the video of Alicia playfully chatting with their friends. Anyone with eyes could see how well she got along with them. The Crown Prince couldn't help but smile. After all, she's from the Huada family. Even if she grew up in a civilian area on the Fringe Star, her mind is naturally sharp. No matter what, she wouldn't be lacking, Huadeki said with pride and satisfaction. The Crown Prince glanced at Huadeki, resisting the urge to put him down. After all, he himself was half Huada by blood. Criticizing Huadeki would be the same as insulting himself. As the two cousins were talking, another video showed a heavily guarded royal landing field where a starship had just touched down. A strikingly handsome, black-haired middle-aged man stepped out, followed by a beautiful woman in a yellow ceremonial gown. The yellow gown worn by the beautiful woman was almost identical to the one Alicia was wearing. Huadeki's eyes widened in surprise. "Aunt is being way too obvious." No wonder she insisted on choosing the design herself. Wasn't this just supposed to be a casual meeting with our cousin, to invite her back to the Huada family for a formal reunion? Now anyone with eyes can tell what's going on. She's being way too eager. Finally being able to recognize her daughter, how could second aunt possibly hold back? She's probably dying to let everyone know about our cousin's existence, making sure no one underestimates her. To be honest, our cousin looks quite similar to second aunt. When they stand together, no one would have any doubts, the Crown Prince said nonchalantly. Since they're planning to officially acknowledge her, why not do it at a grand occasion where many aristocratic families are present? Our cousin isn't some illegitimate child who can't be presented in public. It's even better for others to see how much the Huada family values her. Are you sure the new queen won't try anything against Alicia? After all, if she could do something like that back then, even though she claimed it was out of grief for her sister, it shows she's truly a mad woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come up with such a method, Huadeki asked worriedly. Of course, Huadeki wanted everyone who should know to realize that Alicia was the little princess of the Huada family, not some commoner from a Fringe Star. He didn't oppose what second aunt was doing, but he was concerned it might provoke Queen Amber, especially since the assassination bounty issue hadn't been fully resolved. She knows we've uncovered the entire truth, so there's no need for her to act to cover it up. I've already warned her. If she doesn't want everyone to know what she did, she won't dare to do anything more, the Crown Prince said calmly. She's not as crazy as you think. In fact, most of the time, she's quite calculated and pragmatic." Alicia had no idea that after the Crown Prince and Hwadeki discovered her identity, the two brothers had already investigated her situation. To protect her, the Crown Prince had immediately spoken with the Queen about the matter. Now that the truth was out, Queen Amber had no choice but to remain quiet. There was no need for her to target Alicia again. This left Alicia wondering why, even after arriving in the imperial capital and appearing in front of the Hwada family, Queen Amber had done nothing at all. Alicia, unaware of the full story, couldn't possibly be so carefree as to let her guard down after arriving on enemy territory. Her friends thought she was mesmerized by the beauty of the scenery, not realizing that she was actually multitasking. While pretending to be completely captivated by the view, she was secretly observing her surroundings, taking note of the intentions of both the servants and guests at the banquet. By putting on an act of being a naive country bumpkin experiencing new sights, she could easily fool those secretly watching her, causing them to underestimate her abilities. Why does she love looking at scenery so much? She's completely zoned out again. Sheila wanted to roll her eyes, but refrained, knowing it wouldn't be ladylike. Just as Sheila was about to make a snide remark towards Alicia, she noticed that her other friends were all looking utterly shocked. Their mouths were slightly open as they glanced between Alicia and something behind them, as if they had just seen something incredible and were at a loss for words. Following their gaze, Sheila turned round and saw a noblewoman in a yellow gown walking quickly towards them. The woman's eyes were fixed on Alicia, filled with undeniable excitement. Sheila recognized the noblewoman, but Sheila looked at her friends in confusion, then at Alicia, and finally at the noblewoman, as if she was seeing the noblewoman for the first time today. Alicia naturally noticed Sheila's strange expression. Following her gaze, she turned around casually, and then a smile appeared on her face. She turned back around and, under the various surprised gazes of the crowd, gave a polite bow and warmly greeted Aunt Lixai. Sheila felt her face freeze in shock. What was happening? What on earth was going on? Manny! Lixai Amber called out excitedly, quickening her pace toward her. However, the smile on Alicia's face quickly faded because she saw an exceptionally handsome middle-aged man also approaching. His gaze remained fixed on her, and there was a hint of emotion in his eyes. The onlookers, stunned by the unfolding scene, glanced at the man, then back at Alicia, as if yet another shocking revelation had been thrust upon them. Sheila, meanwhile, felt completely disoriented, wondering, who am I? Where am I? Because she also knew this middle-aged man. Could someone tell her why her little friend, her companion from a marginal star and a commoner, not only looked so much like the second lady of the Hwada family, but also bore some resemblance to the second lord of the family? The most important thing was the way this couple looked at her friend, as if they were seeing their most treasured possession. Their eyes even slightly reddened. What on earth was happening? Could someone please explain? Alicia's gaze once again fell on Lixai Amber, and she felt as if something had finally broken. So, she really was the second lady of the Hwada family, and it seemed that avoiding the situation had been futile. When she was with Li Kixing, Alicia had pretended to know nothing, never asking about Aunt Lixai's identity, thinking it was enough to interact casually, but she couldn't avoid Lixai Amber's desire to reunite with her daughter Manny. Lixai Amber finally reached Alicia and met her gaze, which seemed to see through everything yet remained calm. Lixai felt an overwhelming surge of pain and helplessness in her heart. Hwodeki said that Alicia had long known her true identity, but she didn't seem to have any intention of acknowledging them. Was she angry because she thought she was too foolish? Indeed, what mother could be as foolish as she was? Manny, can we talk? The second lord of the Hwada family looked at the young girl before him, clearly emotional. He thought he could stay calm, but she looked so much like his wife, almost identical to Lixai in her youth. However, back then, Lixai didn't have this kind of gaze. And that was all his fault. Chapter 192. Crying out loud. Although there were nearly 100 people at the Queen's birthday banquet, the scene was eerily silent. Everyone seemed frozen, staring blankly at Lixai Amber and the young girl standing in front of her in the garden. Mean Ollie suddenly realized what was going on and glanced at Hwadeli. So that's why. No wonder he and Alicia looked so alike. Meanwhile, noticed that Hwadeli, usually stoic, showed rare expression of excitement. Dean Acheson, who had been gaping in shock, finally remembered to close his mouth and managed to cry out, "Could it be that Alicia is actually my cousin?" Hwadeli glanced at him and, with a hoarse voice, corrected, "She's your older cousin." "Ah, really? What's going on here?" Dean Acheson looked at Hwadeli in confusion. Why did a cousin suddenly appear from his uncle's family, and how had he not known about such a big event? It's said that back then, our mother was pregnant with twins after she was attacked and we were born in the chaos. Someone told her that the girl had died at birth due to a genetic disorder. Hwadeli explained, speaking loud enough for the people around them to hear. Those who heard Hwadeli's words immediately understood. The girl hadn't died but had been taken away from the Huada family. It was clear that Huada and his wife had been victims of a malicious plot. Who could have known that not only did the girl survive and grow up, but she also became so accomplished she even ended up by the second prince's side, was brought to the queen's birthday banquet by him, and then discovered by the Huada family. For those who didn't know the girl's true identity, they simply thought she was incredibly lucky. Being recognized by the Huada family meant that her future would be bright. After all, the Huada family had only one young girl in the main bloodline, and she would undoubtedly enjoy endless prestige and fortune. However, the noble families who were aware of her identity were filled with envy and resentment toward the Huada family. The Huada family really did have incredible luck. In Huada's generation, none of the direct descendants were particularly outstanding, and many had quietly speculated that in a few decades, the Huada family's main branch would decline, replaced by side branches, and that their influence would drop out of the top 10 noble families. But who could have expected this? First, there was Huadeki, followed by Huadeli, and now, suddenly, a talented telepath turned out to be a member of their family. It was unbelievable. Alicia is his cousin. What a twist of fate. Feeling like he had just been hit by an enormous revelation, Dean Acheson excitedly exclaimed, "Let's go over and take a look." Before his words even settled, Huadeli had already walked over. Before coming here, Alicia had prepared herself to act according to her wishes, intending to communicate privately with the Huada family to express her desire not to return to the Huada family and that everyone should go their own way in peace. However, she had underestimated the coercive power of the situation and the degree of difficulty in being helpless. Her assumptions were based on the premise that everyone would engage in a calm and rational discussion. For that premise to hold, there must be no excessive emotions involved. As a counterfeit, Alicia could indeed remain composed, but how could parents who desperately want to reclaim their daughter still be calm? "Alicia, it's all my fault. It's my fault that you had to suffer." Lixiamba couldn't help but embrace the girl, quickly breaking down into hysterical tears, completely disregarding her usually aloof image. The heart-wrenching sobs and burning tears made Alicia deeply understand the pain Lixiamba had endured as a mother, having lost her daughter due to her own mistakes, and the anguish she must have felt over the past years. In this situation, Alicia couldn't push her away coldly and say, "Don't call me, don't hug me. I don't want to acknowledge you." She couldn't do it. Her eyes couldn't help but grow warm, and empathy surged within her. She didn't dare to think too deeply about how her mother must have suffered after losing her in her past life. No matter the world, separation through life and death is always deeply painful. "Manny, losing you was our fault as parents, but we never meant not to want you. You are our little treasure," Huadu said, his eyes also filled with tears. He couldn't help but reach out to embrace the mother and daughter. Embraced by both a man and a woman, Manny, with reddened eyes, looked dazed and helpless. How was she supposed to respond to this situation? Seeing Huadeli approaching, Alicia suddenly remembered that she had forgotten about him. Anxiety surged in her heart. Her identity was exposed. What would happen to him? Alicia felt a great deal of sympathy for Miss Gina, who never knew she was being used, so she didn't harbor any resentment toward Huadeli. To be fair, Huadeli was innocent in this matter. However, her return could be a fatal blow to him because, in the eyes of others, his existence was a sin. He had replaced Alicia, taking everything that should have belonged to her. In the novel, Huadeli is portrayed as a righteous young hero. In the real world, after half a year of being classmates, Alicia didn't dislike him at all. She didn't want him to suffer such a blow, as the experience of falling from the clouds to the mud was likely something a mere 15-year-old boy couldn't endure. His eyes were red. Was it due to his awkward background? Even so, there was no hatred in his eyes, only pain. Huadeli noticed Manny's gaze and pulled Huadeli, who was standing aside with red-rimmed eyes like a dazed goose, toward Alicia. He said to her, "This is your brother, your twin brother." Alicia was incredibly surprised, widening her eyes. This could be done like this? It was indeed the best solution to resolve this tangled and complicated ethical dilemma in their lives. Of course, this came at the cost of Lixiamba suppressing her grievances. In this matter, Huadu did not suffer. Instead, he gained a son. The only ones who were wronged were Lixiamba and her daughter. Seeing the girl's dazed and confused expression, Huadeli couldn't help but gently pat her head and call out softly, "Sister." Since he first suspected her identity, Alicia's little gestures had seemed especially endearing to Huadeli. He had long wanted to touch her head like this. Alicia really didn't want to return to the Huada family. Her feelings hadn't changed, but the issue was, she didn't even need to agree. Huadu and Lixiamba hadn't even asked her directly. She hadn't had the chance to say a word. As Lixiamba cried while hugging her, Alicia, feeling empathetic, couldn't hold back her own tears. To Huadu and the others, it seemed like she was acknowledging and accepting her new identity. However, despite the grievances she felt, she couldn't instantly forgive them. Although Lixiamba had once lost control and wept loudly after her most intense emotions had subsided, as a soldier, she quickly regained her composure and returned to a more controlled state. Dean Acheson's mother, Huadifi, arrived at the scene when Lixiamba began crying. Upon learning of this earth-shattering revelation from her son, she was not particularly surprised. Chapter 193, Distraught. Dean Acheson told his mother about the major revelation, but he noticed that her expression was quite calm, showing no surprise. He naturally began to suspect whether she had known about this in advance and asked quietly, "Mother, did you know about this beforehand?" Huadifi just glanced at him without saying a word. However, Dean Acheson could tell from her reaction that she indeed had known in advance. "Mother, am I no longer your son?" Dean Acheson looked at his mother with a trace of resentment. After all, Alicia was his friend. How could she not tell him such an important thing? "No," Huadifi replied decisively, ignoring her son's resentful gaze. She had only recently learned of it herself. Huada's family hadn't made any public announcement yet, and she didn't know if they wanted to recognize Alicia. If she told him, he might run off to recognize his cousin, which would be awkward, but it seemed that the second brother and sister-in-law did want to recognize her. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shown such reaction in this situation. They likely hadn't found an opportunity because the children had been confined to the school for the past 2 months without any contact with the outside world. Seeing that the second sister-in-law had calmed down, Huadifi approached with a hint of surprise and said, "During the initial training, when Dean showed me their photos, I thought Manny and Xiaoli looked like twin siblings. At that time, I even lamented that such an outstanding girl not being a member of our Huada family was a real pity. It turns out my intuition was right." Huadifi's intervention helped reduce Lixiamba's overwhelming sadness. Hearing Huadifi's words, Lixiamba looked at Alicia with pride, seeing her daughter as the best and the most outstanding child in the world. Huadifi had noticed Alicia early on because of her son and recognized how exceptional she was. Seeing the resemblance between Manny and herself, Huadifi, who had no daughter of her own, felt a strong fondness for her. At this moment, King Adam, Queen Amber, and Hebrew Adam came out from the back hall, signaling the official start of the banquet. All attention shifted back to the hosts, including the family engaged in the recognition. Huadifi helped Lixiamba adjust her appearance. Fortunately, as a soldier, Lixiamba was not used to heavy makeup. After wiping her face, she looked clean, with only her slightly red eyes showing any sign of emotional distress. Alicia breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lixiamba still held her hand tightly, she was finally able to catch her breath. Under the arrangement of the palace robots, the guests took their places around the long tables in the hall. The robots then served each guest a large portion of food. Alicia had no idea what the food was made of and could only think of it as exquisite. Alicia originally looked forward to expanding her horizons and indeed spent the entire evening at the banquet. However, she didn't gain much insight because she was mostly absent-minded during most of the time. Of course, it wasn't just Alicia who was absent-minded. The Huada family and her friends were as well. Even though Alicia was distracted, she noticed that Queen Amber was also absent-minded, as was Hebrew Adam. Only King Adam appeared clear-headed. He gave a brief opening speech, expressing gratitude to the guests, congratulating Queen Amber, presenting her with a birthday gift, and then announcing the start of the banquet. King Adam looked much like his image on the screen. Hebrew Adam resembled his father to at least 60%, but to be honest, Hebrew Adam was much taller and more handsome than his father. In the novel, the second prince and King Adam had a strained father-son relationship, but Alicia felt that it was different in the real world. Hebrew Adam's attitude towards his father was very natural, the kind of natural closeness a son has with his father. King Adam's affection and pride for his son were evident, and seeing their interactions made Alicia think of the phrase "a loving father and a filial son." However, Queen Amber, who was maintaining her queenly demeanor on the side, seemed to be like a stranger to the father and son in terms of attitude. Of course, even though Alicia was absent-minded, she immediately regained her composure when it came time to eat. Indeed, it was a high-level banquet. Most of the food was unfamiliar to her, but it was delicious. Due to the attention she received because of the events before the banquet, Alicia had to recall the etiquette tips given by the hostess and pretend to be very polite and refined while eating. However, the Huada couple on either side of her were entirely focused on her, naturally noticing the small gleams of pleasure in her eyes whenever she tasted the delicious food. Their daughter was truly adorable, and the couple shared a knowing look of agreement. After the banquet, Alicia was surprised to find that such a high-end birthday party had no follow-up events. After the eating and drinking, the guests simply engaged in casual conversation. The Huada couple quickly became the second most popular couple after the king and queen. Many of the conversations among the guests revolved around inquiring about the earlier events. As a result, every time Huada and Lixiamba spoke to someone, they inevitably brought up Manny. This is your times. In such a setting, there was little Manny could do. She couldn't just show no reaction. She was also feeling quite desperate, unable to escape. She had no choice but to politely greet those who came up to her. The only benefit was that Manny received many gifts, so many that she felt a bit numb. Finally, King Adam came over, accompanied only by Hebrew Adam. With a satisfied look, he said to Manny, This child is outstanding in every way, truly deserving of being from the Huada family. With such a pair of children, I believe the entire Gus Empire envies you." Huada smiled and thanked him. Although Lixayamba was upset, she maintained her composure in such a setting and managed a polite smile, though it was quite faint. After exchanging a few words with Huada, King Adam presented Mani with a gift, a spatial token, and then left with Ibu Adam. As a king, King Adam personally came over to speak with Huada and the others and gave Alicia a gift, which was highly significant. The most obvious implication was official recognition. King Adam's personal acknowledgement and admiration for the recently found Huada family girl would soon spread among the aristocracy. While King Adam was conversing with Huada and his party, Ibu Adam greeted them but appeared somewhat dispirited and distracted. At Lixayamba's signal, Alicia had to accept the gift personally handed to her by the king. Once the king left, Alicia couldn't help but check what the gift was and was startled. To her amazement, it was a private interstellar spacecraft capable of carrying military-grade weapons. As far as Alicia knew, private interstellar spacecraft required military approval and registration to be purchased, with even the cheapest ones costing around 80 million credit coins. Given that it was a gift from the king, it was likely worth more than 100 million, not including the weaponry. Chapter 194, No More Mistakes. In her mind, Alicia thought that the gift from King Adam must be more valuable than others. She never expected it to be a small interstellar spacecraft. This. Just look at this. This gift was too overwhelming, far beyond her psychological capacity to handle. Alicia had no choice but to seek help from her new parents. "Don't worry about it. This is nothing. It's what they are supposed to give," Huada said, seeing her slight panic and feeling a pang of sadness. He couldn't help but reach out and gently touch her hair. The girl's hair was soft and smooth, a tactile experience completely different from that of boys. Huada had missed out on this for more than a decade, and his resentment deepened. His daughter was actually distressed because of a valuable gift. If she had always lived with the Huada family, although the Huada family might not have given every young direct descendant an interstellar spacecraft, at least she wouldn't be so anxious about receiving such a gift. The suffering his daughter and wife had endured over the past decade was not adequately compensated by this gift, which was merely a small token. King Adam's gesture equated to an official acknowledgement of Alicia's identity. The guests present were all of top status in the Gus Empire. Although they had been taken aback by the big surprise, they were too excited to share it immediately and instead began to ponder and investigate what had happened during Lady Amber's delivery to cause such an event, wondering who could be so unscrupulous. The guests, who had matters on their minds but couldn't discuss them openly, remained absent-minded. The host family was no different. Queen Amber was very quiet today, maintaining her noble and aloof demeanor. She only spoke to a few familiar noblewomen and did not initiate conversations with others. King Adam's actions were equivalent to an official acknowledgement of Alicia's identity. The guests present were all of top status in the Gus Empire. Although they were taken aback by the huge revelation and excited, they didn't immediately share the news. Instead, they began to investigate what had happened during Lady Amber's delivery that led to this situation, and who could have orchestrated such an unscrupulous act. The guests, preoccupied with thoughts they couldn't discuss openly, remained distracted. The host family was no different. Queen Amber was very quiet today, maintaining a completely noble and aloof demeanor. She spoke only to a few familiar noblewomen and did not initiate conversations with others. As a result, the birthday party ended rather abruptly. "Manny, we've already prepared your room. Would you like to come and stay with us tonight?" Lady Amber said, reluctant to let go of Alicia's hand. Alicia finally found an opportunity to refuse, or rather, she finally found a chance to speak. "We're starting training early tomorrow morning. Our instructor is very strict, and we can't afford to lose time." Alicia instinctively avoided the invitation. She was truly confused. This reunion was so disordered. Forced to accept so many gifts, she wanted to return them to Huada and his wife, but they insisted she keep them. Combined with King Adam's words, it would be absurd to continue denying her identity. Huada was calmer than his wife and was more aware that his daughter was still conflicted and entangled in her emotions. He remembered Huadeki's comments about Alicia, particularly about her attitude toward the Huada family. Huadeki had mentioned that Alicia didn't seem like an ordinary person who, upon learning she was part of the Huada family, would eagerly come forward. Instead, she seemed indifferent to wealth and honor, hiding her identity, and was focused on returning to the Border Star after graduation. Although she didn't show any overt resentment, her attitude was somewhat cold, indicating that there was an underlying issue. Her reluctance to return to the Huada family suggested an internal resistance. Huadeki had advised him not to rush things and to gradually address her emotional barriers. This child had been raised by Queen Amber's former secret guard. That Teresa Du had taken great care of Alicia, diligently teaching her and even risking her life to enhance Alicia's potential, which eventually led to her disappearance. Despite the effort and care that Teresa Du had put in, apart from taking Alicia away, Huada was very grateful to her. After all, if it had been another secret guard, Alicia might not have been cared for so well, or even had the opportunity to grow up. However, Teresa Do likely had her own reasons for not revealing Alicia's true identity or the Huada family's connection. From the situation, it seemed that she had conveyed negative impression. Otherwise, Alicia wouldn't have shown such a lack of hope for the Huada family and her reluctance to acknowledge her parents, preferring to stay away. Huada had thought long and hard and believed that the most likely reason for Alicia's reluctance was that she knew the true identity of Huada. Huada had replaced her and lived a superior life in the Huada family for over 10 years. Meanwhile, she, the legitimate eldest daughter, had ended up on a poor star. Although she wasn't living in absolute poverty, her circumstances were vastly different from those of Huada. Now, having finally returned, she was still expected to stand on equal footing with a child who had usurped her identity and status. Typically, someone with pride would find this difficult to accept, and since Alicia was a proud child, she naturally did not want to belittle herself. Even though he publicly stated that Huada was her twin brother, Alicia did not protest. However, her gaze was unusual. This was likely because, as a classmate of Huada's, she didn't want to embarrass him, so she said nothing. But this didn't mean she had accepted the situation. They had been too careless back then. Lixai had trusted her parents too much, leading to her being deceived into an early delivery. The child had to be placed in a treatment pod immediately after birth, and it wasn't until days later that they began to suspect a switch had occurred, completely missing the chance to find the child. Moreover, being misled into believing that the situation was a scheme to swap her daughter for an illegitimate child. Queen Amber's lady-in-waiting even threatened Lixai to ensure her daughter's survival. Lixai had to treat that son well. He had been busy with work and, trusting his father-in-law and mother-in-law, did not expect such an incident to occur and was unable to return immediately afterward. He also believed the old couple's story that the baby had died due to genetic collapse right after the birth. To avoid trouble, they agreed to use a test tube baby secretly created by a distant relative to deceive everyone. Over the years, Lixai had resented him and he had resented Lixai. They had become as strangers to each other. In short, the blame was mostly on him, resulting in years of marital estrangement and their daughter being left on a fringe planet. It was fortunate that the dark guard who took their daughter had a good heart. Otherwise, she might have disappeared without a trace, and their mutual misunderstandings could have meant they would never know the truth. Huada did not want to hurt his son, but he also did not want to continue causing distress to his daughter and wife. They had already suffered enough over the years. If Alicia truly could not accept Huada, he would have to find another solution. However, these discussions could not happen here and needed to be addressed privately at another time. After some thought, Huada made a decision and said to Alicia, "Then when the time comes for the truth to be revealed, I'll come with your mother to bring you home." There are so many traps in these words. How should she respond? Alicia was in a difficult position, and since Huada had already found a way to handle her, he did not give her a chance to answer. Instead, he turned to Huada and said, "You need to take good care of your sister." "I will, father," Huada replied with firm determination. "I will also take good care of my cousin," Dean Acheson eagerly added, seeking to assert his presence. He was the first to get to know Alicia and had helped her when she was confused and unsure. His performance clearly earned him approving looks from everyone, as they remembered his contributions when thinking back on the situation. Chapter 195. On the way back, Alicia first appeared in the public eye during the admission test at the Xuanbu First Military Academy. Unexpectedly, she was thrown into the combat section of the examination without prior notice. At that time, confused and disoriented, Alicia's first opponent was Dean Acheson. Out of a sympathy he didn't fully understand, Dean Acheson extended a helping hand to Alicia. In the eyes of Huada and his wife, Dean Acheson's act of kindness back then was considered a significant contribution. It was only natural that he received praise from his uncle and aunt. "Your help to your cousin has not gone unnoticed. Your uncle will remember it and might reward you in the future. You should take good care of your cousin from now on." "No problem," Dean Acheson cheerfully agreed, though he added with a hint of disappointment. "But to be honest, why is she my cousin? I would have preferred her to be my younger sister." Dean Acheson's comment made everyone laugh. Unfortunately for him, he was only 10 days younger than Huada and Alicia. Despite being close in age, being an elder brother is much more prestigious than being a younger brother who is under his elder sister's supervision. Everyone in the elite class assumed that Ibrahim would not return to the school tonight and that they would be escorted back by bodyguards. Huada had initially felt uneasy and planned to arrange for his own people to escort them. However, just as they were talking, Ibrahim arrived beside them. Ibrahim had changed out of his formal attire and into the training uniform he commonly wore at school, clearly indicating that he would be returning to the school with them. Once back on Ibrahim's spacecraft, the elite class members watched Huada and Alicia with curiosity. "When I first saw the two of you, I thought you were siblings, and it turns out I was right. I really do have foresight," Su-43 said first. Su-43 was not from the Imperial Capital Star. Although he was aware of Huada as a genius figure of the Gus Empire, His knowledge was limited to Huadeli's abilities and his status as a high-ranking family's legitimate child, without knowing much else. As for Alicia, she had never appeared in public before, and her identity had been kept strictly confidential, so when she first appeared during the special training, Su-43 intuitively thought Alicia and Huadeli were siblings. It was only now that he realized his initial assumption was correct. "No wonder I always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with you. It turns out you're my cousin," Dean Acheson said, finally realizing that his strong feelings of closeness to a girl were not out of romantic affection but rather due to their familial connection. Also, Alicia often looked at him with a particular gaze, which, in retrospect, seemed like the look one would give a younger sibling. With this thought, Dean Acheson couldn't help but become suspicious. Reflecting on Alicia's expression during the recognition ceremony today, a thought crossed his mind. He looked at Alicia and asked tentatively, "Did you already know about your true identity?" At this point, there was no need to hide any longer, and Alicia nodded. The elite class members, being top students, quickly realized that since the beginning of the special training on the Grand Prince's Island before school started, Alicia's attitude towards Dean Acheson and Huadeli had remained unchanged. This indicated that Alicia had known her true identity before coming to the Imperial Capital Star. However, even after 6 months, Alicia had not taken any action, and her demeanor towards Huadeli had remained consistently cold. If Huadeli and his wife had not come to acknowledge her, they might never have discovered this matter. Alicia's attitude clearly conveyed that she did not wish to return to the Huada family today. Alicia's attitude towards Huadelu and his wife was one of reluctant acceptance rather than joy, which somewhat revealed her true feelings. The Huada family is one of the top 10 families in the Gus Empire, and Alicia, being a legitimate descendant, would have significant benefits upon her return. Alicia's disregard for all these benefits and her unwillingness to return suggest a deeper issue. The elite class members, after thinking for a while, unanimously concluded that the issue likely involves why Alicia ended up in the civilian world. They all knew there must be some hidden, untold conspiracy behind it, and since Huadelu and his wife had not mentioned it on the spot, it would be inappropriate for them to ask now. So, everyone turned their attention to Huadeli. As the twin brother, he should have the strongest feelings about this. With his twin sister right beside him, and even Dean Acheson, his cousin, feeling something, Huadeli couldn't possibly be indifferent. Seeing that their friends were all looking at him, Huadeli struggled to articulate his mixed feelings and finally said, "I always find it strange and conflicting, but because of Mina, I don't dare to get close to her." The elite class immediately understood and burst into laughter, with Mina Ollie blushing and looking extremely shy. Despite the complex emotions, Alicia also laughed along with everyone. In Alicia's heart, she could accept Dean Acheson, her cousin, without any psychological barriers. However, she could not simply accept Huadeli in the same way and couldn't achieve a deep sibling bond with him. Yet, as a classmate and friend, she felt no such barriers. Alicia noticed that while her friends' discussions revolved around their sibling relationship, no one was asking about what had actually happened in the past. They didn't question why Alicia ended up on the fringe planets, why she had known about her identity for so long, and why, despite coming to the Capital Star and being in the same class as her twin brother, she still hadn't revealed anything. Alicia could easily guess that they were probably curious to the point of almost going crazy, as these kids were always full of curiosity. However, they were very considerate about such major issues, knowing that it likely involved confidential matters about the Huada family. As a result, no one asked any questions, which made Alicia secretly relieved. She wasn't sure how she would respond if they did. While everyone was happily chatting, Alicia noticed that Hebrew Adam seemed off. She had sensed something was wrong with him when he appeared with King Adam and Queen Amber at the banquet. Hebrew Adam seemed to have been hit by something heavy, exuding an aura of gloom. Although he tried hard to conceal it after boarding the spaceship, the usually unruly prince had no acting skills to speak of, and he couldn't hide it from Alicia. Alicia wasn't initially focused on Hebrew Adam, but he wasn't a completely unrelated person. As the captain of their small team, his behavior could directly impact them, so she couldn't ignore him. Moreover, considering that Queen Amber's premature birth and Alicia's plight on the fringe planets were all orchestrated by Hebrew Adam's mother, Queen Amber had ended up powerless. Alicia found it hard to believe and thus couldn't ignore Hebrew Adam's strange behavior. Chapter 196, Queen Amber. Outside the royal palace, hovercars gradually flew away one by one. Inside, as the banquet ended and the guests departed, the entire palace suddenly became quiet and desolate. If Alicia were still there, she would certainly feel that the beauty of the palace had been cloaked with a layer of melancholy. Although King Adam had attended the birthday banquet with Queen Amber, as soon as the banquet concluded, he returned to the front hall of the palace and might not visit the rear hall for several days. This was the norm, and those close to Queen Amber had long grown accustomed to it. Queen Amber returned to her chambers, sitting alone in front of the mirror. As she gazed at her still beautiful face, she slowly removed the luxurious ornaments from her hair one by one. Her female aide entered with a face full of worry, looking at Queen Amber as though she had something to say but hesitated. "If you have something to say, just say it. Why be like this?" Queen Amber said calmly. "Your Majesty, the second prince has already returned to school with his classmates," the aide said. Originally, the second prince had planned to properly celebrate the Queen's birthday tonight. His sudden departure to return to school clearly indicated that he was avoiding something and could not stay in the palace any longer. "Your Majesty, why did you let the second prince know about those events from the past? He already has issues with you, and now that he knows these things..." The aide was truly perplexed. These matters were better kept hidden, but the Queen had revealed them. She really couldn't understand why the Queen had acted this way. The aide had been by Queen Amber's side for a long time. Even from her youth, she was one of the few who truly understood the events of that time, aside from the Queen herself. Back then, it was actually Queen Amber who wanted to marry Huadu, not Gina Amber. While Gina appreciated Huadu, it hadn't reached the level of love. Queen Amber, however, had been secretly in love with Huadu since her girlhood, but due to family reasons, she was forced to give up her desires and marry the widowed King Adam. Queen Amber's love had been unfulfilled, and after marrying King Adam, she had wanted to live a good life. But King Adam's heart and mind were entirely preoccupied with the late Queen Huada and focused solely on the crown prince. This only deepened Queen Amber's feelings for Huadu. Later, Huadu firmly rejected the arranged marriage with Gina Amber, stating that he was in love with Lixi Amber, a member of the collateral branch of the Amber family. Surprisingly, the Huada family did not object to him marrying someone from the collateral branch of the Amber family. It would have been one thing if Huadu didn't have anyone he liked, but the fact that he caused such a stir for Lixi Amber deeply affected Queen Amber, who was pregnant at the time. This stress caused Queen Amber to lose her composure, leading her to commit those infamous actions. After that major incident, Queen Amber settled down and focused solely on planning for the second prince. But 3 years ago, Queen Amber began to change again. The aide couldn't understand what had gotten into her mistress over the past 2 years. Every action seemed irrational, a case of harming herself without benefiting anyone. She had irritated the king to the point where he barely wanted to see her, and the second prince had grown distant from his mother, rarely returning to the palace. Today's behavior was even stranger. On the surface, the queen's birthday banquet was meant to highlight her status and mend her relationship with the second prince, but the queen's secret arrangements had a different purpose. Someone had wanted to use the queen to lure the second prince and his classmates out of school. Instead, the queen used this banquet to lure out those plotting against the second prince and his friends. There was no issue with this plan. If done well, it would be a significant achievement that could improve the queen's relationship with the king. However, the queen leaked the information to the crown prince and allowed him to arrange everything. As a result, even if the culprits were caught, the credit would go to the crown prince, adding to his merits and prestige. Additionally, the queen invited the girl from the Huada family, who had been switched at birth, to the birthday banquet without taking proper precautions. This led to a scene where Huadu and his wife lost their composure in front of many noble families, publicly recognizing their daughter. This incident became well known among the upper echelons of society, and King Adam personally had to step in and send an apology gift. Although the Huada family agreed not to reveal the truth about what happened years ago, with King Adam getting involved, there were plenty of intelligent people in high society who would speculate on the matter. Who knows what conclusions they might draw. Those 2 incidents were not even the most puzzling to the aide. What truly baffled her was that the queen had arranged for someone to reveal the entire story of the child switching incident to the second prince. As a result, the second prince had remained stern-faced throughout the banquet, leaving with his classmates immediately afterward without exchanging a single word with the queen. It was obvious that he couldn't accept this revelation. The queen wasn't that ruthless. She had never intended to harm the girl. If she had, she wouldn't have arranged for the foolish Teresa to take the girl away. Afterward, she never sent anyone to verify what had happened, nor did she look for Teresa when she disappeared. Otherwise, how could someone as simple-minded as Teresa have managed to raise the girl safely all those years? In fact, the queen had even rewarded Teresa with a large sum of credits in advance, rather than promising a reward after the task was completed. Hearing the aide's barrage of whys, a bitter smile gradually spread across Queen Amber's previously calm face. Why did she do all of this? She had no choice. A person can't live without limits and indulge in whatever they want without consequences. Once you've made a mistake, it's incredibly difficult to turn back. Since she couldn't undo what had been done, and to avoid dragging her son down with her, she had no choice but to act more vicious, using this as a way to distance herself from him. Given the crown prince's magnanimity, if the queen, who was almost at odds with the crown prince, distanced herself from her son, the lonely and helpless second prince would be fully embraced and valued by the crown prince and gain King Adam's approval. For over a decade, she had fought to win something for her son but achieved nothing. Yet with just one move from the crown prince, Her son had gone from being seen as useless to being recognized as a genius. So, what else could she do but accept her fate and admit defeat? 2 years ago, she realized that her son had a brighter future by aligning with the crown prince. Her son might not ascend to the throne, but becoming a high-ranking martial artist would also bring him great honor and allow him to live freely without being suppressed by the crown prince. From that moment, she had begun to distance herself from her son, ensuring that she wouldn't become an obstacle to the brotherly bond between him and the crown prince. She had already trapped herself in this palace, her wings clipped. Her son was her only hope, her final solace. Of course, she couldn't tell the aide any of this. If even a hint of her intentions were to leak, and the crown prince caught wind of it, he would likely see through her plan. Hebrew is still young. He can't outplay the scheming crown prince. The girl's true identity has already been exposed, and we have no way to suppress her any longer. The issue is that she's now Hebrew's partner, and in the coming years, they'll go through many combat training missions together. If she finds out that I was the one who orchestrated her being sent to the Fringe Star, what do you think her reaction would be? Queen Amber said calmly. The aide, having been by the queen's side for so long, was certainly not without cunning herself. At first, she hadn't considered this point, but with the queen's words, she quickly understood. Her face filled with fear, and she could hardly imagine the consequences. If that girl harbors resentment, and the second prince is unprepared. That's why he needed to know, so he can be prepared, Queen Amber said calmly. Chapter 197. Following closely behind, because they couldn't bear to part with Alicia, Huadiu and his wife personally escorted her onto the second prince's ship before returning to their own hovercraft. However, they didn't plan to just leave it at that and head home separately. Both Huadiu and his wife were aware of the assassination bounty list. The 12 youths aboard that ship were all on the list, especially their 2 children, their son's fiancé, and the second prince, who were all ranked in the top 10. The bounty on just the 4 of them was high enough to drive any mercenary or outlaw to madness. Although they knew the crown prince had arranged protection and the second prince had his own guards, both providing double layers of security for the ship, Huadiu and his wife couldn't feel at ease until they saw the group safely return to school. Thus, the couple, along with their guards, kept their distance, following closely behind the second prince's ship. They weren't the only ones doing this. The Atchison family was doing the same. Although Dean Atchison was somewhat overshadowed by the 4 major figures in the elite class, he was still outstanding in his own right. In fact, he was the most promising member of his generation in the Atchison family, which placed great importance on him. If nothing went wrong, Dean Atchison was expected to become the family's future heir as he matured. The Ollie family didn't even send anyone to escort her. It's understandable that some people might not have enough manpower, but her parents are truly careless, Lixi Amber remarked coldly. Lixi Amber had recently learned that Queen Amber, heartbroken over her sister's unrequited love, had orchestrated Huadeli's situation to take revenge on Huadiu. Gina Amber herself had died without ever knowing the truth, and Huadiu had never actually betrayed Lixi. As a result, Lixi's resentment toward her husband had significantly lessened. Although their relationship wouldn't return to the tender intimacy they had during the early days of their marriage, things had improved. Lixi Amber no longer looked at Huadiu with the same icy indifference. For women, other issues can be easier to bear, but nothing stings more than a husband's betrayal, especially when the marriage was built on love. The deeper the feelings, the greater the hurt when betrayal occurs. At that point, even holding hands can become unbearable. This had been Lixi Amber's state in the past. For over a decade, their marriage had been in a state of practical collapse. Her daughter had finally returned, and despite being raised among commoners on a fringe planet, she still shone brightly, far surpassing others of her age. With a mix of both heartache and relief, Lixi Amber's once cold heart gradually began to warm again. Her husband had never betrayed her, and he sincerely wanted reconciliation. Forgiving him wasn't difficult. The incident of their daughter being taken was the result of her own parents scheming for profit, so she bore most of the blame herself. It was never really her husband's fault. As for the cheap son who replaced her daughter, although he was brought into the family to disgust her and her husband, the child's birth mother was innocent. Gina, after all, had never known what her sister had done, not even up until her death. Gina had done nothing wrong, and she was long gone. Lixi Amber couldn't continue to hate her. Although her daughter had lived a simple life these past years, she had not suffered. So Lixi's hatred for Huadeli gradually faded as well. After all, he had been raised under her name, and the child himself was innocent. Lixi had developed some feelings for him over the years and didn't want to ruin his life. Huadiu, not wanting to see Huadeli become the laughingstock of society, still cared for him. Although Lixi Amber felt uncomfortable with how protective her husband was of Huadeli, she understood. After all, he was their son, raised by their side for over a decade. The boy was obedient, filial, and hardworking. If Huadiu suddenly abandoned him for no reason, Lixi would only see her husband as heartless. At first, Lixi found it difficult to accept the Huada family's proposal to publicly claim the 2 as twins, but over time, she came to understand the wisdom of it. The situation outside was not favorable because her daughter's cultivation potential was so outstanding. She had been placed at the top of the assassination bounty list. This made it clear that assassination attempts, both overt and covert, would be unavoidable in the future. However, as her daughter grew, it was inevitable that she would have to go out and train. They couldn't always be by her side, and no matter how carefully they arranged things, there were always risks. During the last Highland training, her daughter had been severely injured. By the time Lixai received the news, it was already too late. Fortunately, the Crown Prince and Huadeki had brought the renowned healer, Paul, in time to treat her daughter, or who knows what could have happened. Coincidentally, Huadeli happened to be in the same class as their daughter. If the two of them could look out for each other, Huadeli could lend a hand whenever their daughter was in trouble. Just like the last time when their daughter was seriously injured, if the two had been supporting each other, Huadeli could have used the special communication signal to immediately contact the family, and they could have dispatched the best medical professionals to treat her. Although Lixayamba had seldom been involved in raising Huadeli, she knew very well that he had a righteous heart. If he remained unaware of his complex origins and continued believing that he and their daughter were truly twins, he would undoubtedly treat her with wholehearted care and devotion. This was the real reason why Lixayamba accepted Huadeli. The Huada family, including Huadu, thought she had a generous heart and an open mind for accepting such a decision, which caused her much distress. However, Lixayamba believed that as long as Huadeli was good to their daughter, she wouldn't feel it was a sacrifice. From what she observed today, Huadeli didn't show any rejection toward Alicia, and there was even a sense of sibling affection between them. This made Lixayamba feel much better and more at ease. She realized that she could treat Huadeli more naturally in the future, which would help prevent anyone from noticing anything unusual. As she became more attentive to Huadeli, she naturally paid attention to his fiancée, Mina Oli, whom she was quite satisfied with. She was genuinely more open-hearted toward her. When their daughter first arrived at the imperial capital, Mina Oli hadn't looked down on her or insulted her for being a commoner. Instead, she befriended her and even gifted her with medicinal herbs to help ease fatigue. Lixayamba believed that once Mina Oli learned of their daughter's true identity, she would treat her even better. Naturally, Lixayamba didn't want Mina to suffer any grievances. Mina's parents have been stationed away for many years, and the elderly head of the Oli family has been sick and weak in recent years. Unable to take care of her, Oli's fourth master is eyeing the family head position and would love for Mina not to stand out. Though Mina's achievements benefit the Oli family, they also hinder his rise to power, so he's likely trying to eliminate her. While he may not act directly against her, he might not hesitate to take advantage of the situation. Huadu sneered, "No need to worry about the Oli family's issues. Mina will join our family sooner or later, and by then, she'll be one of us. If she distances herself from the Oli family, all the better, since she's already with Ali and Alicia. Protecting one more person won't be any trouble." Lixayamba nodded, having no objections. "Still, we should have a talk with her parents. Their lack of concern is really too much." Alicia and her group returned to school smoothly, much to the relief of their instructors, who hurriedly sent them back to the training center, genuinely not wanting to see them again for the time being. Who would have thought that after these troublemakers left school in the afternoon, the teachers were on edge the entire time? When they received news that an assassination organization had attacked during the group's return, it scared them out of their wits. Fortunately, the Crown Prince was incredibly capable, and the assassins were all captured before they even had a chance to act otherwise. Sigh, when will this ever end? Chapter 198, The Fan of Fate. Nothing happened at all? Those assassins must have been scared off by us, Dean Acheson said with some regret. Having been cooped up in school for too long, Dean felt life was too stifling and wanted to find some excitement to pass the time. Alicia gave Dean a light smack, saying, "Stop talking nonsense." Now that their cousin relationship was established, she felt comfortable getting closer to Dean without worrying about misunderstandings. It felt nice to have the ability to reprimand her foolish younger cousin, and Alicia smiled at the thought. Usually, Dean was quite composed, but occasionally he displayed a bit of juvenile behavior, like now, lamenting that assassins hadn't come to kill him, which was practically a death wish. Having been chastised by his newly appointed cousin, there was nothing Dean could do but obediently shut up, making their friends laugh happily. Alicia glanced at the still gloomy Hebrew Adam and hesitated. What kind of heavy blow had he suffered today? He seemed so downcast that she didn't dare ask anything, fearing she might hit a nerve. Although she considered herself brave, she didn't want to court danger. Earlier on the way back, unlike her oblivious friends, Alicia had noticed some shadows. In fact, there had been a disturbance near their shuttle during the return trip. Someone had attempted to ambush them. However, the security around their shuttle was extraordinarily strong. Before the assailants even got close, they were subdued, causing no disturbance. So her friends remained unaware as they returned to school. A group tried to ambush us halfway, but all were captured by the guards my brother sent. Even my royal guard didn't have the chance to act, so you couldn't have known, Hebrew Adam explained, understanding Alicia's unspoken thoughts. Despite his grim demeanor and downcast spirit, He was very kind to her and showed no signs of taking out his frustration on her. Alicia sighed in relief, hoping he would remain unprovoked. As for why the prince was upset, Alicia had no interest in investigating that. It was beyond her concern. Upon hearing Hebrew Adam's words, the elite class realized what they had missed. Sighing in a mix of relief and regret, they hadn't even had a chance to see a fight, which was quite boring. Alicia then realized that it wasn't just Dean Acheson who had been feeling cooped up lately, it was also Hebrew Adam who brought up his brother, reminding Alicia of a significant issue. She had been so flustered by the Huada couple today that she hadn't even noticed the crown prince had been absent from the banquet. Alicia felt regret. She had hoped to finally meet her idol today, but it seemed she still missed the chance. The elite class still couldn't return to their dorms and instead went back to the training facility, but everyone was used to it by now and didn't mind. They returned to the training facility early and didn't want to waste time, so they practiced their physical skills for 2 hours before heading back to rest. Finally alone, Alicia felt the frustration that had been building since her meeting with the Huada couple resurface. Her encounter with Huada and Lixayamba at the palace had been far more unexpected than she could have imagined, leaving her feeling unsettled. Huada's attitude was relatively fine. After all, Huada was his bloodline, and he had raised his son with care over the years. While he had genuine feelings for his daughter who had been lost to him, it certainly couldn't compare to the affection he held for the son he had raised by his side. Even if Alicia refused to acknowledge him, it wouldn't sadden him too much. But Lixayamba was different. She had always known that Huada wasn't her child. To protect her own daughter, she had to tolerate his presence, and it was likely that her love for her daughter was the reason she hadn't left the Huada family. In this situation, if she refuses to acknowledge her and doesn't reclaim what belongs to her as Alicia, she can imagine how heartbroken Lixayamba would be. Lixayamba never expected that her true daughter was already gone, and that the one she acknowledged was not the daughter she longed for. Thinking of this, Alicia couldn't help but feel sorry for Lixayamba. After their meeting today, Alicia, who had initially been firm in her resolve, began to hesitate because of Lixayamba. She had been reborn through the original owner's circumstances. How could she be so heartless as to make the mother, who had been searching for her daughter, feel sad? She is not the original owner and cannot truly understand what the original owner was thinking. Even if she did know, she couldn't let the original owner's wishes dictate her actions. After all, she is the one living now, so she will act according to her own will and live her life as she chooses. Alicia thought back and forth, sighed deeply, and felt that no matter what, she couldn't be heartless and cruel to Lixayamba. Regarding Huada, Alicia honestly felt that if she were the original host, she probably wouldn't have calmly accepted Huada's claim that Huada was her twin brother. Alicia had been looking at Lixayamba at that time, and seeing that Lixai did not voice any objections made her realize that this matter had been tacitly approved by Lixai. If the one most affected, Lixayamba, allowed it, then the imposter Alicia naturally had no objections. Alicia estimated Huada's existence. Regardless of whether he had original sins, one thing was clear: he was not a result of Huada's infidelity with another woman. So Huada had not betrayed his marriage. This allowed Lixayamba to tolerate Huada. In Alicia's heart, even if she wanted to tell Huada about this matter, it would be best to wait until he was an adult and independent. After all, he was her classmate and would be a key player in the future against the Yunkai people. Alicia certainly did not want to ruin him. After worrying for a while longer, Alicia finally made a decision. If she were the original owner, she certainly wouldn't want to hurt Lixayamba and would hope that Lixai could live a good life. Therefore, her future actions would follow this principle. As for Huada, she would act according to Lixayamba's wishes. Having made up her mind, Alicia felt as if some kind of restraint had been broken, and she suddenly felt much lighter. However, she didn't have time to think too much because starting the next day, the grueling training began again. Every day was filled with either studying or training, and they took turns getting beaten up, leaving no one in the mood for gossip or anything else. On the 10th day after the elite class returned from the Queen's birthday banquet, the elite and regular classes went out for a 5-day training exercise, and when they came back, the campus online was buzzing with news. The training location for the elite and regular classes this time was the desert, which was indeed the same place where the male and female leads had their second encounter in the novels. Alicia couldn't help but twitch her lips at the thought that in this world, the male and female leads didn't participate in this training. They had been swept away by the winds of fate. Chapter 199, So Annoying. After the first year students returned from their training, the campus online was filled with various exciting stories and joyful shares about the experience. The anecdotes were truly fascinating. However, there was no information about the first-year elite class not participating in the training on the campus network. The school wouldn't allow that to be discussed, Dean Acheson said, clearly aware of the situation. No one can guarantee there aren't infiltrators in the school. When will this damn period end? I'm going crazy. I haven't had a single day off, Sheila complained, looking very frustrated. It should be over soon. Just be patient. Tamaki Kezia comforted her with a good-natured tone. Huadeli and Mina Oli, the original male and female leads, remained calm throughout. So far, Alicia hadn't heard either of them complain once. As for Hebrew Adam, his dark expression made it clear that no one dared to probe whether he was annoyed. While the campus network was buzzing with joy, the first-year elite class felt increasingly irritated, wondering who the hell was placing bounties on their heads, forcing them to be confined like this. They cursed those responsible to the underworld. They desperately wanted to go out and train. Initially, the first-year elite class felt a bit stifled, but after being provoked, their restlessness turned into frustration, which grew to the point where they couldn't focus on their training. Eventually, even Alicia was affected. Hebrew, after the big prince caught so many assassins, did he find any clues? Dean Acheson asked, seizing the opportunity after class. Since he learned that Alicia was his cousin, he had taken a seat beside her, while Hebrew Adam was sitting right behind her, making it convenient for him to ask. Hebrew Adam frowned. There are some clues, but we can't trace them back to the source, Dean Acheson said in disappointment. Do we have to stay at the school forever? The elite class members fell silent and listless. They had no say in the matter. Unexpectedly, that evening, while the elite class was waiting for the instructor's one-on-one training session, Instructor Dudley told them, "Bring all your belongings." Without needing any further words, the elite class immediately lit up, eagerly indicating that besides the beds in their dorms, everything they owned was packed in their spatial storage and ready to go. They didn't need to tidy up, they could act immediately. Their impatience made Dudley chuckle. The time hasn't come yet. Your eagerness won't help. What? They had to wait. For how long? Uncertain. This left the impatient elite class feeling anxious. Alicia couldn't help but suspect that Instructor Dudley had deliberately shared the news early just to test their patience. In the end, the elite class waited for a full 4 hours, and just as their excitement was fading, Instructor Dudley finally received the signal and waved, saying, "Let's go." Instructor Hans Engben, along with Instructor Dudley and 4 fifth-level martial artists from the campus security, quietly took the first-year elite class onto a hovercraft late at night, flying to the military space station on the Imperial Star. This military spaceship was nothing like the small spacecraft Alicia took from Topaz Star to Imperial Star. This one was at least 10 times larger. However, once they entered the warship, they were transported via a conveyor belt to an empty area. The hangar was so small it resembled a family living room. Alicia looked around. This was a very independent living area, separated from other parts of the warship. As long as they didn't go outside, they wouldn't see any soldiers, ensuring a high level of confidentiality. Originally, there were 18 of them when they left the school, but now there were actually 24 people in the hangar. The extra 6 were middle-aged individuals whose auras were repressed and unremarkable. However, upon closer inspection, 2 of them were 7th-level martial artists while the others were 6th level. No one asked who these 6 people were, but Alicia quickly realized they must be the bodyguards of Hebrew Adam. Usually, they could remain hidden, but aboard the warship, they had to reveal their identities. However, Alicia fixed her gaze on one of the 7th-level martial artists, feeling that this person's aura was very familiar. The 7th-level martial artist noticed Alicia's attention and smiled slightly at her. Alicia nearly gasped. She recognized him. This was the person who had chased away the assassins trying to enter her room back on Topaz Star. This person had been her shadow guard all along. Who had arranged this? Was it Huadeki or the Crown Prince? They must be heading to a dangerous place if the shadow guards had to reveal themselves for protection. Among the 2 7th-level shadow guards, one must be hers, while the other was definitely Hebrew Adams. This meant the shadow guard was likely arranged by the Crown Prince, as only he could mobilize guards of such high level. Now that we're out of the Imperial Star, Instructor, where are we going? Dean Acheson quietly asked Instructor Dudley. It's a military secret. No probing. You'll know when you get there. For now, go straight to the rooms assigned to you and stay there. You're not allowed to come out until instructed. Instructor Dudley replied. So mysterious. The instructors are too nervous, Dean Acheson said somewhat disgruntledly to Alicia. Safety first, Alicia replied. The instructors arranged to prevent any leaks about their whereabouts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to move in the dead of night, avoiding other people at the school. While it restricted their movements, it was also for their own safety, especially since the assassination bounty issue hadn't been resolved yet. Alicia felt that a bounty of 100 million credits made her life very dangerous. She had no interest in courting death. Dean Acheson, ranked 12th on the assassination bounty list, had a tempting reward as well. Yet he seemed unconcerned. It was likely that one of the 6 guards was his shadow guard. By this time, it was already late at night, and the elite class members were being driven by the instructors to obediently enter their assigned rooms to rest. Alicia noticed that the 7th-level shadow guard lived next door to her, while the other 7th-level guard was indeed next to Hebrew Adam. Next to Huadeli was a 6th-level warrior, as were Dean Acheson, Mina Oli, and Su 43. Alicia was somewhat surprised. Although Sheila's family was not as prominent as Mina Ollie's, it wasn't far off either, so it was unlikely they couldn't provide even one fifth-level guard. The absence of one was probably due to their lack of regard for Sheila. Given Sheila's potential for cultivation, she would certainly receive full support and protection in a first-rate noble family. In a second-rate family, wouldn't she be even more valued? However, Sheila didn't even have a single shadow guard. No wonder this poor girl had such a twisted personality. She had clearly been neglected in her family. Alicia recalled Sheila Shahin's stepmother. Did her stepmother have such a significant influence on the Sheila family's direct line? Was Sheila's father completely inept? Chapter 200. Much older. What surprised Alicia the most was that Su-43 was actually playing the part of a pig to eat a tiger. All along, Alicia had observed his behavior and listened to his words, thinking that his family was just a small clan. She only realized today that it was not the case. Having a 6th-level warrior as a guardian meant that his family's strength was at least on par with a second-tier clan. Alicia looked around her room. Although it was on a military ship, the spacecraft often undertook long missions in space, so the living quarters were quite comfortable, and this military ship was no exception. While she didn't know their destination or how long they would be on the ship, it seemed unnecessary to take a military spacecraft for a short duration. Alicia carefully checked her assigned room until she confirmed that there were no surveillance devices inside. Alicia was always very cautious. She wouldn't enter the space of the Jade Pendant unless she was absolutely sure it was safe. In unfamiliar environments, she checked and rechecked everything, and whenever she went out and came back, she would conduct another thorough inspection. After all, the living quarters were quite small, about 20 square meters, so she couldn't practice her physical techniques there. If they stayed for an extended period, she would definitely need to enter the Jade Pendant space to train. Tonight, she definitely couldn't enter the battle realm, so Alicia pampered the little demon on her bed. Who would have thought that the next morning, before she had even gotten out of bed, Instructor Dudley sent a summons? Alicia wasn't surprised. Ever since she arrived at the Imperial Capital Star, she had forgotten how to sleep in. When she arrived at the designated place, only Huadeli was there. The siblings exchanged glances, looking suspiciously at Instructor Dudley and a school guard who walked in. "We are on a secret mission this time. Although your appearances haven't leaked to the outside, and the photos on the assassination bounty list aren't very clear, your black hair and black eyes are too distinctive. Plus, the fact that you two are twins has likely spread, so you both need to change your appearances. Instructor Valdez is very skilled in this area, so you should follow his instructions," Instructor Dudley said. When the siblings returned, their friends almost dropped their jaws in surprise, looking at them as if to say, "Who are you?" Alicia and Huadeli thought their friends had been secretly swapped out because they had also changed their appearances. If you didn't look closely, you would think they were strangers. Hebrew Adam said it would take about 5 days, and sure enough, it was 5 days. However, it wasn't the military spacecraft that arrived at the destination. Rather, their small team piloted a small spacecraft away from the large military ship and into the vastness of space. Though it wasn't explicitly stated, everyone could tell from Hebrew Adam's demeanor that this small spacecraft was his personal one. Even though everyone in the elite class came from good backgrounds, no one else had a small spacecraft aside from Hebrew Adam. Alicia's small spacecraft, given by King Adam, was unknown to her other friends except for Hebrew Adam and Huadeli. As a result, everyone was excitedly watching in the cockpit, fully embracing the idea that even if they couldn't own one, it was great just to touch it. Since receiving the small spacecraft, Alicia had been studying online how to pilot it, planning to get her private pilot's license for small spacecraft when she turned 16. In their first year, students focused on physical training and enhancing personal combat skills, so they weren't allowed to use firearms. However, in the second year, they would begin specializing in firearms, and by the third year, they would primarily focus on mecha combat. Given her and Hebrew Adam's current skills, they were already considered starry-eyed mecha pilots, and they would surely have training in space. In the vast universe, having a small spacecraft could be a lifesaver in case of emergencies. Alicia, who cherished her second chance at life, placed great importance on anything that could ensure her safety. Even though the holographic simulations on the official website were incredibly realistic, they couldn't compare to the real thing. Alicia was especially interested when she discovered that Hebrew Adam's small spacecraft was the same model as hers, making her even more eager to touch and explore it. Chapter 201, The Desolate Star. Hebrew Adam knew that Alicia had a personal spaceship and understood that her perspective was different from others. He walked over to her and explained the key points of piloting. It's really not difficult. In this highly advanced interstellar civilization, ships are automatically controlled by intelligent systems, and humans only need to manage the overall control. This private spaceship is also controlled by an intelligent system, which requires the owner to authenticate with their genetic code before they can take full control using a light brain. This ensures that no one else can replace the owner. Even if someone intrudes on the user's light brain, They cannot access the spaceship's intelligence system without the owner's genetic authentication, making it very secure. With the intelligence system automatically managing the flight, the owner doesn't usually need to be in the cockpit. It's only there for manual control in case of system failure or emergencies. Alicia is currently learning how to manually operate a personal spaceship online. As it is now, although there are people in the cockpit, the spaceship is controlled by Hebrew Adam's commands, with the intelligence system automatically calculating the flight direction and speed. So there's really no need for anyone to stay in the cockpit. Hebrew, what exactly is our destination? Since we're all on the ship, can we discuss it? Dean Acheson asked. We'll arrive in no time. Instructor Dudley should soon gather us for a briefing, Hebrew Adam replied. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone received the message from the instructor calling them to assemble. 2 days ago, a medium-scale beast tide occurred on Desolate Star, and the military there has sent out a distress signal to the entire Gus Empire. Our mission is to disguise ourselves as a small mercenary squad and accept the rescue mission to eliminate the beasts on Desolate Star, Instructor Han Zengbang said. The assassination bounty has not been lifted, so you need to be careful while operating on Desolate Star and avoid revealing your identities. A spark of excitement flashed in Alicia's eyes. Desolate Star, Beast Tide, wasn't that the location for the third training exercise in the novel after the male and female protagonists entered the Xuangu First Military Academy? It seems that the opportunity for the second training exercise in the novel was swept away in this world, but the location for the third training exercise remained unchanged. However, some details have changed. In the novel, the male and female protagonists participated in the battle as military students. In this world, they have hidden their identities, even altering their appearances, disguising themselves and their instructors as a freelance mercenary group heading to Desolate Star. With these changes, they likely won't encounter puppet attacks like in the novel. But as for assassins, that's uncertain. Everyone, bring your defensive gear, but try to make yourselves look ordinary. Although interstellar freelance mercenary groups are usually wealthy, they still can't compare to you, Instructor Dudley said, having altered his appearance so that only those very familiar with him could recognize him. Upon hearing that their group would disguise themselves as a freelance mercenary squad, everyone immediately understood why the elite class had to pose as adults. Given their current levels, appearing as young people in their 20s or 30s wouldn't be remarkable, allowing them to use their real abilities without reservation. If they didn't disguise themselves and appeared at their actual ages, they would attract attention even without acting, leading to speculation and investigation through the Celestial Network. Talented individuals around 15 or 16 aren't exactly common, and if a group of them suddenly appeared, it could easily reveal their backgrounds, drawing countless assassins to them. Instructor Han Zengbang also disguised himself as a seasoned veteran, sporting a scruffy beard that gave him a distinctly ordinary look. The youths donned seemingly simple mercenary combat outfits, but in reality, the quality of these clothes was even better than what they wore during their training exercises on the island. Hebrew Adam's spacecraft didn't have any obvious markings. For someone with his unique status, displaying special symbols on his vehicle would practically be inviting attention. As a result, all of Adam's vehicles share a distinct characteristic. No matter how luxurious and comfortable the interior, the exterior is designed to be understated and ordinary. His small spacecraft, capable of loading and unloading weapons, was disguised to look like a typical civilian ship. Thus, when their spacecraft landed at the space station on Desolate Star, it drew no attention. After all, interstellar mercenary groups wouldn't be able to operate without spacecraft, and many similar-sized ships were docked around the station. When Hebrew Adam stored the spacecraft in the space compartment, the soldiers at the station were slightly taken aback. Such a large space compartment is extremely valuable, even more so than the spacecraft itself. Initially, Alicia was unaware of this because smaller space compartments aren't as expensive, while large compartments are government-regulated supplies that not everyone can purchase, with no circulation in the market. So, she didn't know their value. When she received the spacecraft from King Adam, inexperienced Alicia felt that it was so expensive it made her hands tremble. Later, after discussing this with Lixayamba on the flight communications, Alicia learned that the space compartment was even more precious than the spacecraft itself. King Adam hadn't just given her a gift worth 100 million credit coins that day, it was more like a gift worth nearly 300 million. Alicia felt completely stunned at the time. However dazed she felt, Alicia understood Lixayamba's implication. The gift worth 300 million credit coins could never make up for the years of separation that Alicia and her mother had endured. Alicia fell silent. It was true. With the original host gone, no amount of gifts could compensate for her loss. Although several people in the elite class had personal hover cars, they had already flaunted their wealth with the space compartment, and pulling out a hover car would attract even more attention. To avoid exposing their identities, the group from Xuangu had rented a hover car to enter Desolate Star. Just like other mercenary teams from space, the most striking feature of Desolate Star was the vast expanse of forest. Alicia felt an inexplicable excitement, as a planet typically features either forests or oceans, with non-forested land only occupying a small portion. Alicia's mind drifted, wondering if she could gather any news about Teresa Du. If Teresa Du was still alive and saw her, would she be able to tell that the little girl she had raised was no longer there? "What are you looking at?" Dean Acheson asked, leaning closer to Alicia. In that moment, Dean sensed a sadness emanating from his cousin and thought he understood the reason behind it. Huadeli approached with a concerned expression and said, "If we have a chance, we should try to find her." However, so much time had passed, and now with the beast tide happening in the desolate forest, the hope seemed exceedingly slim. Huadeli thought to himself, not wanting to shatter his sister's hopes. Alicia nodded. They all knew that Teresa Du had disappeared in the forest while coming to Desolate Star for the original host. It was clear that her earlier expression had given them clues about her feelings. Chapter 202, Beast Tide. Once their flying car reached midair above the Desolate Star, the view of the Xuanbu group was limited to a portion of the area. Their destination was the eastern edge of the desolate forest, where the beast tide had erupted. All mercenary groups on missions were heading towards that area. As the flying car descended further, they could see the long edge of the forest, where black-gray beasts surged forth like a tide, wave after wave emerging from the trees. However, they were momentarily blocked by a human-formed defensive line not far from the forest, creating a fragile balance. From the sky, Alicia felt that the beasts pouring out of the forest were relentless, and the thin layer of human defense appeared very fragile. If this line of defense collapsed, not only would the humans on the battlefield be devoured by the beasts, but the cities behind them would also be doomed. "I wonder what's happening in the center of the forest. This beast tide has not only arrived earlier than expected but is also the largest ever." With the beasts' levels significantly increased, Instructor Han Zhengbing and Instructor Dudley discussed as they looked down from the cockpit. They didn't seem to mind that the elite class was listening. After their discussion, Instructor Dudley turned to the elite class and said, "From the looks of it, the situation on the battlefield is tense. We might have to engage immediately upon landing, so everyone needs to be cautious and reserve some energy for self-defense." Alicia's gaze flickered. The formation of this beast tide was actually mentioned in the novel. It stated that the Yunkai aliens lurking in the Gus Empire had stirred trouble on the Desolate Star. The Yunkai aliens had set their sights on this territory and, using the geographical advantages of the desolate forest along with advanced technology from their star system, cultivated a large number of beasts. Their aim was to use these beasts to eradicate humanity and establish the Desolate Star as their base amidst the chaos. The Desolate Star is not far from the Topaz Star. Both are on the fringes of the Gus Empire and are considered insignificant planets by the Empire. If the Yunkai aliens' conspiracy succeeds and they establish a base here, humanity will remain oblivious to what these damned aliens are up to. Many humans in the Gus Empire may fall victim to their schemes before the Yunkai aliens even arrive. In the novel, this plot of the Yunkai aliens caused heavy casualties among the humans on the Desolate Star, with the male and female leads suffering significant losses among their companions. However, thanks to the timely intervention of the Crown Prince, the conspiracy ultimately failed. Alicia thought that if humanity was caught unaware in the novel, then the real world should be even less likely to let this conspiracy succeed. If this scenario hadn't been altered by the butterfly effect, their group would be in serious trouble, facing a massive test ahead. In the novel, the current beast tide was merely a minor outbreak before the major one. The novel described a situation where beast tides erupted simultaneously from all directions in the desolate forest, catching humanity off guard, resulting in significant casualties on the battlefield. Almost all cities on the Desolate Star were breached, leading to a devastating outcome. Without the Crown Prince's forces arriving, it wouldn't be surprising if all humanity on the Desolate Star were annihilated. Alicia wished fervently that the butterfly effect could change this situation, but her instincts told her that often good outcomes are elusive while bad ones tend to manifest. Such a major event likely had been plotted by the Yunkai aliens for a long time. Cultivating so many beasts is not something that can be accomplished in just a year or two. At that time, the Crown Prince hadn't yet acquired the profitability, and humanity failed to intervene when the Yunkai aliens first acted. Now, with so many beasts already cultivated, a small butterfly effect would hardly be enough to change the course. However, Alicia considered that the Crown Prince's decision to allow them to come here to fight monsters and gain experience meant he had prepared thoroughly. The instructor's assessments were correct. While the situation on the ground wasn't extremely urgent, the personnel on the battlefield were already exhausted and in dire need of replacements. As soon as the Wolf God mercenary team landed on the Desolate Star, they were immediately supplied with equipment by soldiers from the Military Command Department, without any delay, and sent straight into the battlefield to relieve a fatigued mercenary group. Instructor Dudley had pre-arranged the combat roles for the elite class. Pairs were formed for coordination. Alicia teamed up with Hebrew Adam, while Huadeli paired with Mina Oli. These 4 were the most skilled among the 12, with their combat styles of martial and mental abilities complementing each other. They were positioned at the front to intercept higher-level beasts, while the others stayed slightly behind to deal with any stragglers. In addition to her combat role, Alicia also bore the responsibility of controlling the situation and ensuring the safety of her classmates. She needed to be ready to act if any danger arose. The elite class had no time to mentally prepare themselves. They were about to face the harsh realities of life. The battlefield was a scene of chaos, littered with mangled beast corpses, and the ground was soaked in a deep crimson. The overpowering smell of blood made one feel nauseous. In such a situation, those with weak psychological resilience would struggle to even approach, likely vomiting at the sight. Fortunately, the elite class members had developed sufficient mental fortitude, having already faced numerous beasts in the past. Though their faces paled, they resolutely followed their instructors into the fray. Alicia felt particularly uneasy, as she was among those least accustomed to killing. Yet she knew this was a necessary ordeal. She gritted through her discomfort without letting the others notice her unease. However, they quickly had no time to dwell on their feelings, as the mercenary team that had been there before swiftly retreated, leaving them to confront the oncoming beasts directly. Among the elite class, the weakest cultivator was at the mid-level of Tier 4, wielding sharp weapons like swords and knives that were quite lethal. Facing beasts that were at most Tier 4, with the majority being Tier 3, they found it manageable. Although everyone initially fumbled a bit, they quickly steadied themselves and gradually began to unleash their attacks on the beasts. As the creatures surged forward, each person had to focus intently on the battle. One by one, beasts fell at their hands, and the piles of corpses around them grew taller. The elite class had previously killed a fair number of beasts, so at the start of the battle, they felt little emotional impact from the kills. However, those earlier encounters had involved only a handful of beasts, at most, a dozen. Now, confronted with a mountain of corpses and blood-soaked earth, their clothes and visors splattered with gore, the scene was overwhelming. During moments of respite from the attacks, the brutality of the battlefield weighed heavily on their minds. After all, most people aren't born accustomed to killing. At just 15 or 16 years old, the elite class members had hardly experienced true bloodshed, making it difficult to bear the reality of so many lives ending by their hands. This created a psychological discomfort that they struggled to manage. Chapter 203, The Unusual Mercenary. The 2 instructors quickly noticed that the members of the elite class seemed somewhat dispirited and immediately guessed that this was because they hadn't yet adapted to such a brutal and bloody battlefield. After all, these kids were still young, and their hearts were still too soft. Instructor Dudley spoke up, saying, "It's not that we humans enjoy this kind of bloodshed, but rather, it's because humanity and the alien beasts are fighting for survival space and resources on this desolate planet. These conflicts are irreconcilable. It's either you die or I die. There's no right or wrong. In the future, you will face more of this, even more brutal situations. You need to adjust your mindset, or you won't be able to comprehend battle intent and advance to high-level mecha warriors. Remember one thing," Instructor Han Zengbang added seriously. "We soldiers kill to protect what we want to protect." The instructor's words reminded the elite class that if they didn't kill these alien beasts and stop them from charging into the city, it would be the human cities that were destroyed, and ordinary civilians would be torn apart and devoured. Life is worthy of respect, but in the struggle for survival resources, only the strong prevail. They weren't engaged in senseless slaughter. They were protecting the cities and the civilians behind them. Thinking about the situation from this perspective, the elite class suddenly felt much more at ease, and their morale was greatly lifted. They understood these principles already, but being in the thick of it, their negative emotions had momentarily clouded their minds, preventing them from recalling this in time. Although many alien beasts rushed out from the forest, the commander and the guards stood in front of and around the elite class. Under their control, the beasts that managed to break through for them to fight were within their ability to handle. So, although they were a bit exhausted, they weren't in any real danger. The members of Xuangu Military Academy fought on the battlefield for 6 hours before being replaced by another mercenary group. This mercenary group had 20 members, each one a large, muscular man. The 2 leaders were both at the 6th level of martial arts, while 15 of the others were at the 5th level, and only 3 were at the 4th level. Such strength made them stand out as one of the top-tier groups in the mercenary circles of the Gus Empire. As these men glanced over them, their eyes were filled with scrutiny and suspicion. Alicia discreetly moved closer to Hebrew Adam beside her, pretending to be weak and exhausted. Hebrew Adam quickly reached out to support her. Before Alicia could signal to him, Hebrew Adam's right hand, which was holding her arm, tapped lightly on her arm in a rhythmic pattern. Alicia instantly understood the signal. Hebrew Adam had realized that there was something off about this mercenary group and was warning her to be cautious. It turned out that the 2 highest-ranked 6th-level martial artists leading the mercenary group were actually puppets. Alicia's earpiece quickly fed this information back to her, and it was only after paying attention that she discovered this. The 20 mercenaries continuously scrutinized the elite class, especially lingering their gazes on the 3 girls. That kind of look made Alicia want to lash out and hit someone. However, aside from pretending to be weak and leaning on Hebrew Adam, Alicia didn't dare signal her teammates or even lift her head to look at them. She feared that her acting skills might not be convincing enough and could raise suspicion, causing unforeseen trouble. Despite this, Alicia didn't feel particularly nervous or afraid. Though the two were 6th-level martial artists, their aura was only slightly stronger than Hebrew Adam's, and they were far inferior to the 6th-level warriors in their own group. Moreover, the Wolf God mercenary group openly had 8 6th-level martial artists, so those 20 mercenaries definitely wouldn't dare cause trouble. Alicia's intuition told her that the appearance of the puppets was likely targeted at the elite class. After all, they had been away from school for 6 days already, and anyone with well-informed connections who wanted to track them down could have easily deduced that they were out for training. However, since their movements had been so secretive from the start, if these people were really after them and managed to catch up to them on this desolate planet so quickly, it would suggest that someone in the military had leaked the information. Perhaps the instructors had also sensed something, which is why, for this training mission, they didn't seek military protection but instead disguised the group as a mercenary team. Alicia glanced back at Instructor Hans Engben and Instructor Dudley. They were talking to the soldier who had brought his men over for the handover, not even sparing a glance at the mercenary squad. Alicia overheard the soldier praising them, saying, "Your mercenary group is quite impressive, strong and capable. I imagine your gains this time will be substantial." Instructor Hans Engben, in his usual cocky manner, replied, "If it weren't for training these brats, we wouldn't even need to come to a place like this." Honestly, if Hans Engben were really a mercenary, with his level of skill, he wouldn't bother coming to a place like this unless there were huge rewards involved. Veteran mercenaries wouldn't find hunting alien beasts worth their time. Only the relatively poor or lower-level young mercenaries would come to places like this to take on tasks, partly to train themselves and partly to earn some commission. With Hans Engben's explanation, it made sense why so many 6th-level warriors were here, because they were protecting the young mercenaries in their group. The soldier didn't seem too surprised. After observing their formation while fighting the alien beasts, he could understand their intentions. This was a common practice in large mercenary groups. Young mercenaries needed time to grow, and the elders would generally train them gradually. After the handover, the group from Xuangu Military Academy quickly left the battlefield. By this time, the elite class was truly exhausted. Mina Ollie's legs were so weak that she could barely stand, and Huadeli was half carrying, half supporting her. Alicia's earlier display of weakness wasn't entirely an act. Her sword arm was so tired that she could hardly lift it anymore. Hebrew Adam, fully aware of Alicia's stamina, didn't let go and continued to support her. However, Dean Acheson couldn't bear to watch any longer. He was still holding up well, so he walked over and took Alicia from Hebrew Adam. "I'll take care of my sister." Alicia had no objections. She felt much more at ease with Dean supporting her, as she didn't have to worry about any rumors regarding the gender propriety of men and women. Earlier, the soldier had explained to Xuangu Military Academy group that even during their rest, they couldn't stray too far from the battlefield, and they would need to find their own resting place. The soldiers had it easier, with organized warships stocked at the rear, where those rotated out from the battlefield could go to rest. As for the mercenaries, they were more varied. However, many mercenary groups owned private in-system spacecraft, which could be deployed as safe temporary rest areas. Those without ships had hover vehicles, which were still more discreet and secure, camping out in the open. Instructor Hans Engben pulled out a fairly large in-system private spacecraft. Alicia noticed the words Wolf God emblazoned in big characters on the ship. Alicia's mouth twitched. Whoever came up with that name definitely had a bold, over-the-top, and slightly arrogant vibe. It seemed Instructor Dudley had prepared well in advance to disguise them as a mercenary group. Everyone activated the auto-clean function on their clothes, cleaning themselves thoroughly. Only after the smell of blood was gone did they board the spacecraft. The instructors and guards took care of the security arrangements. The exhausted elite class didn't feel like talking. After drinking some nutrient supplements, they went straight to their rooms to sleep. Chapter 204, The Power of the Prophet. The exhausted elite class, relying on the protection of their instructors and guards, went straight to sleep after coming off the battlefield. 7 hours later, they were woken up and given nutrient supplements to prepare to return to the battlefield. "Wait, didn't they say we'd only rest for 6 hours? Why are they waking us up after 7? Dean Acheson asked curiously. "Today, 13 mercenary groups suddenly arrived on Desolate Star, so the battlefield isn't as pressed. Naturally, we were able to give you more time," Instructor Dudley responded calmly. Alicia, Hebrew Adam, Huadeli, and Dean Acheson immediately became serious. Alicia glanced at the others and quickly understood that Huadeli and Dean Acheson had also noticed that some of the mercenaries they encountered after leaving the battlefield were puppets. Huadeli was always expressionless, so it wasn't surprising that he didn't show anything. But for Dean Acheson, who was usually lively, hyperactive, and had a bit of a dramatic streak. To show no reaction at all, even hiding it from Alicia, really made her see him in a new light. The news of our arrival on Desolate Star was leaked 4 days ago. Instructor Dudley continued. Over the past 2 days, the number of mercenary groups coming here has increased significantly. The implication was clear. Some of these mercenary groups could very well contain assassins targeting them. The other members of the elite class, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly turned serious. 4 days ago, they had still been on the military spaceship, and besides instructors Hans Engbing, Dudley, and Hebrew Adam, no one else knew the destination of their mission. Yet somehow, the information had already been leaked. Could it be that someone from the warship leaked the information? Hebrew Adam asked with a frown. It's not clear yet, Instructor Hans Engbing replied. However, those people don't know our plans and still think we're with the military. So, just act as if nothing is wrong and stay alert. If there's a problem, we'll retreat. Leaving now would only expose our identity. The elite class had no objections. As soldiers in training, they couldn't just run at the first sign of danger. If others found out, they'd become a joke, and it would be hard to maintain their reputation. Alicia couldn't help but feel concerned. If those puppets and assassins were truly after them, their situation was looking grim. The impending beast tide was expected to reach a massive outbreak in the coming days, making their situation precarious already. Adding the threat to the puppets could put them in a dire situation, much like being caught between a rock and a hard place. Just like in the novels where the protagonists are attacked from both sides. At least the protagonists in those stories didn't have bounties on their heads, and weren't dealing with the threat of assassins. The problem was, the novel didn't specify the exact timing of the full-scale beast tide, so Alicia didn't have any prophetic advantage in this regard. Even if she knew, unless she was willing to reveal her secret of being reborn, she couldn't voice her concerns. Alicia had no choice but to stay on high alert, carefully watching for any unusual movements from the alien beasts or any suspicious behavior from the surrounding mercenary groups. Alicia could only hope that the Crown Prince truly had the profitability to send reinforcements before the outbreak. With the current troop strength on Desolate Star, they would definitely be overwhelmed by the beasts during a massive surge. What made Alicia despair in reality was that out of the 10 mercenary groups she had encountered in the past 2 days, 5 had puppets among them. This kind of scale likely meant they were indeed targeting them. Fortunately, their disguise was well executed, with no exposed points of suspicion. It was at this moment that Alicia realized that there was indeed a very famous wolf god mercenary group in the Gus Empire. The spacecraft they used belonged to this mercenary group, and their uniforms were also from there, so no one doubted their identity. Thanks to their effective disguise, along with the formidable reputation of the wolf god mercenary group and the presence of 8 6th-level warriors as escorts, no one dared to provoke them, allowing them to pass the last 2 days without incident. The mercenary groups with puppets also behaved themselves, quietly hunting the monsters. However, Alicia did not let her guard down. The puppets weren't particularly intelligent, so it wasn't surprising that they hadn't discovered any discrepancies in their disguise. The assassins hidden within the mercenary groups, on the other hand, were different. Their capabilities and intelligence were not on the same level as the puppets. Alicia had been keeping an eye out over the past 2 days, yet she hadn't spotted anyone who seemed to be an assassin. As a result, no one could guarantee that there were no assassins nearby, or that those assassins hadn't discovered their true identities and were now pretending to be oblivious while secretly searching for an opportunity to strike. The first day of the Xuanbu group's arrival on Desolate Star passed quietly, and the second day went smoothly as well. However, Alicia couldn't shake off a feeling of unease, sensing that something was tightening in the air. On the morning of the third day after their arrival, a large number of warships suddenly appeared in the sky. There were really a lot, at least 500 to 600, likely bringing nearly 200,000 reinforcements. We've already killed so many alien beasts. According to past practices, we usually just have to endure for another 4 or 5 days before things calm down. Why are they sending so many reinforcements? One mercenary grumbled, clearly worried that these soldiers would cut into their earnings. Just ignore them. This time, the military on Desolate Star is particularly generous and trustworthy. We're getting merit points and credit points for every beast we kill, settle daily, so we don't have to worry about them snatching our achievements, another replied. However, instructors Hans Engbing and Dudley looked grim at the scene, and Alicia suspected they had noticed something unusual. Alicia herself felt a huge sense of relief. The Crown Prince indeed had prophetic abilities. Having sent so many soldiers, she no longer needed to worry about the massive beast tide breaking through humanity's defenses all at once. Once the Xuanbu group was relieved and returned to their spacecraft, Instructor Hans Engbing asked Hebrew Adam, "Hebrew, did you receive any information?" Hebrew Adam nodded. 3 hours ago, I received a message from my brother. He said there were unusual movements within the desolate forest and that a large-scale beast tide might erupt tonight. He hopes we will retreat to the city and assess the situation before taking further action. Instructor Han Zengbeng nodded. They had come here to train these students, not to lead them into danger. In uncertain situations, it was better to avoid exposure. He immediately activated his holographic device and submitted a request to enter the city for rest and resupply. The military had minimal interference with the mercenary groups, only requiring them to follow orders. In the past 2 days, many mercenary groups had arrived, and the number of alien beasts pouring out of the forest had significantly decreased. The battlefield was not tense at the moment, so there was no reason to deny such a compliant request. They quickly approved their request to withdraw from combat and issued a permit for them to enter the city. It was only a little past 1 in the afternoon on Desolate Star, with more than 5 hours until nightfall. Having just come down from the battlefield and feeling exhausted, the Xuangu group unanimously decided that they had ample time. Since the situation in the city was unclear and they were not in good condition, it was better to rest and recover some energy before heading into the city. Chapter 205, Lost due to delay. The instructors originally intended to enter the city first, but Ibrahim, trusting his brother, suggested they rest and recover a bit before heading in. The elite class, who always looked to him for leadership, naturally agreed. Seeing that the elite students were all exhausted, and knowing that the danger predicted by the Crown Prince wouldn't arise until late at night, both instructors softened their stance and agreed. You can only rest for 3 hours, okay? Ibrahim had no objections to this brief respite. However, Alicia hesitated. She wanted to tell them that villains often perish due to excessive chatter, and that good people can suffer from procrastination. It would be better to hurry into the city and then rest, rather than risk waking up to a sudden beast-tide explosion. But seeing the weary faces of everyone, including her own, she realized she was also too tired to function. If something happened without any rest, they might not even have the energy to respond. Moreover, soldiers generally consider being cowardly and fearing death to be shameful. So Alicia kept her thoughts to herself. After all, there was still plenty of time. What was there to be afraid of? Alicia thought this to herself and decided to rest. However, just as the elite class fell into a deep sleep, they were suddenly jolted awake by the alarm sound of the spacecraft. Everyone reacted quickly, jumping out of bed and rushing to the ship's hall. Ibrahim was the fastest, followed by Huadeli, then Dean Atchison, with Alicia and Mina Oli trailing behind. Though they weren't completely bleary-eyed, their hair was undoubtedly messy. The first thing the elite class saw upon entering the hall was a massive projection showing the dark, overwhelming horde of alien beasts in the desolate forest. This time, it wasn't just alien beasts that appeared, there were also numerous flying alien birds, creating an overwhelmingly frightening spectacle. Their spacecraft was rising into the sky, and both Instructor Han Zengbeng and Instructor Dudley had serious expressions as they watched the projection. Ibrahim pushed down his hair that was sticking up from sleep and asked in a deep voice, "What's the situation now?" The beast-tide has erupted earlier than the Crown Prince predicted. The city has activated its defense shield, prohibiting people from entering or leaving. Unless we expose our identities, we can't enter the city. However, if we expose our identities to enter, it will still be dangerous, and fleeing at the last minute will severely damage your reputation. Second Prince, Instructor Dudley explained, a flash of regret in his eyes. He shouldn't have agreed to let the kids rest before entering the city. Alicia looked at the time. They had only rested for 2 hours. Indeed, she shouldn't have entertained any luck at that moment. The message the Crown Prince sent to Ibrahim predicted that the beast-tide would break out late tonight on Desolate Star, which was likely the exact time of the outbreak from her past life. That was still about 10 hours away. Alicia thought blankly that this might be the butterfly effect of her reincarnation, as she had not been able to avert this event. Instead, it seemed to have accelerated the outbreak of the beast-tide. This was probably due to the arrival of a large number of reinforcements, which stirred the cloud-opening aliens in the desolate forest, causing the aliens to realize that humans had discovered their conspiracy. As a result, the aliens decided to launch the beast-tide attack earlier, aiming to catch humans off guard before they could set up their defenses. The military department of Desolate Star has issued a state of emergency recruitment order. This time, the beast-tide has erupted along the entire edge of the desolate forest, putting the entire defensive line of the forest in jeopardy. Therefore, the military department has ordered that all practitioners above level 4 on Desolate Star must go to the battlefield and cannot leave the star or avoid combat. Otherwise, they will face severe punishment. Instructor Han Zengbeng said, directing his words at Ibrahim. Although Ibrahim was still young and both instructors were his mentors, they didn't dare to make decisions for him in such a dangerous situation. Instead, they analyzed the current situation for him to see what his decision would be. There was actually another option. They could fly the spacecraft to a height unreachable by the flying alien birds and wait until the beast-tide ended. However, such an act of fleeing would not only be unacceptable to the instructors but also unwelcome among the elite class. They would have to face even more ruthless aliens in the future. If they fled from the alien beasts now, would they still have the courage to fight later? Once some bottom lines were relaxed, there would be no chance of reinstating them. Both Instructor Hans Engbang and Instructor Dudley were determined to face the challenge, but these students were too precious, especially the second prince and Alicia, to fight in the midst of that overwhelming beast tide. Once they fell into the attacks of the alien beasts, the two instructors couldn't guarantee their safety. If it were just the two of them, as soldiers, they would certainly charge into battle without fear, because their deaths here wouldn't significantly affect the overall situation. But these children could not be lost here. We will go to the battlefield. At this moment, we cannot avoid it, nor should we. Ibrahim quickly made his decision. His tone was very firm, and his expression was courageous and resolute, without any fear. Instructor Dudley was momentarily taken aback. The second prince's rapid growth made him seem like a completely different person compared to when he had just entered the Xuangu Military Academy. Ibrahim's decision reflected the choice in the hearts of the elite class. They all wore serious expressions, aware of the dangers involved, yet each face displayed a determined fearlessness. In this crisis, they were unwilling to be cowards. The instructors, Hans Engbang and Dudley, showed no change in expression. It was clear they had anticipated that the elite class would make such a choice. Instructor Dudley handed each member of the elite class a death ray gun along with 5 energy packs. This was weaponry reserved for elite troops, with each energy pack capable of supporting the firing of 500 rounds of death ray bullets. Although the elite class had not yet learned to use firearms, everyone had personal defensive weapons. Moreover, the death ray gun was easy to operate. After Instructor Dudley explained it once, everyone immediately understood how to use it. As for the issue of accuracy, it was simply a joke if they couldn't hit their targets. The beasts that appear in a typical beast tide are usually ranked from weak to strong, so initially, you should not use firearms. Wait until you encounter beasts that you cannot handle with physical force before resorting to guns. Alternatively, you can team up in pairs. One can use melee weapons while the other uses firearms, allowing you to conserve stamina and save the energy of the death ray guns, Instructor Dudley said. Instructor Hans Engbang immediately said with a serious expression, "When you reach the battlefield, gather together in small teams. Help each other in pairs and do not scatter. You can use firearms in emergencies when fighting the beasts. Do not act recklessly. Pay attention to your safety. In short, your own safety is the top priority." "Yes, instructors," the elite class responded in unison, raising their hands to salute the two instructors. Once the decision was made, their flying ship began to descend. In that brief moment, many soldiers suddenly appeared on the projection of the defensive line intercepting the beast tide. Although the beast tide was ferocious, it was still being held back by the humans. The death ray guns fired by the soldiers easily pierced the tough hides of the beasts, and some members of the mercenary groups also used firearms to shoot down higher-level beasts. Chapter 206 Kill, 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 Kill. This time, the number of beasts was overwhelming, and the human defense line wasn't entirely solid. One section of the line couldn't hold and was breached by the beasts, just as the elite group arrived to intercept the ones that had broken through. However, the elite group watched in horror as, just 200 meters away, 5 or 6 mercenaries unable to escape, caught and bitten by the beasts. The helplessness of being unable to rescue them, seeing them torn apart and devoured, weighed heavily on their minds. This caused their attacks to become even fiercer. From above, the beast tide seemed to blanket the land in a terrifying onslaught. But when the elite group engaged directly, they realized the number of beasts was even greater than they had estimated, and most of these beasts were high level, ranging from level 4 to 5. The 2 instructors and 4 assistant teachers took on the higher-level beasts first, leaving the elite group to deal with the lower-level ones. But the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. Less than 10 minutes after arriving on the battlefield, the elite group found themselves surrounded and in danger. "Quick, everyone use your guns," Instructor Dudley decisively ordered. But even without his order, the elite group had already drawn their laser guns. Though they hadn't formally learned how to use thermal weapons in their first-year training, all of them had practiced with handguns before, so their aim was precise. Even Alicia, who hadn't fired a gun since her rebirth, hit her targets effortlessly. With her telekinesis enhancing her accuracy, she was able to shoot exactly where she wanted without missing a shot. In a fierce round of attacks, the number of beasts surrounding them drastically decreased, giving the group a brief moment to catch their breath. Gradually, they pushed the battle line forward, joining the other mercenary groups to form a united defensive front. Before this intense battle, Alicia and her group had bodyguards nearby, but they didn't stick close at all times. Instead, they were off killing beasts independently. However, this time, Alicia could sense that her and Ibrahim's bodyguards were always discreetly staying close by, noticeably holding back in their beast-slaying efforts, clearly conserving their strength. Alicia wasn't bothered by this. After all, their primary mission was to ensure the safety of those they were protecting, not just to kill beasts. This was the true battlefield. No soldier had the luxury to coordinate strategies. Everyone shared the same thought: kill, kill, kill. Their goal was to slaughter as many of the beasts pouring out of the forest as possible, preventing them from trampling human cities. With the beast tide erupting along the entire front line, every defensive point was under immense pressure, and there were no reserves available to relieve them. The elite group fought for a full day and night, completely exhausted by the end. Finally, after instructor Hans Engben, the mercenary group leader, sent his fifth request for a rest, they were granted approval. A squad of 20 equally exhausted soldiers arrived to replace them. The Xuangu group immediately boarded their spaceship and ascended to rest at high altitude. However, after only 2 hours of rest, with their stamina not even 70% recovered, they were forced to return to the battlefield for more intense fighting. During this time, they encountered several moments of life-threatening danger, where they were surrounded by beasts. Fortunately, thanks to the efforts of their instructors and bodyguards, they were repeatedly rescued and led out of the encirclements. The brutal battle lasted for a full 5 days. Over those 5 days, the elite class only managed to get 8 hours of rest in total. After these 5 days of relentless fighting, everyone's demeanor underwent a significant transformation. The youthful innocence they once carried was gone, replaced by the unique sharpness and resilience of seasoned soldiers. Throughout this time, they experienced many life-or-death struggles, often relying on thermal weapons. Despite the heavy use of weapons, these battles were an intense form of training. While their cultivation levels didn't immediately increase, their combat skills evolved from simple techniques to lethal attacks. Overall, their combined combat strength doubled. Most importantly, the elite class gained a sense of battle intent that they had never understood before. Over the next year, as they continue their training, they will gradually realize just how much they had gained from this grueling battle. Alicia's flowing cloud sword technique had quickly reached the 3rd stage of perfection, allowing her to easily kill a Tier 4 early stage beast. As for her throwing knife technique, it was even more impressive. The 5 flying knives, like meteors, accurately pierced the vital points of their beasts, making it impossible for even late-stage Tier 5 beasts to evade. Over the past few days, in a rapid cycle of battle and recovery, Alicia's mental energy had visibly replenished her mind. By today, she began to feel a subtle sense of impending breakthrough, with a faint sense of swelling within her. After 5 consecutive days of fighting, the soldiers on the battlefield were in worse condition than the mercenaries, as they had even less time to rest. The energy blocks everyone carried were nearly depleted after 5 days of continuous consumption. If reinforcements and supplies didn't arrive soon, the soldiers and mercenaries, already exhausted, would be unable to rely on pure physical strength to fight off the still relentless beasts. Without energy blocks, their firearms would be useless, and the battlefield would likely descend into chaos, leading to significant casualties. Fortunately, around 3 p.m. that day, a massive explosion occurred in the central area of the desolate forest. The explosion was so powerful that it destroyed 1/5 of the forest's central region. Even the Xuangu group, over 2,000 miles away, felt the tremors from the ground. At that time, they didn't know it was a massive explosion. They just assumed it was an earthquake in the desolate forest. However, they had no time to investigate what had happened in the forest because, right after the earthquake, the beast horde seemed to be massively agitated and swarmed out in a frenzy, charging wildly and even trampling and biting each other. Faced with such a ferocious assault, the humans nearly lost their defensive lines and had no choice but to stop conserving energy. Fortunately, this chaotic state only lasted for about half an hour. The seemingly endless beast horde, which had been surging forward, was suddenly cut off, as if something had abruptly stopped them. No more beasts emerged from the forest. None at all. The fighters, who had grown numb from the relentless killing, couldn't believe it and remained on high alert. Still vigilant, Instructor Dudley gazed toward the forest for a moment before suddenly leaping off the towering pile of beast corpses and jumping toward the forest. He wasn't the only one to do so. Several high-ranking mercenaries followed suit. Alicia used her psychic powers to scan the forest. Within the range of her perception, there wasn't a single beast. It's finally over, Alicia sighed deeply. Dean, I'm so tired. Dean Acheson, hearing this, walked over to Alicia's side, looking much more refreshed than she did. Exhausted to the point of collapse, Alicia felt the disadvantage of having poor physical endurance. However, now that her cousin was around, she shamelessly leaned on him to rest. As for her older brother, though he had intended to come over and support her, Alicia couldn't accept that, especially since he had his fiancée with him. Only Sheila was left without anyone to rely on, but the problem was, her physical endurance wasn't bad at all. Unlike Alicia and Mina Ollie, who were both psychics and more fragile, she didn't need anyone to support her. With the beast tide retreating, Alicia was in a great mood and teased Sheila, having a cousin is nice. Too bad yours is a girl. Sheila was irritated. How could Alicia still have the energy to tease her at a time like this? She didn't believe Alicia was that tired. It was just an act, relying on her brother and cousin to play up her exhaustion. Chapter 207. The Return of Unusual Events. Unknowingly, Alicia and Sheila had developed a habit of playfully teasing each other whenever everyone was exhausted from training, lightening the mood. So, when Alicia started provoking Sheila again and seeing her frustrated expression, everyone, except for the emotionless Hebrew Adam, who was lost in thought while leaning against his cousin, burst out laughing. After spending so much time together, they all understood well that these two enjoyed bickering as a form of entertainment. At such moments, a little laughter helped relieve their tension. About 4 or 5 minutes later, Instructor Dudley returned from checking the forest. Without needing to ask, everyone could see from his expression that the news was good, which instantly eased their minds. Sure enough, Instructor Dudley leapt over to them and said, "There are no traces of the beasts in the forest anymore. It looks like the beast tide has ended." Alicia thought to herself that the Crown Prince indeed had some kind of prophetic ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent reinforcements just in time for the beast tide's outbreak. In the novel, this massive beast tide lasted over 10 days, during which nearly all human defensive lines were breached. The beast tide stormed into cities, destroying many and causing heavy casualties among the human population on Desolate Star. While Huadeli and his group of military academy students fought bravely, they were attacked by numerous puppet-like enemies, leading to significant injuries and losses among their companions. In the current world, although Alicia wasn't entirely sure about the overall situation on the desolate battlefield, she hadn't heard of any front lines completely collapsing. As long as the defensive lines held, not many beasts would have slipped through, and even with limited city guards, they should have been able to handle the situation. At this moment, Instructor Hans Engben received a message from the Desolate Star Military Department. His expression finally relaxed, showing rare signs of fatigue, clearly indicating that he had been holding himself together to avoid lowering morale. Seeing everyone looking at him, Instructor Han said, "The beast tide across Desolate Star has ended. We can go back and rest properly now." The adults remained composed, but the students of the elite class, if not for their exhaustion, would likely have shouted in joy. Alicia noticed Hebrew Adam looking at a new message on his communicator. Since her own device hadn't received any updates, she straightened up and quietly asked him, "Has the beast tide on the other fronts also ended? How's the situation?" "The beast tide across Desolate Star has ended. My brother sent people to infiltrate the forest, and today they finally managed to blow up the central area. Apparently, there were still quite a few beasts there. Otherwise, we would have had to keep fighting for another 4 or 5 days. Hebrew Adam replied in a low voice, "Not to mention extending the fight for another 4 or 5 days. By tomorrow, most mercenary groups would have exhausted their supplies, and the military's resources would also be in a critical state. Without thermal weapons, and after days of continuous battles leaving everyone extremely fatigued, facing a beast tide primarily composed of Tier 5 beasts with only cold weapons would lead to disastrous consequences. Moreover, occasional Tier 6 beasts were still emerging from the forest. Although they were intercepted by mesh warriors, there was no guarantee that more Tier 6 beasts wouldn't appear later. If the mesh warriors couldn't intervene in time and the people behind them lacked thermal weapons, it was easy to imagine how dangerous it would be for those on the front lines facing Tier 6 beasts. In the novel, the beast tide lasted a full 12 days, and on the final day, there appeared Tier 7 beasts, resulting in the highest number of casualties. In the current world, not only had the beast tide erupted comprehensively for just 5 days, but the number of deaths on the battlefield was also relatively low. It was likely that the cities behind them had not been breached, so the death toll would be even lower. Alicia glanced at Hebrew Adam, who sensitively returned her gaze and asked softly, "What's wrong?" "His Highness values you greatly. He shares all important information with you promptly," Alicia said. The Crown Prince was fully committed to nurturing his younger brother. His intention was likely that if history were to repeat itself in the future, Hebrew Adam would be able to take on significant responsibilities. "Yes," Hebrew Adam replied, and this seemed to touch a chord within him. As a smile appeared on his face, Alicia suddenly realized that she hadn't seen Hebrew Adam smile in a long time, so long that she had forgotten the last time she had witnessed his smile. "Those people from the mercenary groups are all gone," Hebrew Adam suddenly leaned in and whispered to Alicia. Alicia was startled, not having noticed Hebrew Adam's approach. Instead, she began to use her telekinesis to scan the surrounding situation. At this time, everyone had received the information and was helping each other down from the towering piles of beast corpses, making their way toward the open area behind the battlefield, so it was easy to see clearly. Sure enough, the puppets from the mercenary groups were nowhere to be found. "When did they disappear?" Alicia asked quietly after the big explosion in the forest. At that time, Alicia had been completely focused on fighting monsters. In such a tense situation, she hadn't expected Hebrew Adam to be able to multitask. Seeing Alicia's expression, Hebrew Adam seemed to sense her thoughts. He opened his light brain and sent her a link. Alicia clicked on it out of curiosity and found it was an aerial surveillance image. Upon closer inspection, it was a surveillance image of the wasteland star, with green and yellow dots scattered across the map. The yellow dots were moving quickly, seemingly gathering in one direction. "The yellow ones are those people," Hebrew Adam said indirectly. "Where are they going? What's over there?" Alicia asked. Understanding now, Alicia identified the direction of the yellow dot's movement, which was exactly opposite to where they were located. This meant that their group's identity had not been revealed. It seemed that these puppets had received another task and were rushing toward a specific location without a care. I'm not sure. My brother's intelligence personnel might not know either, but they've definitely noticed, Hebrew Adam admitted, genuinely unsure. What are you two whispering about so closely? Let's go back and talk, Dean Acheson said, coming over to support Alicia's arm. Just a moment ago, she had looked utterly exhausted, but now, as she spoke softly with the second prince, she seemed revitalized. Dean Acheson couldn't help but silently complain about his cousin. Although Dean Acheson was very curious, with his upbringing, he understood that when others whispered, it usually meant they didn't want anyone else to know what they were saying. Therefore, he wouldn't pry. Even with his cousin, I need a full 8 hours of sleep, Sheila declared emphatically. She nearly slipped but was thankfully caught by her partner, Tamaki Kasia, who was quick on his feet. However, Sheila's words garnered agreement from the elite class members. Alicia turned to glance at her guard. Just as she caught his extremely reserved gaze, she silently mouthed a thank you, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes as he gently shook his head. In the past few days, the reason Alicia has been safe and sound, without even a scratch on her, can largely be attributed to the efforts of this guard. Alicia sighed deeply in her heart, recognizing that these guards were indeed the elite of the elite. Their cultivation levels were so high, yet they somehow managed to make their presence easily overlooked. Even she often forgot about them if she didn't pay special attention. Chapter 208, Assassinated and Died. Topaz Star, Minkson Intermediate Academy. As the workday ended, Fang Yaxi, Mentor Fang, packed up her belongings in her office, ready to head home. The military vehicle her husband sent to pick her up was already waiting in the school's parking lot. Since the kidnapping attempt a few months ago, when both Fang Yaxi and her son were nearly taken, their family had moved into the military headquarters on Topaz Star, which was heavily guarded, making it impossible for outsiders to infiltrate. Although the kidnapping threat had not yet been fully resolved, Lin Shank was now taking his classes online from home. Fang Yaxi wasn't restricted from going out, but she was constantly accompanied by a female bodyguard. Even at school, everyone could see the bodyguard, but what few people knew was that there was also a hidden guard protecting her in the shadows. This covert guard had been sent by the Crown Prince himself to protect her. Without this secret protection, she might have already been abducted. It was only at this time that Fang Yaxi realized how difficult Manny's situation truly was. Manny was indeed remarkable, but for someone to offer a bounty of 1 billion credits for her life suggested that it wasn't just because of her exceptional talent in cultivation. Fang Yaxi suspected it might have more to do with Manny's mysterious origins. In this era, for the Huada family, one of the top 10 families in the Gus Empire, to have a direct descendant lost in the outside world without their knowledge clearly indicated foul play. Either they didn't want to acknowledge the child, or someone had deliberately concealed her identity. Now, the Huada family's attitude toward Manny led Fang Yaxi to dismiss the first reason and confirm the second. After all, the bounty was issued before the Huada family recognized Manny. Fortunately, Manny had now returned to her original family, and not only did she receive the family's protection, but even her entire family benefited from the Huada family's support. Moreover, her husband had also gained from the kidnapping incident. With the backing of the Crown Prince and Colonel Huada, he had become the de facto highest commander of the military on Topaz Star, although he still held the nominal position of second in command. Becoming a planetary commander, even on a peripheral star, was no small feat. Even in the imperial capital, only the head of the Lin family held such significant military power. With her husband's success, Fang Yaxi could have taken it easy as a mentor. However, while she was not a strong woman, she also did not enjoy the idle life of a wealthy lady. She preferred to put in the effort for safety rather than hide away at home. Fortunately, her husband had always supported her, never forcing her to give up the things she loved to do. Many people laughed at her for being foolish and following her exiled husband into hardship, but they didn't understand how comforting it was to have a husband with whom she could share her heart, making life so much easier. Fang Yaxi had just stepped out of her office when a message arrived. Upon seeing it was from the imperial capital, a cold smile involuntarily appeared on her usually elegant face. Years ago, her husband was exiled by the Lin family for their own interests, and the Fang family urged her to divorce him and remarry. Fang Yaxi refused, and as a result, the Fang family severed ties with her. For over 20 years, they had not contacted her once, let alone offer any assistance to the couple. Now that her husband had turned the tables, not only had the Lin family's direct line sent someone over to acknowledge kinship, but the Fang family had also frequently contacted her, wanting to maintain family ties and hoping she would return to the imperial capital to visit. They didn't stop to consider what kind of person Lin Qingfeng was. Back in those difficult times, he had never bowed his head, and now that he had regained his confidence, it was even less likely he would do so. Fang Yaxi was in a good mood today, and when her mother called, she answered. After marrying into the Fang family, her mother's own family had fallen into decline, leaving her with no say in the Fang household. If it weren't for her father maintaining two friendships, he wouldn't even have hesitated to have an affair and divorce her mother. Fang Yaxi and her brother's childhood could have turned into a struggle against a stepmother after Lin Qingfeng's incident. Although her mother had also supported Fang Yaxi's decision to divorce, her motivation was not to encourage a strategic marriage for the Fang family's benefits, but rather to prevent her from suffering alongside Lin Qingfeng. Although her mother was weak and incapable, afraid to protest against her father and brother, she still cared for Fang Yaxi in her own way. Yaxi, is it true that your adopted daughter Manny has run into trouble? Fang's mother's voice was filled with urgency. She knew that the reason her daughter and son-in-law had been able to turn their fortunes around was likely linked to their adopted daughter, Manny. The news that Manny was the eldest daughter of the Huada family had spread among the aristocratic families of the Gus Empire. Although the Fang family was merely a third-tier family in the imperial capital, due to Fang Yaxi being Manny's adoptive mother, some people had informed the Fang family about the situation. The Huada family had also granted Fang Yaxi's brother several conveniences because Fang Yaxi was a member of the Fang family. Mother, what are you saying? Hearing her mother say this, Fang Yaxi, who had been worried about Manny, felt a wave of panic wash over her. Didn't you see the news? Fang's mother's voice grew urgent. Your adopted daughter went to Desolate Star for training a few days ago, and unfortunately, she encountered a massive beast tide. This afternoon, she and the second prince were attacked by assassins, and they both died. This news is all over the Skynet. Fang Yaxi's heart sank. Although she didn't know about Manny's training trip, the fact that she hadn't been able to reach Manny for several days had made her uneasy. Hearing her mother say this filled her with fear. However, Fang Yaxi didn't want to believe it was true. After all, the second prince and Huadeki were who they were. How could they not have sent someone to protect Manny? How could assassins have gotten the chance to approach Manny and the second prince? Fang Yaxi hurriedly hung up the call with her mother and activated her communicator. The red-hot news alerts immediately popped up, and the headlines were horrifying. Second prince and genius young telekinetic master assassinated. Fang Yaxi stared at the video, watching the blurry yet familiar image of the black-haired girl surrounded by a group of martial artists. She was shot in the heart by a death ray gun, clutching her chest as she fell. Fang Yaxi's hands began to tremble, and her eyes started to turn red. Manny was still so young, with a bright and promising future ahead of her. How could this happen? Who could be so cruel as to harm a child? Mrs. Lin, please calm down. We can't trust the information on the Skynet about these things, the female bodyguard accompanying Fang Yaxi said, aware of the situation. Seeing Fang Yaxi nearly collapsing from shock, she hurriedly stepped forward to support her and offered some comfort. You're right. Let's return to the military headquarters first. Have you received any information? Fang Yaxi felt a glimmer of hope as she looked at the bodyguard. This bodyguard had been assigned to her by Manny's cousin, Colonel Huada, so she might know something from the Hua family. Not yet, but I know that the young master of the Hua family and the second prince value Miss Manny very highly. They wouldn't allow something to happen to them like this. You're correct. Fang Yaxi felt a bit better and thought of a question. If Manny really had encountered trouble, her husband wouldn't wait for her mother to call before informing her. He would have told her immediately. With this thought in mind, Fang Yaxi decided to return right away to ask her husband. Chapter 209, The Substitute is Dead. Capital Star, Huada family. Did those two really get killed? With so many people arranged for their protection, they still couldn't be saved, and their cultivation levels are not low, Lixayambra asked, her face dark with anger. Lixayambra repeatedly watched the video of the dark-haired girl being assassinated, feeling a sense of self-torture. She could hardly imagine the suffering her daughter would have endured had the arrangement not been made in advance. There was a wave of attackers who engaged most of the guards first, and then those who struck afterward were the most powerful. The guards on site suffered heavy casualties. The only silver lining is that those assassins were all captured. Huadiu explained, you planned to use Manny and the second prince to draw out those hidden enemies, but instead, they were taken advantage of by others? Lixayamba pointed out the problem. Huadiu smiled bitterly and nodded. They had considered this possibility, but they hadn't anticipated that those enemies would be so reckless, leading to such heavy casualties. The fatal wound recorded in the video was the gunshot to the heart, but the back of the head was also shot at the same time. They were all attacked with the military's special death ray guns. Huadiu said in a low voice, his expression extremely grim. These unknown dark organizations were determined to kill Manny and the second prince. Huadiu really couldn't understand why these two unformed children posed such a threat to those dark organizations. Huadiu felt more and more that this matter was not simple. It seemed that someone had deliberately exaggerated Manny and Hebrew Adam's abilities to draw special attention from the dark organizations. Otherwise, with so many young geniuses in the Gus Empire, why would the dark organizations focus solely on these two children? Of course, the first prince would encounter even more assassination attempts. Not to mention the assassination attempt on the first prince 3 years ago, which he barely survived. Hua Di knew that in the past 2 years alone, there had been at least 11 major assassination attempts. However, after that incident, the security around the first prince had become even stricter. The first prince himself was a mid-level 7th tier warrior, and his combat power was stronger than many others, making it difficult to assassinate him. As a result, most of those assassins ended up getting captured. Sometimes, Hua Di suspected that the first prince was doing it intentionally. He was using himself to lure out those dark organization members. Otherwise, outsiders wouldn't find it so easy to track his movements. There are indeed quite a few traitors in the military. Even among the guards that Xiao Qi sent, there are 2 traitors to kill Mani and the second prince. They really went all out and mobilized everyone. Over 100 people surrounded and attacked, and many of the guards Xiao Qi arranged for protection ended up dying. Hua Di said slowly. Lixiamba gritted her teeth and said, "If I find out who wants Mani's life, I will skin them alive." Hua Di gently patted her hand, saying, "The information exposed this time is already quite substantial. We've uncovered many infiltrators, and the infiltrator in the Xuangu First Military Academy who exposed the whereabouts of our daughter has also been identified. I believe this time, Xiao Qi won't miss the opportunity to trace the root of the problem. Only by taking down the behind-the-scenes black hands that issued the assassination bounty and the organization responsible for these illegal orders can Mani be safe in the future. The bounty of 100 million credit coins is truly too tempting." The dark organization had set up a vast operation and was deeply hidden. For the past few months, Huadeki had exhausted the Gus Empire's intelligence resources to investigate but still couldn't uncover many useful leads. They only knew that this organization was not just causing trouble in the Gus Empire, it was active in other countries as well. Outstanding young psychic warriors from the Vera Federation had also been targeted by assassination bounties. The most talented young psychic warrior from the Vera Federation had a bounty of 50 million credit coins on his head. Unfortunately, that young man wasn't as lucky as Mani. He had already been assassinated 2 months ago. In the Vera Federation and other small alliances, many young and outstanding talents had been assassinated over the past 2 months, creating a highly tense atmosphere in the entire Gumara Star domain. Fortunately, in the Gus Empire, they had the first prince, who was well informed, and Huadeki, the head of the National Security Bureau, who was skilled in his methods. Together, they had tightly protected the elites of their country, ensuring that not a single person was lost. Originally, it was thought that those dark organizations had no way to act and were somewhat quiet, but who would have guessed that they were just lying in wait to find an opportunity to strike all at once. The decoy who was disguised as the second prince is even more severely injured, with 3 fatal wounds. Huadu said. Lixiamba suppressed her urge to curse. Complaining wouldn't be of any use. It was more important to root out those dark organizations. Over the years, Lixiamba and Huadu had grown emotionally distant. Although she was married to the second master of the Huada family, who held real power, she was, in reality, marginalized within the family. Now that the Huada family recognized and valued Alicia as a super genius, Lixiamba's relationship with her husband gradually improved. She was also able to learn some inside information, especially regarding her daughter, and Huadu had not kept anything from her. Does this mean Mani won't be able to come home for a long time? Lixiamba asked. Huadu nodded. Mani's reputation is too strong. Even if the assassination bounty is resolved, who knows if there are other dangers. So the first prince's suggestion is for the 2 of them to take this opportunity to go into hiding and focus on their training. Mani and the second prince are already far ahead of everyone else in their cultivation, and staying at school would actually be less beneficial for their training. It would be better for them to return to school in their 4th year. Lixiamba fell silent. She had already guessed, which was why she had asked that question, but her daughter had just been recognized, and she hadn't had the chance to get close to her yet. Now she was being told that she wouldn't see her daughter for at least the next 2 years. While she understood, it didn't lessen her reluctance. However, no matter how she felt, her daughter's safety was the most important thing. Don't worry. No matter where Mani goes, Xiao Qi and the first prince will be watching over her. In fact, they have been taking care of Mani all along, and they have been doing a great job. Huadu reassured her. Lixiamba nodded. She couldn't deny this, and it did ease her worries somewhat. Topaz Star, military headquarters. Fang Yaxi rushed into the military headquarters of Topaz Star, anxiously searching for her husband. Qingfeng, is it true about Mani? Is it really happening? Fang Yaxi couldn't bring herself to believe that it was true, so she couldn't utter words like assassination or death. However, her vague questioning immediately darkened Lin Qingfeng's expression. It was clear that he understood what Fang Yaxi was asking. But Lin Qingfeng didn't answer his wife's question right away. He made a gesture to calm her down, then turned to the female bodyguard who had been following Fang Yaxi. The usually taciturn female bodyguard, who had rarely spoken to Fang Yaxi, stepped forward and said proactively before Lin Chengfeng could ask her, "All the suspicious individuals around Madam have likely been captured by now." Fang Yaxi keenly sensed the implication in the bodyguard's words. There was clearly more to this situation than met the eye. Chapter 210. Knowing the inside story, Alicia was unaware of the turmoil happening on Topaz Star and Capital Star. After enduring the beast tide, she finally relaxed, feeling as though she could sleep forever without any issue. However, just as she was in a blissful state of half-wakefulness, not wanting to get up, a fly suddenly buzzed around her ear, making an unbearable noise. "Sheila, you're so noisy. Who let you into my room?" Alicia said weakly, feeling irritated. "Do you know how long you've been sleeping? You've slept for 12 hours. Everyone else is up, and you're the only one still lying in bed. Do you even care about your reputation?" Sheila seemed to catch Alicia in a vulnerable moment and teasingly said, "Can that thing be eaten?" Alicia replied lazily, "Manny, get up quickly. Something big has happened. Instructor Dudley is looking for you." Mina Ollie said gently. "Something big?" Alicia suddenly sat up straight in bed, startled. "Did the beast tide erupt again? Or has someone discovered our identities?" "Neither," Sheila said sympathetically, looking at Alicia. "You have no idea. Those assassins have gone crazy trying to earn the bounty of 100 million credit coins on your head. Now there are messages all over the network claiming you and the second prince have already been assassinated. When we got up and saw the news, we were shocked. Sheila even rushed into your room to check on you to feel at ease." Mina Ollie added. "I thought Sheila was just messing with me, so I didn't bother to pay her any attention." Alicia shot Sheila a glance. She certainly knew what Sheila had done when she rushed in and then rushed out. "Me and Hebrew being assassinated? What kind of act is this?" Alicia felt that hearing the news of her own death upon waking was far too shocking. The assassination took place on Desolate Star, shortly after the beast tide had just ended, while everyone was retreating from the battlefield. The girl and boy who were killed in the western part of the desolate forest really resembled you and Hebrew. This assassination was definitely aimed at you and Hebrew, Mina Ollie explained. "Did the assassins get the wrong people?" Sheila speculated, though she herself didn't fully believe this guess. "How could they have learned about our itinerary, infiltrated Desolate Star, and dared to kill people within the military only to get the wrong targets so easily?" Mina Ollie said irritably. Alicia also didn't believe that those assassins had mistaken their targets. It was easy to deduce that this was just a trap. The western part of Desolate Forest, the Wolf God mercenary group was located at the eastern battlefield of the Desolate Forest. Alicia then remembered that after the battle ended yesterday, she had seen on the map projection that all the puppets had gone west into the forest. Had those people received some kind of information? Alicia immediately opened her light brain and clicked on the link that Hebrew Adam had sent her yesterday. She discovered that Hebrew Adam had not revoked her permission to share, so she opened the link, and the map projection of Desolate Star instantly appeared before her eyes. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the yellow light dots representing the puppets had dwindled to just a few. Only a couple remained in the city area, and there were none at the forest's edge. Had the more than 100 puppets she saw yesterday left Desolate Star, or had they been eliminated during the assassination? "What are you looking at?" Sheila asked curiously. Alicia didn't share the information, even though Sheila and Mina Ollie were close by. The projections they could see were just an indistinct blend of colorful lights. "It's a secret," Alicia replied calmly. This was something that should not be casually shared, and she also didn't have sharing permissions. That authority rested with Hebrew Adam. When Sheila and Mina Ollie heard Alicia say this, they understood it was confidential information that should not be disclosed, so they shifted the topic and didn't feel disrespected by it. In their family education, reading facial expressions and assessing the situation was an important lesson. Military personnel also had rules against inquiring into secrets that they should not know. Alicia opened the Skynet again to check on the major events that the two had mentioned. As soon as she clicked in, information about her and the second prince being assassinated popped up immediately, indicating just how hot this topic was. Alicia felt a mix of emotions. Who wouldn't feel unsettled waking up to find that the world had changed overnight, and that they had been reported as dead to everyone? Watching the video of the two who had disguised themselves as her and Hebrew Adam, only to be attacked and killed, sent a chill down Alicia's spine. The video was quite short, only showing the critical moments. But under such an assault, those two young people had probably truly been killed. Are they really dead? Alicia asked. "We're not sure either. This information has all been uploaded to the Skynet, and no one has come forward to confirm anything," Mina Ollie replied. "Hebrew should know something." "I noticed his expression didn't change at all earlier," Sheila said. "Let's go ask him," Alicia said as she got out of bed. If Hebrew Adam showed no signs of surprise, then he clearly knew more about the situation. In the command hall, the two instructors were nowhere to be found, leaving only the 9 boys from the elite class. As Alicia stepped out, she overheard Dean Acheson analyzing. "That black-haired girl, if you look closely, doesn't really resemble Alicia. She should be taller. That boy is the opposite. He is shorter than Hebrew by a few inches and looks a bit older than Hebrew as well. The only similarities between them are their hair color and age." This guy observes very carefully. "There aren't any clear photos of us in the outside world. For people like us, any photos that circulate on Skynet will automatically display in a blurred state. At most, you can only see the general hair color, body shape, and age." Quadeli said, surprisingly talking so much. "We haven't been on Desolate Star for long. How do those assassins know our whereabouts? And how did they determine that they were killing Hebrew and Alicia?" Su-43 said anxiously. "Look at the video. Those young people who were assassinated were wearing military uniforms. They are all soldiers sent to Desolate Star to fight against the Beast Tide, right? For them to be killed by assassins is just too terrifying. And here, look at this video. Don't those soldiers look a bit like us?" Hearing Su-43's words, everyone clicked on the video to look closely. "Doesn't this one look a lot like me? This female soldier looks like Mina. This one is like Quadeli, and this one is Kezia. What is going on here?" Dean Acheson immediately noticed something. Having one or two people who look similar is one thing, but with so many coincidences, it can't just be a coincidence anymore. The crowd turned their questioning gazes toward Hebrew Adam. They were analyzing the situation, but Hebrew Adam remained silent. His expression was light, suggesting that he likely knew something. Hebrew Adam looked at Alicia as she stepped out, and as soon as she saw his gaze, she understood that he truly knew the inside story. "Did those people intentionally disguise themselves as us?" Alicia asked directly. Hebrew Adam nodded. Chapter 211, Parting Ways. "What exactly happened with this assassination incident?" Alicia asked Hebrew Adam directly. If Hebrew Adam knew beforehand, then this matter was indeed a deliberate trap, not an accident. It's still too early to say. Not wanting to lie but unable to reveal the truth, Hebrew Adam felt somewhat troubled. No wonder the elite boys were discussing various doubts there. He sat silently without a word. If Hebrew Adam couldn't speak, it meant that this incident was orchestrated by the Crown Prince, and the situation was still ongoing, requiring absolute confidentiality. However, Alicia's question was meant to confirm her suspicion. Once confirmed, it wouldn't put him in a difficult position. At this moment, instructors Han Zhengbing and Dudley suddenly appeared. Seeing the serious expressions on the two instructors' faces, the elite class immediately sat up straight. "You all did exceptionally well during this exercise," Instructor Han Zhengbing said. The elite class sat even more upright. They were not afraid of being scolded by the instructors. They feared the instructors suddenly changing their tone to say something nice. This was a common understanding among all military students in the Xuangu Military Academy. They still vividly remember the last time they were scolded harshly after a training session. "You've also earned quite a few merit points, which have already been allocated to your accounts, along with a substantial amount of credit points," Instructor Dudley said. Alicia opened her account and took a look. She was surprised to find that she had 80 merit points, bringing her total to 110 merit points. As for the credit points, ever since she had recognized her relatives and passively received 50 million information points in her account, she had become indifferent to money. The more than 10,000 credit points earned from killing monsters no longer excited her. After the two instructors finished their compliments, their expressions indeed changed. However, it wasn't as harsh as the last time when they had scolded them to the point where they couldn't even lift their heads. This time, they spoke in a calm tone, pointing out the shortcomings of the elite class during this training. The elite class listened attentively, not daring to be careless, and carefully considered the shortcomings that the instructors mentioned. They actually learned quite a bit. Finally, Instructor Dudley said, "You all know that there's news on the internet about Hebrew and Alicia being attacked, right? I'm going to talk about this matter now." The elite class immediately adopted serious expressions, their eyes shining with curiosity. "Because of this incident, Hebrew and Alicia, you two cannot show your faces for the time being and need to hide outside for a while. I'll discuss the specific arrangements with you later. The rest of you can go back to school. Once you return, pay attention to your expressions. Remember to look somber," Instructor Han Zhengbing said. As he said this, Instructor Han Zhengbing particularly glanced at Huadeli and Dean Acheson, one an older brother and the other a cousin. Those who were observant were most concerned about the expressions of these two. "This isn't difficult. After all, those assassins were targeting my cousin." "Instructor, are the two people in the video really dead?" Dean Acheson asked. Instructor Han Zhengbing glanced at him and, after a moment, nodded. "So, Alicia and Adam will have to leave you for a while." Dean Acheson's heart sank. He didn't need to pretend anymore. His expression was already grim. At this point, even if it wasn't explicitly stated, he understood what was happening. Quadeli nodded in agreement. "That's fine. They should come back only after everything is resolved." In the past, they felt that the protective forces around them were strong enough to not fear the dark creatures lurking in the shadows. However, this assassination incident made them realize how formidable this assassination organization was. to the point that it made them feel afraid. If the mastermind wasn't dealt with, Alicia could truly encounter such incidents at any time. This time, even the two decoys didn't escape unharmed, and Quadeli couldn't imagine what would happen if Alicia faced such a situation. Therefore, he really thought it was better for his sister to hide during this time. After spending more than half a year together, the sudden prospect of parting made Sheila visibly reluctant. Although Sheila loved to joke around with Alicia, in her heart, Alicia was the one who pulled her back from a twisted path to a normal life, and she had already occupied a significant place in her life. So, it was only natural for her to feel a sense of reluctance. We can still keep in touch in the future, and we can meet in the game world to complete quests during normal hours, Hebrew Adam said. This was indeed good news. The sadness and reluctance of the group immediately subsided. Meeting in the game world meant they could still see each other often. Hebrew Adam continued, "We're just choosing this opportunity to leave so that those organizations can't find us. We're not actually trying to fake our deaths. However, at least until it's permitted, you cannot reveal that they are still alive." Instructor Dudley added, "The Xuanbu group left the desolate planet 3 days after the beast tide ended." After flying in space for a day, Alicia and Hebrew Adam were about to part ways with their friends. Instructors Han Zengbang and Dudley led the others away, leaving only 2 7th-level warrior guards. These were the guards for Hebrew Adam and Alicia, naturally following them wherever they went. "Where are we going?" Alicia asked. "To Tezu Star." "Tezu Star?" Alicia looked puzzled. She had never heard of this planet. "We are still members of the Wolf God Mercenary Corps. First, put away your light brain and switch to this one." Hebrew Adam handed Alicia a plain-looking light brain. After Alicia put it on, she looked at her disguised identity, Evelyn Marseille, a mid-level psychic, 27 years old. Hebrew Adam was using the alias Charles Anthony, also a mid-level warrior, and the same age of 27. Since Alicia had been using this identity for the past few days, she didn't think much of it. However, what surprised her was that the two of them were actually a legally married couple. The Wolf God Mercenary Corps really has such a couple, but they have now disguised themselves under different identities, so our identities won't be easily uncovered. However, to avoid running into acquaintances that could expose us, the Crown Prince has asked us to go to Tezu Star to train first. Alicia sensed an ominous implication in Hebrew Adam's words, so she suspiciously looked up information about Tezu Star on the Skynet. Then Alicia stared at the extremely concise line of text, glancing back and forth in disbelief at Hebrew Adam. "Tezu Star, a barren star, a non-living planet, uninhabitable by humans. What are we going there for? To seek death?" Alicia couldn't help but exclaim. Hebrew Adam smiled and said, "You'll find out when you get there." With such a mysterious smile, Alicia felt a bit frightened. "Have you been there before?" Hebrew Adam nodded. "That's where I advanced to a 5th-level warrior, for a boy with average cultivation potential, who reached 3rd-level warrior at 13 and advanced to 5th-level warrior at 15. It must be a terrifying place." "There's one more thing," Hebrew Adam said, glancing cautiously at Alicia. When would the prince ever be so cautious? Alicia's heart immediately tightened. It surely wasn't good news. Chapter 212, Words of Bystanders. "This was found by one of my brother's men at the junction of the outer and inner areas of the barren forest," Hebrew Adam said, holding a ring in his palm. Alicia was very familiar with the silver ring. She had seen the design for over 10 years, as it was the spatial ring that Teresa Du always wore. Alicia looked at Hebrew Adam but was reluctant to reach out to take it. She didn't want this outcome. If a person was merely missing, there was still a chance of bringing them back, a possibility that they were alive somewhere else, but confirming death meant all hope was lost. No matter what she felt inside, Alicia still hoped Teresa Du could be alive and live well. She was a truly kind woman who didn't deserve such a fate. They discovered quite a few corpses in the forest. The corpse with the spatial ring matched Teresa Du's DNA. "My brother's men have collected her remains, and he wants to ask what you would like to do," Hebrew Adam continued. What to do? Alicia didn't know either. She was still in a fake death state and couldn't directly communicate with the outside world. After thinking for a moment, Alicia said to Hebrew Adam, "Please tell the Crown Prince to leave this matter for my mother to decide." In the incident where Alicia was taken away, the one who suffered the most was Lixayamba. Teresa Du, who was ordered to take Alicia away but did her best to raise her, was no longer there, and Alicia herself didn't know what to do. So, she decided to leave the decision to Lixayamba. "Do you have any resentment?" Hebrew Adam suddenly asked. Alicia looked up at him, confused. "Do you resent the person who planned this whole thing back then?" Hebrew Adam asked again. This was a very profound question, one that even the original person could not have answered. But why was Hebrew Adam asking this? And why did he seem to care so much about her response? Could it be that he knew about what his mother had done? "I'm not sure," Alicia said. After all, I knew nothing about this before. Teresa Do treated me very well and ultimately gave her life for me, so I could never hate her. But my mother has suffered sadness and pain for more than 10 years because of this, and that is something I do resent. She couldn't guarantee much, but she was sure the original person would have felt the same way about these 2 points. Seeing her say this, Hebrew Adam's eyes became melancholic, making Alicia realize that he truly knew about his mother's great masterpiece. However, this wasn't really Hebrew Adam's fault. She had already received a large compensation from King Adam, and Lixayamba had also agreed to let the matter rest and not bring it up again. Alicia didn't want to discuss this issue with Hebrew Adam any further. If it were just the 2 of us in that assassination attempt, we probably would have died even faster. That's why, once we arrive at Azustar, you'll see that Instructor Dudley's devil training is nothing, Hebrew Adam replied. On this day, the security at the Imperial Capital Stars space station was suddenly tightened, especially in the Eastern Space Corridor, where it was heavily guarded and no unauthorized personnel were allowed in. The travelers waiting in the space station curiously observed the soldiers, who stood tall and upright but whose eyes were as sharp as knives. What's going on here? It feels unusual, a curious and inexperienced bystander said. Probably some important figure is arriving, another bystander calmly remarked. In the Imperial Capital Star, if anything is abundant, it's important figures. This kind of setup is already commonplace, so this young person is just easily surprised. The competition team from the Vera Federation has likely arrived, one bystander remarked. Didn't the news say that the opening ceremony of the Youth Elite Tournament is the day after tomorrow? Those teams should be arriving around now. Otherwise, they wouldn't make it in time for the ceremony. Why are they treating the Vera Federation people with such respect? They're so arrogant, thinking that just because they have a genius psychic, they can humiliate us. Fortunately, we have Ollie from the Xuangu First Military Academy to put them in their place. Otherwise, I'd be furious. The first young bystander, who had little experience but was well informed about the latest gossip online, said angrily. Exactly. An 18-year-old early stage level 6 psychic facing off against a 20-year-old early stage level 6 psychic. Mina Ollie's strength was clearly superior. She's truly the pride of our Gus Empire, so beautiful and so strong. With her on the team, our Gus Empire is sure to win the championship. Another bystander eagerly joined the conversation. Mina Ollie became an early stage level 6 psychic at 18, making her one of the top talents in our Gus Empire. Not just in the Empire, but across the entire Gumara Star region. No one in her age group is more exceptional. That's not possible. Xuangu First Military Academy has a genius girl even more outstanding than Mina Ollie. The second prince is fine, so I don't believe anything happened to her either. Her cultivation must be higher than Mina Ollie's. An older bystander chimed in with a sigh. That's hard to say. Miss Mina Ollie comes from a prestigious family, while that genius girl is a commoner. The difference in their cultivation resources is huge, which greatly affects their progress. There's been a lot of talk online that the genius girl and the second prince didn't actually die. I also think it's true because every time the royal spokesperson says it's a national secret and they can't disclose anything. Honestly, if something had really happened, wouldn't there at least be a funeral? The royal family didn't hold a funeral that year. You never know. If nothing happened, why haven't the 2 of them appeared at Xuangu First Military Academy for over 2 years? And they're not participating in this year's Gumara Star Region Youth Elite selection either. Do you know how many people the National Security Bureau arrested after that assassination attempt? Even several top military officials were taken in and never came out. If nothing had happened, would it have caused such a big stir? The 2 people in the video were definitely dead, but whether it was really the second prince and that genius girl is still uncertain. They're definitely not dead. If they were, the attitude wouldn't be like this. They probably used that event as an opportunity to hide and lay low for a while. But honestly, the 4th-year elite class at Xuangu First Military Academy is the most outstanding class Gus Empire has had in 100 years. A level 6 early stage psychic, a level 5 mid-stage warrior, a level 5 early stage warrior, and the others are all late-stage level 4 warriors. Their cultivation levels are terrifyingly high. Who knows how far they'll go in the future. It's said that the second prince was already a mid-stage level 5 warrior 2 years ago. If he's still alive, who knows how high his cultivation is now? Everyone spoke with admiration on their faces. The first prince became the youngest level 8 warrior this year, and the second prince's cultivation potential is said to be even better than the first prince's. Though our Gus Empire doesn't have many level 8 warriors, we do have a few, but it's been over 500 years since we've had a level 9 warrior. It's said that a level 9 warrior can tear apart a medium-sized warship with their bare hands. Everyone gasped. A medium-sized warship can carry 5,000 people, and to tear it apart bare-handed. How terrifying. Chapter 213, The Diplomat. The group of bystanders at the space station were casually chatting without realizing that part of what they said was actually true. The reason for the heavy security at the space station today was indeed to welcome the young contestants arriving for the Gumara Star Region Youth Elite Tournament. However, it wasn't just the Vera Federation's team that arrived. There were also teams from other regions and countries, totaling 30 teams with over 2,000 participants. While the number may seem large, in the vast space of the station, it didn't appear crowded in a foreign place. Surrounded by strong and imposing guards, some of the less experienced young contestants felt a bit uneasy, nervously glancing around. Among all the teams, the strongest, both in terms of the contestants and their escorts, was the team from the Vera Federation. Amid this atmosphere, teams from other countries unconsciously gravitated toward the Vera Federation's group, subtly aligning with them. Jerome Atchison, a diplomat from the Gus Empire's Department of Foreign Affairs, noticed this scene but didn't give it much thought. However, when he saw the Vera Federation's team, a subtle gleam appeared in his eyes, and his attention shifted to them. Of course, Jerome Atchison's smile remained as warm and friendly as ever, so no one noticed the hint of intrigue in his eyes. The Vera Federation's 12-member team had not only a contestant at the early stage of level 5 as a warrior but also another contestant at the mid-stage of level 5. Half a year ago, Jerome Atchison had been personally appointed by the Crown Prince to serve as the special diplomat for this year's Youth Elite Tournament. From the moment the tournament preparations began, he had closely followed every aspect of it. Jerome had watched every qualifying match online and, combined with the materials in his possession, was very familiar with the detailed profiles of the outstanding contestants from each country. This is why Jerome Atchison was certain that this 20-year-old mid-level 5 warrior had not appeared in any previous online qualifying matches. Additionally, no information about him had surfaced in any of the intelligence Gus Empire had gathered. However, based on the contestant's name, and with Jerome's deep understanding of the prominent families in the Vera Federation, he could make an educated guess about which noble family this contestant came from. It was likely that this contestant was a highly valued genius from one of those great families whose information had been tightly concealed. Not even his name had appeared on the assassination bounty lists from several years ago. Jerome Atchison didn't need to think much to realize that this was undoubtedly a master fighter the Vera Federation had deliberately kept hidden, a trump card prepared to catch the Gus Empire off guard. Among the Gus Empire's contestants, the highest-ranking warrior was Hua Deli from Xuanbu First Military Academy, who was also at the mid-stage of level 5. However, Jerome had learned from his cousin, Dean Atchison, that Hua Deli had only advanced to the late stage of level 5 about 10 days ago. In the Youth Elite Selection Tournament, which concluded a month ago on the internet, both Hua Deli and Dean Atchison had been at the early stage of level 5. Although Jerome Atchison's own level was merely at the mid-stage of level 5, his sharp and experienced eye immediately noticed that the aura of this mid-level 5 warrior from the Vera Federation was very steady, indicating that he had been at that level for quite some time. Thus, when Jerome first saw this Vera Federation contestant, his heart sank. After taking a moment to review the contestant's information, Jerome felt even more concerned. This contestant from the Vera Federation was already 20 years old, giving him both an age and skill advantage. It was unclear whether Hua Deli could win against this opponent. As a young diplomat favored and promoted by the Crown Prince, Jerome Atchison understood the high hopes the prince had for this year's Youth Elite Tournament. It could be said that this year's Youth Elite Tournament was more lively and grand than previous ones, completely igniting the passion of the entire nation. This was because the Crown Prince had laid the groundwork 6 months earlier, investing a significant amount of money and appointing personnel to guide public discussions and stir up excitement. The Crown Prince wouldn't have spent all this money and effort without reason. Therefore, the officials responsible for this tournament understood clearly that the Crown Prince wanted the Gus Empire team to win the championship. Although Jerome Atchison didn't fully understand why the Crown Prince was doing this or what impact it would have on the Empire, he knew that every action the wise Crown Prince took carried significant meaning. He never did anything without a purpose. Despite the various speculations running through his mind, Jerome Atchison maintained a calm expression. After assisting the Special Operations Team of the Security Bureau in escorting all the competing teams to the Foreign Affairs Bureau's hotel and settling them in, it was already late evening. Without taking time to rest, Jerome Atchison organized the information he had gathered and sent a report to the Crown Prince. Through Jerome Atchison, the Vera Federation's plans were directly relayed to the Crown Prince. Upon reading the information, the Crown Prince smiled, slightly dismissive. In the face of absolute strength, the Vera Federation's schemes were little more than wishful thinking. The Crown Prince asked his chief secretary, "Where have those 2 guys gone? According to reports, they will arrive at the Imperial Capital Star tomorrow. They should have returned a couple of days earlier, but they took a detour to another planet, which delayed them by 2 days." The secretary replied, "Tell them I want them to appear at the opening ceremony the day after tomorrow." The Crown Prince did not seem displeased. He merely issued the order calmly. "Understood." The secretary immediately complied, sending the message through the secure information network. As the Crown Prince's personal chief secretary, he understood his master's temperament well. When he didn't give orders, discussions could be had. But once an order was issued, it had to be carried out without question. After the diplomats and staff from the Gus Empire's Foreign Affairs Bureau left, the area outside the Foreign Affairs Bureau's hotel was secured by soldiers from the National Security Bureau's Special Operations Team, ensuring absolute safety both inside and outside. Each soldier from the Gus Empire's Special Operations Team looked extremely formidable, which only provided a sense of security for everyone. Therefore, all members of the participating teams were able to rest well that night, without any disturbances. However, early the next morning, the diplomats from the Vera Federation and the instructors responsible for guiding all the competitors gathered together. They first carefully inspected their rooms, ensuring there were no listening devices before sitting down to discuss matters with peace of mind. The control in the Gus Empire is too strict. My people have gone through a lot of effort just to gather some inconsequential information. They have completely lost contact with the people from the First Military Academy of Xuanku, said the Vera Federation instructor. While the people from the Gus Empire might be unaware, the Vera Federation diplomats knew that this instructor was secretly in charge of an intelligence agency, and it was actually his assistant who was responsible for training the competitors in tactics. Since 3 years ago, the intelligence we've received from the Gus Empire has been very limited, the Vera Federation diplomat sighed. I don't know what the king of the Gus Empire is thinking. Over the past few years, he has gradually delegated power to Xiahayadam. Originally, everyone thought he was young and inexperienced, but it turns out he's much more capable than his father. Chapter 214, Deep Jealousy. Speaking of the Crown Prince of the Gus Empire, Xiahayadam, the Vera Federation's instructor radiated deep envy and resentment from head to toe. How could there be a man like him in this world, one who possesses everything that every man desires, unlike women, who are immediately captivated and want to win his affection upon seeing him? Any capable man who sees him can't help but feel a deep sense of unfairness, wishing to bring him down and take away everything he has. The Vera Federation's instructor said bitterly, if the Gus Empire allows Xiahayadam to remain in power any longer, our Vera Federation will be defeated by them within 10 years. He's already an 8th level martial artist now, who can take him down. The Vera Federation diplomat sighed as well, also feeling a deep sense of envy, though not as intense as the instructors. Back then, those dark organizations were so rampant, yet even when Xiahayadam used himself as bait, they couldn't kill him. Now that he's wiped out all those dark organizations by following their trails, there's no hope left. You can't count on finding such desperate groups again. The only possibility left is if someone close to Xiahayadam tries to plot against him. Forget about directly assassinating him. It's out of the question now. Xiahayadam is not only capable but also extremely fortunate, seemingly impossible to kill. His opponents either end up dead or crippled. And now, in the Gumra Star region's black market, Xiahayadam is listed as someone not to be provoked. Didn't the Queen of the Gus Empire used to trust our provocations and try to harm the Crown Prince several times? Why is there no information about that anymore? We used to think the Queen of the Gus Empire was truly foolish, but it turns out she was only using us to eliminate her son's rivals. Once things took a turn, she either cleared out or bought off the people we had planted in the Gus Empire's royal palace. In recent years, the information we've received has been chaotic, and we can't even determine what's real and what's fake. It's all a mess. Later, when the Gus Empire sent us information on the Yunkai people, and the Vera Federation's president confirmed its authenticity, we were ordered not to make any further moves against Xiahayadam. That's for sure. If we make any further attempts to harm Xiahayadam and the Gus Empire gets evidence of it, no one can bear the consequences. With the arrival of the Yunkai people, the Vera Federation might end up as the Gumra Star region's scapegoat. If they end up at war with the Yunkai people, it's fine if they have the upper hand. But if they struggle, the Vera Federation's officials could become the target of condemnation from all of humanity. Knowing that a powerful alien race is preparing to invade the Gumra Star region, the Vera Federation, despite their wariness of Xiahayadam, no longer dares to entertain thoughts of eliminating him. The Vera Federation diplomat and coach sighed in mutual understanding. After a moment, one of them said, if such a formidable person were eliminated, it would likely be a loss for humanity. After all, in a few years, we will face such a strong enemy. Xiahayadam could apply the tactics and abilities he's used against us to the aliens, and he would surely accomplish great things. That's true. When it comes to dealing with this issue, we in the Vera Federation have to admit his superiority. Even though we've all worked together to develop the battle realm, for various reasons, we can't invest as wholeheartedly as the Gus Empire. Look at how, in just 3 or 4 years, the average cultivation level of the Gus Empire's citizens has surpassed the Vera Federation by an entire level. They used to be slightly below us. Enough about Xiahayadam. He's beyond our reach and impossible to compete with. There's no point in discussing him further. Let's talk about the Gus Empire's contestants. Have you found out the information I asked for? The Vera Federation diplomat decided to change the subject, as dwelling on Xiahayadam only deepened their frustration. I couldn't get more detailed information, the Vera Federation coach replied, but I learned that they have just 10 starting team members, all of whom have appeared in the Skynet matches. These 10 are the strongest young fighters in the Gus Empire, and they have no substitute players. The Vera Federation diplomat breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there haven't been any changes, that's good. I'm afraid it's not that simple. I still suspect that the second prince and that young psychic girl might show up, the Vera Federation coach said, not wanting to dampen the diplomat's mood but feeling that the possibility was too high to ignore. Do you have no concrete information? It's been so long, and you still can't determine whether they're alive or dead? The Vera Federation diplomat nearly said that the Federation's spies were useless. The royal family members are too closely guarded, and we haven't been able to place anyone inside the palace. We do have agents on Topaz Star, but they haven't uncovered any useful clues. All the information we have comes from what's circulating on the Skynet, with all kinds of speculation, making it hard for our analysts to distinguish fact from fiction. The only thing we can confirm is that the second prince and that psychic girl haven't appeared in over 2 years. There's no trace of them on any planet, the Vera Federation coach said, feeling frustrated. He knew how much manpower and effort he had spent investigating this, and the most frustrating part was that despite all the effort, they still hadn't gathered any useful information. Hearing the complaints, the Vera Federation diplomat felt a headache coming on. The Crown Prince, Xiahayadam, is hard to deal with, and now the second prince is just as troublesome. We can't even figure out whether he's alive or dead. 3 years ago, the second prince was already a level 5 early-stage martial artist. If he's still alive, there probably wouldn't be anyone in the youth division who could match him. The Vera Federation diplomat and coach exchanged glances, both feeling like they didn't want to continue the conversation. If the second prince is still alive, there's no need to guess. The Vera Federation can forget about winning the championship at this year's Youth Elite competition. The members of the Vera Federation weren't aware of the private discussions between their coach and diplomat. So on the morning of the opening ceremony, all the young participants appeared energetic, chatting and laughing as they prepared. Meanwhile, though the Gus Empire team members also appeared energetic as they stepped out of their vehicle, it was obvious to the observant that they seemed somewhat distracted. Huadeli walked side by side with Mina Oli, followed by the other members of the elite class, as they made their way down from the rooftop of the National Sports Stadium. On the rooftop of the sports complex, 20 imposing security personnel stood dispersed in the corners. When Huadeli stepped out of the flying vehicle, he scanned the area and noticed 2 familiar faces but discreetly withdrew his gaze. After the Gus Empire's team had walked down, one of the security members voiced their concern. Why does our Gus Empire team only have 10 participants while other countries have 12? There should be 2 more who haven't arrived yet. With so many geniuses in our Gus Empire, it's impossible that we don't even have 12 elites, another member said, a bit uncertain. These 10 young men and women are the ones who won in the Skynet selection matches. The others were eliminated by them. Shut up. There's a flying vehicle coming from afar, the captain whispered sternly. Chapter 215, Lively and Talkative. As soon as the security personnel heard that a flying vehicle was approaching, their expressions instantly turned serious. In reality, they looked a bit fierce, as if they hadn't been gossiping just moments before. They maintained their usual cold and ruthless image in front of others. A small flying vehicle without any insignia landed, and from it emerged a pair of teenagers, accompanied by 2 clearly youthful guards who were 7th-level martial artists. These 4 individuals were not on the list of expected arrivals, and the security team leader frowned, immediately stepping forward to say, "Please show your identification." The girl raised an eyebrow and glanced back at the boy, who then activated a holographic device and stepped forward. When the team leader scanned the device with his instrument, he was momentarily stunned when he saw the displayed information. He then stood at attention and saluted, saying, "I greet your highness." The boy nodded and said to the girl, "Let's go, we're a bit late." The tall, slender blonde boy walked alongside the tall and delicate black-haired girl. Although they didn't speak, the atmosphere between them felt incredibly harmonious. After the boy and girl had left, one of the security personnel hesitantly said, "Captain, who is that boy?" Good heavens, with that level of cultivation, how come I didn't know we had such a prodigy in the Gus Empire? The 2 of them are wearing the uniform of the Xiuangu Military Academy. They must be students from Xiuangu. They do look a bit familiar. That boy is the second prince, someone suddenly blurted out. Everyone turned to look at the speaker and found it was their team leader, who had a stern and imposing demeanor, surprisingly indulging in gossip. No, this isn't gossip. This is a bombshell. Captain, are you sure? Have you seen the second prince before? The captain used to follow the boss around. It's not strange for him to know the second prince. What are you two thinking? Didn't the captain just verify their identities? So it turns out he is the second prince. No wonder he has such a high level of cultivation. I've heard that the second prince's potential in martial arts is unparalleled in the present world, but I didn't expect it to be true. He's only 19 and is about to surpass us. Don't compare yourself to the second prince. Have some shame. If that boy is the second prince, then who is that black-haired girl walking with him? She's not an ordinary person either. Who else could it be? Who went missing with the second prince back then? The one who went missing with the second prince was that commoner telekinetic girl from the Fringe Star, but she doesn't seem like it. With that beauty and demeanor, she looks like a noble lady and is quite a match for the second prince. How can you be so oblivious? We special operations team members already know this, and you still don't? The commoner telekinetic girl from the Fringe Star is actually the legitimate daughter of our boss's cousin, born to Mr. and Mrs. Huada. What? How come I never heard of this? I previously heard that there were no girls in the Huada family of our boss's generation. Back then, Mrs. Huada actually gave birth to twins, but for certain reasons, the girl was taken away by someone else. Just know that this information is true. There's no need to ask about the reasons. It was me and a few others who investigated back then. If it weren't for the boss wanting everyone to know about Miss Huada's existence, I wouldn't be telling you this. So that girl we just saw is our boss's cousin? Yes. If it weren't for that assassination bounty incident from back then, the Huada family would have long held a banquet for everyone to know about Miss Huada. Now that she's back, there should be news coming out soon. Thinking carefully about that girl's appearance, she really does resemble our boss's genius cousin from the Xuangu First Military Academy. As everyone recalled Huadeli's looks, they found it to be true. But that wasn't the point. The point was, no wonder she's the boss's cousin. At only 18, she's already at the early stage of a level 5 warrior, while her twin brother is at the mid stage of level 5. Both siblings are extraordinary talents. With a pair of siblings like these, the boss must be overjoyed. Who would dare say the Huade family is on the verge of decline? Wait, the boss's cousin is known as a genius telekinetic girl. I remember 3 years ago, there was quite a stir online about her being the best telekinetic talent in the Gus Empire in hundreds of years. Her potential in telekinesis is said to be on par with the second prince's martial arts potential, so she should definitely be a telekinetic captain. Are you sure you didn't mistake her for someone else? Alicia couldn't help but smile slightly. It turned out this group of people were Huadeki's direct subordinates. She didn't expect that these seemingly fierce and cold men would be so lively and talkative in private. Hebrew Adam's telekinetic level had advanced to the early stage of level 5 last month, and he was very sensitive to his surroundings. He had overheard the conversation among the security personnel. Alicia revealed an interested smile, and he immediately noticed Colonel Huada actually dispatched the Special Operations Team from the National Security Bureau as security personnel. That's quite a move, Hebrew Adam said. Of course, using this topic to speak with Alicia, with no intention of blaming her. God knows Hebrew Adam felt nearly mute this past month. He had only made one inappropriate remark, and Alicia had smiled and remained silent during every encounter for a whole month. Hebrew Adam didn't consider himself a talkative person. When he was a playboy, he preferred to act rather than speak, but they were training partners. Having a sparring partner not talk to you for a month, no matter how few words a person usually said, it would feel stifling. Alicia smiled again, and seeing her smile made Hebrew Adam feel distressed. How long would she stay angry? He thought he was quite calculating and meant well by trying to remind her. Although his words were unpleasing, they weren't wrong. Little did he know, Alicia felt equally frustrated. She had never encountered such a straightforward man who wouldn't even apologize after saying something wrong. Watching her every day and hoping she would come to his rescue. Well, she definitely wouldn't. Anyway, she didn't care whether she spoke to this guy or not. Most of the time, they were both focused on their training, and they hardly said a few words each day. She had always spoken more with others. All the young geniuses from the Gumra Star region are gathered here. If they were all wiped out at once, the loss would be immense. My cousin has always been steady in his actions. Alicia finally spoke to Hebrew Adam, considering it was about her cousin and in this kind of situation. A year and a half ago, Huadeki had taken advantage of the Wasteland Star assassination incident to trace the matter back to its source. He managed to eliminate not only the person who issued the assassination bounty but also the entire organization behind it. With the cooperation between the eldest prince and Huadeki, the dark organizations and puppets within the Gus Empire had been nearly wiped clean. The safety of the young elites in the Gus Empire had greatly improved, and the assassination bounties on Alicia and her companions had also disappeared. However, no one could guarantee that those lurking in the shadows wouldn't re-emerge. Naturally, Huadeki needed to send the strongest forces over. Someone who could become the director of the National Security Bureau at a young age certainly knew the importance of being cautious and prudent. Chapter 216, Friends. After Huadeli and the others came down from the building, they headed straight to the Gus Empire contestant room. On the way, they cleverly ran into the Vera Federation team who were out for a walk. The rest area for the Vera Federation was on the floor below, and since their pathway to this location was different from that of the Gus Empire team, there would be no chance of a chance encounter unless they came out for a walk. Although everyone had not met in real life before, they had already played a few matches online. While the images were somewhat blurry, upon seeing them in person and distinguishing them by their abilities, It was easy to recognize the people they had met online. Everyone greeted each other politely, but the Gus Empire team expressed their unwillingness to chat, so the Vera Federation team had to continue walking downstairs. Those guys are deliberately waiting for us here, right? Did you see their little glances when they realized we only have 10 members? They can't really think we can't produce 2 substitutes, Sheila said somewhat angrily. That's fine. The more optimistic they are, the worse their expressions will be when our president and vice president arrive. Tamaki Kezia comforted her. Over the past 2 years, with Alicia absent from school, no one had been there to challenge Sheila, so she had become much quieter. However, her temper had increased a little, and Tamaki Kezia had unknowingly become the one who could accurately quell Sheila's anger. Tamaki Kezia's words were quite true, and the friends all agreed with him. I wonder if those 2 have arrived yet. Those guys definitely haven't seen them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such expressions, Sheila said, eagerly pushing open the door to the Gus Empire team's lounge. The lounge was empty, with no one inside. Didn't they say they would come here directly today? Where are they? Dean Acheson said unhappily. They said they'd be back half a month ago. Why are they still not here? Sheila also expressed her dissatisfaction. They arrived last night, but Alicia was intercepted by my mother and stayed at the Huada family's house for the night. As you know, this is Alicia's first time in the Huada family, and the elders and various uncles and aunts had to meet her in the morning, so it ended up taking a bit longer. Plus, Ibu Adam returned to the palace, and after being away for so long, both the Queen and King certainly wanted to have breakfast with him and chat, Huadeli said, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. The friends glanced at Huadeli. It was rare to hear him speak so much and in such a playful tone. It seemed that his sister's return had put him in a good mood, and rightfully so. Everyone had been happily attending school, training, and gaining experience together, only to have 2 friends leave for years because of an assassination organization. They all felt quite unhappy about it. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since Aunt Lixai last saw Alicia. She's been gone for nearly 3 years, and there hasn't even been time to hold a formal welcome banquet for her return to the Huadeli family, Mina Oli said. They do often meet on the net, but not under Alicia's original identity, Huadeli replied. Mina Oli looked at Huadeli. Ever since Alicia was found, Aunt Lixai and Uncle Huada's relationship had improved significantly, and Aunt Lixai's attitude toward Huadeli had also become much warmer. But it was a different story. Aunt Lixai showed no coldness toward Alicia, truly acting like a loving mother. In comparison, Mina Oli felt that Aunt Lixai was still somewhat distant with Huadeli. Not to mention Alicia, Mina Oli felt that Aunt Lixai was much friendlier toward her, Huadeli's fiancé, than she was with Huadeli himself. Perhaps because Huadeli was a boy, Aunt Lixai wasn't quite sure how to interact with him. And because Alicia had been lost for so many years, Aunt Lixai probably wanted to make up for that, which is why she was so focused on Alicia. Let's go inside and wait. They should be here soon. I received a message from Alicia while we were on the way saying that she had already left home, Huadeli said as he led the way inside. They couldn't just stand outside talking. Other countries' competitors were peeking at them. The Gus Empire team walked into the lounge and each found a seat. Dean Acheson opened the live holographic projection of the meeting venue and set it to a mode that everyone could see, so the group turned their attention to the projection. The one in the middle, the diplomat responsible for this diplomatic affair for our Gus Empire, is your cousin, right? Huadeli asked Dean Acheson, recognizing the familiar face of the diplomat. Yes, Dean Acheson replied, already knowing about this matter earlier and showing no signs of surprise. Your cousin is famous for being a smiling tiger, Dean. You should let him show those guys what he's made of, Su-43 joked. You don't need to remind me. My cousin has always been someone who can put others in a tough spot without any remorse. Just look at the diplomats from the other countries. They seem a bit dispirited, Dean said. The friends closely observed the diplomat from the Vera Federation and found that it wasn't just Dean Acheson boasting. The diplomat really did seem somewhat lackluster. Wow, your cousin is really impressive, the friends exclaimed in admiration. This morning, my cousin sent me a message. Among the 12 competitors from the Vera Federation, there is a 20-year-old whose cultivation level is the same as yours, Captain, but my cousin said he was promoted 6 months ago, Dean Acheson said to Huadeli. Since Huadeli had been promoted only half a month ago, it seemed on the surface that he was indeed weaker in both age and cultivation level. However, only Jerome Acheson, who was unaware of their true strength, would worry. Dean Acheson had no such concerns, only they knew what kind of rigorous training they had undergone over the past 2 years. Additionally, with the special potions provided by the country, if they hadn't been suppressing their advancements to focus on consolidating their foundations, each of their levels would be at least a minor tier higher than they currently were. So while their cultivation levels appeared to progress slowly, their combat power was absolutely capable of fighting beyond their ranks, and they weren't afraid of facing opponents at the same level. That guy never appeared in the preliminary matches. He probably wants to make a spectacular entrance at the venue just like our president, Ninja King Renuayu said dismissively. thinking about how that guy from the Vera Federation wanted to show off but ended up being slapped in the face by their president. The friends all felt delighted. Even if Huadeli couldn't defeat that guy, they still had their president. Winning was just a dream. No, it wouldn't even be possible in a dream. I think that telekinetic from the Vera Federation seems to still retain some strength. I always feel like her state at that time didn't look like she had used up all her power, Mina Oli said. This was a feeling that Mina Oli developed after carefully reflecting on that battle. Those guys are so convoluted. They probably want to catch us off guard to compete for the championship, Su-43 said, narrowing his eyes. Isn't that everyone's ultimate goal? Would they just give up without a fight? Sheila said disdainfully, let them dream. Tamaki Kazier was halfway through his sentence when the door suddenly opened by itself. The elite class immediately looked expectantly toward the door, and when they finally saw the two people standing there, they all gasped in shock. Chapter 217, Elite Competition. The architecture of the Gus Empire Sports Arena is magnificent and spacious, fully demonstrating the Empire's strength. However, the number of attendees at the opening ceremony is not very high since this is just a youth competition, although it involves the youth of the entire Gumara Star region. Those present at the venue do not hold very high positions. Not to mention members of the royal family of the Gus Empire being present. Even high-ranking officials typically do not attend. Only some relevant officials are present. However, the Gus Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has announced in advance that during the opening ceremony of the Youth Elite competition, the King of the Gus Empire will meet with everyone through a holographic projection. For the Gus Empire, this is already the highest level of hospitality extended to ordinary foreign guests. Once this information was known, competitors from various countries and netizens expressed their satisfaction because, aside from the fact that the real person would not be present, it would be nearly indistinguishable from having them there in person. The audience in the stands, aside from the people from the Gus Empire, consists mainly of diplomats from various countries, as well as the mentors of the competitors and their security teams, totaling around 4,000 to 5,000 people. In such a spacious venue, they appear quite sparse. However, the online buzz is extraordinary, with the number of viewers on the live streaming platform already exceeding 20 billion. Jerome Atchison, a young and handsome diplomat from the Gus Empire, has a bright smile that instantly endears him to others. His appearance immediately draws strong praise from netizens, making him a temporary focal point for those who admire good looks. Inevitably, his background is quickly dug up. As a diplomat, Jerome Atchison's personal information has been scrutinized tens of thousands of times to date, and this number will certainly exceed hundreds of millions after today. With the opening ceremony of the Gumara Youth Elite competition not yet underway, Jerome Atchison, completely unfazed by others prying into his life, sits there slightly leaning to the left, quietly conversing with Principal Christian from the Xuangu 1st Military Academy. Both of them wear smiles as they talk, and the atmosphere feels very relaxed. Due to privacy restrictions on the net, although diplomats' images are not blurred online, their lip movements are somewhat obscured while they speak. As a result, everyone is unable to discern the content of their conversation through lip reading alone, but they can judge from their expressions that they are discussing something pleasant. But in reality, Jerome Atchison was secretly worrying and asking, have those two little ancestors arrived at the venue? This morning, when Jerome Atchison learned from the Crown Prince that the two little ancestors would be present at the opening ceremony today, his heart, filled with concern for the country and the people, finally settled down. As far as he knew, the second prince had already reached the mid-level of the 5th rank 3 years ago. Even if his cultivation hadn't increased much in the past 3 years, as long as he made an appearance, the Gus Empire team would definitely not lose. Moreover, judging by the situation 3 years ago, the cultivation level of the other little ancestor wouldn't be lower than Mina Oli's. Therefore, as long as either of these two little ancestors showed up, it would be enough to suppress the participating team from the Vera Federation. Jerome Atchison had been eagerly waiting, but the problem was that the opening ceremony was about to begin, and he still hadn't seen any sign of those two little ancestors, which made him a bit anxious. Principal Christian, with a beaming smile, softly replied, they arrived at the Imperial Capital Star last night, but they were picked up separately by people sent by the Huada family and Queen Amber at the space station. The school security we sent couldn't catch them, so they didn't come with their teammates this morning. But don't worry, since the Crown Prince has spoken, they won't miss it. How high are the cultivation levels of these two little ancestors now? Jerome Atchison was very concerned about this question. I haven't seen them in over 2 years. They aren't directly under our supervision, and their news comes from the Crown Prince. Apart from the Crown Prince and Colonel Huada, I don't think anyone else knows. However, I'm confident that they will give everyone a pleasant surprise. On the Vera Federation side, besides the diplomat wearing a kind and gentle smile and the serious instructor, everyone else was happily chatting. Our players just ran into the Gus Empire team, and they still have only 10 main players. The Gus Empire team is a bit strange, not to mention the entire country, They could find plenty of strong players just within the first military academy of Xuangu. Why do they only have 10 players? Is it really that hard to invite a couple more? Could there be some issue with that? There's no problem at all. Among the information on elite youth under 20 from the Gus Empire, these 10 are the strongest. If they selected more, they would just be substitutes. It's said that 2 substitutes are rushing over from other planets. One person with insider knowledge said, "Oh." Upon hearing that they were substitutes, the Vera Federation members lost interest. No one wanted to look into the profiles of those 2 substitute players, as substitutes in the competing teams were always weaker than the main players. The members of the Vera Federation exchanged satisfied glances. If the Gus Empire didn't have new main players joining, their chances of winning would be significantly higher. They were confident that the Vera Federation would definitely take home the championship this time. The implication of the Vera Federation's words somewhat influenced even their diplomats and instructors, who had not received any updates since their worst fears had not come to pass yesterday. They gradually relaxed. Soon, the idle chatter came to an end. The opening ceremony of the Gus Empire Youth Elite competition was about to begin. Jerome Murchison gracefully took to the stage to give a speech. To be honest, as a perfect diplomat, serving as the host was truly a piece of cake. Backstage, the elite class watched the person on the projection screen. Sheila sighed. "Dean, your cousin is really charming and way more handsome than you. Plus, he can talk to people like they're people and to ghosts like they're ghosts." It's infuriating. Although Jerome Murchison's speech was brief, it was very humorous, eliciting knowing laughter from the audience in the venue and online. After finishing his speech, Jerome Murchison activated his light brain, and King Adam's holographic projection appeared at the center of the stage. King Adam's speech was about the same length as Jerome's and had a very official tone. In the end, he said a few encouraging words to the youth, which made everyone's expression solemn, yet their blood surged with excitement. Next up was the most anticipated part of the event for all the spectators, the opening ceremony, during which the 31 participating teams entered the venue one by one. At today's ceremony, the appearance of the young competitors was deliberately obscured to only 30% clarity, which was half of the usual 70%. This allowed netizens on the Sky Network to clearly appreciate the outstanding youth. The first team to enter, as expected, was the host team from the Gus Empire. Led by their captain, Huadeli, the Gus Empire team marched out in an orderly formation, proudly holding up the national flag of the Gus Empire, walking 2 by 2 through the main entrance from backstage. Chapter 218. What kind of monster? The first thing everyone saw were the 10 main players walking at the front. After 3 months of selection matches, the audience had become very familiar with the appearance of the 10 representatives from the Gus Empire. As the somewhat blurred but recognizable faces of the contestants came into view, everyone quickly identified the players they knew. The reaction from the crowd was unanimous. "Wow, every guy on the Gus Empire team is so handsome, and the girls are stunningly beautiful. What a feast for the eyes." Initially, no one paid much attention to the 2 substitute players at the back of the Gus Empire's team. They only began noticing them because of their strikingly good looks, which then drew attention to their cultivation levels. Some attendees in the audience, unable to believe what they were seeing, stood up in shock. Meanwhile, online viewers also sensed something unusual. Suddenly, the atmosphere both in the arena and online exploded, as if a single drop of water had fallen into hot oil. At first, people questioned their own eyes, suspecting that the Gus Empire might be engaging in some sort of deception. However, after reviewing the newly updated contestant information from the Gus Empire, they began to doubt their own memory. Had they misunderstood something? In reality, the reserve players were not substitutes but hidden powerhouses. Heavens! That young man turned out to be a late-stage level 6 martial artist at just 19 years old. Where did this prodigy come from? And why does such a genius exist in the world? Non-Gus Empire netizens were screaming in their hearts, wondering how they had never heard of such a prodigy in the Gus Empire. With someone this extraordinary, what hope was there for the competition? Meanwhile, Gus Empire netizens were also shouting internally, "Oh my god! Our second prince is really alive, and he's become an even greater prodigy than the legends said." With their second prince's level of cultivation, was there even any need to compete in this so-called youth elite competition? Victory was practically guaranteed. After their amazement subsided, everyone turned their attention to the young woman walking alongside the prodigy. Someone capable of walking alongside such a genius surely couldn't be ordinary. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that while the young woman's cultivation level wasn't as monstrous as the young man's, she was still an exceptional prodigy. At 18, she was already a beginner level 5 martial artist, which was astonishing in itself. To put this in perspective, outside of the Gus Empire and the Vera Federation, 2 of the biggest nations in the competition, the highest level any contestant from other countries had reached was merely late-stage level 4. In the Youth Elite competition 4 years ago, there hadn't even been a single level 5 martial artist. So now, with these 2 monstrous geniuses as the supposed substitute players for the Gus Empire, anyone with eyes couldn't believe they were truly substitutes. There was strong suspicion that the Gus Empire was just playing with them. There are many smart people in the world, and since player profiles were public, netizens quickly discovered that the prodigy named Hebrew Adam was actually the second prince of the Gus Empire. Soon, stories about the second prince's past, including him once being a notorious playboy, resurfaced. The citizens of the Gus Empire weren't fazed by this, as they had known about it for a long time. To them, it was just an inspirational comeback story. However, the citizens of other countries started speculating, wondering if the second prince had been framed back then. This led to all sorts of theories emerging. People from other nations, feeling clever, looked up information about the crown prince, and what they found online was shocking enough to send chills down their spines. As a result, it became widely recognized for the first time across the Gumra region that both the crown prince and the second prince of the Gus Empire were among the top prodigies. No, rather, the brightest young talents in the region. This left a deep impression on many people. After a while of sharing their envy, jealousy, and resentment, billions of netizens started digging into the girl's background. Her name was Alicia, the eldest daughter of the Huada family from the capital planet of the Gus Empire. She was 18 years old, a fourth-year student at the prestigious Xuangu Military Academy, majoring in psych and also training as an armor specialist. The first reaction people had was confusion. What kind of profile is this? Was there a mistake? Did they accidentally post someone else's profile? The citizens of the Gus Empire, who thought they knew the background of this girl, were even more baffled. Wasn't this talented psychic girl supposed to be a commoner from a fringe planet? Since when did she become the legitimate eldest daughter of the prominent Huada family from the capital? Or had they completely mistaken her identity all along? Maybe this Alicia wasn't the same commoner girl they had thought. Perhaps she just happened to resemble her. But the youth, Huadeli, was well known. Why had no one ever heard of this Alicia before? She was clearly no less talented than Huadeli. The fact that she had remained so under the radar seemed suspicious. Of course, there were always those with the truth, both at the venue and online. Soon, the legendary and dramatic backstory of this genius girl started spreading across the Gus Empire's internet, enlightening the confused audience. Meanwhile, others who hadn't been confused began questioning their own eyes. They couldn't believe what they were seeing and started asking each other online, if this girl named Alicia is a psychic user, shouldn't her highest abilities be in psych, not martial arts? This girl is already a level 5 martial artist at the age of 18, and this isn't even her main discipline. No, I should say that martial arts isn't even her secondary focus. I looked up her rank in the Mecha Manufacturing Guild, and she's actually a level 6 mecha builder. This girl is even more of a prodigy than the second prince. Can any psychic expert reveal her true psychic level? This post, likely from someone with insider status at the Mecha Manufacturing Guild, caused an immediate sensation. In just 10 seconds, the post turned red hot, then super hot, and finally exploded in popularity. Soon, a psychic master from the Vera Federation present at the event confirmed the answer. She's a level 6, late-stage psychic user. After that, no one paid much attention to the teams coming out later, not even when the Vera Federation team appeared. Apart from the Vera Federation audience, everyone else seemed indifferent, especially after glancing at the two substitute players on the Vera Federation team. People didn't even bother to look twice, remaining focused on the Gus Empire's prodigious second prince and the genius Phoenix girl. As the buzz continued, everyone following the tournament reached a consensus. The Gus Empire designating these two prodigies as substitute players was an incredibly generous gesture. If those two were part of the starting lineup, the Gus Empire team wouldn't even need to compete. They could directly be declared the champions. Although the final result is likely the same anyway. If Gus Empire doesn't win, it would definitely seem rigged. At least with those two prodigies not participating, the matches won't look as one-sided, and the other teams won't have to suffer the humiliation of being instantly defeated. The demeanor of the Gus Empire's diplomats and other officials present became even more composed, graceful, and courteous, fully displaying the poise of a great nation. Meanwhile, the members of the Vera Federation went from their initial pride and confidence to adopting a more refined attitude, now emphasizing that they didn't care about winning or losing, only about friendship, because friendship lasts forever. Chapter 219, Not an Ordinary Person. After seeing the two substitute players from the Gus Empire's team, the expressions of the Vera Federation's diplomats and instructors became unexpectedly calm. The worst outcome had already happened. These naturally gifted prodigies were rare and impossible to seek out, and no human effort could change such an outcome. Under these circumstances, failing to complete the task given to them by their country wouldn't put too much pressure on them. Both of them, with a let-it-be mindset, could only think this way. After all, this wasn't their home ground, and trying to create any accidents wouldn't be possible. Accepting their fate was all they could do. In the interstellar era, things were done efficiently. Everyone's time was precious, and there was no need to waste it on meaningless activities. Even the grand opening ceremony of this prestigious competition was quite simple. After the parade of all the participating teams, They only invited a famous singer to perform a song, and then the ceremony was officially closed. The actual competition for the young participants would start in the afternoon. After the opening ceremony, all the competitors returned to the resting area behind the arena, where they would stay until it was time for their match. For the next few days, these young contestants from around the world would live in the resting suites until the competition ended. Earlier, since Alicia and Hebrew Adam had arrived in the resting area too late, their teammates didn't have a chance to say more than a few words to them before it was time to enter the arena again. So they had to stop their conversations. Now back in the lounge, they had over 2 hours of free time, so their friends certainly wanted to catch up with them. Even though they hadn't seen these two guys in more than 2 years since parting ways on the desolate planet, the friends didn't feel strange or unfamiliar with each other. They often met in the war world. The friends had a general idea of each other's situations. They knew that the two had been training their mesh piloting skills on a barren planet, disguising themselves to infiltrate the military for training, and even participated in several peacekeeping missions. Although Hebrew Adam and Alicia hadn't said it outright, their friends understood that these peacekeeping missions involved eliminating enemy forces against the Gus Empire, such as space pirates, meaning they likely had killed enemies with their own hands. These experiences were something that military academy students couldn't learn in school, but they could lead to rapid personal growth. While their friends felt a bit envious, they also understood that they didn't have the same qualifications that warranted the Crown Prince's intense efforts in their training. For those who remained in the elite class at school, the Crown Prince also put in a great deal of effort to cultivate them, providing them with an education and treatment that was different from that of their peers. Of course, this wasn't without cost. Huadeli and the others paid tuition that was 10 times higher than that of regular military academy students every year. Players' appearances in reality would also change in the war world, but the differences from age 15 to 18 weren't very significant. The friends were already familiar with each other's changes in appearance. The only thing they were unclear about was each other's current cultivation levels, because the war world displayed player levels instead of cultivation. Although they had tried to overestimate their two friends as much as possible, upon seeing them, they realized they hadn't overestimated them enough. No wonder everyone online is calling you two genius monsters now, Sheila said, appearing dismissive on the surface but actually happy to sit next to Alicia. Take a look in the mirror. Alicia smiled at her. HMPH. Don't think I don't know you're subtly mocking me for how ugly my expression of envy and jealousy is, Sheila said while grinding her teeth. It's been over 2 years, and your IQ has increased so much, Alicia said with a look of surprise. The familiar tone and the familiar formula made the friends burst into laughter, and the last hint of strangeness disappeared. Welcome back, little sister, Huadeli said as he walked over and hugged Alicia, showing a rare moment of sentimentality. Alicia returned the hug. Although she couldn't truly see Huadeli as a brother in her heart, she felt closer to him emotionally than to the other friends, even more so than Dean Acheson. Cousin, the 38 consecutive slashes you sent us recently were amazing. I practiced them for a few days, but some parts are a bit awkward. You have to teach me properly when we get back to school, Dean Acheson said, unceremoniously squeezing past Sheila to get closer to Alicia. What's your telekinetic level now? Alicia raised an eyebrow. This seemingly rhetorical question likely heralded a storm. Only level 3, late stage, Dean Acheson said softly. Didn't I tell you that this technique requires a martial artist to be at least level 5 and a telekinetic to be level 4 to execute? You need to level up first, Alicia chided. He thought he could train before meeting the requirements, as if he was some sort of genius. Okay, Dean Acheson replied a bit dejectedly. He didn't like practicing meditation techniques, and if Alicia hadn't pushed him, he probably would have still been at level 1 as a telekinetic. You, among the elite class, have the lowest telekinetic levels among us, Alicia criticized him again harshly. All 11 of Alicia's companions were exceptionally talented in terms of training potential. Although only she and Mina Ollie were telekinetics, the other 10 friends also had good telekinetic potential and could at least reach level 4. However, because their martial arts training potential was even higher, they focused on body techniques and were not interested in meditation training. Unwilling to waste time on it, later, it was Hebrew Adam who revealed some confidential information. Except for Mina Ollie, who spent more time on body techniques, the other friends began to train their telekinesis like crazy. More than 2 years ago, Hebrew Adam and Alicia disappeared from the public eye after the assassination incident. At first, Alicia thought the Crown Prince was afraid they would face real danger and wanted them to go into hiding to train until they had the ability to protect themselves before returning. However, when she arrived on Tezu Star and met Rick Amber and his group, she realized that things were not so simple. After her rebirth, Alicia devised a way to integrate the telekinetic abilities of telekinetics with the martial power of martial artists to enhance her overall combat effectiveness as much as possible. The telekinetic flying leaves that Alicia used in the admissions assessment at the Xuanbu First Military Academy was the first technique she integrated on her own, and the telekinetic whip she used in the ranking challenge was the second. At that time, Alicia was still unclear about the cultivation system in this world and did not realize that these inspirations came from Earth's films and media, which allowed her to create a new type of martial skill in this world. After watching her competition videos, the Crown Prince took note of this matter and began to plan how to help her improve this martial skill and apply it to Mecha. After Alicia arrived on Tezu Star, the Crown Prince called her and clearly conveyed his ideas and expectations. During their first virtual meeting, with her idol on the other side of the screen, Alicia could hardly express her excitement and admiration. At that moment, the only thought in her mind was that a big shot is a big shot, and mere mortals cannot compare. Chapter 220, full of hope. Don't say that 2 years ago. Alicia didn't realize this, even if she had been aware. Innovating a complete and entirely new set of techniques would likely take 10 or 8 years to achieve. But with a big shot around, once Alicia shared her ideas, the Crown Prince could simplify her straightforward methods into something more complex. For example, regarding Alicia's mind power flying leaves and mind power whip, the busy Crown Prince had already developed a more refined technique. Comparing his sophisticated moves to Alicia's simple and crude style was like comparing heaven and earth. With Alicia's innovative concepts, the Crown Prince's ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary, and the excellent execution and feedback skills of Hebrew Adam, the progress in developing these new techniques was remarkably swift. Soon, a complete set of martial arts suitable for promotion was formed, named Xuanwu Techniques. Alicia was ranked first as the founder of Xuanwu Techniques. The Crown Prince was second, and Hebrew Adam came in third. Although the Crown Prince didn't say it outright, Alicia understood that his meticulous support for this research was not for himself, but for the overall enhancement of the citizens of the Gus Empire. The Crown Prince was already planning how to appropriately introduce these Xuanwu techniques into the war realm, allowing eligible players to cultivate them. Faced with such a selfless Crown Prince, who poured his heart and soul into the country's development, Alicia felt that her own contributions paled in comparison. She expressed that her name shouldn't be placed in the first position. However, the Crown Prince was very insistent. He said that the innovative concept was created by Alicia, and that the new martial arts techniques were based on this core idea. Without this concept, there wouldn't have been any subsequent developments. Although Alicia was still unaware of how much benefit she would gain once the Xuanwu techniques were promoted, she estimated that at the very least, she would be able to leave a mark in history. Hebrew Adam told her that with this achievement, she could confidently return to the Huada family and accept their support openly, as the Huada family would receive countless benefits in the future because of her contributions. Alicia was not only one of the founders of the Xuanwu techniques but also one of the founders of the new type of mechas. The core concept of the new martial arts techniques was innovated by Alicia, and since she was also a mecha manufacturer, she could provide the core ideas for how to create mechas suitable for these Xuanwu techniques. This excited Ricamba and the other mecha manufacturers immensely, prompting them to devote themselves to their research day and night. In order to conduct research on the new type of mechas, Ricamba resigned from his duties at the Xuangu First Military Academy 2 years ago and has been focused on his studies on the wasteland. During these past 2 years, Alicia and Hebrew Adam did not engage in the hellish training that their friends imagined. Instead, they practiced while also innovating new martial arts techniques. As a result, they had no personal time during these 2 years. They only took a break when they were utterly exhausted. Ricamba led a group of mecha engineers in creating and testing the data for the two of them practicing the Xuanwu techniques, designing an entirely new type of mecha suitable for powerful psychic warriors like Hebrew Adam and Alicia. Last month, when the complete data for the martial arts mecha was finally finished, the Crown Prince finally allowed Hebrew Adam and Alicia to leave Tezu Star and return to the human world. Returning to the Imperial Capital Star and seeing Lixiamba and Huadiu again, Alicia felt that her mood was different from 2 years ago. She was no longer the girl from the border planet, still in the process of growing. Now, even if she returned to the Huada family, she was walking the path she had created through her own efforts. She was not simply enjoying the fruits of someone else's labor, stealing the life that the original owner should have enjoyed. She was also giving back to the original owner's family. Indeed, strength brings courage to a person. Once her emotional barriers were lifted, Alicia felt a closer connection to Lixiamba. After all, this body was originally Lixi's daughter, and she should take on the responsibilities that come with that, a responsibility she was capable of fulfilling. Moreover, Lixiamba was truly an excellent mother. Her selfless love could always move people. It was only after Alicia recognized Lixiamba that she learned Lixi had initially suspected her identity and had already sought out Li Kixing about it. Not only did she painstakingly ask Li Kixing to take her on as a disciple to raise her status, but she also ensured that Ricamba, Lixi's nephew, took care of her. Alicia couldn't help but admire Lixiamba for her relentless efforts for her child. In comparison, Huadiu's efforts seemed insufficient. In the past, when Alicia read novels, she was somewhat repulsed by stories that particularly belittled fathers. Though her father in her previous life was not very talkative, His love for his daughter was undeniable. Huaidu didn't love his daughter any less, but the lack of time to nurture their father-daughter relationship made their bond weaker. Moreover, men tend to be less sentimental and less meticulous in their emotions, making their feelings more practical. As a result, Huaidu's demeanor, when compared to Lixiamba's, genuinely fell short. Thus, Alicia gradually developed genuine feelings for Lixiamba in her heart, treating her like a mother. In contrast, she continued to be overly polite to Huaidu to this day. "Cousin, we will graduate in 2 months. Where do you plan to go then?" Dean Acheson asked. To be honest, young geniuses like them were highly sought after by various military factions. Therefore, for most of them, their futures had already been decided once they were admitted to Xuangu First Military Academy. Only Alicia was uncertain about her future because of her significant change in identity. People believed that a talent like hers would certainly not want to return to the marginal star. What Alicia didn't know while she was away from the Imperial Capital Star was that, before her identity as the legitimate daughter of the Huada family was revealed, several major military factions in the Gus Empire wanted to reach out to recruit her. "I previously said that I would return to Topaz Star after graduation, and that intention hasn't changed," Alicia said firmly. "Manny, Dad and Mom want you to stay in the Central Star region. They just want you close by and can't bear to be so far away from you," Huadeli said anxiously. It was clear that while Alicia was away, Huadu, Lixiamba, and Huadeli had already discussed this matter and had made plans regarding her future. "You don't know, but I've always had a wish, and that wish can only be fulfilled on Topaz Star. Now that I have the support of all of you, it's even easier to achieve my wish," Alicia said. Topaz Star was the first stop for the Yunkai people's attacks. Before Alicia came to the Imperial Capital Star for her studies, she had sworn to change things from here. She wanted to rely on her own abilities to alter the fate laid out for her and prevent Topaz Star from meeting the same catastrophic end as in the novels. Now, due to her rebirth, she has changed the original owner's fate as a cannon fodder, leading to many changes. The most obvious is that her own strength has greatly increased, and even the situation of Captain Lin is very different from what was described in the novel. Alicia's goal was to change the fate of the people around her. When she set this goal, she felt that it was a distant hope, but now she is filled with optimism. Chapter 221, Young Elites. Before the finals of this year's Youth Elite competition began, the online selection matches had stirred up a lot of excitement, especially with the help of those who were eager to promote the event. As a result, this year's competition received a great deal of attention. Netizens throughout the Gamera Star region gradually formed a common impression. This year's Youth Elite competition featured many outstanding talents. In particular, the Gus Empire and the Vera Federation had young competitors who had already reached the rank of level 5 martial artist at just 17 or 18 years old. This was unprecedented, as in past Youth Elite competitions, the highest level achieved by participants was typically a late-stage level 4 martial artist. In terms of strength, the competitors from the Vera Federation and the Gus Empire were evenly matched, leading to great anticipation among netizens about which side would ultimately claim the championship. In the last 2 Youth Elite competitions, the championship trophy had been taken home by the Gus Empire. Would they be able to maintain their championship this year, or could the Vera Federation reclaim the trophy they had lost in the previous 2 competitions? Based on the announced competition rules, netizens enthusiastically analyzed and predicted which matches would be the most exciting and how far each of their favored competitors might advance. This year's Youth Elite competition was a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, with both the Gus Empire and the Vera Federation showcasing equally thrilling matches in both team and individual events. The netizens throughout the Gamera Star region eagerly awaited the action, ready to enjoy the spectacle. In the end, they were not disappointed. The netizens experienced a lively event, not so much on the competition field, but rather in the gossip surrounding it. Later, everyone felt that after the 2 substitute players from the Gus Empire team appeared at the opening ceremony, the most exciting part of the finals had arrived. All attention was focused on those 2 substitute players, and it was impossible to look away. After all, they were 2 unprecedented prodigies. Just the fact that they could be seen in person, even after the live broadcast of the opening ceremony ended, kept the public's enthusiasm undiminished. In particular, netizens from the Gus Empire were busy gossiping and discussing the details about these 2 prodigious talents. At the headquarters of the National Security Bureau in the Imperial Capital Star, these 2 kids are even more captivating than we imagined, creating such a huge sensation. TSK, they've attracted 17% of the attention from the entire Gamera Star region. It's no surprise the second prince is so appealing. His identity as a royal automatically gives him a golden glow. But your cousin, look at these comments. Since she became famous today, she's nearly being hailed as an interstellar goddess. Youth, beauty, ability, and status. She has it all. I can only imagine how many people will want to be your brother-in-law once she comes of age in a few years. An officer, who was busy compiling data, remarked as he entered some information. Stop bringing my cousin into this. What about the data? Huadeki shot him a cold glare. He was always the talkative one. The officer shrugged. Well, I guess not many older brothers like to hear people talking about their little sister looking for a brother-in-law. Let's get back to business. After the official competition starts in the afternoon, I estimate the attention will rise by another 1 to 2%. However, it will likely start to decline over the next day or two. After all, with the appearance of these two little prodigies, they've overshadowed the other countries' competing teams with their absolute advantage. You could say that the upcoming matches won't be very interesting. Then starting this afternoon, let them gradually release the news. Use the first plan initially, and if there's not much backlash, switch to the second plan, Hwadeki instructed. Okay, no problem, the officer replied earnestly. This guy liked to ramble on, but he was reliable and efficient in getting things done. As long as he promised seriously, Hwadeki could rest easy. Actually, I think we should have revealed this information to them a long time ago. Why keep it hidden for so long? Those who can handle it would have prepared early, and those who can't will die early and be reborn. The officer continued to chatter. So even if your abilities are stronger than mine, I'm still the one in charge, so you have to call me boss, Hwadeki said expressionlessly. Do you want to fight? The officer felt deeply attacked. Why did this person suddenly become so sarcastic? Do you want to hit an officer? Hwadeki replied casually. The officer stole a glance at his expression and tentatively asked, You didn't ever fight with your wife yesterday, did you? The officer from the National Security Bureau was right. Even before the event had started, the most exciting climax had already occurred. This led to the final result of the competition being different from previous years, where various analyses and speculations fueled excitement. Instead, even before the competition began, the entire Gamera Star region had already recognized that the Gus Empire would still be the champion this time. With no suspense in the competition, the public's anticipation for the event significantly decreased. When the matches began in the afternoon, everyone noticed that the once confident Vera Federation team had turned somber, not to mention the competing teams from other countries. Under these circumstances, the audience's attention was drawn away from them. All the public's focus was on the substitutes, particularly on the Gus Empire's second prince and the girl named Alicia, who truly sat on the substitutes bench, making everyone around them look like a mere backdrop. The Gus Empire was indeed not faking or deceiving anyone. They exhibited true gentlemanly conduct by placing their two strongest players in the substitute positions. This meant that these two prodigies would not take the field unless absolutely necessary, but the problem was that the premise of them not taking the field was that the Gus Empire team continued to win. So, regardless of whether they played or not, it would always be the Gus Empire winning. For the many competitors from other countries, this elevated level of suppression was something they could never overcome. How could they possibly have any spirit to fight? Thus, during the competition, if the participating teams did not encounter the Gus Empire team, it was fine, but once they did, they became listless, merely seeking a quick defeat to avoid wasting energy. For the audience, the direct consequence was that no matter how spectacular the performance of those who took the field was, everyone's eyes were focused on those two sitting on the substitutes bench. The others seemed like weaklings. In fact, with Hwadeli and Mina Oli, along with Dean Acheson, it was already enough to support this final match. Ibu Adam and Alicia didn't even need to take the field, as the Gus Empire had already defeated the Vera Federation team in the team competition. In the individual matches, Mina Oli faced a tough battle against her opponent. Just as Mina Oli had anticipated, this old rival had indeed saved their strength, planning to catch Mina Oli off guard and defeat her. Perhaps due to Alicia's presence, the Vera Federation's psychic warrior had abandoned their original plan and engaged Mina Oli head-on from the start. This battle was quite evenly matched and could be considered one of the three most exciting matches of the finals. The second most exciting match was between Hwadeli and the mid-stage level 5 warrior from the Vera Federation. This match was fiercely contested and lasted a full 6 hours, ultimately resulting in Hwadeli's victory over his opponent. The third match was between Dean Acheson and a level 5 early-stage warrior from the Vera Federation. Although both competitors had comparable strength, Dean Acheson was significantly stronger in practical combat ability. Therefore, less than 2 hours into the match, Dean Acheson secured the victory. Chapter 222, Terrifying Hot Post. Upon witnessing the three stunning matches of the three youths from the Gus Empire, the netizens of the Gamera Star region fell silent, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Many began to ponder what had happened to the Gus Empire over the past 5 or 6 years. The reckless investment in resources had not only significantly enhanced the strength of the entire nation's cultivators, but this younger generation was shockingly powerful. With two prodigious talents emerging, there were also so many exceptionally gifted young elites. In another 10 or 20 years, the Gus Empire might dominate the entire Gamera Star region. Was this truly their intention? The citizens of the Gus Empire surely did not share the complicated feelings of foreigners. Upon discovering the numerous young talents from their own country, they felt nothing but joy. Happily digging into the backgrounds of the three prodigies, As a result, in their research, they stumbled upon another intriguing hot topic. Soon, not only the people of the Gus Empire knew, but the citizens of the Gumara Star region also learned that Huadeli and Alicia were actually twin siblings. The reputation of the Huada family from the Gus Empire spread throughout the entire nation and became well known across the Gumara Star region. It was already confirmed that the first place, whether individual or team, belonged to the Gus Empire. As everyone accepted their fates, the focus of this elite competition shifted to who could secure the second place. Of course, this was not a result that required much speculation. Apart from feeling helpless towards the Gus Empire, the strength of the Vera Federation firmly overshadowed that of other nations. The youths from their own country steadily overshadowed others, and the citizens of the Gus Empire watched with great pleasure, adopting a superior attitude to observe competitions from other countries, which was indeed a kind of enjoyment. A match that started with great momentum, had unexpected excitement in the middle, and ended weakly with a lack of follow-through quickly concluded. The participating teams from other countries were not too concerned, as they were originally competing for third place. Therefore, although the appearances of Hebrew Adam and Alicia impacted them, their plans and goals remained unchanged throughout. Only the Vera Federation came with high hopes and left in disappointment. Without even a method to shift the blame to the Gus Empire, the Vera Federation had no choice but to remain silent, and silence represented their acknowledgement that the Vera Federation was inferior to the Gus Empire. In this grand competition, the ultimate beneficiaries were the Gus Empire. The second prince of the Gus Empire and the young woman Alicia were regarded as idols by the youths throughout the Gumara Star region. Meanwhile, the image of the first prince, the new leader of the Gus Empire, had deeply penetrated the minds of politicians from other countries, provoking their profound apprehension. Just as the competition concluded and the public lamented the lack of excitement to watch, a slightly popular post caught the attention of netizens. The title of this post was very eye-catching, so anyone who saw it couldn't help but click to take a look. Every netizen who clicked in was shocked by the content of the post. The 10-day competition concluded, and the 4th grade elite class of the Xiuanbu 1st Military Academy received a reward of 3 days of vacation. This was a paltry reward for ordinary students, but for these elite youths, it was a rare holiday. After all, they hadn't been home for half a year. So everyone packed up and decided to head home, agreeing to meet again at school in 3 days. This time, Alicia was not left without a place to go. She was just the unfortunate one stuck at school. Jerome Murchison had just announced on stage that this year's Youth Elite competition was perfectly concluded when Alicia and Huadeli received a message from Huadu, stating that he had sent someone to wait for them on the rooftop. The elite students lined up and headed upstairs. On the rooftop platform hovered a dozen flying cars, with the deputy team members of the national security team standing there, clearly having passed their inspection. Huadeli didn't see the flying car from the Oli family and looked at Mina Oli, asking, "Is someone from your family picking you up? Do you want to come with us?" Mina Oli smiled and replied, "Go ahead, you and Alicia can leave first. Aunt Lixi must be eager to see you both." Alicia watched from behind the two, feeling that the relationship between the male and female leads in the original story seemed much better in the real world than in the novel. This should be a positive influence, she thought uncertainly. Alicia didn't know whether the changes in the circumstances of Huadeli and Mina Oli, as the male and female protagonists of the novel, would directly affect the future of this world. Although Huadeli and Mina Oli had higher cultivation levels in the real world than in the novel, their reputations were still overshadowed by her and Hebrew Adam. It was unclear whether this had any negative impact. Alicia estimated that as an insignificant character from the original text, her special status not only would not become an obstacle for the male and female leads but could very likely become a support for them. In contrast, Hebrew Adam was the true stumbling block hindering Huadeli's rise to power. In the novel, the second prince was a spoiled and incompetent character, while the first prince chose to nurture Huadeli as his successor. In the real world, it was evident without analysis that the first prince was fully supporting the second prince. The second prince's achievements today were at least 70% due to the first prince's efforts. With the obstacle of Queen Amber removed, the two brothers were now united in their preparations for the impending interstellar war. After the incident involving Lixi Amber's daughter being abducted, the queen encountered the shocking situation of her younger brother being a puppet. Following this, she became completely silent. Unless it was an occasion where the queen had to appear, she was rarely seen. Furthermore, she no longer took action against the first prince, making it very unlikely that Hebrew Adam would turn against him in the future. As a direct consequence, it now seemed impossible for Huadeli to become the first prince's successor. Upon seeing the Huada family's flying car, and noticing a middle-aged 7th-level martial artist stepping down from it, Alicia recognized him as the chief steward of the Huada family. If he was only there to pick up the younger Huadeli, the Huada family certainly wouldn't have sent such a prominent figure. It must be because of Alicia. The little friends all stole glances at Alicia's expression. They all knew that 2 years ago, Alicia had been somewhat resistant to returning to the Huada family. However, just a few days ago, On the night she returned to the capital star, she had chosen to stay at the Huada family's residence, leading her friends to speculate that she had likely accepted the Huada family. So, when Alicia and Huadeli saw the chief steward of the Huada family and immediately walked toward the Huada family's flying car, their little friends were not surprised at all. Huadeli was surprised and happy to see that it was the chief steward of the Huada family who had come to welcome the two siblings. He glanced at his sister and felt very pleased for her. The chief steward of the Huada family is a member of the Huada family and the former head of the family and the close associate of Huadai's grandfather. As a 7th-level martial artist, his status within the Huada family was far more than just a mere steward. Thus, this chief steward was not someone that Huadai could send around at will. For example, it was unheard of for him to come and pick up younger relatives. This was undoubtedly the intention of Uncle, the head of the Huada family. He wanted everyone to see what kind of family honor the Huada family would bestow upon Alicia and how they welcomed her return. Chapter 223, Brothers Legend. Huadeli felt that his sister truly deserved the honor the family bestowed upon her, and it was ultimately a delightful thing for the family to express this publicly in front of others. The chief steward personally came to welcome them, beaming as he called out, "Young Master 13, young lady." Alicia smiled and smiled again, and hearing these two different titles made her feel much more distinguished than Huadeli. On the night Alicia returned to the capital star, she had to go back to the Huada family with Lixayamba, who personally came to the space station to pick her up. When they arrived at the Huada manor, it was late at night. It would have been inappropriate to disturb others regardless of whether they were resting. Therefore, apart from Huadai and his wife and those around them, Alicia didn't see many people. In the morning, it was a rush. Under Huadai's lead, they briefly met the current head of the Huada family. Since she had tasks to attend to and Ibrahim was already waiting for her outside, she had to get going to the national sports venue, leaving no time for more conversation. However, at that time, Alicia still remembered the old chief steward who stood beside the head of the family. Thus, following Huadeli, Alicia politely bowed to him as a junior. No matter what his status was, he was a 7th-level martial artist and a senior whom she, as a junior, should respect. The old chief steward looked at these two rising stars of the family with affectionate gaze, as if he could see the future prosperity of the family. He cheerfully said, "You've achieved such great victories. A celebration banquet has already been prepared at home for you. Let everyone see how outstanding our young lady is." "The old steward is flattering me," Alicia said, feeling a bit shy. She wasn't so arrogant as to think that all her achievements were earned solely by her own efforts. If she once believed that she could change her fate solely through her own strength, she now understood that an individual's ability is quite limited. Even if her cultivation potential was exceptional, if she hadn't been discovered by the first prince and Huadeki early on in her journey, she would never have received so many top-tier cultivation resources, nor could she have grown without worries or obstacles. Not to mention anything else. The path Alicia walked today was also planned by the first prince and Huadeki based on her abilities. Had she followed her original plan without that support, she would have at most become a late-stage 5th-level telekinesis master and a 5th-level armorer. 3 years ago, she was still so naive, believing that she didn't need to rely on the Huada family at all. She wouldn't think that way now. At least 40% of her current achievements were because she was a member of the Huada family. The chief steward personally came to pick them up. Without hesitation, Alicia and Huadeli boarded the flying car. Before getting in, Huadeli turned around to look at Mina Oli and, seeing that the Oli family's flying car had arrived, he then felt relieved to get on. Alicia was much more carefree, not even looking back once. She didn't notice Ibrahim frowning as he watched her figure, but Sheila did see this scene. The capital star's capital city was vast, about 10 times the area of a capital city from the Earth era. Although the National Sports Pavilion was located within the capital city, it was on the 8th Ring Road, while the Huada Manor was on the 2nd Ring Road, diagonally across the city. With speed limits in place, it took a full hour for the flying car to reach the Huada Manor. Under the sunlight, looking at the Huada Manor, which had been inhabited by the Huada family for generations, Alicia felt the rich connotation of a traditional, large family. The kind of depth that time had crystallized was not something that could be accomplished in a short period. In her past life, when Alicia saw those sci-fi films depicting future worlds, they were all grey, without a hint of greenery, resembling steel and mechanical cities. However, the aesthetic standards of humanity in this interstellar world greatly favor nature, so the living environments are primarily designed in a pastoral style. The problem is that the capital city is notoriously crowded and small. It is said that the average living space per person is only 100 square meters, which is half of the 200 square meters per person in other cities of the Gus Empire. Therefore, to have a pastoral-style residence in the capital city, one must possess a certain economic status. Especially on the expensive Second Ring Road. Owning such a large manor is not just about being wealthy. This reflects the heritage of the Huada family, which has resided in the capital city for generations. Alicia estimated that other noble families were probably in a similar situation. They wouldn't miss the opportunity to claim land for themselves. The Huada manor truly lived up to its name, with layers of green trees partially concealing white buildings scattered throughout. Looking at this somewhat pastoral manor, Alicia couldn't help but think of the phrase paradise on earth. If not considering other issues, she would very much enjoy living here. The manor was also quite large, and Alicia couldn't accurately estimate how big the manor actually was. It exceeded the limits of her vision. The flying car came to a stop in the main courtyard of the Huada manor, and Alicia and Huadeli got out. The direct descendants of the Huada family live in the main courtyard of the manor, while the collateral branches reside in the back courtyards. Huadeli briefly introduced to Alicia. There was a significant difference in the number of direct descendants and collateral relatives. Our Huada family is different from other families regardless of whether they are direct descendants or collateral relatives. As long as they have the ability, the family will fully support their training. Those who achieve success can become direct descendants, so the boundary between direct and collateral branches is not very strict. Huadeli added, as if sensing Alicia's thoughts. In short, it means that the capable rise to the top. If this principle could be purely implemented, not to mention anything else, the family's cohesion would surely be very strong. Because people are inherently self-interested, everyone wants to gain more benefits for their own. For the sake of interests, those in power cannot let go of their authority. Ultimately, excessive self-interest and a heavy sense of power will inevitably lead to numerous problems, causing people's hearts to scatter. Many families collapse because of this issue. No wonder the Huada family has managed to thrive for over 1,000 years without decline. In the banquet hall of the main courtyard, there was a rare liveliness today. Not only were most of the direct descendants of the Huada family and their partners present, but the male and female heads of the collateral branches were also in attendance. Everyone knows that the celebration is ostensibly to honor the two younger generation members for bringing glory to the empire. But in reality, it is a feast to celebrate the return of the genius girl, Alicia. Under the guidance of the chief steward, Alicia and Huadeli first paid their respects to the great-grandfather of the Huada family. This great-grandfather, who appeared to be quite youthful, was said to be over 500 years old, far exceeding the average lifespan of humans in the Gumra Star region. However, 8th-level martial artists typically live over 400 years, so he did not appear as the old monster in everyone's eyes. In his youth, this great-grandfather was a famous warrior of the Gus Empire. Although he has been retired for 70 to 80 years, his legend still persists in the world. Even the legendary love story between him and the great-grandmother is widely known, inspiring many cultural works. It can be regarded as a classic of love. Alicia had secretly browsed through the vast majority of gossip online and gained a lot of insight. But unfortunately, the great-grandmother had passed away 150 years ago, so she missed the chance to meet her. Chapter 224, Huada Manor. No matter how many great achievements the great-grandfather had in the past, his powerful demeanor remained undiminished. However, in the face of his excellent younger generation, he couldn't help but reveal a sense of affection. The great-grandfather said to Alicia with deep and meaningful words, "Letting you wander outside since childhood is the negligence of the family's elders. Although you grew up outside, just like the children raised within the family will always be a place where you can rest assured." Alicia felt a surge of emotions in her heart. These two simple sentences conveyed countless messages, making her truly feel that this was home, a place where she could find comfort. For ordinary families, home is a relatively pure place. But for a prominent family, achieving this is not easy. The great-grandfather indeed grew stronger with age, directly hitting the core of Alicia's heart. Alicia sighed deeply within. Although the great-grandfather claimed to no longer be involved in family matters, with such an elder present, it was no wonder that the Huada family had maintained its strength and unity for 50 or 60 years after the great-grandfather stepped down, even without any outstanding figures, ultimately waiting for Huadeki's growth and Huada's rise. Alicia looked at the many elders and peers at the banquet. Although each had their own thoughts, they all sincerely welcomed her return. She smiled brightly. Since the family truly welcomed her, she would accept it with peace of mind. After all, she was not enjoying this for free. She already had the ability to give back. Seeing Alicia's expression, the great-grandfather and the chief steward exchanged knowing smiles, understanding each other's thoughts. The Huada family was indeed fortunate to have a few younger generation members to support each other. The banquet in the interstellar era followed a similar process to that of the Earth era. Everyone ate, drank, and strengthened their relationships before returning to their own homes. After Alicia and Huadeli left their elders, they followed Lixayamba toward their family's residence. However, halfway there, Huadi received a message and turned to his children, saying, "Your uncle is looking for me. You all go back and rest for a while. Tonight, I'll take you out to have some fun. Alicia, you probably have never played in the capital city before, right? I haven't just never played in the capital city. I haven't left the school grounds since I came to the imperial capital star 3 years ago. I don't even know what the streets of the capital city are like, Alicia replied honestly. In the past few years, Alicia had almost forgotten what freedom in life felt like. However, for her, freedom was indeed precious. But life was even more important. For the sake of her life, she could throw everything else away. Moreover, she was so engrossed in her cultivation that she didn't even realize it. With your current level of cultivation, as long as you have bodyguards with you, you won't be constrained like before, Huadiu said with a smile. His daughter was still as innocent as she had been a few years ago. Over the past 2 years, she had made such great contributions, yet her eyes remained pure. She was not only wise and insightful but also very innocent, which reminded him of the woman who had raised her. As a father, he should protect his daughter's nature and allow her to strive according to her own wishes. Alicia was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Huadiu's mind. After he left, she happily walked arm in arm with Lixayamba. Huadeli stood behind the mother and daughter, watching how affectionate his mother was with his sister, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. It turned out that girls and boys were indeed very different. At least, he could never learn to act cute and charming towards his mother like that to make her happy. It was truly wonderful to see his mother so happy. Their family's residence was located in the central front area of the estate, with 3 courtyards neatly arranged. The main courtyard in the middle naturally belonged to Huadiu and his wife. The right side annex was for Alicia, and the left side annex was for Huade. The 3 courtyards could operate independently but also had doors that opened to connect with each other, considering both independence and privacy. When Alicia arrived at the Huadu estate that night, Lixayamba was very pleased to take her directly to this little courtyard and told her that this was the residence the family had prepared for her. It was a 2-story small building of about 200 square meters, simply and elegantly decorated, fitting perfectly with Alicia's taste. The courtyard, approximately 200 square meters in size, was planted with various beautiful flowers and trees. Although the courtyard was not large, it was very exquisite. Even though it was nighttime, under the bright lights, Alicia could see that the flowers were definitely not ordinary. The scenery of this courtyard felt somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the courtyard landscape of the first guild in the battle realm. Alicia was a bit suspicious that this was material provided by Huadeli, as the courtyard scene of the first guild was designed by her, and only Adam and Huadeli knew about it. To be honest, she felt pleasantly surprised that she could have a small courtyard to herself in the Huada residence. Alicia noticed that the small door leading to her parents' main courtyard was open, so she asked Lixayamba, "Mother, how big is your and father's courtyard?" "It's about the same as yours." Excited, Alicia walked over to take a look. Although Huadiu and his wife lived in the main courtyard, the layout and size were similar to her small courtyard. The Huada family has a tradition: when a direct descendant of the Huada family grows up and achieves merit for the family, they can earn the reward of having their own courtyard to live in. "You received this reward last year, and it was a first-class one. I just received this reward this year, and it's a second-class one," Huadeli said. Alicia raised an eyebrow and was about to ask him what the difference between the first class and second class was when Huadeli asked, "Sister, do you want to see my courtyard?" "To be honest, I've only come back to stay for 1 night in this past year." The struggling military academy students not only lacked personal safety and freedom but also had pitifully few holidays. "You can still occasionally take a day off, but I don't even remember how to write the words for vacation anymore," said a more unfortunate child, sharing his experience. "In the future, once you join the military and are promoted to second lieutenant, you will have regular holidays," Lixayamba said while watching the 2 children looking around from the pavilion. Alicia walked through her parents' courtyard and entered Huadeli's courtyard through the small door. After taking a look, she thought she understood the difference between first class and second class. Huadeli's small courtyard was only about 100 square meters, but the area of the small building was the same. "In our generation, how many of us can live in a small courtyard by ourselves?" 5. Cousin Chi, being the heir to the family head and already having his own family, has a courtyard better than yours. The other 2 cousins are serving in the military, and their small courtyards are of the same level as mine. The others are still living with their parents. Alicia recalled that in Huadeki's generation, there were 13 direct descendants, and Huadeli was the youngest. However, only 5 could give back to the family, which was indeed a low ratio. "Manny, Ali, if you feel there's anything inappropriate about the layout or decoration in your small courtyard, you can tell me and your father, and we will help you fix it," Lixayamba said to the siblings. "A lot of it was designed according to my own preferences. No wonder everything looks so pleasing. It turns out it's mother and daughter thinking alike," Alicia said sweetly. Lixayamba smiled broadly. Today, she was radiant, no longer resembling her previously cold and distant self. Chapter 225, The black and red invitation. A family of 4 living in 3 courtyards retained their privacy while still allowing for easy interaction through the small gates connecting the courtyards. It was convenient, and everyone was naturally pleased. After touring their living quarters, the mother and her 2 children sat in the main living room. An elderly-looking housekeeper, actually a robot, served them fruit. Smiling at Alicia, the robot said, "Welcome back, Mississippi. If there are any fruits you like, just let the housekeeper know, and I'll prepare them for you." Alicia's eyes lit up as she looked at the robot. Its body, skin, speech, and mannerisms were indistinguishable from a real human. Unless you looked closely at its eyes, you couldn't tell it was a robot. "Mother, can I take this robot apart and see how it's made?" Alicia asked eagerly. As a skilled mecha engineer, Alicia was very familiar with mechanical manufacturing. She had already modified her own robot housekeeper several times, replacing many of its internal components. Although the exterior remained the same, she still felt it hadn't met her full expectations. So, upon seeing this highly realistic robot housekeeper, Alicia couldn't help but fall into the habits of a craftsman. "Miss, you can't harm me," the robot housekeeper said cleverly. Even though Alicia knew it was just the robot's programming speaking in a playful manner, she couldn't help but laugh. She really liked this particular robot housekeeper. "The permission is in your father's hands. When he returns, he can set it so you're allowed." Lixayamba readily agreed. How could she let her daughter down over something so minor? Huadeli, meanwhile, was already used to Alicia's obsession. In the war realm, he had seen her several times transform into a completely different person while assembling mechas. "You're staying home for 2 more days, so no rush. Have some fruit first," Lixayamba said, patting her daughter's hand and pulling her attention away from the robot housekeeper, which she looked ready to disassemble on the spot. No wonder the child managed to continue studying mecha making, even with her heavy training schedule, and learn so quickly. It was clear she truly loved this field. Lixayamba sighed inwardly. If only her daughter's talent weren't so exceptional. Given the current state of the world, there was no room for her to avoid her responsibilities. If her daughter had more ordinary aptitude, she would have encouraged her to become a dedicated mecha engineer. It wasn't until Lixayamba handed her a piece of fruit that Alicia reluctantly pulled her gaze away. She picked a grape-like fruit and popped it into her mouth. She didn't expect the sweet and sour taste to be exactly the same as the grapes from her previous life. Alicia felt a wave of nostalgia, her mind momentarily drifting. She couldn't quite describe how she felt, unsure whether she liked it or not, but instinctively she reached for another one. Alicia didn't notice Lixayamba exchanging a glance with Huadeli. Lixayamba checked the time and reluctantly said to Alicia, "Manny, I'm sorry, the day after tomorrow, my leave ends, and I'll have to go. After this, it might be more than half a year before I get another break." It seemed Lixayamba had used up most of her leave on this visit. Sensing her mother's reluctance to part, Alicia leaned in to hug her and comforted her. "Mother, we can meet online. Now I don't have to disguise myself or meet you only during limited times. As long as we both have time, we can meet whenever we want." Although Lixayamba was reluctant to leave her daughter, she wasn't one to dwell on emotions. Military orders were absolute, so when the time came, she left decisively. After seeing Lixayamba off, Huadu still hadn't returned. Having hardly trained today, the siblings began to feel restless. "I think we've gotten used to being pushed so hard that without much training today, it feels uncomfortable," Alicia said uneasily. "Then let's go train," Huadeli suggested. "The Huadu estate has training facilities just like our military academy, but ours are more advanced and better. The training center is open to all Huada family members. Would you like to go train there?" Alicia hadn't expected the Huada family to be so generous, but she knew that sacrifices were needed to gain such advantages. The Huada family had impressed her with their willingness to provide all family members with training opportunities, regardless of their potential. "I'm not really in the mood to smile and greet people," Alicia sighed at the thought. There would likely be many Huada family members training there, and the thought of socializing exhausted her. She didn't find it appealing and had no interest in going. Alicia now had a reduced gravity chamber in her jade pendant space, which was far more useful to her at the moment. "Then let's each train in our own rooms. If you want someone to spar with, just send me a message, though I'm not sure I'm a match for you anymore," Huadeli said with a wry smile. As the older brother, realizing his cultivation level was much lower than his sister's, Huadeli felt he needed to work even harder. Alicia agreed, and the two of them returned to their respective small courtyards. Each of their buildings was equipped with a fully furnished training room, weapon room, and meditation chamber, making it very convenient for them to train at home. Alicia's building was actually 50 square meters larger than Huadeli's, as it included an extra mecha assembly room. That night, Alicia had already checked out the mecha room, which was fully equipped with everything she needed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she could assemble a level 6 mecha using the parts provided there. After an afternoon of training, Alicia was interrupted by the robot butler knocking on her door. Lixayamba had returned to the military, and Huadu, who had been called away in the afternoon, hadn't come back. However, he had remembered to have someone bring an exceptionally delicious meal for the siblings. After hours of training, the hungry siblings laid out the meal in Alicia's courtyard and had dinner together. It was Alicia's first time spending time alone with Huadeli, thanks to their bond as classmates. The two siblings got along naturally. At school, Huadeli, although usually aloof and quiet, was able to put aside his pride when talking to his younger sister, Alicia. He shared many stories about their classmates, as Alicia had been away for 3 years and was unaware of many things happening at school. After eating their fill, the like-minded siblings went back to training. Since they didn't have school the next day and no one was forcing them to train, Alicia actually stayed in the weapon room practicing until late at night. After cleaning herself up, Alicia sat cross-legged on her bed. As part of her nightly routine, she opened up the interstellar web to check the latest news. To her surprise, the trending section was filled with suspicious-looking posts. As she quickly skimmed through them, she noticed that every post was related to aliens. Alarmed, Alicia wondered if the Yunkai people had made another move. She immediately clicked on the top-ranked post, marked in black and red. Do you know what the government is hiding from us? This concerns the survival of humanity. We must unite and face this together. Chapter 226. Humanoid Creatures. Alicia clicked on the top-ranking news post, which was also the first one published. The lengthy post, spanning 15,000 words, appeared before her, complete with images and videos. After reading just the first few lines, her expression grew serious. As the post was discussing real events, the post was exposing the imminent invasion of the Gumra Star region by an alien species. While it didn't directly provide evidence that the invasion was highly likely, the author did present undeniable proof of the existence of extraterrestrials. Alicia quietly clicked on the provided video evidence. In the video, two non-human, humanoid creatures appeared. The footage seemed to have been captured by a spy device, as the humanoid creatures hadn't noticed they were being recorded and continued with their activities. Alicia's eyes widened. The video showed the two humanoid creatures injecting something into the bodies of some animals. These beasts were ones the citizens of the Gus Empire were very familiar with, creatures unique to their empire. Having seen images of the Yunkai aliens before, Alicia immediately recognized that the two humanoid creatures in the video were Yunkai aliens. Alicia immediately concluded that whatever the two Yunkai aliens were doing was undoubtedly harmful to humanity. Just then, in the video, human special forces appeared, fully armed, to stop the Yunkai aliens from injecting substances into the beasts. A fight broke out. Initially, the Yunkai aliens didn't appear very large, but their combat abilities were incredibly strong. The 10 human special forces soldiers were unable to hold them off and had to deploy mechas to fight back. The post's author explained that these soldiers were all level 7 mecha pilots. Even with 5 times the number of human fighters, they struggled to match the power of the alien species. At first, with the mechas, the human soldiers seemed to have the upper hand, but suddenly, the aliens went into a berserk state, their bodies growing several times larger, reaching the size of the mechas. The tide quickly turned, and the human mecha fighters started losing ground. The video appeared to have been edited and sped up, as the combat scenes were not continuous. Midway through the video, one of the level 7 mecha pilots was sent flying with a single punch from an unarmed Yunkai alien. Shockingly, 10 level 7 mecha warriors couldn't overcome just 2 Yunkai aliens. At that moment, 2 level 8 mecha warriors appeared, and they fought the Yunkai aliens on equal footing. The post's author mentioned that he had edited the fight scenes because the battle had lasted over 20 hours. He said that if anyone was interested in watching the entire video, he could post it next time. In the video, the 2 level 8 mecha pilots ultimately defeated the Yunkai aliens, but it was only a Pyrrhic victory. They had the assistance of 10 level 7 mecha pilots nearby. Without their support, the 2 level 8 pilots likely wouldn't have been able to win. The author stated that this video was filmed 3 years ago and its origins must remain confidential. Although Alicia knew that the Yunkai aliens were much stronger than the humans in the Gumra Star region, she had seen little about battles between humans and Yunkai aliens in novels, and most of those were set in interstellar wars. Therefore, she had no understanding of the Yunkai aliens' abilities and had thought they were merely technologically advanced. After watching this video, Alicia realized how terrifying it was that the Yunkai aliens could resist level 8 mechas and maintain their berserk state for such a long time. Additionally, although humanity had only encountered 2 Yunkai aliens, they could not use this encounter to judge the overall combat strength of the Yunkai race. However, if half of the Yunkai aliens possessed such combat prowess, combined with their significantly more advanced spacecraft and weapons, humanity would have no chance of resisting them, because there aren't many level 8 mecha pilots in the entire Gumra Star region. Current official data indicates that the Gus Empire has only a dozen or so level 8 mecha pilots. However, in this video, regardless of how difficult the process was or how humanity managed to overcome greater odds, it ultimately showed that humanity triumphed over the 2 Yunkai aliens. As a result, Those who watched the video felt a heavy heart but did not despair. Many experts left comments below, confirming that the video was genuine, and they even analyzed the location of the video, which was surprisingly shot in the desolate forest on the desolate star. The post's author provided evidence that extraterrestrial beings were breeding mutated beasts in the desolate forest, intending to use them to eliminate the humans on the desolate star and occupy it. Using this incident as evidence, the author speculated that the extraterrestrial beings harbor malicious intent toward humans, wishing to invade humanity's home planet. He further stated that he had insider information, revealing that the Gus Empire had known about the existence of the extraterrestrial race for 6 years and had received word from the aliens that their original home star system was about to be destroyed. The extraterrestrial beings intended to eliminate the humans in the Gumra star region and occupy humanity's life-giving planet. The author also mentioned, based on reliable sources, that the main force of the extraterrestrial race was heading toward the Gumra star region, and it would arrive in about 5 years. By then, all of humanity in the Gumra star region would face an interstellar war. The poster stated that in order to avoid causing fear among the populace, the Gus Empire suppressed this issue and kept it hidden from the public, instead preparing in secret for the possible upcoming war. The poster elaborated on the origin of the war realm, revealing how the Gus Empire provided its citizens with free access to human-level cultivation techniques through the war realm, significantly enhancing the overall cultivation levels of the populace over the past 4 years. The poster listed the valuable cultivation techniques offered by the Empire within the war realm, which any discerning citizen could recognize as genuine benefits. In addition to the opportunities in the war realm, the poster also pointed out various preparations made by the Gus Empire in anticipation of war. Finally, the poster passionately stated, "We know that the Empire is working hard for our future, secretly exerting effort, time, and money to make many contributions that the public is unaware of, and we, as citizens, are grateful to the Empire. However, since this concerns our lives and we will eventually need to know about it, we must face this crisis. Therefore, we hope to have the right to be informed, and we want to do our utmost for our future as soon as possible. Here, I earnestly request the Empire to inform us of the relevant matters so that we may be aware." For the uninformed public, this post was quite shocking, as it contained many pieces of evidence that could be verified. In the comments section of the post, numerous people had shared additional proof as claimed by the poster. Anyone who took the time to read this post would likely believe it, otherwise, it wouldn't have gained so much traction and turned into a hot topic. Manny noticed that the click rate had astonishingly reached 30 billion. What does this represent? It means that at least this matter has spread widely throughout the Gus Empire. When Alicia clicked on other related posts, she found that they were all derived from the original post. Each of these contained various new pieces of evidence to some extent. Just yesterday, Alicia had not discovered these posts, and today they had suddenly exploded in popularity, coinciding perfectly with the time of the elite competition's final individual championship. Chapter 227, Behind the Posts. Alicia looked at the time when this trending post had exploded. It coincided with the peak attention period of the Youth Elite competition, when there were a lot of people on the internet. Over 10 hours had passed since the post was made, and it had turned into a black and red post. Not only was it prominently displayed at the top of the Gus Empire's trending forum, but it also spawned dozens of supporting posts that searched for evidence backing the black and red post, completely dominating the homepage of the Gus Empire's trending forum. Every person who entered the internet was inevitably exposed to these posts. Unless they were illiterate, they would be drawn in by the shocking and horrifying titles, and once they clicked in, they would find it hard to extricate themselves. For a post to become this popular indicated that it had stirred up a storm among the people of the Gus Empire. However, in the face of such a sensational and overwhelming trending topic, the Empire had neither deleted the post nor responded, which was a very intriguing stance. People in the interstellar era understood that in situations like this, not denying something likely meant a silent acknowledgement. The Empire's attitude would only provoke an even greater storm. Alicia felt that based solely on the Empire's attitude, the black and red post was definitely a premeditated exposure event. Thinking a bit deeper, the evidence of the stone hammer mentioned in the black and red post was something the public could not possibly obtain. It must have leaked from the military. This video should be from a classified file. Why did it leak so easily? And why has the Empire and the military had no response afterward? Thinking back to the absence of Hwadeki, who has not shown up all day, and Hwadu, who was called away and has not returned, Alicia couldn't help but speculate whether this incident was planned by the Crown Prince. Alicia clicked on some of the trending posts and found that each one provided some new evidence, as if they were gradually releasing information to help viewers slowly accept the situation, preventing them from being overwhelmed all at once. Little by little, a lie could become the truth if people talked about it enough. As long as internet users had patience and looked through each post, they would undoubtedly come to believe in this matter. After reading those posts, Alicia started browsing through the comments from internet users under the black and red post because the evidence was so compelling. Many people believed it and expressed their deep concern, asking various questions about what they should do next. Alicia felt that these people had a relatively healthy, positive, and brave mindset. Faced with such a terrifying future, what they could think of was what they should do to save themselves. They were unwilling to simply await their fate without taking action. However, there were also quite a few people who refused to believe that humanity could encounter such a disaster, resulting in various insults directed at the poster in the comments. But the remarks and tone of those people conveyed that they were weak and powerless individuals venting their deep-seated fears through insults. Alicia believed that these individuals did not truly disbelieve, rather, they were unwilling to accept the truth. These people only wanted to escape reality, which was cowardice. It was surprising that there were so many such individuals in the interstellar era. Regardless, Alicia felt that the black and red post had successfully stirred up a significant wave. She couldn't help but wonder where this wave was headed, what kind of results it would bring, whether someone was guiding it in a particular direction, and if this situation might spiral out of control. The public believed that the content of the black and red post was true, and they believed that all of humanity would face a great disaster, a significant event related to the survival crisis of all humans in the Gumra star domain. The policies of the Crown Prince required the cooperation of everyone. As individual power is limited, only through collective effort could a qualitative change emerge from quantity. However, if things spiraled out of control and the populace became frightened, leading to riots, the Crown Prince's efforts would be undermined. Alicia looked over the black and red post again, this time with a different focus. She easily noticed that the content of the post undoubtedly favored the imperial side. The post cited examples of how the empire was willing to spend vast amounts of money and expend great effort to improve the cultivation levels of the entire populace, as well as what preparations they were secretly making for the potential upcoming war. The cultivators of the Gus Empire were aware of how many cultivation resources they had received over the past 4 years that they previously could not access. There were various speculations in their minds about why the Empire was doing this and what their ultimate goal was. Alicia noted that the black and red post categorized this matter as evidence, and in the comments on the post, everyone was unequivocally convinced about it. The commenters unanimously believed that if there wasn't such a significant crisis, the country would not spend such a large amount of money just to improve everyone's cultivation levels. At this point, Alicia felt a sense of reassurance. With this recognition, although the revelation of this matter would cause panic among many people, the actions the Empire had taken before would give them a slight sense of comfort amid the fear. The public felt that the Empire, based on its displayed attitude, wanted everyone to have the ability to face the impending great crisis, rather than abandoning them in private and leaving them to fend for themselves. Alicia could imagine that although the people would be dissatisfied with the Empire for concealing things from the general populace, they would understand that the Empire's intention in keeping the information hidden was to prevent them from acting out of fear, rather than allowing them to fend for themselves. Observing the reactions of the netizens, it seemed that once this matter came to light, the citizens would not have opposing sentiments toward the Empire's actions. Instead, it was more likely that, under the Empire's call, they would temporarily set aside their personal interests and work together to prepare for the impending war. The more she looked at it, the more she suspected that this post was likely arranged and released by the Crown Prince, with these events being orchestrated behind the scenes. The reasoning is quite simple. When that black-red post was first published, if the Empire didn't want anyone to see it, the National Security Bureau, which controls the entire national security system, could make that post disappear in an instant. Let's not even discuss human rights. The post wouldn't have even had a chance to be published in the first place, so what evidence could be presented to complain? Besides, national security is the top priority. As long as they say that the post endangers national security, who among those who haven't seen the post and don't know its content would come forward to protest? So, is the Crown Prince beginning to lay the groundwork for his next plan and the implementation of new policies? Is he planning to avoid informing the public about this great disaster until it's too late, as was done in his past life? To be honest, Alicia also believes that suddenly informing the entire human population of the Gumra star domain about a catastrophic event that could lead to their extinction, without time for guidance and communication, would only cause panic and resistance, and would be of little use in the context of the war. Now, with the series of strong nation and strong citizen policies implemented beforehand, the public feels that the Empire already has a countermeasure in place to deal with this issue. Citizens who feel they have a strong backbone will not panic too much upon learning about this matter, and society will not become chaotic. The public will only follow the country's arrangements. When the citizens realize that the significant changes in the nation are all due to the efforts of the Crown Prince, his prestige will gain unprecedented trust, allowing him to smoothly implement his new policies and strengthen the country's power even more before the war begins. Moreover, under the common premise of resisting external invading forces, the military will certainly do its best to heed the wishes of the imperial family. The Crown Prince can then select a group of elite star troops and train them according to his vision. Chapter 228, The Second Prince's Consort. Due to the youth elite competition, the Gus Empire's Forum has relaxed its restrictions on foreign access, and naturally, other countries have also become more open to the Gus Empire's netizens. Having determined that the Black Red Post was a product of the First Prince's plan, and that the national response to the situation was positive and beneficial to the Empire, aligning with the First Prince's intentions, Alicia felt relieved. Alicia exited the Gus Empire's Forum and planned to check the Vera Federation's Forum to see if they were aware of the situation and how they would react. After the Gus Empire confirmed the impending invasion by the Yunkai aliens, evidence was shared with governments around the world, and various core processes within the war realm were also communicated to them. The Gus Empire had no ulterior motives in this matter. It was solely focused on strengthening all of humanity to collectively resist external invasions. However, everyone has their own self-interests, and the self-interests between nations are even greater. Sometimes, benefits are more important than many other things. In the novel, humanity suffered such a devastating defeat at the beginning because they did not work together. They were forced to unite later, though it was too late, which only delayed the aliens' progress. Alicia could speculate that the First Prince hoped that everyone would form an alliance when the time came. However, he would certainly want to secure the position of the overall commander of that alliance for himself. In his previous life, the First Prince, a mere 7th-level warrior with no significant reputation in the interstellar realm, would have found it difficult to obtain such a position. But in the current world, the First Prince had already become an 8th-level warrior, and he would only grow stronger in 5 years. The war realm he presided over, along with his policies for developing the Gus Empire and other strong governance abilities, would be ingrained in the hearts of the entire Gus Empire's populace after the events in the Black Red Post were confirmed. As Alicia expected, the Vera Federation also took the opportunity to follow the tide after the Gus Empire exposed this incident. Netizens in the Vera Federation noticed the excitement coming from the Gus Empire and believed in the authenticity of the Black Red Post. As a result, they shared it on the Vera Federation's net forum. Now, this repost has climbed to the 9th spot in the trending topics, while the 10th spot is also occupied by a post related to the same incident. The 10th post is clearly from a Vera Federation citizen, who has emulated the approach of the Gus Empire's Black Red Post by analyzing the preparations the Vera Federation has secretly made for this impending disaster. The comments are all supportive of the Vera Federation's official stance. This naturally made Alicia suspect that perhaps this exposure incident was orchestrated by the First Prince, with other countries following suit to create a stir. Alicia carefully read the post made by the Vera Federation citizen. The Vera Federation had indeed taken several actions, but they were far inferior to those of the Gus Empire. The most obvious evidence of this is the overall enhancement of the citizens' strength. The Vera Federation lags significantly behind the Gus Empire due to its comparatively lower level of investment. Since Alicia had already been reborn as a citizen of the Gus Empire, her heart naturally leaned toward the Gus Empire. She wouldn't feel indignant about the Vera Federation government's lack of effectiveness. Alicia prepared to close the Vera Federation's net hot topics and check other countries to see if similar posts were praising their nations, to confirm her suspicions. But just as she was about to click away, she suddenly caught sight of a post ranked 5th in the Vera Federation's trending topics. She froze for a moment. What is this? The second prince of the Gus Empire and his future second princess are seen together intimately. Hebrew Adam had just returned to the imperial capital Star a few days ago. When did he get a girlfriend? No, wait. These past few days. Well, she had been with Hebrew Adam almost every day for the past few years, studying and practicing together. When did he get a fiancé? Could it be a political marriage? Alicia was stunned for a while, feeling for the first time that they were approaching adulthood and would likely have to face such matters soon. She sensed that her emotions were a bit chaotic and subconsciously clicked on the post. The content inside was completely unexpected. The post began with a somewhat unclear video. Alicia watched as she appeared on the screen sitting on the bench, with Hebrew Adam sitting beside her. From this angle, the two seemed quite intimate with each other. Each time they commented on the competitors in the arena, she was gesturing confidently like a queen, while Hebrew Adam leaned slightly toward her. From the side view, the way he looked at her really seemed like a deep, affectionate gaze. Seeing this scene, if one of the people involved weren't herself, Alicia would have doubted it. After all, Hebrew Adam's expression in the video truly looked like that of someone gazing at a lover, and his attitude towards her was indeed quite ambiguous. But the problem is, the main character in the video is herself. Alicia knew that it wasn't true. That guy, who was all about training, had turned his brain into a straight line. He was as straightforward as could be and didn't have any of this in his mind. What was he thinking at that moment in the video? How could he have such a gaze and attitude? But Alicia could be certain that what Hebrew Adam was thinking at that time was definitely not what everyone suspected. However, There was still something a bit strange in Alicia's heart. She had never considered that others would view her relationship with Ibrahim this way. Before this, she had never thought about such things. Although it could be said that the two had been together almost every day over the past few years. They weren't alone together. When they were together, they were either training or studying. And when they went on missions, they were just combat partners. There really wasn't any hint of romantic feelings. She had to remind herself that she and Ibrahim were originally classmates. This kind of interaction should be very normal. As students who didn't spend every day with their classmates, the elite class at Xuangu First Military Academy felt the same way. Aside from Huadeli and Mina Oli, who had an established relationship, no one said that Sheila had any ambiguous connections with any boys. Although her situation with Ibrahim was somewhat special, they were not only in disguise outside but also truly classmates. They were together solely for studying, which was nothing out of the ordinary. So what exactly was wrong? What was it about her and Ibrahim's appearance at the youth elite competition that led these foreigners to misunderstand her as the future second princess? Alicia continued reading. With the automatic translation function of the internet, she had no trouble understanding the text. In addition to this video segment, there were no other solid pieces of evidence in the post. It mainly expressed their belief that, regardless of identity, status, appearance, cultivation level, or talent, she and Ibrahim were a perfect match. Alicia let out a light sigh, feeling somewhat relieved that this gossip was just the idle speculation of the Vera Federation. Now that the incident involving the Yunkai people had emerged, once things fully fermented, this gossip hotspot would vanish without a trace. In the Gus Empire, Alicia believed that the National Security Bureau, managed by Huadeki, would definitely not allow such gossip news to appear on the Gus Empire's internet. Fortunately, otherwise, if her friends saw it, it would be incredibly embarrassing, especially Sheila, who would definitely not miss the chance to make fun of her. Alicia thought to herself. Chapter 229. Hot Gossip. After exiting the hot post about herself being the future second princess consort of the Gus Empire, Alicia searched the Vera Federation's hot forum and felt relieved to find no other similar posts. She then paid closer attention to the post that shared the Gus Empire's black-red post. Within just a few minutes of reading the gossip, the post about the aliens had actually risen 2 positions. This indicated that over 100 million people had clicked on the post in that brief time. The subsequent posts were also related to the alien incident, and Alicia could see the click data skyrocketing. From the looks of it, the alien event was still in its early stages of gaining traction in the Vera Federation. At this rate, Alicia estimated that in less than 2 hours, the Vera Federation's hot forum would be inundated with alien-related posts, just like in the Gus Empire. At that point, the gossip posts about her would be pushed down and lost in the sea of posts, and then no one would remember them. After exiting the Vera Federation's hot forum, Alicia entered the National Hot Forum of the Langxiang Alliance. The hot posts about aliens in this country had started gaining traction even earlier than in the Vera Federation, with the most popular alien post already ranking 5th in hot topics, and it was predicted to overwhelm the forum in less than an hour. The Langxiang Alliance could be considered the third strongest nation in the Gumra Star region, but its overall national strength was only about 1/10 that of the Gus Empire. The gap between the Langxiang Alliance and the Gus Empire and Vera Federation was too large. Within these two powerful countries, the Langxiang Alliance had little influence, while its citizens closely monitored the political movements of the Gus Empire and Vera Federation. Politically, the two major powers were evenly matched, which gave the Langxiang Alliance a favorable position. However, in recent years, the Langxiang Alliance had clearly leaned towards the Gus Empire, becoming one of its allies. This was different from the novel, where the political systems of the two countries were quite similar, and the Langxiang Alliance leaned somewhat towards the Vera Federation. After the outbreak of interstellar war, they completely sided with the Vera Federation. On the Langxiang Alliance's hot forum, Alicia also saw gossip posts about her and Ibrahim, and it was currently the hottest post. The post featured photos from after the competition, capturing the moment when she and Ibrahim celebrated their teammates' victory with a high five. This celebratory gesture was popular among the elite class. Everyone had done it with each other. Alicia had never considered that such a moment could appear ambiguous under the camera. In the first photo, Ibrahim was almost a head taller than her, so to give him a high five, she had to tilt her head back and raise her hands. Ibrahim slightly leaned down to accommodate her, and the expression on his face was indescribable. The poster commented that it showed a look of indulgence. In the second photo, after the high five, she was smiling brightly, looking very happy. Although the photo was a bit blurry, her radiant smile and the cute dimples on her cheeks were charming. However, Ibrahim was not smiling. He was staring at her with a somewhat dazed expression. The poster said he was entranced by her smile. Alicia could explain the video as a matter of perspective or suggest that the poster was overthinking and fabricating details. However, these two photos forced her to confront a certain possibility. Ibrahim's sudden, Dazed gaze was something she felt she had seen several times in the past few days. Before returning to the imperial capital, she had never noticed him looking at her that way. Now, realizing that there was something indescribably different in his gaze, she couldn't understand why and had planned to ask him about it later. Yet from a third-party perspective, others might perceive it as an infatuated stare. Alicia felt that this was impossible, but with the photos as evidence, she found herself confused about why things had turned out this way. She then checked the hot forums of other countries and found that unless it was news about aliens dominating the headlines, there were still plenty of gossip posts circulating. There was another related post featuring a photo of Alicia and Dean Acheson looking very close as they talked, with Hebrew Adam watching them from the side, which the poster labeled as a jealous gaze. The expression was so obvious that it left Alicia flustered. How could she face Hebrew Adam calmly after this? Taking a deep breath, she was extremely grateful that the alien posts were exploding at this moment. For a long time, everyone's attention would shift to this matter, leaving little room for gossip. Alicia felt it was best not to continue reading to avoid further emotional turmoil. She figured that by tomorrow, aside from alien news, all unrelated stories would likely vanish. She could only hope her friends hadn't visited foreign forums like she had to see these rumors. If they brought it up, it would be incredibly awkward. Wanting some peace, Alicia exited the forum. Alicia was unaware that her friends were much more in the loop than she was. They had known about the situation for several days. The rumors about her and Hebrew Adam had already started to fade in enthusiasm. A few days ago, they had been all the rage on foreign forums, creating quite a stir. Since Alicia wasn't fond of gossip, she usually only checked news forums in the Gus Empire, so she had no idea that this was happening. Her friends understood her personality and figured she wouldn't be aware of the rumors circulating among foreigners. Plus, with Wadeli and Dean Acheson's disapproving looks and warnings, no one had informed her. Moreover, when Hebrew Adam saw the rumors, her friends clearly noticed his expression shift to one of cold seriousness, revealing an unsettling, suppressed emotion. They didn't know how Hebrew Adam felt about it, but they all sensed it wasn't a matter he took lightly or with happiness. Uncertain about Hebrew Adam's feelings, they had to be cautious when discussing the matter in his absence, let alone gossiping in front of him. After all, Hebrew Adam was the second prince, with his cultivation far surpassing his peers. He exuded an imposing royal presence that commanded respect. For most of the elite class, Hebrew Adam was no longer the same as before. He was now the second prince of the Gus Empire, and they didn't dare speak casually in his presence. However, Alicia, Wadeli, and Dean Acheson seemed to feel differently, maintaining their previous attitudes toward Hebrew Adam. The others in the elite class clearly sensed that Hebrew Adam treated the three of them differently, often unconsciously tempering his imposing demeanor in their presence. Thus, for the three of them, he was still the same Hebrew Adam as before. Chapter 230, Official Pairing in the Novel. That night, during the agreed time, Alicia entered the War Realm with her friends. Over the years, their training had been so intense that their time in the War Realm had been sporadic. However, thanks to the solid foundation laid by these pioneering adventurers, the overall strength of the first guild in the capital city far surpassed that of other guilds. At some point, it became almost an open secret in the youth division of the War Realm that the president of the first guild was the second prince. As a result, not only students from the Xuangu First Military Academy applied to join after reaching level 10, but many youths from other regions also sought membership, making the first guild in the capital city exceptionally talented. Thus, even though Hebrew Adam, Alicia, and Wadeli, the three presidents and two vice presidents, were often offline, their members still followed the plans they had set. However, the exposure of Hebrew Adam's identity brought about a very direct consequence. Many girls in the War Realm sought to win his attention. Since he was 14, Hebrew Adam had rarely appeared in the social circles of the capital, and his daily schedule was kept confidential. In the real world, there was no chance to meet him, let alone develop any deeper relationship. Thus, the first guild in the capital city became the only channel to interact with the second prince. In the first guild's setup, members would be teleported to the guild hall upon entering, so if someone wanted to see a specific person, they just had to wait in the hall. In the past, Alicia and her friends had often subtly stirred the pot. After all, Hebrew Adam had always looked down on them, and when they saw him getting flustered by beautiful girls trying to charm him, it was both amusing and satisfying for them. In recent days, whether intentional or not, Alicia would see Brittany Beery talking to Hebrew Adam as soon as she logged in. Today was no different. When Alicia appeared in the guild hall, the first thing she noticed was Hebrew Adam engaged in conversation with a charming and attractive girl. Hebrew Adam had his back to her, so Alicia couldn't see his expression, but she could clearly see Brittany Beery's. The slightly shy look on her face was truly beautiful. With the gossip expert Sheila around, Alicia knew this girl's real-world identity. Brittany Beery, a direct descendant of the Beery family, one of the top 10 noble families. Brittany Beery was also a student in the elite class of the Xuangu Military Academy, but she was 2 years below them. This girl likely had high potential for cultivation, as she was already a late-stage level 4 warrior. In the current world, Alicia was unfamiliar with this, but in the novel, while the Beery family was one of the top 10 families, it was quite different from the Huada family. Although the Beery family had a longer and more glorious history than the Huada family, due to 3 consecutive generations of outward splendor but inner decay, the Beery family was now merely a shell of its former self, struggling to hold on. The novel didn't mention whether other noble families were aware of this situation, but it suggested that the Beery family's decline was only revealed just as the aliens were about to arrive. In the novel, the mention of the Beery family was brief, and Alicia hadn't thought about it until 2 years ago when she learned of Brittany Beery's existence. She then remembered that Miss Brittany Beery was the official match for the second prince and that the Beery family was a steadfast ally behind him. In the story, the second prince was portrayed as a reckless royal, and Brittany Beery ended up marrying him. Given how impressive the second prince was in the current world, it was no wonder that Brittany Beery's eyes revealed deep feelings when she looked at him. So when Alicia saw the gossip claiming she was to be the future second princess, her first reaction was to think of Brittany Beery, assuming the royal family and the Beery family had announced a marriage alliance. Hebrew Adam's attitude toward Brittany Beery was somewhat better than toward other girls trying to flirt with him. At least he didn't make her feel too embarrassed. But that was about it. Previously, her friends believed that Hebrew Adam was only being less stern with Brittany Beery due to the Beery family's status, and in reality, he didn't have any real feelings for her. But after seeing them today, Alicia changed her mind. If Hebrew Adam didn't have some fondness for this girl, would he be so patient in listening to her? Would he make Brittany Beery blush so shyly? Hebrew Adam usually treated other girls who tried to flirt with him with a cold, displeased demeanor and walked away. Feeling a bit suspicious, Alicia couldn't help but take a couple more glances. Hebrew Adam turned his head sharply, and their eyes met. In the past, seeing Hebrew Adam talking to Brittany Beery would have made Alicia raise an eyebrow and throw him a teasing look. However, those gossip stories affected her more than she wanted to admit. Not daring to act out, Alicia quickly averted her gaze and turned to walk into her personal room. After some quiet time that night, Alicia couldn't come up with any good strategies. So, she decided to play it cool, pretending she knew nothing, and maintain her original attitude. Now, Alicia's cultivation had surpassed that of her peers, making the tasks in the youth group almost effortless for her. As a result, she spent most of her time in the war realm either cultivating in her personal room or assembling mechas in the manufacturing area. She was responsible for assembling the level 4 and 5 mechas in the first guild, so even though she rarely did task runs, her contribution points were still higher than many others. Just as Alicia entered her personal lounge, she was startled to find Hebrew Adam following her in. Hebrew Adam had access to her personal lounge, just as she had access to his room. However, this access was not exclusive. Alicia had also granted it to Huadeli, Dean Atchison, Mina Ollie, and Sheila, so it wasn't anything special. In the past, Alicia had spent a lot of time alone with Hebrew Adam in this lounge, but she had never felt as awkward and uncomfortable as she did today. "You actually dared to leave the little beauty behind." The words slipped out before Alicia could stop herself. Surprised by Hebrew Adam's presence and feeling awkward, Hebrew Adam frowned and said irritably, "What are you talking about? She's a member of our guild. There's nothing special between us." "Who says there isn't? She's your official match. What kind of look is that?" "I really have no relationship with her." "You should know that best," Hebrew Adam said, somewhat annoyed. "Whether you have a relationship with her is none of my business." Alicia shot back. Realizing that her response might not be right, she quickly changed the subject. "The thing online is causing quite a stir. What do you plan to do about it?" "What thing?" "The future princess consort?" Hebrew Adam fixed his gaze on Alicia. Chapter 231, The Flower Protector. "Which matter are you talking about? Is it about the future second prince's consort?" Hebrew Adam stared intently at Alicia as he spoke. Alicia was taken aback by Hebrew Adam's response. She quickly glanced into his eyes and found him looking at her with that inscrutable gaze that made her heart race. She hurriedly averted her eyes. She was no stranger to Hebrew Adam's gaze. She had seen it several times recently. Previously, Alicia had thought it was because she had said something inappropriate, provoking the second prince, and that he was displeased yet didn't want to hold it against her, so he warned her with his eyes. Alicia felt that Hebrew Adam looking at her like this was somewhat dangerous, which instinctively made her try to divert his attention. "I was talking about the young Kai alien incident," Alicia said, trying to disguise her words. Hebrew Adam's attitude made her feel that discussing the rumors was off limits. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, Alicia realized she had made a mistake. Why was she being so thoughtless in her speech today? Not wanting Hebrew Adam to know that she had seen those rumors, she should have feigned innocence and ignorance, asking him what he was talking about, and insisting that she was referring to the young Kai alien incident. This would indicate that she hadn't seen those rumors, while her evasive response clearly implied that she knew about the situation. Alicia struggled to calm herself down and once again tried to change the subject. Are you planning to publicly announce the incident regarding the young Kai aliens? Did you see the trending posts on other countries' forums discussing you as my consort? Hebrew Adam said as he walked toward her. Alicia felt a bit awkward and wanted to steer the conversation away from this topic. But as soon as she looked up, she found Hebrew Adam's gaze firmly locked onto her. She sensed a compelling intensity in his eyes, one that was almost scorching. I don't know what you're talking about. What trending posts? Alicia fought to suppress her instinct to step back. She couldn't show any signs of weakness. Doing so would only lead to an awkward situation in her relationship with Hebrew Adam, especially since they were partners. How could partners be afraid of each other? The problem was that over the years, without much need for pretending, Alicia hadn't had to maintain her composure around Hebrew Adam for a long time. She felt that her ability to maintain a calm facade had diminished greatly, and without looking in a mirror, she knew her smile must appear somewhat stiff. Although she didn't want to step back, Hebrew Adam was standing too close, and Alicia sharply felt her hair stand on end at the back of her neck. Her feet instinctively took a step back, wanting to put some distance between them. As a result, Hebrew Adam thought she was trying to avoid him and reached out to grab her left hand. It was the first time Alicia felt how large and powerful Hebrew Adam's hand was. She couldn't break free from his grasp and felt helpless as she noticed how warm his palm was. What do you want? Alicia asked, a bit flustered. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she felt they sounded overly dramatic, so she quickly shut her mouth tight. I've downloaded all the trending posts about you and me. Do you want to see them? They all say that we are a perfect match. Hebrew Adam's voice was low, as if he were whispering right next to her ear. Oh my god, he actually downloaded all the gossip. What on earth did he want to do? But in reality, you and Brittany Beery are the perfect match. Everyone in the capital knows that Queen Amber is very fond of her. Under the pressure of tension, Alicia's quick reflexes finally returned, and she knew she couldn't let him continue. No, Hebrew Adam, what are you doing? Suddenly, a furious shout came from the doorway, interrupting Hebrew Adam's words. Dean Acheson rushed over quickly and pushed Hebrew Adam aside. What are you doing? I'm telling you, even though I can't beat you, I won't let you bully my cousin. Alicia shrank behind Dean Acheson, whose tall and imposing figure shielded her from view. She was very grateful for Dean's timely arrival. Her cousin always had a strong sense of chivalry in critical moments. Although Dean Acheson arrived a bit late, he was still quite effective, interrupting Hebrew Adam just in time before he could say anything more. Alicia could somewhat guess what Hebrew Adam had been about to say. If he had gotten those words out, things would have become troublesome. Why can't we just talk nicely? Why are you all fighting? Classmates, Alicia, didn't you say you've had no time to practice lately and were feeling restless? You wanted to go into a dungeon tonight for a good fight. We're all waiting for you in the office. Why did you come to the lounge? Quadeli also walked over, unexpectedly. This brother reacted quickly and spoke so convincingly about something that wasn't even true. I forgot for a moment. Alicia could only admit her mistake. I got a clue for a new dungeon. Who wants to join? Come over and discuss it. Mean Ollie also said. Although Hebrew Adam's expression was slightly displeased, he surprisingly did not get angry. Instead, he suppressed his emotions and calmly said, send the clue to me. Hebrew Adam seemed to have returned to his usual state, but Alicia did not feel relieved because of it. Although Hebrew Adam's words were unspoken, Alicia was not of low intelligence. She hadn't noticed his unusual behavior before simply because she hadn't thought about it. Now that she was paying attention and reflecting on their past interactions, Alicia was startled to realize how obvious Hebrew Adam's behavior had been. However, due to their identities, she had always assumed they were just partners. Years of partnership were not without significance. Alicia was very aware that Hebrew Adam was a very stubborn and action-oriented person. If he truly had feelings for her, this matter could not just be brushed aside. Right now, Hebrew Adam wasn't giving up. He was just temporarily suppressing his feelings because the timing wasn't right. Alicia didn't need to guess. Since he intended to speak up, he would definitely find another opportunity. Her original plan to avoid him was not going to work. Sooner or later, she would have to face Hebrew Adam. Since they were both classmates and partners, along with his status, there was no way she could escape him even if she ran back to Topaz Star. Just like now, when the prince expressed a desire to participate in the dungeon, he was the president of the guild, and without a reasonable excuse, who could refuse? Not only did Hebrew Adam want to join, but he also naturally took over the matter. Everyone was used to it. As long as Hebrew Adam was present, he would definitely be the leader. After all, regardless of his abilities or status, even Quadeli couldn't compare to him, and everyone respected him from the bottom of their hearts. However, it seemed that Quadeli, Mina Ollie, and Dean Acheson had reached a consensus to always keep her and Hebrew Adam apart. When they set out to tackle the dungeon, Hebrew Adam's demeanor returned to normal, which made Alicia breathe a sigh of relief. She could avoid confrontation for now. This dungeon was originally designed for young practitioners at the late 4th level. Even at the hell level, It could be handled by someone at the early 5th level, and they conquered it in just over 10 minutes. Chapter 232, The National Brother. After Alicia emerged from the game pod in the morning, she sat in the living room, lost in thought for quite a while. As a reborn person, her sense of belonging to this world was not very strong, since she had nowhere to go. Her purpose in this world after her rebirth was to work hard toward the goals she had set for herself. She was wholeheartedly immersed in rigorous training and study to change the world in her own way, with the aim of killing as many enemies as possible when the interstellar war came. Her heart couldn't fully integrate into this world. She felt that her heart and the people of this world existed in different realms. Only she knew that there was a void in her heart that could never be filled. Because of this, Alicia had never thought about romance or marriage. People from different worlds could never truly enter each other's lives. Being single-minded, she had never considered that Hebrew Adam might develop feelings for her. However, because the object of those feelings was Hebrew Adam, Alicia found it difficult to reject him outright. Alicia had to admit that after more than 3 years of close contact, Hebrew Adam had indeed become different in her heart compared to others. Feelings are developed through interaction. Although her relationship with Hebrew Adam was, in her heart, a bond of camaraderie and friendship rather than love, it was still much deeper than ordinary friendship. Therefore, Alicia couldn't decide how to face Hebrew Adam in the future. Yesterday, when she saw those rumors, she felt a sense of avoidance, hoping they weren't true. But today, with Hebrew Adam's behavior, she couldn't lie to herself anymore. What was worse, even if she rejected him, it wouldn't matter. With Hebrew Adam's personality, he wouldn't give up easily. Additionally, given her current identity, whether she rejected or accepted him would lead to a series of complications, and she would definitely have to tell Huadu about this. However, just thinking about it made Alicia feel that she really couldn't bring herself to mention it to Huadu. Should she ask Huadeli to talk about it instead? Huadeli must have been suspicious of Hebrew Adam. Otherwise, he and Dean Acheson wouldn't have behaved that way tonight in the battle arena. Alicia thought carefully and realized that the two cousins had probably suspected this for a long time. In Alicia's impression, it had likely started about half a year ago. Each time she entered the war arena, unless she was assembling mesh saw in closed-door training, Hebrew Adam would always be by her side, and Huadeli or Dean Acheson would inevitably be nearby as well. As a result, for the past 6 months, Hebrew Adam truly hadn't had the chance to be alone with her. This shows just how hard these cousins have worked to prevent Hebrew Adam from spending time alone with her. Alicia remembered that on the rare occasions when the two cousins were genuinely occupied, Mina Ollie would step in to take their place. Over the past 2 years, whether training or going on missions, there were always other people around her and Hebrew Adam during the day. It wasn't easy for Hebrew Adam to say even a single word to her in private, but there were still signs of something unusual, which she had just ignored. Now that Alicia thinks back on it, she really feels as if she had been blinded by something and hadn't noticed at all. Huadeli and Dean Acheson, the two cousins, had worked so hard to keep her and Hebrew Adam apart, and their attitudes were very clear. They didn't want her to have feelings for Hebrew Adam that went beyond those of comrades and classmates. As Alicia was contemplating this matter, Huadeli approached her. Yesterday, Alicia had released the robot butler she brought from Topaz Star from the Jade Pendant space. When someone knocked on the door, the robot butler ran over to open it at the command of its owner. "You've figured out Hebrew Adam's feelings, haven't you?" Huadeli asked directly. "I haven't figured it out. I only started to have doubts after seeing those videos and photos in the gossip. Did you and Dean already know about this?" Alicia asked. "It was Mina Ollie who first noticed something. She told me that she felt Hebrew Adam's feelings towards you seemed special. Later, Dean Acheson and I kept an eye on it for a while before we started to suspect it." Huadeli sighed, saying with a headache, "We didn't talk to you on purpose so that you wouldn't find out and could just muddle through until graduation. With just over a month left, we won't have to be together all the time anymore. But you had to find out and let Hebrew Adam know you discovered it. He probably won't let you avoid it anymore. Tell me, what are you really thinking?" Huadeli asked seriously. "I never thought about this issue before today," Alicia said with a wry smile, "but I know that from my family's standpoint, I shouldn't have any involvement with Hebrew Adam in this regard." The Huada family had always sided with the first prince, while Queen Amber was on the opposite side of him. It's easy to imagine that if she were to have a relationship with Hebrew Adam, it would put the Huada family in an awkward position in front of the first prince. "You need to think this through carefully if you want me to help you." "I am here," Huadeli said seriously. "Will you support me no matter what choice I make? What if my decision goes against the family's stance? Will you still support me?" Alicia asked tentatively. "This is a very tricky question," Huadeli sighed. "Neither Dean nor I have said anything because we wanted to wait for you to make a decision. Our consideration is based on your happiness." Alicia didn't expect Huadeli to say this. He truly deserved to be the original male lead. A boy in his teens who could think about such profound issues was indeed a rare good brother. "I haven't thought about these things, so I can't answer right now," Alicia admitted. "Brother, what do you think of this?" Alicia asked Huadeli in return. From a personal ability standpoint, There isn't a boy in the entire Gumara Star domain who is more outstanding than him. However, Queen Amber harmed you back then, leaving you alone for over a decade, which also caused our parents to be distant from each other for more than 10 years. I have never forgotten this matter. Huadeli's voice held a hint of coldness. Queen Amber did such things back then. She must have a guilty conscience and definitely wouldn't accept you. If you get together with Hebrew Adam, who knows how Queen Amber would deal with you? You don't know in the capital city, but everyone knows she values Brittany Beery highly and has already sent out information about arranging a marriage between the second prince and Brittany Beery. Huadeli said, "You are the little princess of our Huada family. No man is worthy of you, no matter how outstanding Hebrew Adam is. The royal family is not a good place. I hope you can live a smooth and happy life." Huadeli continued. This brother, who usually spoke little, seemed less expressive of concern than Mina Oli, but in reality, he genuinely thought about her from her perspective. She felt lucky to have such a good brother. "I understand. I'm not of age yet. I don't want to face these issues now. I just want to focus on my training and become a level 7 telekinetic as soon as possible," Alicia said earnestly. Chapter 233, Old Stories of the Royal Family. Huadeli knew that his sister had not developed any feelings for Hebrew Adam beyond companionship, and he felt relieved. He truly didn't want his sister to get entangled with the royal family. Even though, in Huadeli's mind, Hebrew Adam was an outstanding match, the fact that he was a prince was enough for Huadeli to reject him completely. Although Hebrew Adam's current relationship with cousin Xiahai was indeed very good, there was the looming presence of Queen Amber who knew what might happen in the future. Hebrew Adam was highly capable, and in another 10 or 20 years, if he harbored the same ambitions as Queen Amber, the royal family would likely be thrown into another storm of blood and intrigue. Huadeli, because of Queen Amber's arrangements, had spent time with Hebrew Adam when they were young. Therefore, he knew quite a lot about the internal power struggles of the royal family. Years ago, Adam's cousin tried to seize the throne. On the surface, it appeared to be a few light remarks on Skynet, but in reality, that person caused a lot of trouble and threw the Gus Empire's internal affairs into chaos. From both the royal family and the Hua family, Huadeli had learned much about what had happened. In the end, the cousin couldn't overcome King Adam's strategies and, in a final desperate move, kidnapped cousin Xiahai and Queen Hua to force King Adam into committing suicide. During the kidnapping, Queen Hua sacrificed her life to protect cousin Xiahai. Although the culprit behind the kidnapping was later sentenced to life imprisonment, it couldn't change the fact that cousin Xiahai lost his mother at a young age. Furthermore, after that, due to the political situation, King Adam had to marry a second queen, but the power struggles didn't stop. They only intensified. The new queen, Queen Amber, who had a son of her own, soon became restless. This led to the incident 5 years ago when cousin Xiahai was seriously injured in an assassination attempt. Although no evidence directly linked Queen Amber to the assassination, no one truly believed she had nothing to do with it. To be honest, Huadeli deeply sympathized with cousin Xiahai, feeling that his situation was incredibly dangerous. "Brother, I want to ask you something." Cousin Xiahai is the first heir to the throne, so why hasn't he gotten married yet? Alicia asked curiously, gossiping a little. Huadeki, who was close friends with Xiahai Adam, had already married 10 years ago. Although he didn't have any children yet. In the interstellar era, it was normal for couples to be married for a decade or two without children. Yesterday, Alicia met her sister-in-law, Chen Ying, and had a very good impression of her. Not only was Chen Ying from a prestigious family, exuding grace and poise with the demeanor of a future matriarch, but more importantly, she had black hair. Alicia, who had a fondness for black hair, immediately liked her. Chen Ying, in her 30s, was a level 6 warrior. Though her abilities couldn't quite compare to those of Alicia and her siblings, she was still very capable and a great match for Huadeki. But why, despite being in his 30s or even 40s, had the crown prince still not married? This was a mystery Alicia had always been curious about. Both in and outside the books, someone like the crown prince should have been surrounded by countless admirers. Why, then, had he remained unmarried without even a fiancé? When upper-class aristocratic families were known for their love of strategic marriages. Huadeli's expression turned sour. His sister was so pure and straightforward. How could he explain the tangled, complicated politics behind it all? This was why he absolutely didn't want his sister getting involved with Hebrew Adam. She deserved a man with a clean background. In fact, when I was young, cousin Xiahai did have a fiancé, but just before the wedding, due to Queen Amber, that woman died. And since then, cousin Xiahai has remained single, Huadeli explained, choosing to keep it simple. In truth, the situation behind the event was very dirty. Huadeli had learned from Hebrew Adam that the woman, who appeared to be a noble lady on the surface, was actually very promiscuous in private, having multiple lovers. Later, when the scandal broke, Huadeli heard from his father that Queen Amber had been behind it. The woman's lovers were arranged by Queen Amber in secret, and the affair was exposed right before the wedding to strike a blow against cousin Xiahai. As for how the woman died, Huadeli wasn't entirely sure, but it further speculated that it might have been King Adam who took action. It was after this incident that the relationship between King Adam and Queen Amber completely fell apart. Huadeli left the palace and rarely saw Hebrew Adam after that. As for why cousin Xiahai never married, even as a young man, Huadeli had his own guess. After such a disgusting experience with his former fiancée, who would want to go through that again? Moreover, cousin Xiahai was truly busy, constantly occupied with training and national affairs, leaving him no time for such matters. Alicia, unaware of these details, had no knowledge of the Crown Prince's former engagement, as it wasn't mentioned in the novel. She couldn't help but speculate in a melodramatic way. Was it possible the Crown Prince still harbored feelings for his lost love, causing him to avoid the idea of marriage? After all, such plot lines were common in novels. After the siblings finished gossiping, Alicia saw her good national brother off and began browsing the hot forum. As expected from what Alicia had predicted yesterday, the forum was now completely dominated by posts about the alien incident. The same situation could be seen in the Vera Federation, the Lanxiang Alliance, and other foreign nations. There was no other news besides this event. On the Gus Empire's hot forum, a post titled "We Demand the Truth from the Government" was pinned just behind the trending black and red posts, and this particular post had also turned black and red due to its popularity. Alicia clicked on it to take a look. The content was a petition asking the government to reveal the truth about the situation to the public. Shockingly, the post had gathered nearly 3 to 400 billion signatures in support. It seemed the situation was progressing well, without any obvious signs of radicalism or societal collapse. If the Crown Prince was indeed leading this initiative, then the current situation likely aligned with his intentions. With so many people signing the petition, it was clear that the issue could no longer be suppressed. Alicia estimated that the Empire's official response would be released soon. Just as she was thinking this, the page suddenly refreshed, and an official announcement from the Empire popped up on the screen. Due to the overwhelming will of the people, the Empire respects the public's choice. This afternoon at 3:10 p.m., the Crown Prince Xiahai Adam and the second Prince Hebrew Adam will personally hold a press conference. Following the build-up from previous posts, no one in the Gus Empire is unaware of what the Crown Prince has done in secret for the development of the nation. It can be said that his current domestic approval rating is at least over 90%, making him the ideal person to represent the Empire. As for Hebrew Adam, the second prince, though previously low-key and only known for his playboy image, he made a stunning impact in the recent Young Elite tournament. Not only did he amaze the Gus Empire, but his name has also become well known throughout the entire Gumara Star region. He is an unprecedented prodigy, a 19-year-old warrior at the late stage of level 6, with the potential to become a level 9 warrior or even a level 10 martial king. The appearance of these two exceptional princes together not only causes a sensation but also boosts national morale. With the Empire demonstrating such determination and having such outstanding leaders, even knowing the road ahead is difficult, the citizens can still hold on to hope. Chapter 234, Parental Love. At noon, around 12 o'clock, Alicia emerged from the training room. She received a message from Huadu. "Manny, I'm sorry. Father misspoke. You've rarely had time off, and we couldn't spend time together as a family." Alicia understood that adults were busy with important matters. Even she had spent nearly 3 years on a desolate planet for a mission, with restricted access to the internet, often needing to conceal her identity. She wasn't disappointed at all. Although she'd always wanted to explore the capital city, with the current situation involving the safety of all humanity, neither she nor her father felt much like going out shopping. To ease Huadu's guilt, Alicia replied, "Just make it up to me next time." "All right, my dear. I'm really sorry. If you want anything, just shop online. And if you need more money, let me know." Huadu responded with another message. As soon as Alicia read this, she knew what was coming next. Sure enough, within 2 seconds, she heard the sound of a transfer to her account. She opened it and saw that Huadu had transferred 200,000 credits as compensation. Alicia calmly closed the account page, neither surprised nor excited, remaining utterly composed. Only she knew that ever since reuniting with Huadu and his wife at the Queen's birthday banquet 3 years ago, she'd been on an irreversible path to becoming a rich lady. On the night of the Queen's birthday party, Huadu transferred a total of 50 million credits in one go, along with a monthly allowance of 10,000 credits for living expenses and pocket money. Lixiamba frequently found various excuses to give her credits as well, adding up to at least around 10 million over the past 3 years. Unlike Huadu, who had family support, most of the money he sent was for the expenses of direct elite descendants from the Huada family. Lixiamba was just a collateral branch member of the Amber family, and after falling out with her own family, she didn't have much wealth of her own. This sum of over 10 million was probably a compilation of her salary over the decades. Alicia understood her mother's selfless desire to provide the best for her daughter, so she accepted it. However, she used the money to buy many things online as gifts for Lixiamba. As for the thoughtful gifts from her daughter, Lixiamba was incredibly happy, so much so that Huadu complained about being jealous, saying that Alicia was too considerate towards her mother and not as good to him as her father. In reality, Alicia hadn't forgotten about her big supporter, Huadiu. Although she wasn't as attentive to him as she was to Lixayamba, she still did her best to be a good daughter. Alicia felt that Huadiu's jealousy complaints were more like trying to cheer Lixayamba up. Not only did this couple love to give her credits, but their generosity also influenced others over the past 3 years. On every festive occasion, such as her birthday, Alicia's account would buzz non-stop because Alicia was on a desolate planet and couldn't go out to meet people, and outsiders couldn't send her anything. Everyone worked together to transfer credits to her, allowing her to buy whatever she liked. Huadeli and Dean Acheson were no exception. These two still generously sent her 100,000 credits each time, which was quite generous of them. However, Alicia didn't take advantage of them. When their birthdays came around, she bought them gifts worth around 100,000 credits each. Her cousin and older cousin, Huadeki and the Crown Prince, also communicated directly with her and were no exception. They also loved sending her credits to spend, with amounts far exceeding those of her 2 underage cousins. Moreover, the 2 of them refused to accept gifts worth more than 100,000 credits from Alicia on their birthdays. Alicia suspected that before she was recognized by Huadiu and his wife, she had discussed wanting to learn a sword technique with Dean Acheson, but she had given up on it due to lack of funds, and her relatives already knew about it. She still remembered the sympathetic look Dean Acheson had given her back then. So, knowing Alicia's background, Dean Acheson's most frequent comment was that his cousin must have had a very hard life for the past decade, unable to even come up with 100,000 credits. Additionally, when Alicia first arrived on the Imperial Capital Star, she enjoyed presenting her image as a commoner, though at that time, she had her own motives. She hadn't anticipated that it would later provoke these people. Alicia estimated that in their eyes, her life as a commoner for over a decade must seem really pitiful. She explained to them that she hadn't suffered much. Teresa Du had treated her very well and had done everything she could for her, but they didn't seem to believe her. So, these people all shared a common interest in transferring money to her. Damn it, if you don't become a wealthy person, you wouldn't understand how the money of rich people is used. Poverty truly limits one's perspective. The Crown Prince asked her to buy herself a birthday gift and directly transferred 1 million credits to her, even saying that if the gift she liked was more expensive and that amount wasn't enough, she could just tell him, and he would add more money. Yesterday, at that banquet, Alicia received quite a few gifts. Although no one asked her, she had a rough idea of their value, which added up to around 20 million credits. However, the most expensive gift was from the elder of the Huada family, who gave her not only a flying car worth over 10 million credits but also a credit card with 50 million credits on it. In just 3 short years, she had become a wealthy woman worth over 100 million. The problem was, after latching onto this golden thigh, that 100 million was nothing. Could a poor person even imagine what that feeling was like? According to the Crown Prince's estimates, the Xuanwu technique had already obtained the intellectual property patent from the Human Alliance of the Gumra Star Domain, and the Gus Empire would grant her a substantial reward. In half a month, 30 million credits would be directly credited to Alicia's account. Additionally, there would be continuous patent fees, estimated to be at least 2 billion, with no upper limit. In any case, this would benefit her descendants for generations to come. So, you tell me, would Alicia even feel anything about a mere 200,000 credits? To be honest, she was no longer concerned about credits. She no longer had to think about making money at all. She even feared when others asked her if she was lacking anything, because she truly felt she lacked nothing at all. Before returning to the military yesterday afternoon, Lixayamba had given Alicia a space ring just like the one Huadeli had. Alicia didn't know what was in Huadeli's space ring, but her own was filled with an abundance of food, showcasing delicacies from various planets in the Central Star region of the Gus Empire. Now that she was extremely wealthy, Alicia lacked nothing. The only thing she expressed was her love for food. Despite not having much time to spend with Lixayamba over the past 3 years, Lixai still knew about Alicia's preferences. In the Imperial Capital Star, enjoying May food was a very easy task, as long as you had money. However, sourcing such a wide variety of delicacies, especially those unique to other planets, couldn't be done in just a day or 2. Alicia was truly touched by Lixayamba's thoughtfulness for her daughter. So, at that moment, Alicia happily accepted the gift and hugged Lixayamba, saying, "Mother, I'm so happy. There are so many things in here that I haven't tried yet. Once I taste something delicious, I'll buy some for you to enjoy too." Chapter 235, New Suspicion. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Huadeli came over to his sister's place again. The 2 siblings had already agreed in the morning to watch the news conference of the 2 princes together in the afternoon. Alicia felt that the more people there were to enjoy the spectacle, the better. So not only did she invite Huadeli, but she also went online to gather some friends, Mina Oli, Sheila, Dean Acheson, and Tamak Kazia to watch together. However, Tamaki Kazia wasn't invited by Alicia. but by Sheila. As Alicia watched, she suddenly felt something was off, and it dawned on her that the way those two interacted wasn't like typical classmates but more similar to how Huadeli and Mina Oli behaved. Sheila always maintained a proud, queenly attitude in front of Tamaki Kezia, living quite freely and comfortably, though Tamaki Kezia no longer had the shy demeanor he had in their first year, now exuding a strong, determined air. He had always been a warm and considerate person, paying close attention to others. Alicia found it hard to imagine how two people with such completely different personalities, identities, and backgrounds had ended up as a couple. After all, Tamaki Kezia's family background wasn't particularly impressive. His father was just a wealthy businessman from a second-class star, not even able to enter the aristocratic circles. On the other hand, Sheila, due to the neglect of her father and mistreatment from her stepmother, had always been determined to climb up in society to prove herself. In the novel, she even turned dark because she couldn't achieve this goal. In the current world, perhaps she had been stimulated too much, or had grown numb, gradually losing that sense of ambition and showing no signs of darkening. However, Alicia never expected that the proud and ambitious Sheila would take a liking to Tamaki Kezia. As an unconventional close friend, Alicia supported Sheila and Tamaki Kezia being together. Tamaki Kezia had a great personality, perfectly capable of tolerating Sheila's difficult and quirky nature. The fact that his status wasn't as high didn't mean that Kezia was a lesser man. He was exceptionally talented and very capable, someone who could protect Sheila as long as Sheila could maintain a balanced mindset and not constantly aim to climb the social ladder at others' expense. She should be able to find happiness with Kezia. 2 out of the 3 girls in their elite class had found partners within the group, Alicia thought to herself. Then, she suddenly remembered the look Hebrew Adam had given her when discussing rumors the other day, and her heart skipped a beat. Alicia quickly pushed aside her thoughts and looked at the Skynet screen, where they were introducing the second prince. In the video, Hebrew Adam was dressed in a black, sharply tailored military uniform, with golden sashes and badges on his shoulders and chest, which made him look even more imposing, no longer bearing the youthful innocence he had when they first met. At this moment, the number of people online in the Gus Empire had already reached over 90 billion. Clearly, the anticipation for this unprecedented prince's press conference wasn't just from the citizens of Gus. Many foreigners had also bypassed restrictions to watch. It feels like we're getting ready to witness something exciting. The president looks so handsome in that outfit. Everyone says the eldest prince is the #1 male idol in the Gus Empire. But why do I suddenly think our president is just as good today? Sheila remarked. It really is something new. The president has never appeared at such a major event before. We're about to graduate, and I guess he'll be showing up at events like this more often. Mina Oli added, Hebrew and cousin Xiahai are brothers, after all, and they do look somewhat alike. Maybe 40 to 50%. The prince's ceremonial attire itself makes them look handsome, but Hebrew definitely lacks cousin Xiahai's calm and noble demeanor, said Dean Atchison, a big fan of the eldest prince. When Alicia heard Mina Oli mention that Hebrew Adam had never appeared at a major event before, she began to wonder if today's event was also part of the eldest prince's plan. Hebrew Adam had now grown up and was about to graduate from the military academy. The eldest prince likely wanted Hebrew Adam to start getting involved in state affairs. Alicia wasn't surprised that the eldest prince was willing to share some of his power with Hebrew Adam. After all, why else would the eldest prince put so much effort into cultivating him? When Alicia first realized that the eldest prince might be a reincarnator, she thought the main reason he was so dedicated to cultivating Hebrew Adam was that Hebrew was his younger brother, and the eldest prince's own fate in the future wars was uncertain. So, he wanted to groom a successor. However, starting last year, Alicia began to have a new suspicion. In the eldest prince's previous life, the second prince's downfall and disgrace may have been influenced by many hidden forces. In the past 3 years, Alicia hadn't been secluded on a barren planet the entire time. She would go out 4 or 5 times a year to take on tasks as part of her training. When performing tasks, unexpected situations were inevitable. Their secret bodyguards would only step in when their lives were in danger. Otherwise, they had to handle everything themselves. Whenever these unexpected situations arose, Hebrew Adam was always able to adapt and handle the situation on the spot, with Alicia's cooperation, allowing them to get through it. This kind of ability isn't something that can be taught. He needed to have the intellect for it. From Alicia's perspective, while Hebrew Adam's cultivation might not yet be outstanding in every other aspect, he was not only on par with Huadeli but, because of his status, his ability to make decisions in critical situations was even stronger than Huadeli's. As for character, in the novel, the second prince was a spoiled noble who didn't understand his own limitations, easily manipulated by others, and caused chaos without regard for the greater good of the nation. However, in the current world, Hebrew Adam didn't have those traits at all. He trained diligently, resisted Queen Amber's power struggles, and followed his older brother's arrangements. After spending so much time with him on the barren planet, Alicia had come to clearly see his character. When Hebrew Adam interacted with lower-ranking soldiers, whether in public or in private, Alicia never saw him display any arrogance or disdain. He acted as if he were just one of them. Whenever they went on missions together and danger arose, he was always the first to charge forward, risking his life. 2 years ago, Alicia and Hebrew Adam had posed as a couple to capture space pirates. Because the intelligence agent was caught and information was leaked, they found themselves in grave danger. They had to escape by climbing down a tall building, and while trying to dodge attacks, Alicia fell from the 13th floor. To maintain their cover as ordinary civilians, they had to dress and equip themselves like regular people, without even bringing spatial devices. Falling from such a height, without some kind of intervention, would mean severe injury or worse. Though Hebrew Adam was on the 10th floor and couldn't physically catch her due to his position, in a critical moment, he leapt through the air and grabbed her, saving her life. Afterward, when Alicia brought it up to him, Hebrew Adam simply said lightly that his physical skills were far superior to hers, and that if he fell from such a height, he would definitely be less injured than she would. But in such an emergency, who could think that clearly? Also, falling alone and falling while holding someone else are not the same thing at all in terms of consequences. Chapter 236, Cultivating a Playboy. Hebrew Adam fearlessly leapt through the air to catch Alicia. If Alicia hadn't quickly pulled out a capsule apartment from her jade pendant space and thrown it to the ground, the impact would have been much worse. The expanding capsule apartment absorbed some of the force, but given that Hebrew was only at the early stages of level 6 as a martial artist at the time, he would have been seriously injured without it. Even so, because they were falling too fast, the capsule apartment had just begun to expand and couldn't fully offset the impact. As a result, Hebrew Adam's legs were mildly fractured upon landing, while Alicia, cradled in his arms, only suffered minor scrapes. On another occasion, the two were both badly injured in a massive explosion, and they were soon pursued by a large group of enemies. Despite being in pain, Hebrew Adam silently endured it, lying to Alicia by saying he was only lightly injured. He carried Alicia, who had hurt her leg and couldn't move swiftly, out of danger. In the end, due to severe blood loss, he was forced to lie in a medical pod for a full day and night to recover. Such a young man, despite any flaws he might have, was undeniably courageous, intelligent, and resolute. So why, in the novel, was he portrayed as such a hopeless playboy, a person who couldn't be shaped into anything useful? No matter how Alicia looked at it, it didn't seem like he was the same person at all. However, Alicia was certain that Hebrew Adam wasn't someone who had transmigrated or reincarnated in the past. Due to the stark differences between Hebrew Adam and the character in the novel, she had suspected him of being a reincarnator and had tested him many times. As a result, Alicia was sure that Hebrew Adam was a genuine, native individual. No matter which lifetime, Hebrew Adam was a native of this world, yet the vast differences between his two lives made it hard to believe they were the same person. The more Alicia thought about it, the more suspicious she felt about the whole situation. It was during the time when Hebrew Adam had carried Alicia to safety that, while sitting by his recovery pod waiting for him to heal, Alicia once again pondered this inconsistency. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. She recalled certain scenes from the novel and realized something new. Upon closer examination of a few specific scenes in the novel, they now appeared to hint that the eldest prince had intentionally shaped Hebrew Adam into a playboy in his previous life. Even if the eldest prince wasn't a reincarnator in his previous life, with his intelligence, capable of finding a path for humanity even in the most desperate situations, turning his younger brother, who was in his rebellious phase, into a spoiled and irresponsible person would have been easy. His methods were likely so clever that even Queen Amber didn't notice. In this life, however, the reborn eldest prince had changed significantly in both mindset and strategy. For him now, the survival of humanity was likely the top priority, with the battle for the throne becoming secondary. After all, if the nation fell and the people were lost, what use would it be to rule an empty shell of a kingdom? In such a future scenario, especially for someone like the eldest prince who has been reborn, it's certain that he would be extremely protective of talented individuals. Because of the scheming in his previous life, the eldest prince must have known that his younger brother was not actually incompetent and that with proper nurturing, he could become capable. Therefore, he worked hard to steer his younger brother away from the path of a playboy, which is why the second prince in this life is completely different from the one in his previous life. Although Alicia felt that her thoughts were somewhat conspiracy-driven, she believed that because of Queen Amber's ambition, the eldest prince's best option for a peaceful succession was to not have to kill his brother, but rather to raise him to be someone who couldn't accomplish much, which was the best choice he had. Alicia didn't think that the eldest prince's actions in his previous life were cruel or heartless. Instead, she lamented that Queen Amber was consistently self-destructive in both lives. Her actions had harmed the second prince. In the video, the press conference officially began. The eldest prince, Adam, and the second prince, Hebrew Adam, both dressed in matching princely ceremonial uniforms, walked up to the podium one after the other. Alicia didn't know what others were thinking. All she knew was that she couldn't help but become a fan. Both princes, in their royal military uniforms, were tall, handsome, and strikingly good-looking. The eldest prince is really so handsome, He truly is the man that all the girls in our Gus Empire want to marry, Sheila said, starry-eyed. Alicia noticed that Tamaki Kezia was looking at her with a sour expression but didn't say anything. He just stared hard at Sheila, but the love-struck girl was completely oblivious to it. Is that really the case? I haven't heard anything about it, Alicia asked eagerly, as she hadn't seen any discussions about it online. You've been stuck on that desolate star for so long, how would you know anything? Sheila scoffed. Besides, the eldest prince is your cousin. No matter how outstanding he is, it doesn't concern you. You just have to stand aside. Alicia was at a loss for words after Sheila's jab hit home. Her ultimate idol, whom she had adored in both lives, had turned out to be her own cousin. She couldn't even articulate the mixed feelings inside her. If he weren't her cousin, given her current status, she might have had a chance to pursue him and play out a prince and princess romance. Unfortunately, there was never any opportunity from the very beginning. Wait, there is still a chance. If she wanted a prince, there was also the second prince, who at least had no blood relation within 6 generations and was a distant cousin 5,000 miles away. Alicia suddenly had a light bulb moment, as if her mind had been poisoned, and thought of this scenario. Alicia looked at the video of Hebrew Adam standing side by side with the eldest prince, and she noticed that he was even slightly taller than the eldest prince, although he was still under 20 and technically a minor. I've forgotten what age I set for adulthood earlier, and I can't find it, so I'll clarify here. In this world, both men and women come of age at 20. His handsome face no longer showed any signs of boyishness. Instead, he appeared calm and composed, and his demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of the eldest prince. As the eldest prince, Xiahayadam was the first in line to the throne and had already grasped real power. It was no surprise that he was the first to speak, and the discussion revolved around him. The eldest prince's voice was steady and powerful, perfectly matching his image. His speaking style was formal and official, yet it conveyed a sense of stability and reliability. During his speech, the eldest prince solemnly acknowledged that most of the content in the scandalous posts was true. He also shared the information the empire had about the Yunkai people that could be disclosed. The eldest prince confirmed that there was substantial evidence of the Yunkai people planning to attack the Gumra Star region. To avoid causing panic among the populace, the empire had chosen to keep this event under wraps. Initially, they had planned to disclose this information to the public after all their preparations were complete. However, since it had been leaked prematurely, the empire was forced to revise the public announcement date. Upon hearing the eldest prince confirm the existence of the Yunkai threat, the crowd at the live event displayed serious expressions. This was indeed a heavy matter, and even those who were psychologically prepared felt a weight in their hearts. Even those like Alicia, who already knew the inside story, felt serious and heavy-hearted after hearing the eldest prince's speech. However, the audience present did not show any signs of panic or anger due to the empire's previous concealment. Instead, they accepted this shocking event with a surprisingly calm attitude. Chapter 237, Political Insight. The content and style of the second Prince Hebrew Adam's speech differed from that of the eldest prince, Xiahayadam. Hebrew Adam's speech focused on how the empire had been preparing for future interstellar wars, how the military had been diligently training, and the significant efforts the Gus Empire had made over the past few years to expand its space forces. At the end of his speech, Hebrew Adam made a passionate appeal, urging the citizens, now aware of the situation, to unite and work together to strengthen the nation's power. He encouraged practitioners with a cultivation level above 5 to join the military and help increase the numbers of the space forces capable of fighting against alien invaders. In contrast to the eldest prince's mature, calm, and confident speech, the young second prince's address was filled with passion and hope. We must train hard. If aliens dare to invade us, we will crush them and not allow them to step on even an inch of our land. We won't be cowards. We will fight to the end. Alicia watched intently. This was a Hebrew Adam she had never seen before. Though still young, he stood on the stage with a commanding presence. While the speech may have been written by someone else for him to read, the tone, delivery, expression, and ability to stir the crowd were entirely Hebrew Adam's own spontaneous performance. It was clear that after Hebrew Adam finished speaking, the audience, who had previously been somber, gained an added sense of determination. Hebrew Adam's speech clearly gave the audience some confidence and a clear direction to work toward. Hebrew has truly grown into someone capable of handling things on his own. He's developed quickly over these past few years, Huadeli remarked. Looking at the current situation, it seems like cousin Xiahai is planning to gradually let Hebrew take over the military authority of the Gus Empire. D. Natchison commented. Given Hebrew's current reputation and cultivation level, though he's still a bit lacking in strength, there's no one more suitable than him. Cousin Xiahai aims to become the supreme commander of the interstellar forces, so he won't have much time to focus on the Gus Empire's military. However, the military power of the Gus Empire is crucial. If Hebrew can take control, when war breaks out, the two brothers will be able to lead the Gus Empire's military without internal conflicts, providing maximum support to cousin Xiahai. Huadeli analyzed in detail. Alicia could tell that Huadeli's rare, In-depth analysis was meant for her. Given her background, political matters would typically be her weakness, and Huadeli seemed to be trying to teach her. Dean Acheson also chimed in to support Huadeli's points. Alicia couldn't help but take notice. Huadeli, the original male protagonist, clearly had a sharp grasp of political matters, and despite Dean Acheson's usual chatter, his political acumen was just as impressive. The two cousins' analysis was spot on. How did the Crown Prince orchestrate the Cloudbreaker incident leak to achieve a multifaceted result? Alicia, thanks to her prophetic advantage from the novel, could see the Crown Prince's step-by-step plan. However, her cousins understood it even more clearly than she did. Even though they're still in school now, once they join the military, with more experience and higher positions, and given that they are both elite heirs specially trained by prominent families, their political insights will only deepen. No wonder, in the novel, these two cousins achieved such high ranks in the military at such a young age. Especially Huadeli, who was valued by the Crown Prince not just because he came from the Crown Prince's maternal family, but also because of his own excellence. Sheila and Tamaki Kezia had no access to the Crown Prince, so they certainly wouldn't understand things at this level. Normally, Huadeli and the others wouldn't openly analyze such matters in front of them, but since they were doing so now, both listened intently. Mina Ollie's family background should allow her some exposure to these topics, but Alicia noticed that her understanding of the boys' discussion was far less than Tamaki Kezia's. Alicia thought that Mina Ollie's political awareness might not be very high, and Sheila seemed more perceptive in comparison. The people of the Gus Empire had never seen the two princes hold a press conference together. Before it began, there was a sense of excitement. However, after the prince's speeches, that excitement completely vanished, leaving everyone who watched the event feeling heavy-hearted. Reporters at the scene were not in the mood to ask about any gossip. Instead, they focused on questions surrounding the Empire's preparations for the war, the technological and combat capabilities of the Yonkais compared to the Gus Empire, and how confident the Gus military was in the upcoming conflict. However, when the Crown Prince stated that such details could not be disclosed to avoid being intercepted by Yonkai's spies, the reporters refrained from pressing further. After all, this was a matter of human survival. If information were to leak, it could turn someone into a traitor to humanity. Without these questions, there was little else to discuss. Consequently, the unprecedented press conference ended in under half an hour, amid a heavy atmosphere. After the Gus Empire officially confirmed that the Yonkais, whose native star regions had been mostly destroyed, would arrive with their main force in 5 years to compete with humanity for habitable planets in the Gumra star region, other nations followed suit and publicly acknowledged this as well. This sparked a storm on the web, with countless posts discussing the matter. In some countries and regions where governments lacked sufficient control or guidance, widespread public panic led to riots, which in turn triggered further unrest. Even the Vera Federation experienced some unrest, but the government quickly suppressed it, preventing a larger upheaval. In comparison, while the citizens of the Gus Empire couldn't avoid various negative reactions, there was still hope for the nation. Despite some extreme language on the web, no real-world unrest occurred. Alicia and Huadeli huddled together, browsing popular forums from other countries on the internet, sharing interesting viewpoints with each other. When they found a thought-provoking post, Huadeli would carefully explain the key points to Alicia, who felt she was learning a lot. Huadeli was also pleased, noticing that his sister truly shared his political insight. Her sensitivity to these matters was high, requiring only a little guidance from him to grasp things clearly, unlike Mina Ollie, who sometimes needed detailed explanations to understand. "Brother, do you often check trending news online?" Alicia asked while browsing through the news. Alicia was multitasking, searching for useful information while noticing that no matter the country, all gossip involving her had completely disappeared from the trending topics. "I check it at regular intervals," Huadeli replied. "That way, I can stay updated on world and national events and policy changes. Some changes might have a direct impact on us, and staying informed helps us be prepared." Chapter 238, The First Line of Defense. On the third morning of her return to the Huada family for the holidays, Alicia finally met Huadeki and Huadu. To her surprise, the uncle and nephew personally came to Alicia's small courtyard, and the robot butler rushed to call Alicia out from the training room. "This robot butler is an 11th generation model, right?" Huadu asked as he looked at it. He had heard from his wife that their daughter wanted to dismantle the robot butler at home to inspect it, and upon seeing this one, he guessed that his daughter wanted to modify it. The latest models of robot butlers were already in their 13th generation, while his daughter's 11th generation model was more than 20 years old. "Do you want to replace it with a new one?" Huadu asked. "No need. This robot butler has been with me for over 10 years, and I'm already very used to it. Its exterior hasn't changed, but I've replaced the interior components. Its performance is not inferior to a 12th generation model." Alicia immediately shook her head. "I just want to take a look at the interior of the 13th generation. I'll give you the access permissions. Do whatever you think is best," Huadu said, not dwelling on the matter. To him, This was a small thing, and as long as his daughter liked it, that was enough. My daughter is a level 6 armor craftsman, so I'm not worried about her being unable to reassemble it after taking it apart. Alicia was naturally very happy. Huadu's level of trust in her was quite high, allowing her to handle something as important as the robot butler and letting her do as she pleased. Do you like this courtyard? Your treatment here is even better than your brother's. The decor here was arranged entirely by your father and mother, Huadeki said with a smile. It's great, just how I like it. Alicia responded honestly. She truly meant it. As long as you like it. Huadu and Huadeki were both pleased. The uncle and nephew sat down in the living room, clearly intending to have a long conversation with her. Alicia wasn't surprised at all. If they didn't have something important to discuss with her, these two busy men would likely have been caught up in their work today as usual. After all, the issue with the Yunkai aliens was still stirring up debate across the internet, and public opinion was constantly shifting. Alicia, do you still firmly intend to return to Topaz Star? Huadu asked. Alicia nodded firmly. You should know that our Huada family controls the 3rd Legion. The current Legion commander is your uncle, and the 3rd Legion is responsible for the defense of 2nd-tier star regions. Topaz Star, however, falls under the jurisdiction of the 7th Legion, and the commander of the 7th Legion is the head of the Billy family, Huadeki explained. Alicia noticed a strange tone when Huadeki mentioned the Beery family, as if there was some hidden meaning. She glanced at him, wondering what he was implying. She recalled Hebrew Adam and Brittany Beery. Since Huadeki was in charge of the Security Bureau and controlled the network, he had likely seen the rumors about her. He was also probably aware that Queen Amber valued Brittany Beery, but the current executive commander of Topaz Star is my Uncle Lin. He holds both military and political power over the planet, and he's directly under the command of Cousin Xihai. The 7th Legion doesn't have authority over Topaz Star, Alicia replied. She wasn't ignorant of the situation on Topaz Star. Alicia had a strong dislike for the 7th Legion. Although she couldn't remember the name of the 7th Legion's commander, she recalled from the novel that the 7th Legion was plagued by nepotism, lacked unity, and was rife with internal conflict. In the novel, after Topaz Star was ambushed by the Yunkai aliens, Lin Chengfeng issued an urgent call for reinforcements. The 7th Legion headquarters received the distress signal but didn't take it seriously. They were slow to verify the information, and by the time they realized the severity of the situation, Topaz Star had been completely wiped out, with the entire planet destroyed. Only then did they panic and scramble to respond. Then, various attempts were made to shirk responsibility and save themselves, leading to the first line of defense against the Yunkai aliens collapsing almost without resistance. In the first battle against the Yunkai aliens, humanity suffered a crushing defeat with excessively heavy casualties, and even the planet was destroyed. This had a significantly negative impact on the subsequent war efforts. Alicia didn't expect that the commander of the 7th Legion would be from the Beery family. No wonder the novel referred to the second prince's wife's family using the phrase golden jade on the outside, rotten in the middle. To defeat the Yunkai aliens with minimal cost, the first line of defense was crucial. Alicia did not believe that the reborn First Prince would allow the 7th Legion to remain as it was in his past life, unable to act against them for a while, and would instead take direct control of the military power on Topaz Star. Alicia suspected that the First Prince's desire to obtain the position of Supreme Commander of the wartime Human Alliance was to pull the Human Alliance army to Topaz Star before the war began, intercepting the Yunkai aliens outside the Gumra Star region and minimizing the losses for the Gus Empire as much as possible. Manny, there's something we must tell you, Huadu said with a serious expression. Alicia's heart tightened. What could it be that made them so serious? This morning, King Adam and His Highness the First Prince personally called our ancestor, hoping to arrange your engagement with the second prince, Hebrew Adam, Huadu said seriously to Alicia. Alicia was taken aback. She didn't expect Hebrew Adam to take such action. By doing this, Hebrew Adam's actions, gaining the approval of their elders in front of everyone, demonstrated the utmost respect and value he placed on her. After all, there was a complex relationship between Hebrew Adam and Alicia, involving the First Prince and Queen Amber, which outsiders were unaware of, and the Huada family was completely aligned with the First Prince's side. Had Alicia had any sense, she would never have secretly formed a bond with Hebrew Adam. Only by having King Adam and the First Prince intervene could they have any chance of being together. Of course, to gain the approval of the elders, Hebrew Adam must have made considerable efforts and undergone tests for this matter to come to her attention. It's clear that Hebrew Adam's intentions are sincere, considering the obstacles he had to overcome to lay everything out in front of her. What does the ancestor mean? What do you mean? What does Cousin Xihai mean? Alicia asked directly. Her attitude made Huadeki's eyes flash with satisfaction. This girl was indeed very intelligent and calm, and it seemed she wouldn't be swayed by her feelings. It's all up to you, We don't intend to force you into a marriage. It's all about whether you like him. As long as you're happy and that boy has decent character and capability, your father won't oppose it. Your brother's marriage was also his own agreement. We have a prior arrangement with the Ollie family. If the two children don't get along after reaching adulthood, the engagement will be annulled, Huadu said seriously. Upon hearing this from Huadu, Alicia undoubtedly felt good about it. Hebrew Adam has such a special status. I'm concerned about whether this will affect the family. What if I agree? Alicia asked directly again. Regardless of whether you agree or not, it will definitely have an impact on the family, and both positive and negative, Huadeki admitted. After all, our Huada family and the Amber family have been in opposition for many years, and they support the second prince. Many of the influences involved aren't something that can be clarified in a short time, and we also don't know how far the second prince would go for you. Chapter 239. Shocked by the proposal. What does cousin Xiahai truly think? Did cousin speak to him privately? Alicia asked again. In this matter, the Crown Prince's attitude was crucial. Although it was King Adam and the Crown Prince who proposed to the family elder, it was clear that King Adam made the decision, and the Crown Prince's stance was still uncertain. Huadeki smiled and nodded. When King Adam made the proposal, he immediately thought of this question. He was impressed by how sharp his younger cousin was. Going straight to the heart of the matter, your cousin Xiahai asked me to tell you that whether you accept or not, you should follow your heart. The fact that he put both of you in training together means he had already considered this possibility. Huadeki said. Alicia was both surprised and not entirely so. The fact that she had come this far owed a great deal to the Crown Prince's guidance and arrangements. After realizing yesterday that Hebrew Adam had developed feelings for her during their time together, Alicia had begun to suspect something. If the Crown Prince had intentionally put a young man and woman together in challenging circumstances, it was no surprise that feelings could develop. She wondered if the Crown Prince hoped that by having her and Hebrew Adam join forces, it might reduce the influence of Queen Amber on him, thus tying Hebrew Adam more closely to the Crown Prince's camp, ensuring the brothers' unity. Alicia certainly didn't like being manipulated, nor did she want to be forced into anything, even by her esteemed Crown Prince. However, the fact that the Crown Prince had specifically asked her cousin to tell her to follow her own will, giving her the decision-making power, left Alicia feeling more at ease. She would not treat her marriage as some kind of transaction. What do you think, Alicia? Huadu asked. Since King Adam himself had stepped in, Alicia knew she'd have to give an answer. She figured the family elder was also waiting on her reply. Alicia felt a pounding in her head. Although she appeared calm on the surface, her thoughts were actually quite scattered. I've never thought about dating before, so I have no mental preparation for it. Right now, I really can't make the right choice, but I will only marry someone I truly want to be with. Otherwise, I'd rather not marry at all, Alicia said honestly. Huadeki gave his younger cousin a look of approval. She was a smart kid. Whether she agreed to or declined the engagement with the second prince, stalling for time was indeed the best approach. All right then, we'll tell them you've never considered this before and need time to think it over, Huadu said, clearly pleased. Seeing his daughter still unaffected by such matters reassured him. After just reuniting with her, the thought of having her promise to someone else wasn't appealing. Setting aside the various complications, Hebrew Adam was indeed an excellent match, and it would be a shame to miss out on someone like him. But since his daughter was still young and hadn't developed feelings yet, this was actually ideal. If Hebrew Adam wanted to marry his daughter, he'd have to make the effort and win her over. It wouldn't be so easy to just propose and be accepted. Huadeki was also pleased with this outcome. I'll go tell the elder in a bit that our girl hasn't made up her mind and can't make a decision yet. What about Queen Amber? Does she know about this? Alicia asked. As far as I know, Queen Amber has her eye on Brittany Beery. Lots of people in our battle guild know this, and some even assume Brittany will be the future consort of the second prince. Alicia rolled her eyes. Brittany Beery's attitude practically screamed that she was already the guild master's wife. Although she didn't dare act out around Alicia's elite circle, she often put on a big leader act in front of other guild members. Alicia finally understood Brittany's subtle hostility toward her, especially those glances Brittany would exchange with Hebrew Adam, looking at Alicia as if she already had the upper hand. Only now did Alicia piece together what was really going on. Xiahai said it was Hebrew who persuaded King Adam and him to propose on his behalf. Hebrew assured them he had Queen Amber's support. Huadeki explained. This was something Huadeki admired about Hebrew Adam. He was decisive and took responsibility, but it also revealed Hebrew's weakness. After all, Queen Amber had wronged Alicia in the past, and they found it hard to accept this arrangement without some reluctance. After reaching an agreement about the proposal matter, Huadu spoke seriously. Manny, since you prefer going to Topaz Star rather than joining the 3rd Legion, and as your father, I don't want you to be unhappy. We'll go with your choice. If things change in the future, we can adjust accordingly. Alicia had expected she'd need to argue quite a bit, As the Huada family had always been somewhat resistant to her returning to Topaz Star, she hadn't anticipated that Huada would prioritize her wishes, and she felt genuinely moved. She'd always sensed that Huada's affection for her held a slight element of utilitarianism, unlike the pure love from Lake Siamba. Yet, as a prominent man from a distinguished family, Huada was truly considerate of his daughter, at least not making her sacrifice her happiness for family interests. Alicia felt a surge of emotion that was hard to express. Huada, keenly aware of her feelings, had long felt a little envious of his daughter's natural closeness with her mother and the slight reserve she showed toward him. Seeing her finally trust in his fatherly love filled him with joy. Manny, in our Huada family, each direct line elite child receives a special gift after turning 18. Since you were previously on a remote star, we had to postpone it, Huada said, passing a set of documents to Alicia. You should memorize these profiles. You'll meet them on Skynet later, and they'll all be part of your network. At first, Alicia didn't fully understand, but as she reviewed the profiles, her excitement grew. This was the best resource one could get as a member of a powerful family. The profiles detailed information on 30 individuals, covering a wide range of fields. If these people were indeed to become her future network, then her return to the Huada family meant more than just gaining wealth and status. It meant acquiring these 30 talented individuals who would work under her. With these people, she wouldn't be operating alone anymore. She'd have a team with connections across multiple industries. Of course, resources like this don't come for free. If someone isn't competent enough, they wouldn't be able to keep such a team together even if they inherited it. The family had already made a substantial investment in developing these connections, and they wouldn't support them further after passing them on to her. To maintain this network, she'd need to cover an annual salary of about $800,000. If she hadn't recently gained wealth and ongoing income, she wouldn't have dared to take on such a team. If she couldn't afford it and had to hand these contacts back to the family, it would reflect poorly on her ability. These 30 individuals were handpicked for you by your cousin Chi. 5 of them are currently on Topaz Star and are highly loyal, but remember, there's no absolute loyalty. People can change. You'll need to be mindful of this going forward. Huada said. I understand, Alicia replied. As someone with combat experience who'd faced enemies on the battlefield, she was anything but naive. She was already considering her next steps. Although these people were trained by the Huada family, once they were assigned to her, they'd be under her command. She'd have to find ways to secure loyalty and keep them close. Chapter 240, Returning to Campus. As Alicia and Huada got out of the car at the flying vehicle lot of Xuangu First Military Academy, a school security team quickly approached to conduct a check. Leading the team was a guard captain familiar to Alicia. He had once accompanied her elite class on a mission to a desolate star 3 years ago. Back on campus. Are you, Miss Ruo? The stoic guard actually greeted her, breaking his usual silence. Yes. If I didn't come back soon, I'd be graduating without realizing it, Alicia replied with a touch of nostalgia. If it were based solely on your skills, you should have graduated 2 years ago, the captain remarked. But the school doesn't just teach us to grow our power, it teaches us to grow our minds, Alicia replied thoughtfully. After spending so much time wandering around off-campus, she still hadn't completed all her cultural credits. Just as she finished saying this, she spotted Hebrew Adam standing at the exit of the vehicle lot. Was he waiting specifically for her? Student Adam has been waiting for a while, the guard captain commented, his expression suggesting that he'd likely read some of the rumors. This was the first time Alicia had seen Hebrew Adam in person since he'd asked his father and brother to formally propose on his behalf the day before. She hadn't expected much awkwardness, just a little, considering they'd been through so much as partners and had only been apart for 3 days. But to her surprise, having never dated in either of her 2 lives, she was momentarily flustered by Hebrew Adam's sudden appearance and felt slightly embarrassed under the captain's teasing gaze. When Alicia turned back, she realized that Hebrew Adam had been staring at her the whole time, and her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Alicia estimated that the blush on her face was impossible to hide, especially since Hebrew Adam was looking directly at her, making her feel even hotter. Fortunately, Huada was there. He wouldn't allow Hebrew Adam to stare at his sister like that. Huada stepped forward, positioning himself between his sister and Hebrew Adam. Blocking Hebrew Adam's gaze, he casually said to Alicia, "Let's go. If we're late, don't think that just because you haven't been back to school for 3 years, Instructor Dudley will let you off the hook." Remembering that stern-faced instructor, Alicia realized time was indeed running out, and the embarrassment faded from her mind. Even through the Sky Network, Instructor Dudley could set up a mountain of training tasks that would be grueling for both her and Hebrew Adam. Now that he was right in front of her, it would be even more intense. After 3 years, stepping back into Xuangu First Military Academy, Alicia didn't have much interest in looking around since Hebrew Adam was walking casually beside her. Perhaps because they had gained fame as substitute players in the Youth Elite competition, Alicia and Hebrew Adam hadn't appeared at Xuangu First Military Academy for several years, yet almost no one didn't recognize them. As a result, Alicia and Hebrew walked into the campus like superstars, and the military students looked at them with admiration. Those closer to them seized the opportunity to greet them, saying, "Hello, senior." Hebrew had a faint smile on his face, exuding an air of aloofness that perfectly matched his princely demeanor. In contrast, Alicia smiled brightly and radiated warmth, fully aware that these were their juniors, and some of them could potentially become talents she could recruit for Topaz Star. Amidst the glamorous reception, they finally arrived at their classroom. Alicia rubbed her face, which had been smiling a bit stiffly, and momentarily forgot the awkwardness between her and Hebrew. She quietly said to him, "After 3 years away, we come back to find we've become celebrities." Hebrew looked at Alicia with a smile in his eyes and said meaningfully in a low voice, "Remember when you first arrived at Xuangu First Military Academy? What about it? How was I back then?" Alicia couldn't help but glare at him, knowing exactly what he was hinting at. "Oh, nothing much. You were really sensitive about people saying you weren't tall enough, yet you tried to pretend not to care, which was just adorable." Hebrew laughed. "He actually said it." Alicia shot him an annoyed glare before turning and quickly walking into the classroom, sitting down next to Sheila and ignoring Damaki Kazia's gaze. Back then, she didn't know if it was because of her sharp tongue, but after the elite class discovered that she was a bit sensitive about being called short, they made jokes about it for quite a while. Fortunately, after the island training in her first year, she wasn't sure if it was the result of the potion brought by Dr. Xia, but she had been happily growing taller every year since. Now, she had already surpassed Sheila in height and was almost as tall as Mina Oli. However, she still couldn't compare to boys like Hebrew and Huadeli, and she remained just about at their chin level. Speaking of which, the person who teased her about being short the most back then was Sheila. As a result, she and Mina Oli had grown quite a bit taller over the past few years. While Sheila was left jumping in place, it seems like those who laugh last are the best off, right? Although she hadn't been back to school for 3 years, there wasn't any sense of strangeness with her friends. When they met in the classroom, there wasn't much emotional impact. They simply sighed a few times before discussing the public's reactions to the prince's press conference yesterday. Sheila and Mina Oli listened in with varying degrees of engagement, their glances at Alicia filled with gossip and meaning. Alicia strongly suspected that these two were well informed and likely knew about the rumors circulating on the internet from other countries a few days ago. "Want me to kindly share a piece of hot news with you?" Sheila winked playfully at Alicia. Alicia politely declined. "No, I feel like you're up to no good. And as for those flirtatious eyes of yours, you might as well save them for Tamaki." "I don't think I can handle it." Alicia pretended to smooth her arm, saying, "That's too scary." Sheila immediately dropped her intentionally sweet and playful smile, pinching Alicia hard and revealing a mischievous grin. "Do you know, Queen Amber hosted a small banquet in the palace yesterday afternoon, inviting the noblewoman from the top 10 prominent families. The matriarch of your Huada family was also present, and it's said that Lady Beery had a dark expression the entire time," Sheila said, blinking her eyes and grinning even more wickedly. Alicia felt a bad premonition and stared blankly at Sheila. After having her fun, Sheila leaned closer to Alicia's ear and whispered, "It's said that at the banquet, Queen Amber praised you highly in front of the matriarch of the Huada family, then mentioned how the second prince has been paired with you for a long time and that feelings have developed over time. She hopes you'll agree to get engaged to the second prince soon." "You wouldn't know, but for the past 2 years, the Beery family has been shamelessly spreading rumors that Queen Amber favors Brittany Beery, so yesterday, in front of all those noblewomen, the Queen expressed her hope to marry you into her family." Lady Beery didn't say a word, but her face was so dark. "I wonder how Brittany Beery will feel being so proud in our guild from now on." Sheila laughed joyfully, relishing the gossip. Chapter 241, Valuable Experience. Hearing what Sheila said about Queen Amber's actions yesterday afternoon, Alicia felt a bit dizzy. It seemed that the noble families in the imperial capital now thought she was the future second princess. The crown prince said that Hebrew had already smoothed things over with Queen Amber, convincing her to agree to his marriage with the person he liked. But unexpectedly, Queen Amber was quick to act. In the morning, King Adam proposed to the Huada family, and by the afternoon, she made her stance known. Were this couple not supposed to have a bad relationship? How did they coordinate so seamlessly? Although Queen Amber's actions could avoid others saying that Alicia was snatching Brittany Beery's engagement, hadn't Queen Amber specifically emphasized the notion of developing feelings over time? If it weren't for this, given the Beery family style, they would likely send someone to spread rumors about love being stolen, trying to pressure Alicia into distancing herself from the second prince in a proud and aloof manner. Alicia couldn't help but glance back at Hebrew Adam, who was talking to Huadeli, surrounded by their friends. The two were speaking loudly enough for her to hear that they were discussing the topic of the Yonkais. Everyone's expressions were not good. Whenever this issue came up, no one was happy, especially since they knew more details and felt even heavier in their hearts. In the days leading up to their return to the imperial capital, she and he had trained together every day, and she hadn't noticed anything unusual about him. But now that they were back in the imperial capital, He was making such a big move, she had no idea what he was thinking. However, this arrangement was actually most beneficial for her. She didn't know whether it was Hebrew Adam's idea or the Crown Prince's. The second prince seemed to sense her gaze and turned to look at her. Just before their eyes met, Alicia quickly averted her gaze. This person was more formidable than she had realized. Alicia instinctively felt she wouldn't be his match and could only passively avoid him as much as possible. I haven't agreed to anything. I'm not ready for that now. Alicia felt compelled to voice her opinion, or else her friends might think she and Hebrew Adam were already engaged. Don't be naive. The king and queen have both stepped in. Do you think you can just walk away? Not to mention them, but even the president's personality makes it strange that he's letting you take it so slowly, Sheila said disdainfully as she looked at Alicia. Alicia wanted to pinch her. Why did she have to say such hurtful things? Unfortunately, at that moment, Instructor Lee walked into the classroom. Seeing Alicia and Hebrew Adam, Instructor Lee smiled warmly. Welcome back, students. Alicia and Hebrew Adam stood up and saluted him. In fact, the teacher-student relationship wasn't unfamiliar, as the two of them had never stopped studying their cultural courses over the past 3 years. Instructor Lee was also not one to go easy. The study assignments he gave them were quite demanding. In short, while they were on the wasteland, every day after training, they had to lay on their desks and do their homework. Aside from sleeping, they had absolutely no personal time. In the 2 or 3 months before graduation, Xiuangu First Military Academy would conduct an intensive cultural course study for graduates. This was because their second and third years were mostly spent gaining experience outside, so these months would focus mainly on cultural subjects. These cultural courses were not ordinary. The elite class studied all aspects of being a commander for their group. This knowledge was extremely important given the qualifications, cultivation, and status of the elite class, along with the merits they each possessed to varying degrees. It was inevitable that they would not start from the lowest ranks in the military. At the very least, they would begin as sergeants, and their advancement would be faster than that of others. Individuals like Hebrew Adam and Alicia, who had undertaken numerous missions, had accumulated enough merit points to be promoted to second lieutenants. The entire day was filled with an intense, storm-like pace of instruction. No one in the elite class dared to lose focus, as the material they were learning could not be copied down. It had to be memorized and then pondered over in detail after class. This knowledge was something they could not learn outside. It was a summary of experiences shared by those who graduated from Xiuangu First Military Academy and became generals. It was incredibly valuable and could be considered the Academy's most precious legacy. These generals were willing to pass on their valuable experiences to their younger peers, but that didn't mean they wanted this information to spread beyond the Academy. So in class, you learned as much as you could. If you didn't grasp it, that was your own loss. Even at Xiuangu First Military Academy, only students in the elite and honors classes could study this material, and the content differed between the two levels. The elite class covered more detailed and extensive topics, resulting in a substantial amount of knowledge. Fortunately, all members of the elite class were top-tier scholars. Although Instructor Lee covered a lot of material, they all memorized it thoroughly. By the end of the afternoon, Instructor Lee announced that the following day's lesson would involve simulated tactical battles, allowing them to apply and integrate this knowledge. To be honest, sitting at the desk all day felt even more draining than undergoing devilish training, and they felt as if their bones were rusting. As soon as class was over, they all headed to their team training facility. Walking along this familiar path on campus, Alicia couldn't help but sigh. It feels like I just entered school not long ago, and now I'm already graduating. Well, that's what happens when you're away for so long. Your total time spent at school is less than a year. You didn't just come in and then leave right away, Sheila replied. If you want to come back to school for a visit in the future, I'll arrange it, Hebrew Adam said. Alicia didn't doubt Hebrew Adam's abilities, but why did he have to speak so softly? It didn't match his image at all, and her friend's ambiguous looks were hard to handle. Alicia wanted to give Hebrew Adam a glare, urging him to speak normally. However, she figured that if she said that out loud, her friends would only find it more amusing. Well, I'd like to thank His Highness in advance, Alicia said earnestly. Deep down, she was relieved that even though she still felt a bit awkward around Hebrew Adam, she could now appear calm and natural on the surface. At least she wouldn't blush like she did when she first saw him that morning. Otherwise, her friends would have laughed their heads off. Hebrew Adam probably noticed Alicia's embarrassment and chose not to say anything. Walking quietly beside her, Sheila really wanted to get close to Umani, but she was held back by Damaki Kezia, so she had to walk obediently behind. During the time that Hebrew Adam and Alicia were away, the captain of Team Adam was Dean Atchison, with Sue 43 as the vice captain. Although Hebrew Adam and Alicia had returned, they were already facing graduation. From now on, they would stay at school and wouldn't go out for training or participate in any competitions, so they wouldn't be reassigned to different teams. Dean Atchison was eager to spar with Hebrew Adam, but he wasn't foolish enough to charge in alone. Instead, he proposed a 4-on-1 match. Chapter 242, I want to be with you. Sheila sat next to Alicia, having just practiced with her. However, after less than 20 moves, Alicia had effortlessly defeated her, leaving no chance for Sheila to fight back. The difference in their combat abilities was too significant, making the sparring session uninteresting, so they stopped. Now, the two sat outside the training room, watching Hebrew Adam take on 4 opponents. As expected, Hebrew Adam's combat power was exceptional. He showed no signs of losing despite facing 4 at once. However, upon closer inspection, he didn't seem entirely at ease either. The president is much stronger than before. Back then, we could communicate with him. Now, if it's one-on-one, he'd just wipe us out in seconds. Sheila commented admiringly after watching for a while. The others have actually made great progress too. No need to mention Dean, even Tamaki has improved significantly. Just look at how he fights. His combat awareness is really strong now. It would be best to have the president spar with him and Su-43 more often. They should be able to break through to level 5 warriors soon, Alicia said. This was the truth. Initially, Tamaki Kazia's cultivation level was lower than Su-43's, but now it seemed they were on par. Could it be because of you being a distraction? Alicia shot a sideways glance at Sheila, imagining a plot in which a poor boy strives to marry a wealthy young lady, working hard to achieve his goals. What distraction? It's called ambition. Okay. Sheila's face turned slightly red. Hebrew Adam seemed to appreciate Tamaki Kazia's tremendous progress, so he was more attentive toward him, and Tamaki was enjoying the fight immensely. Sheila watched with a pained expression, while Alicia clicked her tongue twice. Is it really necessary? You know that getting hit now means you'll get hit less on the battlefield. You say it lightly, but it's not your royal prince who's taking the hits. Sheila shot Alicia an eye roll. Alicia smiled and didn't retort that he wasn't her royal prince. She knew saying they would just give Sheila a chance to tease her. Alicia, who's stronger overall between you and the president? Sheila asked curiously. The president is stronger, Alicia replied. She often practiced with Hebrew Adam, and she always lost unless they were solely competing in mental strength. Others only saw Hebrew Adam's martial prowess, unaware that his mental power level was also very high. Plus, all the Xuanwu techniques were refined and modified through his own interpretation. So once his techniques were perfected, he cultivated faster than Alicia. Originally, Hebrew Adam's overall combat power was already much higher than Alicia's, and with his faster progress in practicing Xuanwu techniques, there was no way she could compete with him. Alicia, I have something very important to tell you, Sheila suddenly said with a serious expression. Alicia had never seen Sheila look so serious before, so she guessed what Sheila was about to say was significant. Alicia straightened her posture. Go ahead, Alicia. I've thought it over. My merit points can at most push me to sergeant, but I don't want to go back to my family. I want to go to Topaz Star with you, Sra said earnestly. Alicia was quite surprised. You're serious? Sheila's current cultivation level had already reached the late stage of level 4. With the potential to advance to level 5 at any moment. Compared to the freakishly talented members of the elite class, she was still considered an exceptionally outstanding genius outside, especially in the Shehan family. No one from Sheila's previous 2 generations had better cultivation potential than her. The Shehan family would definitely not allow her to leave the family. The day before yesterday, I returned home, and my family head wanted me to marry into the Beery family. After I left, I had no intention of going back, Sheila said, frowning. Alicia was quite puzzled. Recently, she had been hearing a lot about the Beery family, and after listening to Sheila, she even felt like the Beery family was her nemesis. Alicia waited for Sheila to continue. For her to be determined to leave her family, there must be more to it than just this marriage arrangement. That man is over 200 years old, with countless mistresses and illegitimate children. It's said that he has a very violent temper. His previous wife couldn't stand it and thus divorced him, Sheila said with an expressionless face. Alicia frowned. A noble lady from a prestigious family held a very high status. No large family would use a girl like this. If they were to arrange a marriage, they would choose someone with comparable conditions. Otherwise, it would be a degradation of status. Moreover, someone as outstanding as Sheila, even if it was with the most elite direct descendants of the Beery family, she was more than qualified. Arranging such a marriage would be a humiliation for Sheila. Your family head must be foolish. What benefit does this bring to the Shehan family? Aren't they afraid of being ridiculed by others? Alicia found it hard to understand. That man is extremely wealthy, a direct descendant, and he was the one who took an interest in me first. If you agree to let me be with you, he probably won't just let it go, Sheila said with a blank expression. The Beery family wouldn't dare to provoke me, Alicia said confidently. After all, the Beery family had a long-standing feud with the Huada family, which was stronger than the Beery family. With the Huada family and the first prince supporting her on the Empire capital star, the Beery family wouldn't be able to intervene on Topaz Star. They couldn't do anything to her. And what about the Kazia family? Alicia thought of Tamaki Kazuya. After the head of the Sheehan family learned about my relationship with Tamaki, he started targeting the Kazuya family's business. Fortunately, the president managed to suppress it and then arranged for the Kazuya family to align with the first prince. Now even the Piri family wouldn't dare to openly target the Kazuya family, Sheila explained. When did this happen? Alicia was somewhat surprised. She hadn't heard Sheila mention it before. Last year, Sheila said in a flat tone. My stepmother had a baby brother, and the test results from 2 years ago showed that his cultivation potential is even better than mine. Alicia took a careful look at Sheila's expression and noticed that the previously obsessive hatred was no longer there, but the sadness in her eyes was unmistakable. Don't worry, Tamaki has already comforted me. I've come to terms with it, Sheila said calmly. So this guy, after having someone he cares about, won't darken anymore. You are welcome to follow me, but that is an outer rim planet, and it's not as good as you might imagine. Compared to the Empire capital star, it's really poor and backward. Moreover, it will be the first line of defense in interstellar warfare and will be the most dangerous place in the future. Alicia naturally wanted to make the risks clear first. If Sheila was willing to join her, Alicia would be very pleased. After all, a teammate who has shared both hardship and joy is more reliable than any stranger. Although she would have Uncle Lin's protection when she returned to Topaz Star, which would allow her to gain more resources than others, she still needed to build her own foundation. No one could help her with that. I know. I've looked into all of this. I'm not just making a rash decision, Sheila said seriously. Tamaki Kazuya will be coming with me, Sheila added. Chapter 243, With Heart and Intent. When Sheila Sheehan said that Tamaki Kazuya would also follow her, Alicia wasn't too surprised. Tamaki Kazuya's family is in business, and while they have made a large fortune, their wealth began with his father's generation, so they lack a deep foundation and connections in the military. An elite youth like him is actually someone that the big noble families would love to recruit. Alicia had initially thought that the Sheehan family would leverage Sheila's connections to bring this powerful rising star into their family. Who knew they would be so foolish as to not only fail to recruit him but also force him away, thereby losing 2 significant allies. I wholeheartedly welcome you and Tamaki's decision to follow me. Once you and Tamaki have discussed and decided, let me know the procedures, and I'll take care of it for you, Alicia said generously. Now that she was wealthy and had a capable team, Sheila glanced at Alicia. As someone who knew her very well, she could tell that Alicia now had a different kind of confidence. Thinking it through, she understood what was going on. Sheila smiled happily. It seems that the Huada family treats you very well. I really didn't misjudge you. Indeed, it's quite good. Just like Huadeli's treatment, Romani replied with a slight smirk. No comparison, no harm. Conversely, without comparison, one would not know their own worth. Compared to the Sheehan family, the Huada family treated her, their recently recognized disciple, far better than she could have imagined. No wonder the Huada family and the Sheehan family have both been in a state of having no successors for the past 180 years. Despite this, the Huada family has still managed to maintain its status and eventually produced 3 outstanding rising stars that helped the family out of its predicament. In contrast, the Sheehan family's current head is lacking in vision and capability, resulting in the family's strength and status declining repeatedly. Now, after so much effort, the family has finally produced a rising star, and it is likely that they will bring in another. Yet the head of the Sheehan family not only fails to make an effort to keep them but also wants to drive them away. Truly, it is a foolish and hopeless family. You have to wonder if your family head's brain is made of glue. How can someone with such a mindset be the head of a family? It can't be that everyone in the Sheehan family is worse than him, Alicia said, genuinely puzzled. His father was the previous head, and he has the highest cultivation level, so no one can suppress him. He might not be this foolish with others, but the family head's wife and my stepmother are cousins. My father is often away, so they have the final say in everything, Sheila Sheehan replied flatly. Moreover, with a stepmother comes a stepfather, and Sheila's father indeed does not value his daughter. Otherwise, the family head's wife would not dare to treat Sheila so dismissively. Alicia silently filled in the gaps in Sheila's statement in her mind. Soft-hearted and short-sighted. If you don't get a good family head, it seems that your Sheehan family will continue to decline, Alicia sneered. They can ensure that Sheila's half-brother will succeed. Even if his cultivation potential is slightly better than Sheila's, he still needs to grow and develop, while Sheila has already matured. Moreover, how could he be so lucky as to not only associate with the elite descendants of the 3 major families, the Huada, Atchison, and Oli families, but also be classmates with a prince? The Huada family truly lives up to its name. Even someone like you, who returned partway through, can receive treatment equivalent to that of an elite descendant. My instincts were right. I feel like following you will lead to greater achievements, Sheila said with a smile, her brows no longer shadowed by gloom. As long as you're mentally prepared for the change in identity, that is a must, Alicia warned in advance. With her, Sheila cannot act like a big shot. The big shot must be Alicia. Smart people don't need to name names, and Sheila immediately understood Alicia's meaning. Instead of responding with a smirk, she stood up and performed a very standard military salute. Yes, Commander, we have already made the mental preparation. Indeed, she is a woman who can be both flexible and resilient. Alicia was quite satisfied and pulled her back to sit beside her. Rest assured, if I eat meat, you will surely get the soup. Although Hebrew Adam is highly capable, his companions are no pushovers, especially Dean Acheson, who attacked him relentlessly as if he had taken stimulants. However, Adam couldn't hit too hard. As a result, in a 1-versus-4 match, they fought for over 2 hours, ultimately reaching a draw. Everyone stopped because they were exhausted. Hebrew Adam spent the whole day either being interrupted by Hwadeli or Dean Acheson, leaving him with no chance to talk to Alicia alone. He had originally hoped to see what Alicia was doing and if he could have a chat with her. However, after leaving the training room, he saw the two girls chatting happily and realized they hadn't even gone to train. When Hebrew Adam heard Alicia mention Topaz Star, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even though she had returned to the Hwada family and he had expressed his feelings, it still hadn't changed her mind about staying on the Imperial Capital Star. Yet his girl had never been one to crave vanity, willing to give up everything for status and power. Her heart had always been pure, unwavering in her ideals. What are you two talking about that's so amusing? Dean Acheson, who followed Hebrew Adam out, was the first to ask. Although Dean Acheson felt quite tired, he was also happy. The carefree sparring they had just done had been exhilarating, and the new cultivation technique seemed promising. He needed to quickly raise his mental energy level. Hebrew Adam watched as Dean Acheson deliberately positioned himself next to Alicia, blocking his way over to her, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It was clear that Dean was openly guarding against him, but what difference did it make? They were still in school. With surveillance cameras everywhere, he had no intention of doing anything inappropriate. He just wanted to have a conversation with Alicia. Given the grave mistakes made by his mother and Alicia's strong defenses, Hebrew Adam had been patient during their previous alone time together, waiting to slowly win his way into her heart. He certainly still had that patience now. If it weren't for Alicia wanting to go to the remote Topaz Star, and for his brother's plans that would keep him tied up for at least 3 years without being able to seek her out, he wouldn't be so eager to clarify his feelings now to prevent any other man from stepping in. Now that his feelings were already clear to the heads of both families, and after Alicia had come to understand his intentions, he found that instead of the rejection he had feared, she was slowly accepting him. Thus, he decided not to rush things any further. He knew that he had to be careful with her. He was afraid that pushing her too hard might lead to resistance and cause trouble. That night, everyone still rested in the training hall. Dean Acheson's personal lounge was right next to Alicia's, and the protective setup garnered admiring glances from the other teammates directed at Dean. Alicia, however, was quite happy about this arrangement because it meant she wouldn't have to face Hebrew Adam alone. Although she had never been in a relationship in either of her lives, the influence of movies had left its mark on her. In the past, she hadn't been straightforward about Hebrew Adam's self-restraint, but now she wasn't so sure anymore. Alicia felt that Hebrew Adam's gaze toward her now carried a sense of suppressed longing, which made her feel anxious. Chapter 244, Failed Attempt at Scheming. Before everyone went to sleep that night, Dean Acheson and Hwadeli both sent messages to Alicia, asking her to enter the War Realm at the same time as them. Alicia found it somewhat amusing yet warming. The two cousins clearly noticed that she was reluctant to face Hebrew Adam directly in private, so they were being very meticulous about their protective measures, ensuring that Hebrew Adam truly couldn't find an opportunity to speak with her alone. However, Hebrew Adam clearly understood her feelings and didn't try to pressure her. He didn't even send her any urgent messages. He only sent her one in the morning and another in the evening. "I'm very happy thinking about seeing you later," was his message from that morning. "Good night, my girl, see you in the War Realm," was the one he just sent. Alicia stared at these two messages for a while, unable to hide her face in embarrassment. How could this guy be so charming? His words weren't particularly sweet, yet they conveyed his feelings so clearly that she felt her resistance slowly fading. What should she do about it? At the time she had agreed upon with Hwadeli and Dean Acheson, Alicia entered the War Realm and found the two cousins already waiting for her in the hall. She looked around but didn't see Brittany Beery in the hall. This girl usually loved to wait for Hebrew Adam there, so why wasn't she around today after such a significant event yesterday? With these thoughts in mind, Alicia casually followed her cousins to their personal room. Today, she planned to help them repair and adjust their meshes. To her surprise, as soon as she entered, she saw a very ambiguous scene. Hebrew Adam was visibly impatient as he pushed away Brittany Beery, who was trying to throw herself at him, while Brittany, with tears streaming down her face, cried out, "Hebrew brother." No matter how you looked at it, the situation was quite melodramatic. The problem was that it wasn't the right setting for their flirtation. They shouldn't be behaving this way in his room. Dean Acheson asked displeasedly, "What are you two doing? How can you just barge in here?" Brittany Beery wiped her tears and asked angrily, Dean Acheson smirked slightly. This isn't Hebrew Adam's room. I don't believe you didn't know that. His words caused Brittany Beery's face to twist momentarily. I was originally favored by the Queen to be with the second prince, and you Wada family have no shame, barging in here as if you want to be the third party. Although there were still tears in Brittany Beery's eyes, the look she gave Alicia was filled with hatred. The one who's shameless is you. Even if my mother favored it, I never looked at you. Besides, I haven't seen you in 7 or 8 years. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to complain here? Hebrew Adam was furious. How dare she speak about Alicia like that? He didn't see any reason to show Brittany Beery any consideration. Did His Majesty the King also propose marriage to your Beery family on behalf of the second prince? Why hasn't a marriage been arranged? Alicia asked, not getting angry but simply smiling lightly. Brittany Beery didn't expect the reactions of these two to be completely different from what she had imagined. The country bumpkin didn't react with the expected stinginess or anger, instead revealing her foolish and uncultured side. However, what struck Brittany Beery the hardest was that the second prince was so unyielding towards her in front of this country bumpkin. She thought that since they had played together for quite some time as children, there was a bond between them and that Hebrew Adam liked her too. She believed that King Adam had bypassed Hebrew Adam to arrange for this country bumpkin instead, and that Queen Amber had changed her mind because the Wada family was stronger than the Beery family. Brittany Beery never considered that Hebrew Adam would be siding with this country bumpkin. Hebrew brother, weren't we really good friends before? The Queen has always said that we are a perfect match, Brittany Beery said with great sadness. Hebrew Adam felt both anxious and angry. This woman was entangling him in the battlefield, and he planned to make things clear to her so that she would keep her distance and avoid any unnecessary rumors that might lead to misunderstandings for Alicia. However, he couldn't say these things in public. He didn't want Alicia to think he had any ambiguity with Brittany Beery, so he decided to take her directly to Alicia's personal lounge. Before Manny arrived, this woman was still speaking nicely, but upon seeing Manny, she deliberately chose to say things that could easily lead to misunderstandings. Hebrew Adam wished he could knock this woman out immediately. He really didn't expect her heart to be so deep and cunning. Wow, you were only 7 or 8 years old then, and you were already thinking about getting married? How shameless. Do you really think we would believe such ridiculous things just because you say them? Stop dreaming. Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? Dean Acheson said disdainfully, as if they were fools who couldn't see through her tricks. Although Dean Acheson was quite displeased with Hebrew Adam for having his sights set on his cousin, he was well aware of Hebrew Adam's history over the past 7 or 8 years, having been friends with him. Moreover, while Queen Amber's attitude toward Brittany Beery was somewhat ambiguous, she had never publicly indicated a desire to arrange a marriage with the Beery family. Otherwise, given the Beery family's nature, it would have already been widely known throughout the empire. Most importantly, King Adam and cousin Xia publicly declared at a press conference last year that only girls whom Hebrew Adam liked would be considered for the position of second prince's consort. Hebrew Adam had been with them all these years and had always expressed his feelings for Alicia, before Brittany Beery joined the capital's top guild. Who remembered who she was? So who gave Brittany Beery the audacity to say such divisive things here, treating them as if they were stupid? Didn't she notice that even the cousin, the person involved, was watching her performance with a look of amusement? Hebrew Adam naturally noticed Alicia's attitude. He sighed with relief and darkly told Brittany Beery, I warn you, if I hear any negative rumors about the Wada family outside, I will hold the Beery family accountable for it. Now get lost. Brittany Beery definitely didn't expect that the 4 people she was facing were not ordinary adversaries. They weren't following her script at all. Aside from covering her face and pretending to cry, she had no other options left. Brittany Beery transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared. But Hebrew Adam's situation became quite awkward. You know, I was only 14 when my brother sent me away. She was just a childhood playmate. Hebrew Adam had to clarify. I understand. Huadeli nodded, not intentionally trying to embarrass Hebrew Adam. After all, he had also been one of Hebrew Adam's childhood playmates, so he was very aware of the situation. Moreover, given Hebrew Adam's character, he had the least respect for those who liked to deceive and play both sides. However, it's clear that the Beery family is unwilling to give up on you. You need to resolve this matter quickly. I don't want Manny to get into trouble and become a topic of gossip. Chapter 245, The Reason for the Setup. As Brittany Beery made her exit, the failed attempt at this forced setup finally came to an end. The 4 who had been unwillingly subjected to this spectacle were left at a loss for words on how to even react to Brittany Beery's behavior. She's supposed to be a core descendant from one of the top 10 families, not to mention a student in the elite class at Xuangu First Military Academy. How did she stoop so low? Dean Acheson looked bewildered, feeling a bit disillusioned with both Huadeli and Hebrew Adam already having someone in their hearts. He was the only one left single due to the alien incident. His parents wanted him to marry young, so he figured he wouldn't escape that fate once he came of age. But if noblewomen from prominent families were all like Brittany, Dean was ready to resist with everything he had. Has something happened with the Beery family? Huadeli glanced questioningly at Hebrew Adam. Huadeli was one of the few people, besides Hebrew Adam, familiar with Brittany Beery since she, too, was a childhood friend of his. For such a proud girl to act this way, it had to be more than just an infatuation with Hebrew Adam. Either she was deeply in love, or her family was in trouble and had pushed her into this behavior. Huadeli suspected the latter. Hebrew Adam nodded. My brother hinted at some issues. Apparently, there's been trouble within the military ranks. Although it's not yet time for a reckoning, it seems the Beery family has caught on to my brother's plans. Brittany has been clinging to me, and there's someone trying the same thing with my brother, but that woman can't even get close to him. So, you're obviously not handling things as well as cousin Xiahai, Dean Atchison said bluntly to Hebrew Adam. Atchison's words made Hebrew Adam immediately glance at Alicia nervously. Though he believed he hadn't done anything wrong, the repeated mention of his mother by Brittany made him uneasy. His biggest fear was that Alicia might reject him because of his mother's past actions. Hebrew Adam knew that Alicia had endured much hardship as a child because of his mother, so he feared that Brittany Beery's actions would only deepen Alicia's resentment towards her. Ignoring the others present, he walked up to Alicia and said, "Thank you for trusting me." Alicia resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Her intelligence wasn't lacking. She could easily see through Brittany Beery's little schemes. If there had truly been something between Hebrew Adam and Brittany, he would never have brought her to his private quarters unless he intended to sever all possibility of a future with Alicia. So, no matter how much Brittany tried to stir up trouble or how many suggestive things she said, without concrete proof, Alicia and the others wouldn't believe her. My brother was right. I really don't like people gossiping about this kind of thing. Alicia began, then realized she might have said too much. Dean Atchison and Huadeli didn't catch on immediately, but Hebrew Adam's eyes lit up, and he said softly, "I'll take care of it. I know exactly what to do." Only someone who wanted to be with him would worry about these rumors. If Alicia didn't care about being with him, she wouldn't mind what others might say. With his bright, joyful gaze fixed on her, Alicia felt her cheeks warming. She turned her head, only to feel Hebrew Adam's gentle hand briefly clasp hers. Before she could pull away, he had already released her hand. Bringing Brittany Beery into this situation and addressing it directly was, admittedly, exactly what Alicia had hoped Hebrew Adam would do. In the novel, Brittany Beery was the official match for the second prince, and even after their marriage, the novel's second prince still enjoyed flirting and being with other women. Although the current world and plot have diverged significantly from the novel, Brittany Beery was clearly clinging to Hebrew Adam, and it seemed he still had some consideration for her. What Alicia worried about most was the possibility that Hebrew Adam might be a philanderer. She didn't want to discover after an engagement that he had the novel's tendencies for romantic entanglements everywhere he went. Some people can make great friends or partners, but that doesn't necessarily mean they can be a good spouse. So, when Hebrew Adam was utterly unkind to Brittany Beery earlier, Alicia didn't see it as rude or lacking in manners. In fact, she thought he handled it well. In matters like this, there's no room for softness or leniency, as it can lead to future troubles. The next morning, after getting up, Alicia checked the trending news and found it still focused on the alien situation and public issues. Following Instructor Dudley's schedule, the elite class began with 2 hours of basic training before heading to class for a full day of lectures. Yesterday, many military academy students saw Alicia and Hebrew Adam on the grounds of Xuangu First Military Academy. Some even took photos of them together and posted them on the campus network. Thanks to Sheila's gossip, Alicia took a look and saw that the post had been trending all day, reaching the top spot on the campus forum. It seemed nearly every cadet knew their idols had been back for classes yesterday. So today, when students spotted Hebrew Adam and Alicia, they didn't rush over with excitement as they did before. Instead, they gazed at them in admiration and quietly moved on. After the junior elite competition, you and the president became our new campus idols, practically the top couple at Xuangu First Military Academy, Sheila said with a quiet laugh next to Alicia. We didn't even participate in the competition, Alicia replied, amused. It seems that as long as someone has enough skill, they can get famous just by being on the bench. That's because you two are both incredible prodigies. With such good looks and how naturally close you are, people can't help but ship you as a perfect match, Sheila explained. Honestly, even within our elite class, aside from your brother and cousin, everyone else pretty much assumed you two were together. Even before you left, the president was always extra attentive to you. Alicia laughed quietly, a bit speechless. She hadn't noticed any of that before. As she chatted with Sheila, Alicia glanced around the campus. In a group of cadets training ahead of them, one girl's figure looked strikingly familiar. Stirring up an old memory, Alicia suddenly stopped in her tracks. Walking right behind her, Hebrew Adam reacted quickly, managing to stop just in time to avoid bumping into her. What's wrong? Did you notice something unusual about those people up ahead? Hebrew Adam immediately picked up on her shift in mood. Alicia then remembered that 3 years ago she had left school abruptly, and in the years since, she had been constantly on the move, completely forgetting to check in on Aoidan. She had no idea how Aoidan was doing now, though she assumed she was probably still at school. "It's nothing, I just remembered something from the past," Alicia said as she resumed walking. At this point, Aoidan really was just a small detail in her life. Chapter 246, Received the Lunchbox. Alicia couldn't help but reflect on how things had changed since her rebirth. Back then, she'd been too weak and low profile, and to avoid exposing her true nature, she didn't dare confront Aoidan directly, even though she knew Aoidan wanted to harm her. But only a few years later, with her current strength and status, Aoidan was now like dirt beneath her feet, easy to trample on at will. It was likely because Aoidan no longer even registered in her eyes that Alicia had almost forgotten about her. Still, despite feeling above her now, Alicia was determined to settle the grudge of her past self. Killing would be too simple an end. Making Aoidan live miserably was a far more satisfying revenge. Now, with resources and loyal people at her disposal, it wouldn't be hard to act without leaving a trace, staying within the bounds of the law while exacting her retribution. As Alicia walked, she began mulling over her plans. They would all be graduating soon, and once everyone left Xuanbu First Military Academy, with its protective environment, getting to Aoidan would be much easier. She was considering her options when her distant expression caught the attention of her friends. "Alicia, if there's anything difficult you need help with, you can count on me to take care of it." Ibrahim finally spoke up. "With me as her brother, Alicia doesn't need to bother you for anything," Huadeli retorted. "Oh, it's nothing, I was just lost in thought." She couldn't exactly bring up her plans for revenge in such a public setting. Ibrahim sensed her response wasn't entirely honest, but to avoid pressing her too much, he decided to wait and observe. But Huadeli wasn't as restrained. As everyone entered the classroom, he pulled Alicia aside to talk privately. Since Huadeli was her older brother, no one found it odd that he wanted a private word with his sister. Their friends just went into the classroom understandingly. "I just saw a familiar figure, which reminded me of someone. Brother, do you know about my past on Topaz Star? Do you remember the girl who entered Xuanbu First Military Academy with me back then?" Now that it was just the two of them, Alicia spoke directly. "The girl who got in with you from Topaz Star, Aoidan?" Huadeli asked. "You know her?" Manny was surprised. It was unexpected that Huadeli knew Aoidan. Had Aoidan not given up and tried to pursue Hebrew Adam all these years? Or worse, with Hebrew away from school, had she switched her attention back to Huadeli? A complicated, almost disgusted expression crossed Huadeli's face. "How do you know her? Did something happen?" Alicia's curiosity sparked as she sensed drama in her brother's reaction. "She used the excuse of being your neighbor to get close to me. I wanted to see what she was after, but she's way more persistent than Brittany Beery." Huadeli shuddered, recalling her clingy tactics. Even Mina Ollie was driven up the wall by her antics. "Wait, you didn't know she was trying to harm me back then?" Alicia asked in surprise. "Yes, we knew. After we began questioning your identity, we investigated your past life on Topaz Star, and we uncovered everything that girl did to you. So, when she started trying to approach me by claiming to be your neighbor, I decided to see what she was planning and eventually help you get some payback. But I never got the chance. She nearly drove me insane first," Huadeli said, clearly haunted by her persistence. It was part of why he was less outraged than Dean Acheson over Hebrew Adam's troubles with Brittany Beery. "She pestered you for years." Alicia was shocked that Aoidan would go to such lengths. Later, Cousin Chi discovered that Aoidan was involved in a bounty assassination scheme. Most of the information about you and Hebrew was leaked by her. Originally, Cousin Chi and Cousin Xia set your and Hebrew's information as level 3 classified. If it hadn't been for her leak, the dark organization wouldn't have paid so much attention to you, let alone put a bounty of 1 billion credits on you. So Aoidan was captured, and after an interrogation, Cousin Xia dealt with her, Huadeli explained. Alicia felt her heart tighten at hearing Aoidan had ended up in the hands of the First Prince. It was likely that the First Prince had realized Aoidan was a reincarnator, which is why he personally conducted the interrogation. Someone as busy as him wouldn't normally get involved in such minor matters. Alicia had always been extremely cautious around Aoidan, never revealing her own foreknowledge, so she was confident Aoidan hadn't discovered her reincarnated identity. Still, a hint of anxiety lingered in Alicia's heart, knowing that the person who interrogated Aoidan was the reincarnated First Prince himself. In the novel, her original character disappeared without a trace en route to the imperial capital, so it was likely the First Prince in his previous life never knew of her existence as his cousin, let alone had a chance to observe any differences in personality between her two lives. But with Aoidan, it was harder to be certain. Though Alicia had mostly avoided her since reincarnating, there had been a few brief interactions. And in her first few months at Xuangu Military Academy, if Aoidan had been watching her from the shadows, Alicia couldn't be sure if she'd noticed anything. Alicia didn't want anyone to know that she wasn't the original character, not even the reincarnated first prince. Given her remarkable rise this time around, it was easy to guess that she would definitely attract the first prince's attention. Alicia figured that without her realizing it, he must have already sent people to investigate her thoroughly. Remembering the time she was seriously injured during training on the island, when the first prince had Hwadeki and Dr. Paul bring her that invaluable potion, Alicia finally relaxed. The first prince definitely hadn't doubted her identity, otherwise, he wouldn't have given her such a precious potion. Thinking back, Alicia was immensely grateful that she had been so clever right after her reincarnation. From the very beginning, she had made sure to attribute all her significant changes from her previous life to Oidan. So shortly after arriving at the Imperial Capital Star for special training, Alicia seized the opportunity to tell her friends about Oidan's plot to harm her and deceive her into using that second-generation gene potion. Looking back now, Alicia felt she had been incredibly astute at that time, laying a solid foundation. Even if someone wanted to investigate, they would attribute her fate in this life, how it had turned out so differently from her previous one, to the second-generation gene enhancement potion. When did that happen? About 2 years ago. So you really don't need to seek revenge on her anymore, Hwadeli said. Alicia sighed in relief again. Over the past 2 years, she had frequently communicated with the first prince, and he had never shown any signs of suspicion or asked her any strange questions. So much time had passed. Whether the first prince had ever doubted her during Oidan's interrogation, it should have all been settled by now. Chapter 247, Celestial Beings. The space station of Topaz Star was bustling with activity when a remarkably advanced private spacecraft docked at the station bridge, drawing the attention of most people. Through the transparent cover, onlookers could see the sleek and modern private spacecraft floating in space in a remote star like Topaz Star. It was rare to see such an advanced private spacecraft, and everyone could guess that its owner was certainly not an ordinary person. This private spacecraft must cost at least 80 million credit coins, someone exclaimed in awe. The onlookers were astonished. The average annual income of the Topaz Star populace was only 20,000 credit coins, making 80 million an amount they could never hope to earn in their lifetimes. As the door of the private spacecraft opened, 2 teenage boys stepped out, standing casually on either side of the entrance. Though their postures seemed relaxed, their eyes were alert, clearly on guard. The crowd was impressed. These boys appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, yet they had already reached the late stage of level 4 martial artists. In the Gus Empire, that was considered a rarity among young talents, let alone on Topaz Star. The bystanders were thrilled at the sight. The owner of this private spacecraft must be extraordinary to have 2 young geniuses as bodyguards. Sure enough, shortly after, a young man and woman, also appearing to be around 18 or 19, emerged. However, the crowd gasped in astonishment at their cultivation levels. The young man and woman were both at the initial stage of level 5 martial artists. The onlookers stared in disbelief, too shocked to discuss the origins of these individuals. Just then, a black-haired girl stepped out of the spacecraft, flanked by 2 level 6 martial artist bodyguards. The black-haired girl herself appeared to be around 18 or 19, but her cultivation level was even higher. She was at the mid-stage of level 5 martial artist. Even more astonishing was that as soon as she stepped out of the spacecraft, she placed one hand on it, and the spacecraft immediately vanished. The onlookers gasped in shock. Even if they had little experience, they knew that a space device capable of retracting a spacecraft would cost even more than the ship itself. Therefore, they estimated it to be around 200 million credit coins, making the crowd feel a bit breathless. Everyone stared at the girl, bewildered by her extraordinary cultivation and wealth. Who exactly was this girl? Some of the onlookers felt that she looked somewhat familiar, but they couldn't quite place her. Just then, a group of soldiers hurriedly approached from another passage. The rhythmic sound of their footsteps echoed throughout the space station. The guard troops had arrived. Leading the team was a middle-aged lieutenant, who smiled warmly upon seeing the black-haired girl. She immediately returned the gesture with a formal military salute, saying, "Lieutenant Hwada, I salute you, Lieutenant Yi." The 4 young boys beside her also saluted in unison. The crowd listened as the 4 introduced themselves, with the highest rank being second lieutenant and the lowest being sergeant. "That's the station master. Why is he being so sycophantic towards this girl? She's actually a lieutenant too." "Who is she?" Hwada, I know who she is now. This girl is the genius telekinesis practitioner from Topaz Star, the legitimate eldest daughter of the Hwada family who has been lost in the Empire," one bystander exclaimed. The others looked on in realization, their faces reflecting their astonishment. "Really? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Those quick on the draw had already pulled out their light computers to access the network. "It's true. Didn't these news stories circulate everywhere 6 months ago?" "Yes." "No wonder this girl looks so familiar." "With her black hair and black eyes, her age matches too, but her martial arts cultivation has improved compared to a year ago. I wonder what her telekinesis level is now. Oh my god. We're really lucky to see her today. Isn't she said to be a direct descendant of a major family from the imperial capital? Why would she come here? Don't you know? Her adoptive father is the commander-in-chief of Topaz Star, so she must have come back to visit her adoptive parents. This child is really good. She's very grateful. Not just good. You guys don't know, the Crown Prince is actually her biological cousin. Our current Commander Lin of Topaz Star was supported to his position because he raised her. Ever since Commander Lin rose to power, resources from the imperial capital have been flowing in continuously. Haven't you noticed? The economy of Topaz Star has been gradually flourishing these past few years. It's said that this year's planetary assessment shows that our Topaz Star's rating has improved from a low-tier marginal star to an upper-middle-tier marginal star. That means we really should thank them. To be honest, life has improved a lot in the last 2 years. Now it's much easier to find work on Topaz Star. At least we can eat our fill and not go hungry like before. Exactly. We're really lucky on Topaz Star. The daughter of a major family ended up here. And yet it has become a stroke of luck for us Topaz Star people. It's said that this little princess is also the love interest of the second prince, and they're already engaged. It's a pity the second prince didn't accompany her this time, otherwise, it would be quite an eye-opener. Is this true or not? There's no news about this on the Starnet. How do you know? A direct descendant of a major family, with the crown prince as her biological cousin and the second prince as her fiancé. Oh my god. What kind of extraordinary person is this? The crowd immediately turned their bright eyes toward the one revealing this insider information. With Alicia's telekinesis level, it would be easy for her to listen to what the audience in the space station was saying, but she wasn't interested. After saluting Lieutenant Yi, she lowered her hand and smiled. Uncle Yi, you're now the station chief. Both the old and young lieutenants behind him showed a surprised expression. It turned out they were old acquaintances. Miss, you're back. The commander's wife has been looking forward to your return for a long time. Lieutenant Yi smiled happily upon hearing Alicia address him. This young lady was no longer the orphan they thought had lost her parents. She was a direct descendant of a top-tier major family and the fiancée of the second prince. Now, she was a prominent figure at the pinnacle of power in the Gus Empire. In Topaz Star's military, everyone knew that this young lady had a strong sense of nostalgia. Lieutenant Yi was one of those affected by her nostalgia. 5 years ago, he had looked after her for a while because he followed his superior's orders. After this young lady went to the Xuangu First Military Academy, he started to receive consecutive promotions. At first, he didn't know what kind of luck he had. After thinking it over, he realized it was because his superior, Lieutenant Colonel George, had promoted him due to his own rapid advancement. It wasn't until last year when the young lady's identity was revealed that Lieutenant Yi finally understood what a stroke of good fortune he had experienced. He then noticed that everyone who had protected this young lady had received significant promotions based on their abilities. Commander Lin undoubtedly benefited the most. He and his wife only took care of the young lady for about a year, and in return, the imperial capital provided substantial support to Commander Lin. Not only did it elevate him to the position of commander-in-chief overseeing both military and political affairs in Topaz Star, but it also provided various resources, benefiting the entire garrison stationed on Topaz Star. Now, the equipment of Topaz Star Garrison is no worse than that of the garrisons on second-class stars. Military salaries no longer experience frequent delays. They are now issued on time and have increased by 20% compared to before. In the past, who didn't consider Topaz Star Garrison to be impoverished? Nowadays, every soldier assigned to the fringe stars wholeheartedly desires to go to Topaz Star. Chapter 248, Leaving with Nothing. No one expected that after graduating from the military academy, this young lady would not stay in the Central Star region but instead was determined to return to her place of upbringing. Previously, separated by countless planets, the imperial capital had provided such immense support. Now, the young lady had actually joined the military stationed on Topaz Star. Lieutenant Yi couldn't imagine how much Topaz Star military would develop with her arrival. Lieutenant Huida, I'll have someone escort you, Lieutenant Yi said respectfully. Lieutenant Yi was quite perceptive and didn't take the opportunity to engage in more conversation with her, which made Alicia appreciate him a bit more. Thank you, but there's no need. I have my own flying car. Lieutenant Yi, please have your people register and issue a pass, Alicia replied. This flying car would be something she frequently used on Topaz Star, so it had to be registered, and she needed to obtain a travel permit. Even though Alicia had privileges, it would be too much to use them for such trivial matters. In this respect, Alicia was a very rule-abiding person. The young man behind Alicia, who was at the mid-level of the 4th rank, immediately stepped forward to take the spatial key from her hand. At the same time, Lieutenant Yi's aide quickly approached the young man and said, "This way, please." As the unassuming-looking flying car, which was luxurious inside, departed from the space station, Lieutenant Yi let out a sigh of relief and then smiled happily. His aide walked over to him and said with a grin, "Station Chief, I didn't expect you to know this young lady." "It's just luck," Lieutenant Yi replied, These past few years, he had indeed been quite fortunate. Ever since a month ago, when Lieutenant George suddenly contacted him in secret and informed him that the young lady was returning to Topaz Star, instructing him to closely monitor the personnel entering and exiting the space station. He had been living at the space station day and night. Sure enough, he finally met the young lady. He made a strong impression in front of her, which made his month-long vigil at the space station worthwhile, knowing that she would return soon. 5 years ago, he had only seen the young lady 2 or 3 times, but he was surprised that she still recognized him. This was truly a delightful revelation. He believed that after this meeting, the young lady wouldn't forget him. As long as she remembered him, he wouldn't have to worry about his future. Inside the flying car, Sheila looked at the interior setup and exclaimed, "Lieutenant, this flying car must cost tens of millions of credit coins, right? A 200 or 300 million credit coin private spaceship and a tens of millions credit coin flying car. You're quite extravagant." Alicia, sitting on the sofa and replying to someone's message, said, "I'm not sure. The private spaceship is a gift from King Adam, and the flying car is a welcome gift from my ancestor." Sheila had already teased Alicia about the private spaceship. Sheila's focus shifted to Alicia's ancestor, and her expression dimmed a bit as she said sadly, "The Huada family treats you really well. Even Huadeli doesn't get this kind of treatment." Tamaki Kezia, sitting next to Sheila, gently squeezed her hand and looked at her with concern. Because Sheila refused to obey her family's orders and marry into the Beery family, she had faced a series of pressures and had ultimately ended up with nothing. Others were fine, but the fact that her own biological father didn't come out to say a word for her and instead blamed her for being rebellious truly broke Sheila's heart. "I really care about you too," Alicia said. Some people in Sheila's family oppressed her in hopes of forcing her to hit rock bottom and comply with the family's orders, but she had a good friend. The sadness in Sheila's eyes faded because of Alicia. At just 19, Alicia had already advanced to a level 5 warrior. By previous estimates, she would have needed to be at least 23 to reach this level. Thanks to Alicia, Sheila had gained enough merit points from their missions together to be promoted to corporal. The merit points she had earned at school barely qualified her for the rank of sergeant. Not only did she benefit from this good friend, but her boyfriend, Tamaki Kezia, also reaped rewards. Because of Alicia, Tamaki Kezia's family had not only avoided being suppressed by the Sheila's family and Beery families but had also prospered due to Alicia's connection to the Crown Prince. Because of Alicia, Tamaki Kezia was also promoted earlier than planned. As someone without a military background, he had the opportunity to become a second lieutenant at such a young age. Though she no longer had her family's support, she had gained a stronger ally than her family, making her life still fortunate. Seeing Sheila's furrowed brows gradually relax, Alicia couldn't help but tease her. "Some people are getting better and better, while you're going the other way, becoming sentimental. That's not good for you. Developing a knot in your heart isn't helpful. You should be more mindful." She is gradually letting it go. "I believe she will be fine soon," Tamaki Kezia said from the side. A significant part of the reason Sheila was in such a tense situation with General Zhao was because of him, so Tamaki Kezia felt very guilty about Sheila in this matter. Alicia nodded. Although outsiders might think it was not worth it for Sheila to fall out with her family over a man, she believed that with a stepmother as cruel and intolerant as Sheila's, it was better to keep a distance. The ending of Sheila in the novels was often not a good one. Everyone can take some free time later. "Let's meet at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at Topaz Star Military District Headquarters," Alicia said. Alicia directed this statement specifically to Tamaki Kezia and Sheila. Tamaki Kezia's father, Mr. Tamaki, had already gone ahead to Topaz Star to develop his business after Tamaki Kezia and Sheila decided to follow Alicia. It was reported that the business was doing quite well. Given the Tamaki family's financial power, it was clear that Mr. Tamaki must have established a solid business presence in Topaz Star. After Alicia's vehicle left the space station, Mr. Tamaki sent a location update saying he was waiting for the two of them at home. Tamaki Kezia also had his own vehicle, which had been registered at the space station in Topaz Star. As long as it wasn't a restricted area, they could fly freely. The Huada family had started sending people to invest in properties in Topaz Star 2 years ago, and now they owned real estate in cities where the military was stationed, so Alicia could easily choose where to live. Although Alicia missed her old place, she was no longer a free individual. She had so many people with her now, and a small suite simply wouldn't be enough to accommodate them. In total, Alicia had 4 followers, and the other 2 followers were also graduates of the Xuangu First Military Academy. Before entering the military, she definitely had to bring along Panxialu and Marcus Wright, the 2 followers who had nowhere else to go. These 2 boys were top students in the same grade as Alicia. They were members of the Asamu squad during the first-year training exercises on the island, so Alicia had some impression of them. Alicia didn't know who had advised them, but they suddenly approached her before graduation, hoping to become her followers. However, both of them came from commoner backgrounds, and for commoners, being able to directly become followers of the elite offspring of prominent families was an extremely fortunate opportunity. It's important to note that among the graduates of the Xuangu First Military Academy, about 40 to 50 students were expressing their desire to follow Alicia, and they ranked fourth among the elite class.